Youthful passion, countless clans vying for supremacy. The sword path is in decline? That's because I haven't cultivated the sword path. This sword of mine may seem ordinary, but can all of you present stop it? Chapter 1. Expulsion in the Southerly Domain, the Great Zhou Dynasty. Yin City, the Lin family's ancestral hall. In a large ancestral hall, the atmosphere is serious. Lin Yinshan, acting head of the Lin family, is filled with rage, glaring at the kneeling figure of a young boy before him. Lin Xiao, that is an unparalleled root bone. How could it just disappear? The kneeling boy lowers his head slightly, remaining silent, his expression somewhat unpleasant. The boy's name is Lin Xiao, the son of the former head of the Lin family, and he possesses an unparalleled root bone, already designated as the next head of the Lin family. However, a few years ago, he was noticed by a transcendent figure from outside, so he left the Lin family to follow the master and cultivate. Upon leaving, his father promised him that when he returned from his cultivation, it would be the time for him to take over the Lin family, and also the day he would marry his fiancée. The master did not disappoint him. With his unparalleled root bone, Lin Xiao reached an astonishing realm in just a few years. Yet just 10 days ago, his unparalleled root bone inexplicably vanished, and his cultivation was shattered. He was also expelled from the sect by his own master and had no choice but to return to the Lin family. But upon returning, Lin Xiao found that his parents had gone missing, and the Lin family was no longer the Lin family he once knew. Chapter 2. The infinite inheritance. The night is deep, and the streets are silent. At the southern gate of Yin City, in a rundown Taoist temple, sparse debris lets in beams of bright moonlight, illuminating the pale figure sitting cross-legged on a tattered mat. It is Lin Xiao. After being expelled from the Lin family, Lin Xiao could only find rest in this dilapidated Taoist temple. Accompanied by the cool breeze, whispers drifted in from outside. It seems he really has become a waste. The head is overly worried. We can go back. Who knows, this kid might freeze to death here. The departing footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Xiao, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his lips. This moment, he had long lost his previous disheveled appearance, and instead looked radiant. I didn't expect it to truly be a good show. He then stood up and retrieved an item from behind a statue that was only half intact. That it was a small tower, only the top portion, entirely black, looking incredibly ordinary, and only the size of a palm. A smile emerged as he wiped the half-tower, and Lin Xiao spoke. Senior, the wish has been fulfilled. Immediately, a peculiar wave of power emanated from the half-tower, followed by an ancient voice resonating. Chapter 3. Finding the Li family. In the early morning, the once desolate street gradually became lively. Lin Xiao had already appeared on the street where the Li family was located, and his presence immediately attracted the attention of many. The marriage contract between the Lin family and the Li family was well known throughout Yin City. Moreover, just yesterday, it was widely reported that the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Wer, had visited the Lin family to dissolve the marriage contract, which added to the gossip. For the male party, the dissolution of the engagement by the female party was a great humiliation. However, the subsequent announcement from the Lin family about Lin Xiao, the once prominent young master of Yin City, being kicked out of the family shocked everyone even more. The once illustrious young master of the Lin family was now like a stray dog, evoking sympathy. Ignoring the discussions around him, Lin Xiao quickly arrived at the familiar entrance of the Li family. Hey, isn't this the waste that the Lin family threw out? How dare you come here? A guard responsible for guarding the entrance mocked him as soon as he arrived. Several others joined in the mockery and laughter. I'm here to find Li Wer. She still owes me something. Lin Xiao replied calmly, clearly not taking their taunts to heart. Chapter 4. The head of the Li family. This scene left the onlookers in shock. They had all heard that Lin Xiao was a waste with no cultivation, but he certainly didn't seem like one now. However, it was true that he had been kicked out of the Lin family. The most shocked were the members of the Lin family present in the crowd. Watching the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Xiao, their expressions darkened. This matter must be reported to the family head. This kid cannot live. One of them immediately left. Li Wer wiped the red from the corner of her mouth, glaring at Lin Xiao with anger. Level 5 of Qi condensation. Your cultivation hasn't been wasted. Lin Xiao simply smiled. I'm not a waste. Are you disappointed? I'm only here to retrieve my token. I don't want to fight anymore. After saying this, he glanced at the several guards who were struggling to get up behind him. Just a look was enough to make them abandon any thoughts of attacking again. Li Wer bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with resentment. Although she could not discern the material of the jade pendant, she was certain it was no ordinary item. However, she truly hesitated to give it to Lin Xiao. Chapter 5. A rainy night of murder inside a room. Under the candlelight, an old man in a long gown with graying hair sat leisurely drinking tea. Hearing Lin Yunshan's words, he merely smiled faintly. "Isn't it a bit harsh to treat your nephew this way?" Lin Yunshan responded with a cold smile. "From the beginning, the position of the head of the Lin family should be mine. I've already shown mercy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just left Yin City, but would have died at my hands." The old man smiled and shook his head, choosing not to speak further. The rain seemed to grow heavier. A bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the depths of the temple. As the group in black entered the temple, they had already drawn their long knives, the intent to kill surging. In front of the inner hall of the temple, a figure sat quietly on the threshold. This figure was Lin Xiao, cleaning a 3-foot-long sword. As the lightning flashed, the cold light on the sword gleamed even more fiercely. Slowly raising his head, a deep killing intent radiated from his youthful face, and the chilling light in his eyes was enough to send shivers down one's spine. "Are you from the Li family or the Lin family?" His icy voice fell as he stared quietly at the group of uninvited guests. Chapter 6. One sword heavy rain poured down, and dazzling lightning cut through the dense night. Among the rubble, Lin Xiao stood up again, his face pale as he gripped the Wuji sword tightly, a strong killing intent swirling in his eyes. The gap in cultivation between both sides was too great. Even though he had inherited the Wuji sword technique, his current low level of cultivation rendered him too weak to make up for it. But tonight, he would not die here. "Senior, I can only rely on you now," Lin Xiao thought. As he spoke, the Wuji sword in his hand trembled slightly, and he felt a terrifying power surge into his body like a tide. To Lin Xiao's surprise, the one helping him this time was not the tower spirit. Domineering Wuji, one sword to kill. With your current level, you can only unleash this one sword. In the eyes of Steward's son, Lin Xiao was already a dead man. Yet, how could an ordinary Qi condensation realm cultivator withstand a full force strike from someone in the transformation realm? This kid must have a secret. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged, causing Steward's son's expression to stiffen. Following that, an astonishing sword energy sliced through the rain curtain, as if it possessed the might to destroy heaven and earth. In a state of panic, Steward's son immediately mobilized his spiritual energy to block this sword energy. Chapter 7. The only way out the branch of the Jixia Academy was indeed a great choice, but for Lin Xiao, there was a significant issue. He was no longer a member of the Lin family. "Uncle Tian, I'm no longer a Lin family member." Uncle Tian smiled. "Young master, the old master has always reserved a spot for you in the branch." This revelation surprised Lin Xiao immensely. His father had actually reserved a spot for him? "Uncle Tian, what do you mean by that?" "Back when you were young and gifted, the branch's head came to the Lin family with the intention of letting you into the branch. However, you had your own choices at that time, and the head agreed to your father's request. As long as you were not yet of age, a spot would always belong to you. Since you returned to the Lin family, Lin Yunshan has been eyeing this spot, naturally wanting to deny you any opportunity." Uncle Tian patiently explained. Feeling inexplicably heavy-hearted, Lin Xiao's expression grew complex. He never expected his father had already prepared a backup plan for him. Perhaps his father had long seen through Lin Yunshan's ulterior motives. "Father, I will quickly strengthen my power and reclaim the Lin family to find you and mother." Chapter 8. Desperate situation after helping Uncle Tian to a side to rest. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the group of uninvited guests. Among them were many familiar faces. They were the guards from the Lin family. With the 3-foot silver sword appearing in his hand, his sharp eyes quietly scrutinized the group. "Those who step forward will die." His cold voice fell like a thunderclap, causing the Lin family guards to hesitate, not daring to take another step forward. They had heard bits and pieces of last night's events. How strong was this once great young master? They did not dare to gamble. Lin Xiao tightly gripped the Wuji sword, feeling a hint of unease within. He knew that the other members of the Lin and Li families would soon arrive here, at which point he would have no way to escape. As for whether the branch of the Jixia Academy would come here, he had no idea. He also didn't know if he could hold on until that time. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause came, and the Lin family guards in front of him parted to make way. Walking at the forefront was Lin Yunsheng, followed by 2 elders from the Lin family. the third elder and the fourth elder, both of whom were experts at the third level of the transformation realm. Lin Yunsheng had a smile on his face, his eyes filled with disdain. I knew you must have been hiding behind that old fool Lin Tian. Chapter 9. The Branch Academy head of the Li family. Would you give our Jixia Academy branch some face? At that moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Li Chongfeng's expression changed slightly as he looked towards the source of the voice. On the roof of the courtyard to the left, an old man dressed in a white robe had appeared out of nowhere. The old man had an ethereal demeanor and a kind expression. With a single step, he appeared in front of Lin Xiao in the next moment. Seeing the unfamiliar figure suddenly appear in front of him, combined with the old man's words, Lin Xiao felt a sudden sense of relief. He knew that the people from the Jixia Academy branch had arrived. Upon seeing the appearance of this old man, Li Chongfeng's expression changed again. The thing he feared the most had happened. Though unhappy, he still politely clasped his hands in greeting. Just as Li Chongfeng was about to speak, Li Yue suddenly interjected. Old fool, Lin Feng is not a student of your branch. Don't meddle here. Li Chongfeng's face changed dramatically as he glared fiercely at Li Yue. Shut up. Father, my Li family has the Qingyang sect behind us. It's just a small branch. Why take it seriously? Li Yue said dismissively, still looking at the old man with an arrogant and dissatisfied expression. Chapter 10. Entering the academy with the intervention of Chun Feng, the head of the branch academy. The members of the Lin and Li families naturally did not dare to act. After the Li family left, the courtyard finally quieted down. Lin Tian finally showed a relaxed smile. Fortunately, Director Chen arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Lin Xiao nodded, but he also felt puzzled. After all, Chun Feng was the head of the Jixia Academy branch. Why would he personally come because of a student? Lin Tian clearly sensed his confusion. Director Chen once owed our master a favor. Lin Xiao suddenly understood, and after dispelling his doubts, he no longer thought too much about it and helped Lin Tian into the room. In this courtyard, Uncle Tian naturally could not stay any longer. After all, once he entered the branch academy, members of the Lin family would inevitably come to vent their anger on Lin Tian. Fortunately, Lin Tian had long planned to leave Yun City immediately after tidying up. That day, Yun City finally quieted down. The next morning, Lin Xiao left the courtyard early and headed straight for the location of the Jixia Academy branch. Last night, he wanted to enter the small world to cultivate, but later received a reminder from the Tower Spirit that his realm could not be improved further. Moreover, the Tower Spirit had not fully recovered, and the small world inside could not be opened at any time. Chapter 11. Senior brother Zhang Kuang Lin Zhao's intuition told him that this person was much stronger than him. Lin Yunan was also quite surprised to see the arriving figure, seemingly not expecting this person to come. Frowning, he directly asked in a deep voice, Zhang Kuang, what do you mean by this? The person carrying the heavy sword had a simple and honest appearance. He looked directly at Lin Xiao. You are Lin Xiao, as mentioned by Director Chen. Are you coming for me? Lin Xiao immediately guessed the person's identity. He should be the one the director mentioned. However, this person was clearly not a mentor, as he was only a year or two older than Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had seen seniors before. Zhang Kuang nodded and then looked at Lin Yunan with displeasure. Lin Xiao is now my teacher's disciple. If you want to cause trouble for him, you can do so. The new student competition in a month will be your opportunity. Lin Yunan stared at Zhang Kuang for a moment, then sneered and looked at Lin Xiao. I didn't expect you to be a sword cultivator. In the new student competition a month from now, I will definitely make you kneel and beg for mercy. After throwing down this harsh remark, Lin Yunan turned and left with his people. The new student competition, huh? Lin Xiao silently noted this and then looked at Zhang Kuang. May I ask who you are? Chapter 12. Teacher with an awkward smile. Zhang Kuang dropped his broadsword, creating a dull sound as it shattered the floor tiles. I forgot about this as soon as I moved. Sorry. However, junior brother, your skills are indeed impressive. You were able to hold on for so long against me. Lin Xiao shook his head speechlessly. They had only sparred lightly, and the real confrontation was just 2 strikes. Even so, his right hand was still faintly aching at the tiger's mouth. He sheathed the Wuji sword and bowed to Zhang Kuang. Senior brother, your skills are remarkable. I'm ashamed to be compared to you. Just then, a coughing sound rang out. Both Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang looked over at the entrance, where a dignified figure had appeared at some point. Teacher, Zhang Kuang respectfully greeted. Lin Xiao quickly reacted and immediately bowed. Student Lin Xiao pays respects to the teacher. Dugui nodded indifferently. Your strength is quite good, but based on those few moves just now, I do not believe you could kill a cultivator at the 9th level of qi condensation. Lin Xiao, caught out, could only awkwardly smile. Zhang Kuang looked at Lin Xiao with a face full of surprise. This junior brother hadn't used his full strength? Dugu Yi, with his hands behind his back, approached Lin Xiao. Director Chun has mentioned quite a bit about you. Chapter 13. Li Lang recalling Lin Yunan's demeanor just now. He seemed to be quite afraid of Zhang Kuang. This made Lin Xiao even more curious and unable to resist asking, Senior brother, why are they all so afraid of you? Zhang Kuang laughed awkwardly. It was when I first arrived, a senior brother attacked me, and I seriously injured him. Lin Xiao was taken aback and then incredulously asked, what was his strength? 9th level of qi condensation. No wonder. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. It turned out Zhang Kuang had already given them a warning. For new students, most were at the 1st or 2nd level of qi condensation, and being able to injure a senior at the 9th level was indeed someone they would not dare to provoke. Suddenly, Zhang Kuang seemed to think of something and immediately asked, Junior brother, I heard that you have grievances with both the Lin and Li families. Is that right? Lin Xiao calmly nodded. This matter was no secret in Yun City, and many people in the branch academy were aware of it. What's wrong? There were quite a few members of the Lin and Li families in the branch academy, but only 1 or 2 from the Lin family posed any threat to him. However, you must be careful of the Li family. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Lang, is still in the branch academy, and it is rumored that he has already broken through to the transformation origin realm, ranking among the top 5 in the branch academy. Chapter 14. The challenge half a month later. In the small courtyard, accompanied by an astonishing sword qi that tore through space, a towering figure finally staggered back. Zhang Kuang looked at the heavy broadsword in his hand with a face full of disbelief. A clear gap was visible. Did he actually lose in front of his junior brother? At this moment, Lin Xiao sheathed his long sword. This sword was not the Wuji sword, but a regular long sword replaced at the request of his teacher, Yi. As usual, he did not use any spiritual power to compete in swordsmanship against Zhang Kuang. And this was the first time in half a month he had managed to push Zhang Kuang back purely with sword technique. Zhang Kuang's physical body was strong, and the full-strength sword strike not only repelled Zhang Kuang, but also left a shallow wound on his shoulder. With an apologetic expression, Lin Xiao said with some guilt, I'm sorry, senior brother. Zhang Kuang quickly regained his composure and smiled nonchalantly. Junior brother has indeed made rapid progress. I didn't expect you to be so formidable in just half a month. As for the flesh wound on his shoulder, it was no different from a mosquito bite to Zhang Kuang. Lin Xiao also smiled. His relationship with Zhang Kuang had become much closer over the past half month. Zhang Kuang was straightforward, but his only flaw was being too honest in some matters. Chapter 15. The news of Lin Yunan challenging Lin Xiao quickly spread throughout the branch academy, and such challenges soon attracted the attention of many senior students. Challenges among new students were not uncommon in the branch academy, but this time it caught the attention of senior students mainly because of the relationship between Lin Xiao and the Lin and Li families. After all, the branch academy was located within Yun City, and most people in the academy were aware of the existence of the Lin and Li families. To offend both families at the same time, Lin Xiao was likely the only one. Moreover, with Li Lang coming from the Li family, it was not only the senior students who were concerned, but also some instructors. Sword cultivation was a rare path in the branch academy, and it was looked down upon by these instructors. There were only 3 sword cultivators in the entire branch academy. In the pavilion by the lake, Dean Shen put down his teacup and looked with interest at the figure sitting opposite him, revealing a smile. So you're the one who made Lin Xiao accept the challenge? Dugu, haven't you always advocated hiding your talents? Yi, expressionless, replied, Anyway, this is only a matter of time, and for this kid Lin Xiao, only actual combat can take his swordsmanship to the next level. There isn't much I can teach him. Chapter 16. One sword breaks through as soon as Li Hai's words fell. He felt a cold gaze directed at him, causing him to look over. The person looking at him was Dean Shun. Did he say something wrong? Li Hai was confused. Dugu Yi, whose expression had finally changed, continued, It's settled then. This bet needs Dean Shun as a witness. Dean Shin's expression was not good, and he seemed unwilling to act as this witness. If Lin Xiao won, this guy Dugu Yi would end up benefiting for both families. One idiot Li Hai. At this moment, the originally lively crowd suddenly fell silent. Dean Shun and others also turned their gazes toward the martial arts arena. On the spacious martial arts stage, two figures gradually ascended. As they took the stage, a barrier quietly enveloped the entire arena. Lin Yunan held a black spear at an angle, confidently looking at the figure opposite him. Sword Cultivator? It's really fitting to match with such trash. The sword in Lin Zhao's hand was not the Wuji sword, but a low-grade spiritual weapon given to him by Dugu. He didn't need to use the Wuji sword to deal with someone like Lin Yunan. In response to Lin Yunan's taunt, Lin Zhao merely smiled faintly. Why not just start fighting directly, instead of wasting time with nonsense here? Chapter 17. Berserk Pill, Berserk Pill. Dean Shin stood up in anger and glared at Li Hai. Did you give that? Li Hai immediately shook his head in denial. How could it be me? Compared to Dean Shun, Dugu Yi, as Lin Zhao's teacher, seemed much calmer. Dean, it seems this match isn't over yet. Dean Shin glanced at Dugu, well aware of the effects of the Berserk Pill. But Dugu Yi seemed unconcerned. On the stage, Lin Yunan had already consumed the Berserk Pill. As the effects took hold, his skin instantly turned a bloody color, and his eyes were covered with thick blood vessels. The veins on his forehead bulged, and, at that moment, Lin Yunan resembled an uncontrollable beast. Peak of Qi Condensation 9th Layer. Transformation Origin Realm. In an instant, Lin Yunan's cultivation broke through to the Transformation Origin Realm. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, Lin Yunan directly pounced towards Lin Zhao, all fours on the ground like a beast pouncing on its prey. Seeing Lin Yunan like this, Lin Zhao's expression suddenly turned cold. He naturally knew the effects of the Berserk Pill. He just didn't expect Lin Yunan would have such a pill, let alone take it directly. Transformation Origin Realm? If it were half a month ago, he would indeed have no confidence facing such an opponent. But now it was different. Chapter 18. Deepening hatred. Lin Yunan's death caused quite a stir throughout the Branch Academy. Although there were witnesses like Dean Shun and other instructors, the disciples of the Li family in the academy still blamed everything on Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, upon knowing this, was indifferent, as he indeed did not kill him. That afternoon, members of the Lin family had already arrived at the Branch Academy. As the party involved, Lin Zhao naturally went as well. Lin Yunan's body was placed in a small courtyard, and many students from the Lin family had gathered outside. As Lin Zhao appeared alone, the Lin family students looked at him with resentment. Some even looked as if they wished to torture this former eldest son of the Lin family. However, this was still the Branch Academy. No one dared to stop Lin Zhao from entering, and he casually walked inside. Even from outside, he could hear the sounds of weeping. Upon entering the inner room, Lin Zhao finally saw the figures inside. Aside from Dean Shun and a few instructors from the Branch Academy, the rest were Lin Yunsheng and several elders from the Lin family. Lin Yunsheng, filled with grief and anger, turned to look when he sensed someone entering. Upon seeing that familiar yet infuriating face, a mix of sorrow and rage surged in Lin Yunsheng's eyes, and in an instant, he felt the urge to kill. Chapter 19. The invitation. When Lin Zhao returned to his residence in the small courtyard, Dugu Yi was already sitting at the stone table, quietly waiting. Seeing Lin Zhao return, Dugu Yi spoke first. Did the dean tell you about the new student competition? Lin Zhao nodded. Does the teacher also think I need to challenge the senior students? Dugu Yi nodded seriously. I know you don't understand, but for you, this is an opportunity. According to the rules of the division, the top 10 freshmen have the qualification to challenge the senior students. As long as you can win 3 matches, you will have a chance to directly enter the inner court. Once in the inner court, with your talent and strength, you will definitely receive better training. This time, Lin Zhao was completely surprised. He didn't expect that after challenging the seniors, there would be a direct opportunity to enter the inner court. This was like a shortcut for him. Winning 3 matches was not impossible. Dugu Yi continued at that time. There will be an opportunity to compete for the spots in the inner court against talented disciples from the other 3 divisions. The transformation realm can be said to be quite common. Lin Zhao also understood from the teacher's words that he needed to break through to the transformation realm as soon as possible. Only by reaching the transformation realm could he have the opportunity to enter the inner court. Chapter 20. Yun Xiao Li Lang, who had just walked out from the direction of the pavilion, was also stunned. He didn't expect to see Lin Zhao here. He instinctively glanced toward the pavilion, and his doubts immediately vanished. With a half-smile, Li Lang approached Lin Zhao. I didn't expect you to have the interest to come here as well. I just came because someone invited me. Lin Zhao replied briefly, not wanting to waste time with Li Lang. He bypassed Li Lang and headed straight for the pavilion. Li Lang, who was about to leave, stiffened slightly when he noticed the direction Lin Xiao was going. Yun Xiao wants to see Lin Xiao. In the pavilion near the lake, a figure in a white dress sat quietly. At a glance, her slender back and long hair cascading like a waterfall were striking. Just from her back, she was already captivating, undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. In the gentle breeze, not only was there the fragrance of flowers, but also the scent emanating from this stunning girl. Even Lin Xiao was momentarily lost before regaining his composure. And then he adjusted his robe before cupping his hands and greeting senior sister. Upon hearing him, the girl did not turn around but continued to sit at the stone table, quietly gazing at the lake. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak again, he finally heard her enchanting voice. Chapter 21. Challenge. Lin Xiao did not refuse this meeting gift and directly put it into his storage ring. Right now, he needed to collect materials for the tower spirit, and Tianbao Tower was naturally the best choice. Thank you, senior sister. I have something else to attend to, so I will take my leave. This time, Yun Xiao did not speak to stop him. As soon as Lin Xiao stepped out of the pavilion, he felt many hostile gazes directed at him from around. It seemed that his opponents were not just Li Lang. Ignoring the hostile stares, Lin Xiao quickly exited the back garden. Just a few steps out, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped and quickly dodged to the side. A gust of wind swept by, and a figure landed where Lin Xiao had just been. With a fierce gaze, when Lin Xiao recognized the person's face, he couldn't help but sneer coldly. A dignified transformation realm cultivator. Is it appropriate to sneak attack? The attacker was none other than Li Lang. At this moment, Li Lang was no longer the calm figure he usually was. Instead, he was filled with murderous intent. Lin Xiao, what did Xiao say to you? Seeing Li Lang's expression, Lin Xiao felt a surge of interest. Xiao and I discussed some matters regarding Tianbao Tower and myself. The moment Li Lang heard the name Xiao come from Lin Xiao's lips, his clenched fist shot out once more. Chapter 22. Directly first time flew by, and half a month passed, arriving at the day of the freshman competition. The competition arena was already packed with people, filled with excitement. The freshman competition lasted 3 days, and all freshmen entering the academy this year could participate, regardless of their realm, with random draws determining the matches. In the stands, Dean Shun and several mentors looked down from above, and the matches had already begun. This year's freshmen were significantly stronger than those in previous years, which was good news for our division. Other mentors nodded in agreement, showing expressions of joy. Only Li Hai's face looked somewhat grim. After all, Lin Yunan was dead. Which of the mentors believes the top spot in this freshman competition will go to who? The mentors exchanged glances, and soon someone provided an answer. Zhang Kuang. I heard he has already reached the 9th level of qi condensation. Xiao Jie from Baiyang City is also impressive, having reached the 9th level of qi condensation. Qin Feng from Tianyang City has also reached the 9th level of qi condensation. He might very well be the first. The mentors debated, but Dean Shun paid no mind, his gaze resting on Dugu E instead. Compared to the students mentioned by other mentors, he had more faith in Lin Xiao. Dugu, what realm is Lin Xiao currently at? Chapter 23. Killing back to the Lin family after watching a match featuring Zhang Kuang, Lin Xiao returned to the academy. The freshman competition held no significance for him anymore. Just as he returned to the academy, a familiar figure was already sitting in the courtyard waiting. Dugui slowly put down the wine gourd in his hand and glanced at Lin Xiao. You plan to go to the Lin family next, right? How did the teacher know? Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. His next plan was indeed to head to the Lin family. However, he hadn't mentioned this to anyone. Dugui smiled. You entered the match with a single sword. Didn't you want the dean to see your true strength? In fact, your current strength is already greater than that of many seniors, but you won't be allowed to leave the division during the competition. After the competition ends in 3 days, you can come and go as you please. Lin Zhao's expression changed slightly. The reason he wanted to leave the division for the Lin family now was to catch them off guard. Otherwise, if the Lin family learned of his breakthrough to the transformation realm, it would likely become troublesome once they were prepared. Therefore, he immediately voiced his thoughts, then said earnestly, Teacher, I'm afraid I must resolve the issues with the Lin family now. Chapter 24. Revenge outside the Lin family. The crowd that had been watching dared to observe from a distance. The Lin family's gate was tightly closed, yet a strong smell of blood wafted from within the Lin family mansion, striking fear into the hearts of the onlookers. The renowned Lin family of Yin City was being slaughtered. Outside the Lin family, A group of figures had already blocked the entrance. The hurried and chaotic footsteps approached, and the Li family members finally arrived. Li Changfeng was at the forefront, followed by over 100 elite members of the Li family. Among these Li family elites, the lowest cultivation level was at the 6th level of qi condensation. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao had entered the Lin family, Li Changfeng rushed over with his men. Lin Xiao's death was a good thing for the Li family. However, if Lin Xiao wiped out the Lin family, it would be even better for the Li family, because the Li family could reap the benefits. As long as they killed Lin Xiao, they could obtain the entire Lin family. However, upon seeing the group of figures blocking the door of the Lin family, Li Changfeng was filled with anger. Tianbao Tower, what do you mean by this? The group before him came from Tianbao Tower. Li family head, I advise you not to go into this commotion, an old voice warned. Chapter 25. Parents' news. Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, he paused and looked around the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was so familiar to him, and so was the entire Lin family. But now, he had no feelings left for the Lin family. I will not return to the Lin family in the future, so I leave the Lin family in your hands, elder. He added, I will search for my parents and will never return to the Lin family. After saying this, Lin Xiao sheathed the Wujian and left directly. The moment Lin Yinsheng made his move, Lin Xiao had already sensed it. The main gate of the Lin family slowly opened, and all eyes outside were drawn to it. A strong smell of blood wafted out, and a figure dressed in a white robe, covered in blood, walked out. The dense, killing intent gradually dissipated with the gentle breeze as the figure stepped out. When the old man of the withered tree saw the face of the figure that emerged, he smiled. It seems I really came to the right place, young master. You have great skills and courage. I am ashamed of myself. The old man of the withered tree had already been introduced by Yin Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao showed a gentle expression and cupped his hands in salute. Thank you for your assistance, senior. No need. If you want to thank someone, thank the young lady. Chapter 26. Challenge to Li Lang. When Lin Xiao returned to the branch courtyard, it was already close to dusk. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, a strong aroma of wine greeted him. In the courtyard, Dugu Yi, dressed in a black robe, sat by the stone table. His face flushed, but his eyes still bright and sharp. Seeing Lin Xiao enter the small courtyard, a smile broke out on Dugu Yi's rugged face as he took out a pot of wine from his storage ring and placed it on the stone table. It seems the matter has been resolved. You're still alive. Master, Lin Xiao said as he approached the stone table and poured wine into a cup. It was even easier than I imagined. The trouble has been resolved. Dugu Yi, who had been relatively sober, suddenly appeared quite drunk, laughing heartily. As long as it's resolved. Your skills are indeed getting greater. After downing the strong liquor, Lin Xiao felt a warmth burning in his belly. After exhaling a hot breath, he asked the question that was on his mind. Master, how much do you know about the world outside the non-Li domain? Dugu Yi's expression froze for a moment, and he seemed to regain some spirit. With your current realm, stepping out of the Great Zhou dynasty is a dead end. Chapter 27. Trap. An astonishing force pressed down like a mountain. Li Lang gathered his thick spiritual power in both hands to form a shield, trying to block this sword. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed. It wasn't just the ground beneath him that shattered, but also the protective spiritual tool on Li Lang's body. Li Lang, you're even weaker than I imagined. The power on the sword surged violently, and Li Lang couldn't block the sword's descent at all. The sound of bones cracking followed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the sword finally fell, and an arm flew off. A scream echoed throughout the arena. Lin Xiao kicked Li Lang heavily, sending him flying, his body crashing violently onto the ground. Li Lang, you're nothing but this. Lin Xiao's foot pressed down hard on the pitifully disheveled Li Lang's chest, looking down at him with contempt. Li Lang gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. His angry eyes fixed on the figure before him. Impossible. I can't possibly be unable to withstand even your sword. All that responded to him was the slowly descending long sword. Just then, an invisible force like a giant hand tightly grasped the falling sword. Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he looked towards the stands. Chapter 28. Gift. Lin Xiao also noticed the terrifying aspects of Dugu Yi's swordsmanship. Each move could perfectly avoid the descent of his sword, and he could swiftly counterattack with his sword. Gradually, Lin Xiao began to feel the pressure. With his long sword being knocked to the ground, Lin Xiao ultimately lost. The sword that had landed on Lin Xiao's shoulder was quickly retracted, and Dugu Yi patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. With such strength, even someone at the 5th level of the transformation realm would not be your opponent. However, your practical experience with swords is still too little. Your swordsmanship is domineering and fierce. Every strike is a killing move. This is good. Going out to hone your skills is the best choice. Once your experience is rich, no one within the transformation realm will be able to kill you. Lin Xiao cupped his hands in salute. Thank you for the guidance, Master. I will remember it. Du Gui's rare smile replaced his usual seriousness. It's not really guidance, just a reminder. By the way, the dean asked you to go see him. Lin Xiao nodded, looking at the messy small courtyard, especially the walls that were already shattered and in a terrible state. It's fine. I'll let that brat Zhang Kuang clean it up later. Chapter 29. Ambush in the small courtyard. In the hall, Zhang Kuang had already turned into a tearful mess, his eyes filled with reluctance. The wine jug on the table was empty, and Zhang Kuang wiped away his tears, tightly grasping Lin Xiao's hands. Lin Xiao, you will always be my junior brother. Faced with this sudden emotional display, Lin Xiao felt somewhat uncomfortable and couldn't directly pull away. Du Gui frowned in displeasure and then kicked Zhang Kuang hard. What kind of sight is this? A grown man crying like this. Lin Xiao is going out to hone his skills, not dead. Zhang Kuang sobbed and finally reluctantly let go of his hands. Master, I'm just afraid I won't see my junior brother anymore. Du Gui shot him a disdainful glance. Then his expression softened as he looked at Lin Xiao. That old guy, the dean, should have given you the things, right? Lin Xiao nodded, looking guilty. Master, isn't this gift a bit too precious? Du Gui waved his hand dismissively. Material possessions. You are indeed my most favored disciple. Although we've only spent about a month together, I have high hopes for you. In today's world where sword cultivation is declining and practitioners are few, I might just see you become the #1 sword cultivator in the future. Chapter 30. Du Gui arrives as long as you can kill this kid. Half of the Li family's assets will belong to you. In order to kill Lin Xiao and avenge his son, Li Changfeng offered a high price. At the moment he sought help, a terrifying sword energy directly split a Li family elder in half. The smell of blood instantly enveloped the area. Li Changfeng's expression turned extremely grim. He couldn't understand why this sword cultivator in an age of decline could possess such abilities. What kind of sword technique was this? It was able to kill across realms, or even several minor realms. The other Li family elders dared not take another step forward. In their eyes, Lin Xiao appeared like a god of death. His robe was stained with blood, and his sword exuded a chilling aura. Lin Xiao felt the spiritual power within him gradually weakening. With his strength alone, he had already slain 3 of the enemy. But this was not enough. After resting for a moment, Lin Xiao slowly raised his sword and pointed it at Li Changfeng. Tonight, I will use you to hone my swordsmanship. After saying this, Lin Xiao prepared to strike again. Kid, you are indeed strong, even stronger than those young disciples in my sect. A voice echoed from the darkness. Chapter 31. Resolving the Li family, the sword energy surged down with a fierce wind. A Li family elder couldn't dodge in time and was directly decapitated by the sword energy. The other 2 elders were already trembling with fear, their hearts filled with trepidation. After a fierce battle, Lin Xiao's aura had become even more terrifying. It was as if this person did not know exhaustion, and the spiritual power within him seemed inexhaustible. Lin Xiao also felt the change within himself, reminding him of the moments he fought Zhang Kuang. Even when he had once been exhausted, he continued to fight Zhang Kuang without using his own spiritual power. It seemed his spiritual power was regenerating once more. After killing a Li family elder, Lin Xiao targeted another elder. At this moment, Li Changfeng was completely terrified. He clearly realized that with just these few people from the Li family, it was impossible to kill Lin Xiao. From the beginning, they were the prey, not Lin Xiao. This kid was using them to refine his swordsmanship. Gritting his teeth, Li Changfeng no longer hesitated, and, as Lin Xiao fought with the 2 other Li family elders, turned and fled into the dark forest. The other 2 Li family elders immediately noticed the family head's escape, their expressions changing drastically. Chapter 32. Tianya City is the closest city to Yunqing. It is far more luxurious than Yunqing, and it is also home to Tiambula. Lin Xiao went directly to Tiambula, and after presenting the VIP token given to him by Yun Xiao, he entered the VIP room. The staff was courteous and polite. In a quiet VIP room, Lin Xiao took out several thousand taels of silver, a few bottles of first and second grade elixirs, and several low-grade spiritual weapons. These were all items he had confiscated. The silver could be exchanged for spiritual stones at Tiambula. Spiritual stones are necessary for cultivators to purchase items, as they contain spiritual power. In Yunqing, most transactions are done with silver, but outside Yunqing, exchanging for spiritual stones is the wisest choice. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. A middle-aged man with gray hair entered, wearing a luxurious robe and looking slick. He greeted Lin Xiao politely. "Esteemed guest, may I ask if you wish to buy or sell these items?" The man had already noticed the various items on the table and guessed the guest's intention. Chapter 33. Encountering people from Qingyang sect, the young man steadied himself, anger surging as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with rage. "You dare to make a move against me? Do you know that provoking Qingyang sect is a dead end?" Lin Xiao directly ignored the young man and stepped toward the forest. However, the young man did not dare to attack again. He took out a jade token from his storage ring and crushed it. Lin Xiao noticed this action, furrowing his brows, realizing that trouble was likely approaching. Sure enough, moments after the jade token shattered, a terrifying aura exploded from the forest. The next moment, a figure flew out. Lin Xiao threw a punch, and the two fists collided. Thud! Lin Xiao was knocked back 2 steps, while the figure also staggered back several steps upon landing. It was the 4th layer of the transformation realm. Lin Xiao looked over. This person was also wearing the disciples' attire of Qingyang sect, slightly older and more robust than the young man. Rubbing his fist, the man smiled widely. The 2nd layer of the transformation realm, having such strength, is indeed surprising. You should not be from Tinya City. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unfamiliar here. Lin Xiao expressionlessly looked at the figures emerging behind this man from the forest. Chapter 34. Luring out in the inn's hall, Zhang He, an outer sect elder of Qingyang sect, was sitting in a corner, absent-mindedly eating, glancing occasionally at the staircase. He was waiting for someone. Since he learned that the young man was alone, he had been determined to obtain that sword. Within Qingyang sect, being an outer sect elder is merely a seemingly glorious position. In reality, it cannot compare to the status of an inner sect disciple. If he could acquire that sword this time, his strength would undoubtedly elevate a level, and his status in Qingyang sect would rise accordingly. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face, for at the staircase, he finally saw the figure he had been anticipating. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang He stood up and waved to that figure. "Little brother, we meet again." Upon seeing this person, Lin Xiao was not surprised. He simply smiled faintly and walked over. "I am Zhang He, an outer sect elder of Qingyang sect, waiting here especially for you, little brother." Lin Xiao remained smiling as he sat down. "An outer sect elder of Qingyang sect is here waiting for me?" Zhang He smiled and nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I am here to wait for you, mainly to make a friend." Chapter 35. Killing the fierce sword energy instantly tore through his robe, blood flowing from the wound. Zhang He distanced himself from Lin Xiao, unexpectedly looking at his shoulder. The clear wound and sharp pain instantly made Zhang He much more alert. He realized that the young man before him was far from the easy target he had imagined. Blood dripped from the sword, and Lin Xiao's lips curled into a mocking sneer. "It seems you, as an outer sect elder, are not much better. Kid, I will kill you." Zhang He roared in fury, charging straight at Lin Xiao. Waves of blade energy surged forward like a tide. Lin Xiao performed the stacked steps beneath his feet, swiftly dodging the waves of lethal sword energy. In the next moment, Zhang He had already arrived in front of him, a powerful gust of wind descending. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately blocked with his sword, the immense force causing him to sink deeply into the ground. "Kid, today I will chop you into 1,000 pieces." Lin Xiao resisted with all his might, his spiritual power surging and continuously merging into the Wujia sword. In an instant, an astonishing force erupted from the Wujia sword, sending the figure before him flying. A cold, killing intent flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he gripped the sword with one hand and stepped onto the stacked steps, not intending to give his opponent a moment to breathe. Chapter 36. How dare you kill them in Tianbao Tower, in a private room? The shopkeeper stood respectfully behind screen, slightly lowering his head. "Miss, Zhang He is dead." The figure behind the screen quickly responded in surprise. He was a 7th layer cultivator of the transformation realm, right? The shopkeeper nodded lightly, feeling quite surprised himself. That boy was only at the 2nd layer of the transformation realm. If it was really just him alone, I can't understand how he could have killed Zhang He. A light laugh came from behind the screen. He always manages to surprise people. Keep an eye on the movements of the Qingyang sect, and if there is any news, let me know immediately. Yes, Mississippi. As dawn broke, in the forest outside Tianya City, Lin Xiao hid in a cave. After a night of rest, and with the help of several pills, he finally recovered. What Lin Xiao did not expect was that the battle last night had allowed him to break through a small realm, the third layer of the transformation realm. After tidying up his disheveled robes, Lin Xiao finally exited the cave. The dazzling sunlight shone down, and it took Lin Xiao a while to adapt before leaving the place. The people of the Qingyang sect would surely guess his whereabouts soon. Before long, Lin Xiao had already slain several first-tier monster beasts. Chapter 37. The outer sect elders are not so impressive. The Wujia sword technique was unleashed, with chaotic sword shadows and domineering sword energy. At this moment, Lin Xiao had turned from defense to offense, actually forcing Wang Yuan before him to only defend. The outer sect elder of the Qingyang sect appeared to be nothing special. As another sword struck down, it finally left a deep wound on Wang Yuan's body. Unlike Zhang He, Wang Yuan had no protective spiritual artifact. The wound on his chest was extremely gruesome, and the pain actually calmed Wang Yuan down. He finally believed why this boy could kill Zhang He. With such strength, it was not surprising that he could kill Zhang He. I am not that useless waste. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Lin Xiao smiled indifferently, now fully confident that he could kill Wang Yuan. All it required was a bit of time. For him, this was the best choice to hone his swordsmanship. Show me what other skills you have. Accompanied by an angry roar, Wang Yuan charged at him like a rampaging beast. Lin Xiao's smile grew wider. This time he would go all out. Meanwhile, in Tianya City, the inn where Lin Xiao had stayed was now completely occupied by the Qingyang sect. Chapter 38. Entering the Forbidden Zone in Tianya City. Everywhere were bounty notices regarding Lin Xiao. Inside Tianbao Tower, the shopkeeper stood by the window, quietly watching the figures in blue robes on the street below. The disciples of the Qingyang sect had noticeably increased compared to 2 days ago. Shopkeeper, there's a guest outside who says he is your acquaintance and wants to meet with you. Acquaintance? The shopkeeper felt a bit surprised and frowned slightly. Shopkeeper, we meet again. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. The shopkeeper's heart jolted, and he quickly turned around to see the familiar figure at the door. His face filled with shock. He quickly adjusted his expression and looked at the attendant beside this figure. You can leave. Today's matter must not be spread. The attendant bowed and then left. After glancing at the departing attendant, Lin Xiao entered the room and casually closed the door. The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. Why haven't you left Tianya City yet? The people of the Qingyang sect have increased their manpower to find you. Lin Xiao smiled nonchalantly as he sat down at the table. I came just to discuss a business deal with you. I just don't know if you dare to. Chapter 39. The people from the Academy time in the Forbidden Zone passed quickly and imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. By the clear lake's edge, Lin Xiao was washing the bloodstains from his face. Over the past 3 months, he had continuously killed monster beasts, honing his swordsmanship. This practice had allowed his cultivation to progress rapidly, and he had reached the 7th layer of the transformation realm. During these 3 months, he had not entered the tower's inner world for training. The Wujia Sword Dao had not disappointed him. He had made another breakthrough. He had successfully cultivated the sword qi. As for his current strength, he was confident he could kill even top-tier second-grade monster beasts. Within 100 miles around the lake, no monster dared to approach him. You really are a monster. A voice of astonishment came, and the blurred figure of the tower's spirit appeared beside him. Lin Xiao was not surprised by this. A month ago, the tower's spirit had been able to appear in a shadowy form, but it did not last long. After wiping his hands clean, Lin Xiao looked at the tower spirit. Senior, I wonder if my current strength allows me to know more about you? Lin Xiao asked expectantly. This question had always been what he wanted to know. Chapter 40. Making friends. As both parties learned of each other's identities, their relationship became much more amicable. Lin Xiao also learned some things related to the Qi family. The Qi family was a major family in Tiandu, on par with the royal family. The other few people were also friends of Qi Tao in the academy, just out for some training. Lin Xiao then recounted the events that had occurred with the Qingyang sect, as this was related to them. After listening, Wang Yanting laughed heartily, stroking his beard. So it was such a small matter, you don't need to take it to heart. This was indeed wrong on the part of the Qingyang sect. They were just digging their own graves. When I returned to the inner courtyard, I will inform the higher-ups of the academy. They will protect you. Lin Zhao's only worry was completely put to rest. He had been concerned that the academy would not offend the Qingyang sect because of him, but now it seemed he was overthinking it. After a bit of casual chatting, Wang Yanting changed the subject. Lin Xiao, are you willing to train with Qi Tao and the others? That way, you can also enter the inner courtyard together. Lin Xiao glanced at Qi Tao and the others. Practicing with them was certainly a good choice, but for Lin Xiao, it was not the same when it came to honing his swordsmanship. Chapter 41. Shocking everyone, Qi Tao got up awkwardly, noticing the deep mark on the tree beside him. A sword mark. Could be Lin Xiao. Huh. People from the Qingyang sect have certainly killed before. As he chuckled, Lin Xiao slowly walked out from behind several trees, the sword in his hand shining with a cold light. Upon seeing Lin Xiao appear, Wang Yanting and the others were all taken aback. The elder from the Qingyang sect, however, was deeply shocked. To be able to sever a disciple at the transformation realm with a single sword was indeed a young prodigy. Who are you? Disciple of the Jixia Academy, Lin Xiao. Disciple of the branch. The man's eyes widened in shock. He never expected this would be a disciple from a branch. At that moment, a disciple from a Qingyang sect stepped forward with a sword. Elder Bai, this person is mine. The elder nodded directly, not intending to continue fighting Wang Yanting. He was even more eager to see what kind of abilities this young man had. Wang Yanting couldn't help but feel worried. That previous sword strike seemed more like a sneak attack, but this disciple of the Qingyang sect was an inner disciple, possessing the strength of the 7th level of the transformation realm. Lin Xiao, Senior, don't worry, he is not my opponent. Lin Xiao smiled confidently as he saw the disciple from the Qingyang sect charging at him with his sword. Chapter 42. Red Fire Heaven Lotus. When Wang Yanting said this, Lin Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. The Red Fire Heaven Lotus was indeed one of the materials needed to repair the tower spirit. Goodness, I didn't expect to encounter the 8-petal Red Fire Heaven Lotus here. In his mind, the tower spirit's surprised voice rang out. It seems you really have good luck. Lin Xiao smiled and looked at Wang Yanting. This Red Fire Heaven Lotus is precious. If it's given directly to me, he glanced at Qi Tao and the others. It was clear they also knew the value of the Red Fire Heaven Lotus and hesitated. Only Qi Tao stepped forward with a beaming smile. Lin Xiao, if it weren't for your help this time, we might have all died here. So this Red Fire Heaven Lotus should rightfully belong to you. Wang Yanting nodded in satisfaction. As for others who were unwilling, so what? He then took out the Red Fire Heaven Lotus from his sleeve. The lotus petals were like fire, with a total of 8 petals, and it was only the size of a human head. A scorching aura rushed forward, emitting faint red light. The others beside Qi Tao couldn't help but cast eager glances. But they could only watch as Lin Xiao stored the Red Fire Heaven Lotus into his storage ring. Chapter 43. Killing the Core Formation Elder. Seeing the scattered fragments of spiritual artifacts, Elder Bai's expression darkened. Was this person really at the transformation realm? Could this kid be from outside the domain? At this moment, apart from shock, all that remained was panic. He originally came to pick up the pieces for revenge. But unexpectedly, as an elder of the Qingyang sect, he was not a match for this young man. Feeling the pressure, Elder Bai instinctively took 2 steps back. Just as his foot landed, a domineering sword aura swept over, slicing past him. The gust of sword wind left deep scratches on his face like sharp blades. Was the esteemed inner elder of the Qingyang sect really only capable of this? Elder Bai felt humiliated, gritting his teeth as he looked at Lin Xiao. Kid, who exactly are you? Lin Xiao smiled, sensing the fear in the other's voice. If you can kill me, then you'll know. Like an arrow released from a bow, Lin Xiao charged out again with his sword, accompanied by waves of sword aura. Elder Bai, with a pale face, could only brace himself and meet the attack. The power of the core formation realm erupted at that moment. Boom! A dull sound followed, and the terrifying wave of spiritual power spread like water. Chapter 44. Improvement. A massive fist came crashing down like a mountain, and Lin Xiao used a shadow step to dodge again. In front of this enormous 3rd-tier lower-level demon beast, Lin Xiao seemed like an ant. Moreover, the defensive power of this 4-armed demon ape was astonishing, as if it were clad in an invisible armor. With the Wujin sword, Lin Xiao could only leave shallow wounds on the 4-armed demon ape. If this continued, you would definitely die at the hands of this demon beast, the tower spirit's voice echoed. Lin Xiao was directly sent flying by a punch from the 4-armed demon ape. his body crashing into a towering tree before he came to a messy stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt as if his internal organs had sustained significant damage. This four-armed demon ape was far more powerful than the elder he had slain earlier. Unless you break through to the core formation realm, you cannot be a match for this four-armed demon ape. Its power was already at the top of the third-tier lower level, equivalent to a cultivator at the third level of the core formation. The tower spirit's warning voice rang out again. This was also the first time Lin Xiao had the thought of wanting to leave. Damn it, the strength of this demon beast was similar to that of a third-level core formation. Such power was beyond his capability to withstand. Chapter 45. Arriving at Tiandu City before he left the Forbidden Zone, he encountered disciples from the Qingyang sect. Fortunately, they did not attack him, and upon seeing he was only at the transformation realm, they simply asked a few questions before letting him go. Afterwards, the tower spirit urged him to change his appearance. Fortunately, there was a kind of pill in Eldabai's storage ring, the disguise pill. It could alter one's appearance, but there was a time limit. Looking at it now, being cautious was indeed the right thing to do. The Qingyang sect people would appear at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, presumably for the few Qingyang sect members he had killed. Soon, Lin Xiao quickly left the area. No matter what, reaching Tiandu was the safest option. However, not long after he left, Sun Wutian and others appeared. With a face full of rage, Sun Wutian led his men straight to the nearest city. Just now, he suddenly recalled that person's aura. Why it felt so familiar. The aura on that person was domineering, clearly identical to the aura left behind by the one who killed Wang Yuan back then. Coupled with the fact that Bai Zhang's corpse showed no signs of a storage ring, he deduced that someone must have taken the items from a storage ring. When combined with the aura of this person, it was not difficult to guess that this person had used some kind of disguise technique. Chapter 46. Astonishing wealth. As Lin Xiao took out the demon beast crystal cores from his storage ring, Yun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but stand up in shock. Her captivating eyes were fixed tightly on the few crystal cores inside. There are several crystal cores from second-grade, upper-level demon beasts. As for the crystal cores from top-tier second-grade demon beasts, there are two. Lin Xiao, where did you get these demon beast crystal cores? Yun Xiaoxiao, with a face full of surprise, instinctively asked. Such high-level crystal cores have indeed been sold in the Tianbao building, but they come from high-level cultivators, not from someone in the transformation realm. Lin Xiao dismissively explained, Senior sister, you're joking. I obtained these from hunting demon beasts. From a forbidden area. Forbidden area. Yun Xiaoxiao immediately looked at Lin Xiao as if he were a monster, and after a long while, she finally withdrew her gaze. She quickly realized her loss of composure and adjusted her emotions. These crystal cores are of a high grade. For what I can see, they are worth at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Just as her voice fell, Lin Xiao interrupted, Senior sister. I also have a lot of demon beast materials here that I plan to sell, as well as some good spirit herbs. Yun Xiaoxiao was once again shocked, looking at Lin Xiao as if she were looking at a monster. Chapter 47. The second young master of the Qi family, Lin Xiao, was not surprised by what Yun Xiaoxiao said. The tower spirit itself is not an ordinary item, let alone something that exists in a small place like the Greizhou dynasty. It's already quite good to be able to gather some materials. No problem. Buy as much as you can. Thank you for your trouble, senior sister. No need to be so polite. I will need your help for the inner courtyard assessment. After coming out of the private room, Lin Xiao followed the attendant to the room prepared for him. The room was luxurious and antique. This is the fourth floor of the Tianbao building. From the window, he could see the nearby streets. The tower spirit appeared beside him, its transparent figure showing some helplessness. This dynasty is worse than I imagined. There are fewer things here than in the forbidden area. Lin Xiao smiled calmly. My strength is still not enough right now. I will have time to go to the forbidden area in the future. The tower spirit nodded, having no excessive demands of Lin Xiao. Focus on your training. Entering such an academy should be quite helpful for you. Lin Xiao looked at the blue sky outside the window, filled with anticipation for the inner courtyard assessment. However, there was still half a month until the inner courtyard assessment. Chapter 48. Can't fight back. Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. After all, he was a child of a wealthy family, yet he was with such a group of people. If you were rude, then I don't need to be polite, he said coldly as he stood up. Qi Tao, with a gloomy face, stepped forward to protect Lin Xiao. Brother, I told you he is my friend. Please be a bit more polite to him. I have already done what you asked. Don't go too far. However, Qi Yun coldly laughed. not taking Qi Tao's words seriously at all. Qi Tao, do you really think you are still the genius of the Qi family? You're just a joke now. If it weren't for you, how could our Qi family be so humiliated? Qi Tao's face turned extremely ugly, and he lowered his head slightly, filled with anger. Lin Xiao realized that something must have happened to Qi Tao for him to act this way, but it was not the right time to ask. At this moment, Qi saw that Lin Xiao had not left, so he made a gesture to the two people behind him. They immediately understood and approached Lin Xiao aggressively. Qi Tao's expression changed. Brother, are you really going to do this? Second brother, father told me to watch over you, so naturally, I can't allow you to interact with others. Chapter 49. Ambush on the long street in a luxurious restaurant. In the quiet private room, Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Xiao, who was wolfing down his food, with a gentle smile that grew even wider. Sensing her gaze, Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and restrained his actions. Senior sister, aren't you eating? Yun Xiaoxiao gently shook her head. I'm not very hungry. Just eat. I have a gift for you. Yun Xiaoxiao took an item from her storage ring and placed it in front of Lin Xiao. Curious, Lin Xiao noticed that it was a sword technique, 13 swords of layered clouds. With curiosity, Yun Xiaoxiao explained seriously. This sword technique is an upper-grade mysterious technique. Knowing that you practice sword techniques, I bought it for you. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yun Xiaoxiao to gift him a sword technique, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to accept it. Techniques in sword forms are inherently expensive, especially an upper-grade mysterious technique. Senior sister, is it really appropriate to give me such a valuable thing? What's the problem? Yun Xiaoxiao said dismissively. I said this item is a gift for you. Just accept it. Lin Xiao pondered for 2 seconds before no longer refusing. He directly picked up the sword technique and began to read it earnestly. Chapter 50. Practicing sword. The man retreating had not stabilized himself when he saw waves of sword energy sweeping him like a tide, layer upon layer. His expression changed slightly, and spiritual energy surged into his legs, instantly steadying his stance. He then swung his big knife to block the incoming sword energy. However, he soon noticed something was off about the sword energy. The sword energy surged like a tide, with each subsequent wave of sword energy containing more power than the last, pushing him backward with great force. 6 layers of sword energy. This was precisely what Lin Xiao had encountered in the restaurant with the 13 swords of layered clouds. With his unparalleled comprehension of any sword technique due to the supreme sword bone, he had already grasped the principle of layering the sword energy after just 2 readings. However, his current strength could only layer the sword energy up to 6 layers. All 6 waves of sword energy were blocked by the man swinging his knife. But just as he was about to break out, he suddenly sensed something, and his face changed drastically. A streak of silver light cut through the darkness before him, the sword descending with a howling gale. The first form of the 4 extremes sword technique, angry sword form. This was the upper-grade mysterious sword technique Lin Xiao exchanged for spirit stones at the Tianbao building, which he later practiced in the small world within the tower. The angry sword form is domineering, gathering one's spiritual energy onto the sword body, making each strike as heavy as a mountain. Chapter 51. The owner of Tianbao building. When Lin Xiao emerged from the small world, it was already the next morning. The exhaustion throughout his body was finally alleviated after swallowing several pills. His diligent practice of the sword technique had not gone to waste. He successfully broke through to the 9th layer of the transformation realm. His strength was much more substantial than before. He still needed to continue training with the sword spirit. With the sword spirit's sparring and guidance, Lin Xiao's mastery of sword techniques had undergone a qualitative leap. He had completely mastered all 4 forms of the 4 extremes sword technique, reaching the level of great accomplishment. In the 13 swords of layered clouds, he was also able to successfully unleash 7 layers of overlapping sword energy. Although only 1 night had passed in the outside world, Lin Xiao had genuinely practiced sword techniques for several months in the small world. After resting for a moment, Lin Xiao finally opened the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a familiar figure, Wang Qian. He had spoken with Wang Qian last night and knew that Wang Qian was a steward in Tianbao Tower. Steward Wang, did Miss Xiao ask you to wait for me here? Wang Qian smiled and shook his head. Young Master Lin, my master has invited you. Master? Lin Xiao immediately thought that Wang Qian's master was probably the owner of the entire Tianbao Tower, Yun Xiaoxiao's father. Chapter 52. The Hongmen banquet. As the time to enter the inner courtyard for the assessment drew closer, Tiandu City became more bustling. More and more people from sects and other forces could be seen on streets. Standing by the window, Lin Xiao quietly observed a group of figures on the street outside, which were disciples of the Qingyang sect. Among this group, Lin Xiao also spotted a familiar face, Sun Wutian, an elder from the inner sect of Qingyang sect. The people from Qingyang sect are also coming to participate in the inner courtyard assessment. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. In the living room behind him, Yin Xiao, dressed in a glass-long dress, was sitting at the table, diligently flipping through an account book. When she heard Lin Xiao's question, she put down the book and patiently explained, "The people from Qingyang sect are just here to watch the inner courtyard assessment. They're merely spectators. Speaking of which, Qingyang sect actually has a grudge against Jixia Academy." Lin Xiao became intrigued and turned to look. "A grudge?" Yin Xiao nodded, a faint smile appearing on her face. "It's related to your teacher, the senior Dugu." This made Lin Xiao even more curious, as he knew very little about his teacher's past, but he was aware that this teacher was definitely not simple, especially in terms of cultivation, which was hard to see through. Chapter 53. Lu Juanxiu and Zhang Yunhe. Faced with Zhao Tianlan's threat, Lin Xiao naturally did not take it to heart. He had been in Tianbao Tower during this period and didn't believe that the other party would have the courage to act directly in Tianbao Tower. As for the two sword cultivators in front of him, Lin Xiao felt somewhat tempted. "Lin Xiao, if you have the ability, come with me outside the city." Just as Zhao Tianlan was about to leave, he suddenly heard Lu Juanxiu's voice. Frowning, Zhao Tianlan looked at him with an unhappy expression. "Lu Juanxiu, don't forget, you are my subordinate." However, Lu Juanxiu seemed completely uninterested in Zhao Tianlan's words, his burning gaze still fixed on Lin Xiao. At this moment, a middle-aged man also stood up, but he was looking at Lu Juanxiu. "The one who should challenge him first should be me." Zhao Tianlan's expression grew even darker. He had indeed planned to use these two to dampen Lin Xiao's spirit, but he didn't expect them to suddenly disobey his arrangements. Lin Xiao leisurely stood up, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Why don't you two come together?" This matter quickly spread throughout Tiandu City, drawing considerable attention. Lu Juanxiu's name also had some fame in Tiandu City. It was rumored that he was once a disciple of a certain sword cultivator, later practiced alone, and for some unknown reason ended up under the Wang family, becoming Zhao Tianlan's subordinate. Chapter 54. The seventh sword Qi. The carriage rolled steadily, and there was no sense of shaking inside. Yin Anshan wore a gentle smile. "This matter is not just yours. It relates somewhat to our Tianbao Tower as well." "Lin Xiao, are you really confident in killing these two?" Lin Xiao did not answer directly, but instead asked, "What do you think, uncle?" Yin Anshan seemed not to expect Lin Xiao to ask this suddenly, and after a slight pause, he smiled and shook his head. "I don't know, but I think since you dare to accept, you must be confident. Don't worry, with me here, the Foundation establishment realm experts from the Wang family won't dare to act." "Thank you, uncle." Lin Xiao lifted one side of the carriage curtain and looked outside the window. The bustling street was filled with gazes directed at him. The dual location was on a mountain peak outside Tiandu City, where there was a huge circular stone platform, seemingly prepared specifically for combat. However, that was not the case. It was originally built for challenges by the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, and afterwards, it became a place for challenges. Moreover, the stone platform was protected by formation, so battles under the condensation realm wouldn't destroy it. When they arrived outside the stone platform, it was already crowded with people. Chapter 55. The eighth sword. As Lu Juanxiu was carried away, the crowd around gradually came back to their senses from their shock. At the same time, many people's gazes fell on Zhang Yunhe. As a peak practitioner of the transformation realm, who was stronger between him and Lin Xiao, Zhao Tianlan's expression was already very unpleasant. Lu Juanxiu's defeat was completely beyond his expectations. He never thought that Lu Juanxiu would be defeated so quickly. It was known that Lu Juanxiu not only had a higher cultivation level than Lin Xiao, but was also a sharp and decisive sword cultivator, a genius capable of challenging higher levels. Yet such a person was still defeated by Lin Xiao. How astonishing must this kid's talent be? It seems that to kill Lin Xiao, it probably requires a practitioner at the Foundation establishment realm. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Zhao Tianlan looked worriedly at Zhang Yunhe. He didn't care whether Zhang Yunhe lived or died. What he cared about was that Lin Xiao must be killed. Otherwise, if he lost, what face would he have left in Tiandu City? Yun Anshan looked at the figure standing on the platform with a smile. He had thought Lin Xiao would win, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Xiao Xiao, your judgment this time is quite good. Chapter 56. Battling Shimin Nan didn't mind the pill-taking Lin Xiao. He simply took out a piece of white cloth with a confident expression and wrapped it around his right hand. I'm a person who uses fists among cultivators. I belong to the body cultivator category. In front of me, I believe that anything can be resolved with my fists. With two fists colliding, a dull sound echoed, followed by a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power. I am already in the foundation establishment realm. I will let you use your sword to avoid others saying that I bully you. As the spiritual power recovered, Lin Xiao did not hesitate to unleash waves of sword qi. 4 waves of sword qi stacked together. Shimin Nin showed no intention of dodging. Only when the first wave of sword qi reached him did he throw a punch. The terrifying power easily shattered the first wave of sword qi, followed by the second and third waves. In the blink of an eye, all 4 waves of stacked sword qi were easily crushed. In the next moment, another 4 waves of sword qi surged towards him, their momentum far more ferocious than the previous ones. Shimin Nin still did not dodge, directly colliding with his fists. It wasn't until the 8th wave of sword qi that Shimin Nan finally took a step back. A sinister smile appeared, and Shimin Nan's eyes sparkled. This last wave of sword qi is not bad, but unfortunately, it's still too weak for me. Chapter 57. Foundation Establishment Realm. Shimin Nan's skin turned red all over, as if it had been burned by fire. With bloodshot eyes, he merely scoffed at Yun Anshan's words and then turned to look at Lin Xiao. In this state, I can last at most the time it takes to drink a cup of hot tea, but I believe that's enough time for me to kill you easily. He was at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. A deafening roar followed, and the next moment, Shimin Nan's entire figure came crashing in. Lin Xiao could only give it his all, and at that moment, his own cultivation level suddenly erupted. He was at the 9th level of the transformation stage, peak transformation stage, and the 1st level of the core formation stage. As his internal spiritual power converged into a core, his realm stabilized completely. Shimin Nan looked on in astonishment, never expecting that the person before him would instantaneously break through to the core formation stage. So you've been suppressing your own realm all along. You had already broken through to the core formation stage. At that moment, the spectators below the stone platform were equally stunned by the scene. Some were even left dumbfounded. Zhao Tianlan's face was filled with panic as he looked at the true strength displayed by Lin Xiao, fully realizing he was wrong. From the very beginning, Lin Xiao hadn't used his full strength at all. Chapter 58. Yun Anshan's attitude. Lin Xiao continued to ride in the same carriage as Yun Anshan, gradually heading towards Tiandu City. He set down a cup of hot tea in his hand and smiled as he said, "A core formation stage at such a young age. How many can there be in the entire Zhou dynasty?" His gaze fell on Lin Xiao, filled with admiration. "Lin Xiao, what do you think of Sister Xiao Xiao?" Lin Xiao lowered his head slightly, feeling a bit shy. Yun Anshan's meaning was already quite clear. Sister Xiao Xiao is great, but I'm still young. Yun Anshan laughed heartily, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Age is just a number. I have high hopes for you." Suddenly, shifting the topic, Yun Anshan asked seriously, "Lin Xiao, do you know why I told you not to kill Shimin Nan?" Lin Xiao also became serious and nodded. "A prince has appeared." Yun Anshan nodded. "After all, this is Tiandu City. Offending a prince is not a good thing. The strength you have displayed will surely attract the attention of those old fellows at the Jixia Academy." Lin Xiao responded with an lost in thought. Today's challenge was partly to teach Zhao Tianlan a lesson, and partly to draw the attention of the Jixia Academy. One Tianbao Tower was not enough. Chapter 59. Learning the sword array. After Yun Xiao left, Lin Xiao began to study the sword array by himself. Unlike sword techniques, sword arrays require some understanding of formations. After some research, Lin Xiao felt like a headless fly, completely lost. In despair, he had no choice but to give up on studying alone and chose to enter the small world within the tower. The spirit of the tower appeared. Seeing Lin Xiao's troubled expression, it burst into laughter. "Just a small sword array, and it has you so worried?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a glimmer of hope and eagerly asked, "Senior, do you know this sword array technique?" The tower spirit shook its head with a smile. "I don't, but she does." As soon as the words fell, the figure of the sword spirit appeared. "This sword array is a fragmented technique, but it's not difficult for me. With the Wuji sword bone in you, learning this sword array isn't a hard task. The key lies in how well you can comprehend the sword array. As the sword spirit spoke, it slowly raised its right hand. In an instant, two long swords coalesced and circled around it. As these two swords surrounded it, a formation began to form at Lin Zhao's feet, gathering spiritual power, gradually revealing the figures of other swords around the sword spirit. Chapter 60. Familiar Faces Tianbao Tower. In the room, Lin Xiao looked at the branch list sent by Yun Xiao, lost in thought. The Yun City branch was the weakest among the 4 branches, with only 10 spots available for the inner court assessment, and Lin Xiao was the only special recruit in recent years. As for the other 3 branches, excluding special recruits, each had 30 spots. Among the students in the core formation stage, there were 6 in total across the 3 branches. The Qingshan branch had 3, the Luocheng branch had 1, and the Tianhai branch had 2. Unlike the other 3 branches, the Tianhai branch was the only one close to the EC, and its training methods were different from those of the other 3 branches. According to the information provided by Yun Xiao, the inner court assessment would likely take the form of free-for-all. Therefore, Yun Xiao had long planned to team up with him for the assessment. 6 people reaching the core formation stage posed a challenge for Lin Xiao. As for how the inner court assessment would be conducted, that remained unknown. Soon, Yun Xiao entered from outside, her expression not looking good. Lin Xiao asked in confusion, "Sister Xiao, what's wrong?" Someone sent a message that the Li Chun siblings from Luocheng went to the royal palace. Chapter 61. Inner court assessment in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. On a green mountain not far from Tiandu City, the wide combat platform was covered with scars from blades and axes, exuding a sense of the passage of time. This was where each inner court assessment trial left marks from those talented geniuses. And to leave one's own mark on this platform, one must at least be in the core formation stage and among the elite. This combat platform was temporarily moved out from the Jixia Academy's inner court by powerful figures, specifically for those Jixia disciples wishing to enter the inner court to use for combat. The area was packed with a sea of people, consisting of officials and various cultivators who had come to watch. The 4 branch heads of the Jixia Academy sat together on the high platform above, overlooking the combat platform below. "Chun, is your Yinshan branch still planning to stir the waters?" The head of the Luocheng branch said with a smile as he looked at Chen Fong. Chen Fong remained expressionless, showing no interest in engaging. Seeing Chen Fong's silence, the head of the Luocheng branch became even more cutting. "Chun, I see no reason for your Yinshan branch to exist." Before he could finish, he was met with a piercing gaze from Chen Fong, but the head of the Luocheng branch was unperturbed. "What are you staring at? Am I speaking falsehoods? How many times has your Yinshan branch not had a disciple in the top 10? Chapter 62. Innocent heart listening to Lin's father's words, Lin Xiao felt a slight daze, an inexplicable sense of strangeness rising within him, but he couldn't pinpoint where this feeling came from. "Yes, father, I understand." Lin Xiao suppressed the discomfort within and nodded, returning to his room. "Young master, are you there?" Soon, a familiar voice came from outside Lin Xiao's door. "Uncle Tian?" Lin Xiao opened the door, looking at Lin Tian with some confusion. "What brings you to me, Uncle Tian?" "I heard the old master say that the young master will have his grand wedding in 3 days. I have nothing else to gift to the young master, so I asked my wife to personally weave a groom's outfit for him." Lin Tian showed a gentle smile on his face, pointing to the bright red clothing in his hands, his eyes filled with a hint of hope and worry. Lin Xiao understood Lin Tian's meaning almost instantly. The Lin family is a prominent family in Yun City, lacking nothing, especially not a new outfit. Uncle Tian was merely worried that he wouldn't accept this garment of mediocre workmanship. "I'll accept the clothes. It's getting late now. Uncle Tian, you should head back," Lin Xiao said with a gentle smile as he took the clothing Lin Tian handed him, and Lin Tian slightly bowed to Lin Xiao before leaving. Chapter 63. Zhang Kuang, me? It's hard to believe that the first person to come out of the heart questioning test was Zhang Kuang from the Yinshan branch. Moreover, Zhang Kuang also broke the record. Since the establishment of the Jixia Academy, he is the first cultivator to break the illusion in just half a stick of incense. Zhou Shoren exclaimed. The cheers around grew more intense. They were witnessing history today. "Huh, me?" Zhang Kuang, hearing Zhou Shoren's words, pointed to himself with disbelief in his tone. He broke the heart questioning test. It wasn't difficult. He just went in, randomly attacked his mentor, and then inexplicably came out, breaking the record. It seems Zhang Kuang, who broke the record, was still in disbelief, But this is understandable. After all, he is the most determined cultivator in hundreds of years. We all witnessed history at this moment. Zhou Shorin's tone became more excited, and with the enhancement of spiritual energy, his voice resonated on the peak. Clear for all to hear. Me? The most determined cultivator in hundreds of years? Zhang Kuang said with surprise. False. Everything is false. Lin Zhao's eyes turned red. His face twisted in rage, as he sat atop a pure white steed without a single blemish. Chapter 64. A narrow sky. I indeed felt something strange shortly after entering the heart-questioning test, but I still stayed for a while longer. After all, it was a life I had long dreamed of experiencing. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Zhao's lips as he closed his eyes, seemingly savoring everything from the heart-questioning test. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Xiao like this and felt a pang of heartache. She suddenly remembered that Lin Xiao was still young, having experienced the world's malice at such a tender age. Junior brother Lin, everything is in the past. We need to look forward, Yun Xiaoxiao said gently. Sister Xiaoxiao is right. Everything is in the past, and we do need to look forward. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. Lin Xiao learned more about some of the people who had come out earlier. He found that those who came out first were not the so-called popular candidates. Just like him, Li Chun from the Luocheng branch and Yang Feng from the Qingshan branch were not among the first to come out. Some names he had never heard were emerging. These people will surely become great in the future. Lin Xiao pondered. While talent plays a significant role in measuring a cultivator's future, the heart of the Dao is equally important. A strong person may lack exceptional talent, but without a heart for the Dao, one cannot become strong. Chapter 65. 1,000-level stone steps. So, is this martial arts stage just a distraction? Lin Xiao smiled. That's right. This is very likely a distraction. Before the third round, even Zhou Shorin didn't know if the third round would be an individual battle or a team battle. Yin Xiaoxiao laughed. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and looked around, puzzled. Is it just the three of us left from the Yinshan branch? Indeed, it's just the three of us. Everyone else was eliminated in the first round of the heart-questioning test. Zhang Kuang said from his side. Lin Zhao's eyelids twitched slightly. He had originally wanted to see how the few older disciples who had targeted him performed, but it turned out they all fell in the first round. No wonder the Yinshan branch comes in last every year. With such student quality, it would be strange if they didn't. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a malicious gaze directed at him. Following the gaze, he saw a burly man making a slicing motion across his neck. Next to this burly man stood a woman with a curvy figure, looking somewhat innocent, creating a stark contrast as she flirted with him. Who is that? Lin Xiao frowned and asked. Li Chun from the Luocheng branch, and the other is his sister, Li Li. Chapter 66. Announcing to everyone hearing the vice principal's words. The head of the Luocheng branch turned pale, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. The vice principal looked at the head of the Luocheng branch and gently asked, if you have any complaints, feel free to speak. All 4 branch heads are here. No. Vice principal, I have no complaints, the head of the Luocheng branch quickly replied. Good, since there are no complaints. The Luocheng branch's training resources will be cut by 30%, and 10 inter-disciple assessment slots will be given to the Yun City branch. Do you have any objections to this? No. The other hurriedly shook his head. The vice principal asked if you had any objections. This is not a question, but a notification. If he dares to voice objections, he can't even imagine the consequences. Since there are no objections, let's continue to watch the performances of this new generation. The vice principal said softly, his deep-set eyes gazing at the stone steps. The pressure from a first to the 100th stone step is the same. At this stage, the ascending cultivators face little pressure and can even think about the techniques they saw on the martial intent steel while ascending, with some able to execute techniques even as they climb. Chapter 67. Escape to your heart's content. Li Chun couldn't accept this result. Everyone from the Luocheng branch couldn't accept it either. After all, aside from the Yun City branch, the Luocheng branch was at the bottom. If Lin Xiao overtook them, the Luocheng branch would lose face in this inner door trial completely. Thinking of this, Li Chun gritted his teeth and continued to accelerate, disregarding the turmoil within him. As Li Chun accelerated, the front-runner Yang Feng also began to feel uneasy. What's going on? Why is everyone acting like they're crazy, insisting on catching up to me? Yang Feng's eyelids twitched slightly. He was already at his maximum speed. If he tried to accelerate, he would inevitably become unstable like Li Chun and risk injury. The Qingshan branch had been first for several consecutive sessions. It couldn't lose first place in my generation, the most talented disciple in the history of the Qingshan branch. Could it? Yang Feng thought, letting out a small sigh. He could only mimic Li Chun, willing to let his internal energy surge and risk injury to accelerate. Thus, everyone witnessed this bizarre scene. The first to third places in the ascent were all straining to climb higher, while those behind them climbed slowly. Chapter 68. Strongly seizing first place, is that so? Your words sound more like a joke to me. Since you've come out, all the praises I received before seemed to mock me. Yang Feng's expression was very calm. As a sword cultivator, he could sense the terrifying sword intent emanating from Lin Xiao's. That's why he showed a serious expression when others in the Qingxing branch said they would easily eliminate the Yun City branch. No, in the face of my words. Your defeat is not a disgrace. Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly, his expression full of confidence. It's only natural for someone like you to possess such sword intent. Yang Feng was not angry upon hearing Lin Xiao's tone. A sword cultivator must have the sharpness of a fine sword and the courage to move forward. Otherwise, how could one be a qualified sword cultivator? Lin Xiao's demeanor resembled that of a sword cultivator, and Yang Feng was not lacking either. Given your current situation, you can still accelerate, right? Why not speed up and seize that first place? Lin Xiao's asked curiously. Unlike Li Chun, who had run out of tricks, Yang Feng still maintained ample willpower and stamina. If he wanted to compete for first place in the second round, he could certainly give it a try. However, it was meaningless. The weight of the first and second rounds combined is still less than that of the third round. As long as I could take first place in the third round, I will be first. In my opinion, risking injury for that slim chance of first place is foolish behavior. Chapter 69. Conspiracy. The fourth person to come up surprised Lin Xiao's a little. It was actually Yin Xiao. Sister Xiao. Lin Xiao's looked at Yin Xiao curiously. Ascending the ranks is not fair because the higher the cultivation level, the less impact they face. Apart from the top three, there are still four others whose cultivation levels are visibly higher than Yin Xiao's. I said before that I have a reason to become an inner disciple. The better I perform in the first two rounds, even if I fail in the third round, I still have a chance to become an inner court disciple, don't I? Yin Xiao's face was very pale, and blood continuously oozed from the corners of her mouth. If she had ascended slowly, even if her breathing was chaotic, she wouldn't have bled from the mouth. Then, Yin Xiao performed the movement technique she had learned, and Lin Yufan, after seeing it, gave a good evaluation. At least it was a level better than the incapacitated Li Chun. Following that were other core formation cultivators, until a voice broke the tranquility at the peak. Brother, what happened to my brother? After Lily came up and saw Li Chun unconscious on the ground, she screamed. Her hair disheveled. Her originally pure and charming face was now as pale as paper, and her aura was weakened to the extreme. Chapter 70. Assassination. It was night. The night was as cool as water. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged in the room of the inn, circulating the aura within his body, calming his chaotic breath. After a long while, Lin Xiao finally exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his aura was subdued. This ascension is indeed something that the Jixia Academy has for every inner door assessment. Lin Xiao sincerely lamented. Tonight, the cultivators who participated in the ascension probably need to calm their chaotic and restless internal energy. Suddenly, Lin Xiao frowned slightly, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Just now, he sensed a trace of killing intent that had been inadvertently released. Although it was faint, Lin Xiao still caught it. Cowardly rodents, do you not dare to show yourselves? Lin Xiao shouted harshly. From Yun City to Tiandu, he had experienced countless assassination attempts, making him very sensitive to killing intent. Umph. A cold snort suddenly sounded from outside the window, and then a palm print condensed from spiritual energy flew towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sensed the power contained within this palm print, raised an eyebrow slightly, and drew his sword, unleashing a golden sword chi that clashed with the palm print in midair, neutralizing each other. At least it was at the fourth level of core formation, or even higher. Chapter 71. Black-clad guard's junior brother. What just happened? Zhang Kuang rushed over and looked at Lin Xiao, asking, Someone just tried to assassinate me. Lin Xiao replied without much change in his expression. Assassination? Zhang Kuang's expression changed. The aura he had just felt had already surpassed the transformation realm. Junior brother Lin? Was an assassination from a core formation cultivator? That aura, just now, was definitely from a core formation cultivator. Zhang Kuang said. It was indeed a core formation cultivator. Look, isn't that someone coming? Lin Xiao's nodded towards the street corner, where a group of people dressed in black with knives at their waists stood. Black-clad guards. Zhang Kuang's eyelids twitched slightly. Black-clad guards? Lin Xiao's raised an eyebrow and asked. The Black-clad guards are an organization that only belongs to the emperor, obeying only the emperor's orders. The lowest cultivation level for those in the Black-clad guards is the transformation realm, Zhang Kuang explained. Then isn't that right? In the most virtuous place under the emperor's foot, someone openly defies the iron law, and a core formation cultivator has taken action. If this Black-clad guards can't be brought to light, that would be strange. Lin Xiao's waved his hand, telling Zhang Kuang to return first while he walked towards the black-clad guards. Lin Xiao's from the Yun City branch. A middle-aged man at the head of the black-clad guards looked at Lin Xiao's. Although it was a question, his tone was very certain. Chapter 72. Strategy. Lin Xiao's looked at the record plate he had just obtained. Its texture was smooth, and there was a numeral 0 on it. Is the number on this record plate the score? Lin Xiao's pondered. Then he went to the registration desk and said, 3 people from the Yun City branch, Lin Xiao's, Zhang Kuang, and Yun Xiao are forming a team. Moments later, Lin Xiao's, Zhang Kuang, and Yun Xiao entered the teleportation array from which they could enter the small world. During the teleportation, the 3 felt a strong sense of dizziness, and soon they arrived in an unfamiliar realm. I still understand some information about this small world. The demonic beasts here are basically all released from the outside world, thriving in this small world. In this small world, the cultivation level of the demonic beasts is at least that of a second-tier demonic beast, most of which are low-level second-tier demonic beasts. Some are mid-level second-tier demonic beasts. And a small portion are high-level second-tier demonic beasts. A low-level second-tier demonic beast is worth 100 points. A mid-level second-tier demonic beast is 200 points. And a high-level second-tier demonic beast is 300 points. It is said that there are a few third-tier demonic beasts in the small world, but their numbers are very few and not guaranteed to be encountered. A single third-tier demonic beast is worth 2,000 points. Chapter 73. Confusing behavior faced with Lin Xiao's confidence. Yun Xiao also chose to believe. She trusted Lin Xiao's judgment. Lin Xiao's was not blindly confident. In this inner court assessment, he had observed all the core formation cultivators and found them no threat to him. Perhaps there were hidden ones, but Lin Xiao's did not regard them highly. No matter how strong these hidden ones were, they could not surpass him. The only one who could make Lin Xiao's take notice was Yang Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's confusing behavior left the outside world in a state of perplexity. On Qingliang Peak, everyone could see Lin Xiao's team through the huge crystal, seemingly constantly searching for other teams. Once they found one, they would stop at a distance and let Yun Xiao cast the 10,000 miles confusion. Then Lin Xiao's team would leave, and sometimes, when they encountered demon beasts, they couldn't even be bothered to make a move, allowing the beasts to escape. What was going on? It should be noted that the current Cloud City branch had Lin Xiao's team as the last remaining squad, and they were also the biggest dark horse in this year's inner court assessment. Zhou Shorin stood on the high platform, his voice amplified by spiritual energy to ensure everyone could hear him. Everyone knew about Lin Xiao's arrogance. Having broken a record in the first round of the heart examination, and in the second round, the martial intent steel, Lin Xiao also achieved first place. Chapter 74. Harvest. The next morning, as the golden crow rose, Lin Xiao took 2 people and found the nearest small team. This team included a core formation cultivator from the Qingcheng branch named Yan Zheng, who was skilled with a spear. And together, they had a total of 4 members with just 2,000 points. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao revealed this team's information. I see, Lin Xiao said with a slight smirk. Let's give him a greeting. In the next moment, a barrier enveloped both teams, with faint black and white energies swirling inside. The yin-yang sword formation. Lin Xiao's lips curled up slightly. He had already grasped this sword formation enough to use it in battle. The power of this sword formation was never about individual lethality, but rather about group attacks. If the enemy was numerous, using this formation could effectively clear out the small fry. The swirling black and white energies were actually transformed from sword energy, and just witnessing it could cause a stinging sensation in the eyes. Who is it? Yan Zheng almost instantly sensed the change around him. In the next moment, he saw the grayish barrier hovering above them. Lin Xiao. Chapter 75. Lin Xiao versus Li Chun after just hunting a beast. Li Chen's expression changed as he felt an extremely terrifying aura approaching him. Following his instincts, he looked into the distance and saw a figure rapidly swooping towards him. Lin Xiao. Li Chen's expression altered, and he gestured for Li to retreat. I thought you would come looking for me in the third round, but you disappointed me by not coming. Lin Xiao stood not far from Li Chen, sword in hand, grinning. I just didn't find you. You don't think I'm afraid of you, do you? Li Chen snorted coldly, his blood energy surging. After the second round, he had intentionally avoided Lin Xiao. After all, he had seen Lin Xiao handle things much more easily in the second round, which proved a lot. But Black Sha Fist. Li Chen struck first, his fist enveloped in a layer of black spiritual energy, quickly arriving in front of Lin Xiao and smashing down. Lin Xiao had come to him, and he certainly wouldn't retreat. That wasn't his style. Bang! The fist, swirling with black light, struck heavily against the drawn sword, producing a sound of metal clashing. Oh, a fist wrapped in Black Sha is as hard as metal? Chapter 76. Until you can't see any more Black Sha Fist. Dragon Tiger Strength. The former is a fist technique, while the latter is the application of strength, and the two can be combined. This was Li Chen's peak punch, and its power was absolutely not weak. However, Lin Xiao's sword was also formidable. His one-line sky had transcended the entry level and reached the stage of mastery. It should be noted that Lin Xiao had only spent a day learning this sword technique. It wasn't difficult, and it was easy to grasp, but there was a significant gap between basic understanding and mastery. You can break through the limitations of your technique in battle. Can I not do the same? Lin Xiao laughed heartily, his bold laughter echoing across the battlefield. The sword energy collided with the pitch-black fist, creating a tremendous sound. Li Chen's expression twisted. His spiritual energy was continuously wearing down a strand of sword energy. I can definitely wear down this sword energy, Li Chen shouted. The defensive power of the bone-quenching technique combined with the entanglement of Black Sha made his defense absolutely no less than that of a low-grade spiritual weapon. Such an opponent would be very tricky to deal with if it weren't for Lin Xiao. But unfortunately, Lin Xiao was a sword cultivator, renowned for his killing prowess. One can block, but what about the second? Chapter 77. Battle of Sword Cultivators in the Small World, when Lin Xiao's team plundered Li Chen's team's points. Their points soared from 5,002 to 8,003. The previous three teams had brought Lin Xiao 5,002 points, and Li Chen's team had 3,001, totaling 8,003. Even if we do nothing today, we will still be in first place for points unless Yang Feng encounters several third-tier demon beasts. Yin Xiao looked at their points and felt relieved. Now her chances of entering the inner court were truly secured, and after she entered the inner court, Tianbao Tower would no longer be as isolated as before. Let's continue to plunder until we find Yang Feng. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. In the next small team, Lin Xiao encountered a squad led by a core formation cultivator. What is your name? Lin Xiao glanced at the cultivator and asked curiously. Chang Yong, a disciple of the Tian High branch. Lin Xiao, you are too arrogant. Chang Yong shouted as if insulted. In this inner court assessment, excluding Lin Xiao, there are a total of 6 core formation cultivators. Is it really that hard to remember our names? You, Lin Xiao, are so proud that you can remember Li Chen and Yang Feng's names, but not mine. Chang Yong? Chapter 78. Sword Intent. This is exactly what I wanted and the reason I came to find you. Hearing Yang Feng's words, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded slightly. Not only Yang Feng, but Lin Xiao also craved a pure battle between sword cultivators. Among the enemies he had encountered along the way, some used swords, but using a sword didn't mean they were sword cultivators. Without the qualification of a sword cultivator, even Zhao, you wouldn't take them as disciples. Yang Feng took a long breath, carefully drawing his sword, which was engraved with cloud patterns and shone with a cold light. The sword was named Qingyun, 3 feet 2 inches long, personally forged by the renowned swordsmith, Yuizi of the Great Zhou. Yuizi, the top swordsmith of the Great Zhou dynasty, had a great reputation throughout the southernly region. The moment Yang Feng drew his long sword, his aura instantly changed, unleashing a sharp, sword-like presence that spread around him. Lin Xiao also drew his second-grade magic weapon, sensing the familiar aura from Yang Feng. It was the aura of a sword cultivator. Your sword's level is too low. It no longer suits you. Yang Feng glanced at Lin Xiao's sword and said softly, Indeed, it is somewhat unsuitable for me now. Chapter 79. Inner courtyard encounter. As for close combat with him, due to the difference in physical strength, Yang Feng is destined to be at a disadvantage. As for the sword momentum, this is the most gratifying thing for Lin Xiao today. Before fighting Yang Feng, he had never comprehended sword momentum. He didn't even have that concept. Because no one taught him, perhaps others thought that with his high talent in swordsmanship, he must know these things. Originally not understanding sword momentum, Lin Xiao instinctively felt a sense of oppression while fighting Yang Feng. Although it wasn't as difficult as ascending to the second level, it was still not easy. Even now, Lin Xiao doesn't know how he managed to use sword momentum. It's as if his body learned it, but his mind didn't. I won't fight anymore. Yang Feng stopped and said, Huh, didn't you always want to fight me? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. He could feel that Yang Feng still had a lot of strength left and hadn't used his full power at all. Your sword is about to break. Yang Feng glanced at the second-grade magic weapon in Lin Xiao's hand, just as he had said before the battle began. The current second-grade magic weapon simply couldn't withstand the battle between Lin Xiao's current cultivation level. It was normal for it to shatter. Chapter 80. Ways to obtain points. When Zhang Kuang's words came out, the three people present couldn't help but laugh. You foolish child. Holding a grudge against the Qingyang sect is not a good thing. Wouldn't it be better if you didn't have a grudge? Dugu, he gave Zhang Kuang a light slap on the head. But Mentor, both you and junior brother Lin have grudges against the Qingyang sect. If I don't have a grudge, then I'm not your disciple. Zhang Kuang said anxiously. It's not like that, whether you have a grudge or not. You are still my disciple. Du Guyi's smile was very gentle, and there was warmth in his eyes as he looked at his two disciples. I came to find you both because I am leaving the Jixia Academy. Du Guyi looked at his two disciples and said. Both of them were taken aback and instinctively looked at Chen Fang. Indeed, your mentor is leaving the Yun City branch. He also has his own matters to attend to. Although I am the dean, I can't stop him, can I? Chen Fang said with a somewhat helpless expression, but his tone was very carefree. If your mentor wants to pursue his own path, then let him pursue it. Why are you two making such a sad face as disciples? Upon hearing Chen Fang's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Du Guyi's decision to leave the Jixia Academy indeed surprised him. Chapter 81. Inner Courtyard Manor. Half a day later, the Kanglin eagle slowly descended from the sky with the new students. Zhang Kuang blinked and stared blankly at the empty space before him. Junior brother Lin, junior sister Yun, why is this holy place so empty? Zhang Kuang asked in confusion. In his imagination, the inner courtyard of the Jixia Academy should be extremely spacious and luxurious. However, apart from large stones and a vast echoing area, there was nothing else. The holy place is here, but not here. The inner courtyard of the Jixia Academy is in a small world, and this is the entrance to that small world, Yun Xiaoxiao explained. Sure enough, Zhou Shoren took 2 steps forward, took out a white jade pendant from his storage ring, and then infused spiritual energy into it. The next moment, a fierce wind arose, and in the center of this vast area, a terrifying vortex appeared, as if it could swallow everything. Entering this vortex would lead to the small world. Zhou Shoren glanced at everyone and said, some people already knew how to enter the inner courtyard, so without hesitation, they stepped into the vortex. And then that person's figure disappeared without trace. Lin Xiao glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao and Zhang Kuang. The three exchanged glances and then together stepped into the vortex. Chapter 82. Extreme Sword Techniques. Junior brother Lin, the mentor is gone. What should we do now? Zhang Kuang scratched his head and asked. Lin Xiao did not answer immediately, but looked at Yang Feng. They were originally competitors, but now that they were all under the same mentor, their identities naturally changed. I heard that there's a training tower in the inner courtyard, which has a gravity room and a spiritual energy room. I plan to go check out the training tower first, Yang Feng said after a moment of thought. Then, senior brother Zhang, what do you plan to do now? Lin Xiao asked Zhang Kuang. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I also plan to go see the training tower, Zhang Kuang said. All right, you both go check out the training tower. I plan to go to Huabao building, Lin Xiao said. He intended to exchange for a new sword. The second-grade magic weapon that Du Guyi had given him was no longer suitable for battles at his current level, and he needed at least a third-grade magic weapon to withstand the current intensity of combat. In addition, he also needed to buy some rare materials for the tower spirit. He had only bought a small portion at the previous Tiangong building, and according to Yun Xiaoxiao, there might be some good things in the inner courtyard that even Tiangong building didn't have. Huabao building. Chapter 83. Senior students arriving. If drawing a sword would leave him without any strength left, Lin Xiao would rather not learn this sword technique. With his Wuji sword bone, Whether in physical quality or spiritual energy capacity, he was among the best in the same realm, definitely among the top tier. Putting these conditions on one person means the ability to fight fiercely and endure long battles. If he were to abandon all his advantages just to learn a sword technique, Lin Xiao would doubt whether he was out of his mind. Moreover, he was only unable to fully master the first line of heaven. He could still use it as before. In fact, it wasn't as terrifying as you imagined. With your Wuji sword bone, the cost of using the first line of heaven is not as high as you think. The sword spirit looked at Lin Xiao and said. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He understood the sword spirit's meaning. The biggest difference between him and other sword cultivators was that he had the Wuji sword bone, while others did not. Try concentrating all your sword intent, spiritual energy, and willpower at the moment of drawing your sword. Then release it fiercely without holding back. Unleash it with all your might. The sword spirit said calmly. Chapter 84. The Fierce Tiger Society Niyuan. Although Zhou Shuren had told them while in the Kanglan Eagle that new students would be robbed of resources by senior students, no one expected it to come so quickly, so fast that everyone was caught off guard. They hadn't even spent a night in the inner courtyard. The mentor who brought you in should have told you, right? Each person must hand over 80 points, and the top 3 will also hand over extra points. A senior student stepped forward and said, My name is Nie Yuan, the vice president of the Tiger Society. And my elder brother is also the president of the Tiger Society. If you obediently hand over your points, I will consider admitting some of you into the Tiger Society. Without waiting for others to speak, Nie Yuan continued. Inside the inner courtyard of the Jixia Academy, there is a group organization formed by the disciples of the inner courtyard. Almost all of their names have the suffix society. The societies established by the disciples in the inner courtyard are more convenient for accepting tasks that require teamwork. Yin Xiaoxiao said, Today, she came to the Jixia Academy mainly to gather information, all kinds of information. You are quite good. Your cultivation is okay. Do you want to join the Tiger Society? If you join, I won't take your points. Chapter 85, Defeat. Can you avoid this shot? Nie Yuan sneered. The tip of the spear suddenly shook violently, and a mist began to spread around Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's gaze slightly condensed. He could feel that this mist was transformed from spiritual energy, but the appearance of this mist was very untimely, making him vigilant. Roar! The surrounding droplets began to condense into a water ball, which then transformed into a ferocious dragon head, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Lin Xiao. But that wasn't the end. Not far away, Nie Yuan also moved. Falling leaf step, Nie Yuan used his movement technique, rapidly closing in on Lin Xiao. Followed by a fierce shout, Tiger Suppression Spear. The dragon spear in his hand was raised high, crashing down with immense force, causing the surrounding air to explode with a booming sound. Under the pressure of this force, there was no way to evade this attack. Beside him was a dragon head biting towards Lin Xiao, and above him was the high-leaping Nie Yuan. Yang Feng's expression slightly paled at this scene. He lost to this move, and being attacked from 2 directions truly caught him off guard. Lin Xiao, you should be different from me. The you who defeated me can definitely break this move. Chapter 86, Jixia Tiger. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked down at the 7 members of the Tiger Society who came with Nie Yuan. Surely they could gather at least 1,000 points together, right? They couldn't be poorer than the new students, could they? Lin Xiao then walked down from the martial arts platform to seize the points of the other members of the Tiger Society. To his surprise, these members of the Tiger Society did not resist Lin Xiao's seizure, but instead obediently handed over their points to him. This left Lin Xiao somewhat astonished and somewhat enlightened. Among the people from the Tiger Society, Nie Yuan was the strongest, and since even Nie Yuan had been defeated, they had no reason to stubbornly refuse. This matter is not over. Our Tiger Society's president is the Jixia Tiger. When the president arrives, everything you eat will have to be spit out. A few members of the Tiger Society threatened Lin Xiao before leaving. The Jixia Tiger, huh? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, his expression not changing much. His current cultivation level was already at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core realm, nearing the mid-Golden Core realm. As long as the so-called Jixia Tiger was not at the perfect Golden Core realm, he would not worry. At most, he wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. But the opponent would not be able to defeat him either. Chapter 87, J-Bone Refinement Method. Zhao, he looked at the 3 people below with some anticipation. He was very curious about what kind of answers these 3 disciples could provide him. Lin Zhao's mind was quite chaotic. He thought answering Zhao Yi's question was very simple. For example, the most unexpected thing is that the sword is a weapon to protect loved ones. However, Lin Xiao knew that this statement was actually not suitable for sword cultivators. To become a sword cultivator, it's not enough to just use a sword as your weapon. First, you need to harbor a bit of malice in your heart, and secondly, you need to have the aptitude for the sword path. Both are indispensable. So, what is a sword? Lin Xiao murmured to himself. A sword is a weapon used by people. It is simply a sword, nothing else. Yang Feng thought for a moment and bluntly said. After hearing Yang Feng's words, Zhao Yi remained non-committal and looked at the other two who hadn't answered yet. Minter, I also don't know how to answer. A sword is just a sword. What else could it be? Zhang Kuang said, pulling at his hair in frustration before finally saying this. Zhao even looked at Lin Xiao, who pondered for a moment and said, I think what Yang Feng and Brother Zhang said is perfectly fine. A sword is a weapon used by people. It is just a sword, and it is also a weapon for killing. It was born to kill from the very beginning. Chapter 88, Medicinal Bath. The spiritual herbs on the list are almost all lower-level substitute spiritual herbs, and there were originally some beast blood and beast cores. But the Dazhou dynasty certainly doesn't have those, so I didn't use them. The tower spirit said. Lin Zhao's eyelids twitched slightly. He felt that the tower spirit seemed to be mocking his poverty, although he didn't ask the tower spirit what level of beast cores were needed. Judging by the tower spirit's expression, they were at least beyond Lin Zhao's current imagination. The wealthy have their ways, and the poor have their ways. Although the gap is large, it is still enough for you to use, and it's the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures you can get at the moment. If you buy these materials once, you can use them in 3 batches, giving you more time to earn points. I understand, Senior Tower Spirit. Lin Xiao nodded. The Tower Spirit looked at Lin Xiao and smiled. By the way, there's one more thing. I heard there's a gravity chamber in the inner courtyard. You can also go to the gravity chamber every few days. It will greatly benefit you in tempering your body. Yes, Senior Tower Spirit. After obtaining this medicinal bath formula, Lin Xiao went to Huabao building, inquired with the shopkeeper, and then painfully purchased 2 portions according to the list. Chapter 89, Truly Fragrant. Sword Scar Tower. Lin Xiao was wrapped in bandages, sitting below. Junior brother Lin, what happened to you? Zhang Kuang looked at Lin Xiao's appearance and couldn't help but ask. Yang Feng beside him also kept looking at Lin Xiao, wanting to say something but hesitating. Did you have a battle with someone? Was it with the Jixia tiger? Zhang Kuang asked again. Not really. I've been practicing during this time, so I've got some injuries. Lin Xiao explained. You are a sword cultivator. Why do you need to temper your body like a body cultivator? Yang Feng looked at Lin Xiao and said with disappointment. Who said a sword cultivator can't temper their body? If you temper your body, even without spiritual power, you can still use your sword to kill someone. Lin Xiao had his own understanding of this. Sword cultivators are known for being the strongest in killing. But they fear body cultivators because a body cultivator's physical body is strong enough to withstand sword energy, and once they get close, sword cultivators will quickly lose. Therefore, I directly temper my body, and when a body cultivator gets close, they will find that this sword cultivator's body is even more outrageous than theirs. Isn't this just compensating for my shortcomings? Ever since Lin Xiao was opened up to a new world by the Tower Spirit, his vision had suddenly broadened. Chapter 90 Nie Changkong brother. I understand what you mean, Nie Yuan said, lowering his head. He had always been afraid of this brother. Soon, a member sent by Nie Changkong came to his side and said, President, that Lin Xiao is not in the building right now. Then where is he? Nie Changkong asked, frowning. I don't know. The person shook his head. In that case, let's wait a while. I'll wait here. I don't believe he won't come back. Nie Changkong said calmly. The appearance of the members of the Tiger Society also caused panic among the new students. Although everyone knew that the Tiger Society would not let this opportunity slip by, it was still inevitable to feel panic now that it had arrived. Not long after, Lin Xiao finished his training in the gravity chamber, and when he arrived at the entrance of the new student building, he happened to see the group from the Tiger Society. One of the cultivators who had his points robbed by Lin Xiao stared at him for a while before recognizing him. Mainly, Lin Xiao was wrapped in bandages, making it hard for him to be certain. President, this person wrapped in bandages is Lin Xiao. He is the one who robbed the vice president and all our points. The person said, filled with resentment. Nie Changkong's gaze turned to Lin Xiao, and his brows slightly furrowed. From his perspective, Lin Xiao's injuries were not light. Although they were all external injuries, they would still affect his combat power. Chapter 91 Fierce Battle. There are still more than 20 days until the next big competition. And us new students will also participate in the internal academy competition, Lin Xiao said softly. Yin Xiao looked at Lin Xiao, somewhat confused about why he suddenly said this. Fighting with Nie Changkong. I want to test my own strength and also gauge the strength of this senior who claims he will enter the top 30 of the internal academy. Lin Xiao's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes flashing with fierce fighting spirit. Presumably, fighting with Nie Changkong would also be quite exciting for him, right? In the blink of an eye, it was the day when Lin Xiao and Nie Changkong had agreed to battle. Besides the new students, many old students also came to the competition stage, curious about what kind of new student would make the ferocious tiger from Jixia take action personally. Lin Xiao, go ahead and do your best. As sword cultivators, we never retreat. Yang Feng also stopped his training today and came to the competition stage to support Lin Xiao. Don't worry, sword cultivators have no reason to retreat. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Junior brother Lin, I believe you could defeat Nie Changkong. Let them see the pride of our Yun City branch. Zhang Kuang also cheered for Lin Xiao. Brother Zhang, don't worry. I will definitely not bring shame to the Yun City branch. Chapter 92 Comprehending Sword Intent. Lin Xiao still couldn't display the last 2 swords of the 13 waves of swords. The Sword Spirit Elder also explained this. The 13 waves of swords mainly rely on momentum, and Lin Xiao had not yet mastered that momentum. Once he could control the sword intent freely, it would be when he comprehended the 12th and 13th swords. Nie Changkong, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Xiao, had already realized why his younger brother Nie Yuan couldn't defeat Lin Xiao. Looking at it this way, it seemed quite normal. But are you underestimating me a bit? Nie Changkong shouted sharply, directly punching out like a roaring tiger, forcefully pushing Lin Xiao back. He was currently executing the 13 waves of swords and had just reached the 10th sword, without being able to execute the strongest 11th sword. Lin Xiao staggered back several steps, and the 3rd-grade magic weapon in his hand actually began to show some cracks. Lin Xiao's heart sank. This was the first time he encountered someone who could interrupt the casting process of the 13 waves of swords. It should be known that the 13 waves of swords were related to momentum. Once Lin Xiao grasped the rhythm of attack, he would face an endless barrage like a continuous wave. Tiger form fist, tiger roars in the mountains. Nie Changkong shouted fiercely, accompanied by a terrifying tiger roar that sent chills down people's spines. Chapter 90 defeating Nie Changkong before Lin Xiao even approached Nie Changkong. He slashed out 11 sword energies from thin air, each one more terrifying than the last, like surging waves. However, in front of Nie Changkong, who was using all his strength, these 11 sword energies could not cause him much impact. What if he was hiding his realm? Even if you were talented, you were still only in the 3rd layer of the core formation realm. I was still 5 small realms above you. The power of Nie Changkong's fists was overwhelming, and the blood energy around him transformed into substance, wrapping his originally dark-colored fist edge in a layer of light blood color. 12th sword. This was also the first time Lin Xiao used the 12th sword. If the previous 11 sword energies were like waves, then this 12th sword energy was indeed a tsunami. The light blue sword energy struck out, compressing the surrounding spiritual energy to the extreme before exploding violently, showcasing immense power. Nie Changkong stopped in his tracks, standing tall, as if he were a spear, taking a deep breath, and then suddenly throwing out a punch. The might of his punch was no less than that of the 12th sword energy, and when the sword energy and fist force collided, the surrounding explosions were even more intense. Chapter 94 Fame. In the inner academy, when the barrier opened, the cheers from the audience immediately reached the competition stage. And everyone couldn't help but cheer, as it was incredibly rare to achieve such a situation. Even those who didn't like Lin Xiao were left speechless. After all, they were truly fighting with real swords and guns, without using any schemes. Everything was straightforward. From now on, junior brother Lin will be famous throughout the entire inner academy. Yin Xiao smiled, knowing this was definitely a good thing for Lin Xiao. Moreover, Lin Xiao also gained the qualification to establish a club, which came with many benefits. As the club would support the president, making the president's points more abundant. Zhao Yi stood in the corner of the audience, witnessing this great battle. During the inner academy assessment, he learned the one-line heaven. It had only been 10 days since then, and he was astonished that Lin Xiao had already mastered it to perfection. He remembered clearly that it took him more than half a year to achieve mastery of the one-line heaven. I really misjudged him. My disciple is even more outstanding than I imagined. Chapter 95, Establishing the Tianxia Society. It requires 20 members. But I think the smoothness of this is greatly related to you defeating Nie Changkong yesterday morning. I just mentioned it. And all the new students in the hall are willing to join the club. Yin Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Are they really willing to pay 100 points every month?" Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. He was actually thinking that if these new students were unwilling to join the Tianxia Society he established, he would use force to compel them to join. After all, Lin Xiao could be a good person, but he could also be a villain if necessary. Of course I'm willing. The inner courtyard is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If there are no strong protectors, they will definitely be robbed of their points, 80% at once. No one can stand that. Yin Xiaoxiao understands the thoughts of these new students very well. Lin Xiao then took out his identity token and transferred 500 points to Yin Xiaoxiao. "I'm leaving now. Don't worry. I will definitely choose a very good club residence for us." Yin Xiaoxiao nodded and then left. In the evening, Yin Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory, looking worn out, and then found Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao was in his own room with Zhang Kuang and Yang Feng. Chapter 96. Grade a mission for the next 10 days. Lin Xiao followed the plan he had set for himself step by step. In the morning, he would go to the Sword Scar Tower to listen to Zhao Yi teach him theoretical knowledge. In the afternoon, he would practice in the gravity room. And in the evening, he would strike the stone tablet to temper his body, followed by medicinal baths. In the early morning, with the morning light dim and the spring chill biting, Lin Xiao arrived at the Sword Scar Tower, and soon Zhang Kuang and Yang Feng also arrived. With only 10 days left until the inner courtyard competition, to ensure your current strength, I will take you on a mission, Zhao Yi said. Looking at the three of them, "What mission?" Lin Xiao asked curiously. Since entering the inner courtyard, he had learned a lot of things, such as how the mentors would take their students out to do tasks every once in a while. However, most tasks were graded B or C, and the mentors would not intervene, instead watching the students act to train their practical abilities. We will leave the inner courtyard and head to a small town south of the Dazhou dynasty. It is said that there are ghostly entities appearing there, and the locals can't handle it, so we need to take care of it, Zhao Yi said. Ghostly entities? The three were surprised. I've only heard of ghostly entities, but I've never seen one. I used to think it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be real. Chapter 97. Everyone will die. The Gale Hawk nodded humanely and then soared high into the air, continuously gliding above the city of Baiwei. Let's enter the city. Since we're here, we need to take a good look at the situation, Zhao Yi said to the three. Soon, the group of four entered the city, which had become like a ghost town. Along the way, they could occasionally see people lying dead on the ground, their bodies already stiff. Their death scenes were not much different from those of the two who had hanged outside, although some were missing arms and legs. On the roadside, there were yellow dogs with bloodshot eyes drooling, gathering together and watching the four with hungry eyes. They've already eaten human flesh. There's no need to leave any behind. Lin Xiao glanced at the dog's eyes, and then, with a flick of his sword energy, a strong smell of blood wafted into the noses of the four. Yet no one frowned. It's too quiet. My first feeling upon entering this city is that it's too quiet. Eerily so, Yang Feng said, already drawing his sword. His face serious. It should be that everyone suddenly died in one night. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people on the streets. And most of them are soldiers enforcing the curfew. Chapter 98. The ghostly entities have arrived. There were many dead people in the Chiu residence, almost all of whom died in their own rooms, as if they had suddenly perished in their sleep. Lin Xiao didn't care. After all, every cultivator's hands were stained with blood. He wasn't afraid of being alive. Why would he fear the dead? There are no clues. Lin Xiao frowned as he walked into a study. In this study, he saw a piece of white paper on the table, which recorded some business dealings. It was a deliberate scheme to make the tenants' fields yield nothing, then pretend to be a good person and lend them money, followed by exorbitant interest. Lin Xiao sneered as he continued to read. This unfinished ledger detailed shocking business practices, where respectable families were sold into slavery as a basic operation. And there were human trafficking and instances of animal skins sewn onto children for begging. If that's the case, those people deserve to die. But it's too much to kill even those who had nothing to do with it. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. Just as he put down a ledger, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and turned to strike. The sword struck precisely at the top of the opponent's head, slicing him in two, and then he turned to ash as if he had never existed. Chapter 99. Alliance. The eerie, ghostly music swirled around Lin Zhao's ears, like a devil's melody that shook the soul. Suddenly, a blood-red scene appeared before Lin Zhao's eyes, emanating from a bridal sedan chair. As the sedan chair appeared at the end of the street, the thick fog deepened. The appearance of the bridal sedan chair seemed to signal something. The previously quiet zombies and ghostly entities suddenly became restless. The zombies outside the government office, which had been quiet, began to assault the doors. The wooden doors shattered instantly under the impact of the zombies, splintering into pieces. At the same time, similar sounds came from other directions of the government office, indicating that everything was in turmoil and ready to storm the place. Lin Zhao furrowed his brows and stood up. Through the layers of zombies, he saw in the distance on the street more zombies and ghostly entities floating toward them. But Lin Zhao was not surprised, because in the entire myriad city, at this moment, only he and his 3 companions were still alive. A narrow gap in the sky. Lin Zhao struck out with his sword, and golden sword energy instantly dismembered all the zombies crowding at the door, causing blood to rain down, with severed limbs flying everywhere. Chapter 100. Death Battle Bone. Refining Body Technique. Lin Zhao operated his body refining technique, enhancing his physical defense. Besides that, he made no defensive moves, charging straight into He Xiofen's attack. Once killed, one will die. Lin Zhao's face revealed a ferocious expression as the 13th sword descended with immense force. The terrifying aura locked onto He Xiofen, rendering her unable to move, leaving her to passively endure this attack. He Xiofen raised her head, and the strong wind blew away the red veil on her head, revealing a beautiful face with autumn water in her eyes. Dense black energy formed a barrier, blocking Lin Zhao's long sword. The tremendous force caused the stone slab beneath He Xiofen to explode. In an instant, Lin Zhao and He Xiofen were locked in a contest of strength. Lin Zhao's expression grew increasingly ferocious. Because of the dispersing spiritual energy, a violent energy ball had formed where the Wujian and the black energy met. If either side lost the contest, this energy ball would fall on the loser. Lin Zhao sensed the terrifying power with just a slight feeling. If he were hit by this energy ball, it would be equivalent to being struck by his 13th sword and He Xiofen's attack. Chapter 101. Leaving. Both of them were wrapped in bandages, leaving only a mouth and a pair of eyes exposed. Of course, Lin Zhao was not much better. He was in a similar situation as the two. Why don't we go back to the inner courtyard? Lin Zhao asked curiously. Not yet. The court is currently relocating people here, and we need to maintain local order until the government revitalizes, Yang Feng replied. Now that myriad City has become a dead city, we must replenish the population. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take to return to its former state. Lin Zhao pondered, then grimaced in pain. Isn't the inner courtyard's feng shui bad? I've only been in the inner courtyard for a short time, and just when I took off the bandages, I had to put them back on again. I've never felt good. Lin Zhao couldn't help but complain. When he was at the Qingshang branch, he didn't have such issues in the inner courtyard, where he would occasionally get seriously injured and then wrap himself in bandages. Yang Feng remained silent, but the emotions in his eyes were likely the same as Lin Zhao's thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuang kept gnawing on monster meat, which looked quite good. Lin Zhao also took out some monster meat and chewed on it. He wasn't at the point of fasting yet, and he would never be able to fast in this lifetime. He needed the spiritual energy from food to nourish himself. Chapter 102. Southern Hui Society. 2 days later, the 4 of them returned to the inner courtyard, with only 3 days left before the grand competition in the inner courtyard. They first went to the task hall to submit their mission. Lin Zhao's current points were 1,500. It had originally been over 2,000, but he spent 500 points on lodging and bought a medicinal bath, leaving him with only 1,000. Now, with the completion of the task, he had earned 500 points, bringing his total back to 1,500. For the next 3 days, you don't need to come to the Sword Scar Tower. Focus on preparing for the inner courtyard grand competition in 3 days. Zhao, he said before leaving the task hall. Lin Zhao, Zhang Kuang, what are you planning to do later? Yang Feng asked. With these 500 points, I want to check out the Kangwu Pavilion to see if there are any martial skills suitable for me. I'm a bit lacking in martial skills right now, which would be useful for the competition. Zhang Kuang scratched his head and replied. His cultivation level in the inner courtyard was not the lowest, but his combat power could definitely rank in the middle to lower tier. Lin Zhao thought for a moment and said, I might go to the gravity room to train. I'll go with you. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. During his battles with ghostly beings, he deeply felt how beneficial it was to have a strong physical body. Chapter 103, Confronting Nan Huijin. Take your time. I'll observe how other societies handle this matter for a while. Once I find a method, I'll let you know. Yin Xiaoxiao sighed and said. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, Sister Xiaoxiao, you're too kind. It doesn't matter if you're good to me. It's entirely because I'm your vice president, so I should help you with these things. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a bit exhausted, just having established a society. Everything was in disarray, and there were no systems in place that needed her to set up slowly. However, thanks to her family's education background, she was somewhat adept in this area. Lin Xiao returned to his room, refined his physical body, and then summoned the Tower Spirit. Tower Spirit, what do you think I should focus on in my training next? Lin Xiao asked. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. The Tower Spirit's knowledge far surpasses mine, so asking it is always a good idea. The Tower Spirit first examined Lin Xiao for a while, and then said, Your sword intent has already reached the limit for your current stage. If you want to improve, you'll have to wait until you reach the concentration realm. As for other aspects, you can only refine your physical body for now, as the martial skills and sword techniques you are currently learning are basically polished enough. Chapter 104, Crushing Defeat. Listening to Lin Xiao's words, Nan Huijin's face flushed with anger. He slowly got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Once a dashing young master, he was now disheveled and twisted in expression. You vile. Just as Nan Huijin was about to curse again, he was struck hard in the face by Lin Xiao's fist, the tremendous force sending him crashing against the barrier, causing more cracks to appear. Lin Xiao looked at the cracks on the barrier with indifference. The last time he fought Nye Chongkong, there were also cracks. Tell me, where do you get the confidence to speak to me like that? Lin Xiao crossed his arms and looked at the bruised and battered Nan Huijin on the ground. He then slowly crouched down, grabbed Nan Huijin's hair, and softly said, Did your mentor never tell you? The so-called background means nothing in the inner courtyard. Here, only strength is revered. Everything else is just illusion. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Nan Huijin closed his eyes, unable to endure such humiliation. The only reason he could face Lin Xiao now was that Lin Xiao was holding his hair up. Waste. Chapter 105, The first battle of the grand competition. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the inner courtyard grand competition. This time, there were dozens of arenas in the inner courtyard to ensure that the first 2 rounds of competition could be completed in the shortest time possible. The surrounding spectator stands were filled with disciples from the Jishao Academy's inner courtyard. The dozens of arenas were divided into 4 areas: A, B, C, and D, with around 250 disciples in each area. Lin Xiao looked at the competition zone card in his hand. He had been assigned to Area A. As for the competition process, Lin Xiao had also learned about it. The inner courtyard grand competition was not complicated and did not involve any heart testing or ascending the heavenly ladder. It was simply a contest of combat strength. Anyone who could enter the inner courtyard was qualified in every aspect, so there was no need for other procedures. The entire competition lasted for 3 days, and by the last day, the top 100 would be determined. The top 100 would gain qualification to enter the small world, while the top 10 would receive shortcuts to tame monsters and a map of the small world. Lin Xiao, during his time at the Yun City branch, was unaware that monsters could become spirit pets after signing a contract, serving as combat power or riding tools. He only learned about this from Zhao Yi. Chapter 106, Affections. This new student is completely a monster, an older student said with apprehension. Perhaps he can already be compared to those top 20 prodigies in the inner door. After all, those prodigies don't even live in the same area as us. Someone shook his head and said helplessly, How are we supposed to survive? Just having Lin Xiao in this batch of new students is overwhelming enough. And there are also 2 others with sword cultivation talents. Someone lamented, I've had enough of this life where I can't compare with the older students and can't surpass the younger ones. Another disciple said gloomily. Lin Xiao paid no attention to the idle chatter of the disciples. He returned to the entrance and went back to the residence of the Tianxia Society with Yun Xiao. President, did we win this time? As soon as he entered the residence, a member on duty inquired. Of course we won, decisively. They didn't even block a single punch from me, Lin Xiao said with a smile. He initially didn't want to answer, but Yun Xiao tugged at his sleeve, and with no choice, he had to respond. I knew the president could do it, the new student said happily. I know you don't like this kind of thing, but as president, it's something you must do. The reason our Tianxia Society system is not perfect and hasn't caused any major issues is all because of you. Chapter 107. Dan Xiaoxing the day after the big competition. On the first day of the competition, there were a total of 251 people in the A-level competition area, with one person on a bye. Today, only 126 people remain for the competition. After today's competition, there would be no further matches in the competition area tomorrow. It would be the last day of the competition, and then they would go to the small world to attempt to sign a contract with a monster beast. Yin Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Xiao and said she couldn't move forward any further. And only Lin Xiao could be certain to enter the top 100 to see what that small world looks like. Lin Xiao, make a name for yourself. Let the entire inner courtyard recognize you as the little character from Yun City, and let them know that our Yun City can also produce talents. Yin Xiaoxiao shouted loudly. Her words attracted the attention of many, but no one mocked her. Lin Xiao's reputation had already spread. First place among new students, and, after entering the academy, he had successively defeated the presidents of the Fierce Tiger Society, Nie Chongkong, and the South Hui Society, Nan Huaijin. Such a figure could certainly secure a place in the top 100, and with good luck, even have a chance to break into the top 30. All right, I will make my name resound throughout the entire Jixia Academy. Chapter 108. Another victory to become an alchemist. There are two unavoidable attributes. One must have both fire and wood attributes. Only by combining the two can one become an alchemist. However, cultivators at the spirit gathering stage rarely come into contact with attribute-based techniques, most of which are non-attribute techniques. For example, among all Lin Xiao's techniques, the only one that can barely be called an attribute technique is the 13 Swords of Layered Waves. But this sword technique is merely named for its connection to water and was created by someone who witnessed the waves crashing on shore. Verdant Feast. Dan Xiaoxing's abundant spiritual energy allowed him to continuously unleash martial techniques. Lin Xiao kept using the layered steps to dodge the vines that were trying to ensnare him. Although he could use sword energy to cut them all apart, it wasn't very useful, as for every one he cut, another would immediately come to strangle him, repeating endlessly. Lin Xiao stood on a massive tree trunk, looking down at Dan Xiaoxing. One must admit, this modified fury pill is indeed quite impressive. What grade is your fury pill now? Lin Xiao inquired. Chapter 109. Law Enforcement Disciple Chat for a bit. Lin Xiao stepped out of the competition area and looked at Dan Xiaoxing beside him. Sure, I also want to chat with you. Dan Qiusheng nodded. The two then found a quiet place and started talking. I see you were quite surprised by the fire and wood attribute techniques I used. Dan Xiaoxing said to Lin Xiao. I was indeed surprised. I come from a small family, and no one taught me these things. Prodigies. I'm terrible at theory and have never seen anyone else use these attribute-based martial techniques, so it's quite surprising. Lin Xiao said candidly, with nothing to be ashamed of. Not knowing is simply not knowing. Actually, it's quite normal. The vast majority of cultivators at the spirit gathering stage do not come into contact with attribute techniques. Only miscellaneous cultivators like us will encounter them, Dan Xiaoxing explained. Lin Xiao thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. Both alchemists and artifact masters are related to fire attributes. As for formation masters, Lin Xiao didn't know, since he had never encountered them. I'm really curious about what my attribute is, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Actually, you can go to Huabao building to buy a test paper. Infuse your spiritual energy into it, and it will reveal your attribute. Chapter 110. The stage is set after this inner door ranking is over. We will wait for 3 months until the end of the year. And then we have to participate in a martial arts grand event hosted by several major forces of the Great Zhou dynasty. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Yin Xiaoxiao said as she noticed the others had finished chatting. The people present looked at each other in confusion. They were unaware of this matter. We are new students, so it's normal not to know about this. This martial arts grand event is held every 5 years, and this year happens to be the 5th year. So if we can make it into the top 100, we should find a way to sign a contract with a monster beast. Can we bring monster beasts into the arena during battles? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Of course, monster beasts are like weapons for cultivators and are also combat power. No one will prohibit monster beasts from entering the arena, Yin Xiaoxiao replied. Listening to Yin Xiaoxiao, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. It did seem reasonable. Monster beasts are combat power, and weapons are also combat power, and no one says using weapons is prohibited. By the way, tomorrow, our Jixia Academy will invite some esteemed individuals from other sects to watch, all of whom are experts at the spirit gathering stage. Much stronger than those who came to our inner courtyard assessment. Chapter 111. Yang Feng's defeat. Yin Xiao listened to Lin Zhao's words and looked at him with a sigh. If we encounter them directly, then there's nothing we can do. We can't just surrender, right? Lin Xiao winked at Yun Xiao and said, he is a sword cultivator, and he can never allow his sword heart to be tarnished. For example, surrendering before even engaging in battle would only tarnish Lin Zhao's sword heart and darken his future. I know you have your difficulties. If you can't avoid it, just go all out. Besides, my Tianbao building is not lacking in healing items. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. My father wants to see you after this big competition. Yun Xiao said gently to Lin Xiao. I understand. Since Uncle Yin wants to see me, I will definitely go meet him after I finish this big competition. Lin Xiao nodded. Before he could continue speaking, Zhou Shoren began to speak loudly on the arena, his voice echoing throughout the entire venue due to the amplification of spiritual energy. Everyone has been looking forward to this inner courtyard competition for a long time. In addition, many distinguished guests have come to this competition. If you want your name to spread outside, you must amaze these distinguished guests. Chapter 112. A unique battle. Lin Xiao, you are quite famous lately. For a new student to reach this level is already something to be proud of. The young man, standing opposite Lin Xiao, sneered. My name is Gongsun Wudi, and you must remember, your defeat is inevitable. Facing me and losing is nothing to be ashamed of. Gongsun Wudi? That name? I've never heard of it. Lin Xiao chuckled coldly. His words contained no vulgarities, but were extremely insulting. Gongsun Wudi's face turned red, but he was not angered by Lin Zhao's provocation. He sneered. Gongsun Wudi, body cultivator, 5th layer of the core formation realm. Lin Xiao, sword cultivator, 3rd layer of the core formation realm. After both announced their names and cultivation levels, they immediately engaged in battle. Gongsun Wudi, as a body cultivator, charged straight at Lin Xiao from the very beginning, his skin enveloped in a faint golden shield. This is the ultimate technique of my family, the Golden Bell Shield. I don't know how many sword cultivators have fallen under my fists. No one can break through my defense. Gongsun Wudi boomed, proudly introducing his abilities. Has anyone ever told you that doing this in battle is really foolish? Also, what is this Golden Bell Shield? Is your whole family a bunch of monks? Chapter 113. The Yin and Yang Spring. Since this is your thought, I hope you won't regret it. Zhao Wuyang took a deep look at Yun Anshan, who had already made his choice. Yun Anshan took a few steps to the side and approached the vice president of the Jixia Academy, saying, President, I want to send my only daughter to the small world for some training, but Xiao's cultivation isn't sufficient to enter the top 100. I don't want to send her there for nothing. So how about this? For the next year, any inner courtyard disciple who goes to my Tianbao building will get an 85% discount. What do you think? Yun Anshan said with a smile. This was a proposal for a benefit exchange. The main advantage was not the disciples going to Tianbao building to buy various heavenly materials and treasures, but rather the large-scale procurement for the inner courtyard. You are bribing me. The vice president glanced at Yun Anshan, initially wanting to maintain a stern face, but couldn't help but smile. It must be said that the condition Yun Anshan offered was indeed very good, making him very tempted. Accepting this condition would at least save the inner courtyard half of its expenses this year. Chapter 114. The Destruction of the Divine Fist. After listening to Zhao Yi's words, Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. In his impression, his mentor was not someone who would inform him about his opponent in advance. What's wrong? Do you think I'm a rigid mentor? Zhao Yi's voice remained steady, staring directly at Lin Xiao. Mentor, I never thought of you that way. Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly. The person you'll be fighting is my relative. Don't underestimate him. He's aiming for the top 10 in the inner courtyard, so don't falter here. After Zhao Yi said this, he floated away. Lin Xiao looked at Zhao Yi's back and took a deep breath. The fact that Zhao Yi came to remind him indicated that his relative was definitely not weak. However, he also had reasons not to lose. The inner courtyard seniors were his most basic goal. If he could successfully sign a contract, he would have a powerful ally in the future. On the arena, Lin Xiao stared intently at the young man opposite him. The young man had a handsome face, wore martial arts attire, and had his hair tied up high, exuding an air of heroism. Zhao Qiwenji, body cultivator, 8th layer of the core formation realm. Zhao Qiwenji smiled at Lin Xiao, his smile carrying a hint of superiority. Chapter 115. If I lose, I would rather die. Lin Zhao's eyes lightly closed. His 13th sword had already been unleashed, but even so, it was shattered by the destruction Divine Fist. The remaining force of that punch was still approaching Lin Xiao. In Yang Sword formation, Lin Xiao shouted lightly, and suddenly, black and white sword energy began to spread across the entire arena. Under the onslaught of the black and white sword energy, the residual power of the destruction divine fist dissipated. At the same time, the shadowy black and white sword energy autonomously launched an attack towards Zhao Chuanji. Zhao Chuanji activated the ancient royal divine art, which provided him with such strong defensive power that he could almost ignore the sword energy. You actually blocked my punch. If your cultivation were a bit higher, if you were my level, then you could be my opponent. Right now, you're still lacking a lot. Black Flame Meteor. A terrifying black flame suddenly enveloped Zhao Chuanji's body. A flicker of black flame danced at his fingertip, and then he gently pointed, sending the black flame shooting out. The closer it got to Lin Xiao, the larger the black flame became, until it occupied half the arena, leaving Lin Xiao nowhere to escape. You seem to have forgotten that I am a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are meant to break through all obstacles. Chapter 116. Challenge for the 30th place. There were still 132 contestants left in the arena, and each person's ranking would appear on their identity jade plates for them to check. There would be a 1-hour break, after which the ranking battles would commence. Zhou Shoren's voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena as the spiritual energy spread. Lin Xiao soon woke up. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a room filled with a rich fragrance of medicinal pills. Are you awake? A tall, gentle-looking woman gazed at Lin Xiao, speaking softly. Where is this? Lin Xiao was slightly startled. He could feel that his body had recovered quite a bit, with spiritual energy almost restored to 70 or 80%, and his injuries were not serious. He had merely fainted due to depleted spiritual energy. This is a temporary healing room set up by the academy, mainly for treating injured disciples from the arena. The woman's smile was very warm, making one feel as if bathed in spring breeze. Sister, how long have I been unconscious? Is the inner courtyard competition still ongoing? Lin Xiao inquired. The competition has been temporarily paused to allow you 2 hours to recover. You fainted for nearly an hour, so there's still 1 hour left before the competition resumes. Chapter 117. Breaking the Dragon Gate. Draw your sword and slash. Xue Changsheng shouted fiercely, and spiritual energy erupted from his body, unleashing a terrifying blade momentum that slashed down. Just as he anticipated, under the might of a stronger martial technique, the 13th wave sword was directly broken. What will you do now? Xue Changsheng laughed loudly. He had witnessed the battle between Lin Xiao and Zhao Chuanji in its entirety, which greatly shocked him. When did a new student possess such terrifying strength? I just need to slash out one more sword. Lin Xiao grinned, saying, What? Xue Changsheng was slightly taken aback, and then a cold voice echoed, as a brilliant sword light appeared before him. Is that the sword you used against Zhao Chuanji? I know your aura is hidden behind that sword light. That is your true killing move. You think you can use it a second time? What do you take me, Xue Changsheng, for? Xue Changsheng's pupils constricted sharply, and then a surge of anger rose within him as he unleashed his killing move, breaking the void technique. This strike was also his peak move, combining the knife intent he had faintly comprehended with the breaking the void technique, resulting in an astonishing might. Chapter 118. Quick pass. Does Senior Talon have such confidence in me? Lin Xiao said with a bitter smile. He himself wasn't even sure if he could successfully practice this forbidden technique within an hour. Of course, this forbidden technique was originally meant to be paired with the Jade Bone Body refinement method. Since you haven't even entered the threshold of the Jade Bone Body refinement method yet, I've not passed it on to you. Talon placed his palm on Lin Xiao's shoulder, sensing Lin Xiao's cultivation progress, and said, However, you can barely break through the first barrier now, as long as it doesn't exceed the time of an incense stick. You will at most be weakened for a few hours. Talon extended a finger and gently tapped Lin Xiao's forehead. In the next moment, the method to break through the Dragon Gate appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. This forbidden technique was inspired by my observation of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Lin Xiao quickly went through the method to break the Dragon Gate, and indeed, as Talon said, this forbidden technique was indeed paired with the Jade Bone Body refinement method. However, Senior, it seems that these two techniques do not have any ranks, Lin Xiao asked curiously. The Jade Bone Body refinement method and the Dragon Gate breaking method have no ranks at all, yet they are incredibly powerful. Of course not. These techniques were never meant to be circulated outside, so naturally no one has assigned them any ranks. Chapter 119. Secret News Lin Zhao's lips trembled as he stared at Saint Songhai and sneered, then turned and left the arena, returning to his seat to rest with his eyes closed. Saint Songhai's expression was somewhat grim as he just realized what Lin Zhao's words truly meant. Wash your neck and wait. Thinking of this, Saint Songhai's gaze darkened, as long as he could kill the opponent before they surrendered. The instructors from the inner court wouldn't say anything. I want you to know what it means to be in the top 10 of the inner court. If you dare to embarrass me, I will crush you alive. With this thought, Saint Songhai felt much smoother in his Dao heart, then closed his eyes, waiting for Lin Zhao's challenge. On the observation platform, at the highest point, the vice president gently stroked his long beard and showed a satisfied expression. He was somewhat surprised that a newly entered inner door student could make it this far, and judging by his appearance, he seemed to want to continue challenging. What the inner court needs is this kind of fearless, brave genius. The vice president looked at Yun Anshan and said with a smile, "This new student named Lin Xiao seems to have a close relationship with you, Master Yun." Little by little, Lin Xiao is a student from the Yun City branch. I once supported him, and he has some connection with my daughter. Chapter 120. Improved Wave Sword 13. After parting from Yun Xiao and returning to his room, Lin Xiao immediately summoned Talon. Senior Talon, can I enter the small world inside the tower to improve the sword technique I am practicing? Lin Xiao asked. The flow of time in the tower's world is different from the outside. The difference is enormous. 5 years inside the tower equals 1 day outside. However, each time it is opened, it consumes a large amount of energy, and Lin Xiao was unsure if he could open the small world this time. The energy is not enough. At most, you can stay in the tower's world for 3 months. After that, I will need to sleep for a while. I will divide some of my consciousness. After you enter the small world, just call me, Talon said. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. When he goes to train in the small world later, he will also need to find some 1,000-year stalactites for Talon to help recover some injuries. In the tower's world, Lin Xiao did not immediately start improving. Instead, he sat cross-legged in a bamboo forest. When the breeze brushed by, he could hear the rustling of the bamboo, which helped clear his Dao heart. The prerequisites for the Wave Sword 13 are too easily broken. As long as a powerful martial technique is used before the first 5 swords, my sword technique will be directly broken, risking not only a waste of previous efforts, but also the danger of backlash. Chapter 121. Lin Xiao versus Saint Songhai. After Zhou Shorin gave the opening remarks and noted the precautions, the booming drum sound began to resonate. Anyone who heard this drum sound felt a surge of battle intent rising in their hearts, growing more intense. This big drum is made from the hide of a 4th-grade monster, and after being refined, as long as it is struck, it can raise battle intent. Yin Xiao, sitting beside Lin Xiao, said. Lin Zhao's gaze narrowed slightly. He had long felt that the drum sound was somewhat strange. Every time he heard it, even with his mindset, he would feel a surge of blood and wanted nothing more than to battle for 300 rounds. Now, hearing Yin Xiao's explanation, he realized he had previously underestimated the 18 large drums. The big drum was struck on a high platform, and each cultivator who struck the drum was at least at the late stage of the core formation realm, sweating profusely as they continuously beat with specially made drumsticks. With each strike, it was evident that the spiritual energy of these core formation cultivators slightly weakened, and some of the monsters' aura dispersed. I need to prepare to go on stage. Lin Xiao infused a wisp of spiritual energy into his identity jade token, selecting Saint Songhai as a challenger, and said, Go! Junior brother Lin, I will be watching you from the observation platform. Chapter 122. Advancing to the top 10 as Lin Xiao just emerged from the water surface. A shark made of spiritual energy charged towards him, slicing through the waves. Lin Xiao's expression was grave. The mist surrounding him slowed his movements, and the shark charging at him was too fast for him to dodge. One line sky. Lin Xiao raised the Wujian sword and struck down, the sword energy instantly falling towards the shark. However, Lin Xiao was surprised that the surrounding mist weakened his sword energy significantly, and when it landed on the shark, its might was greatly reduced, causing the shark not to be directly dispersed. As long as your body is surrounded by my spiritual energy, any technique you use will be weakened. Saint Songhai sneered, a massive wave rising beneath his feet, allowing him to stand momentarily in midair. In the next moment, the spiritual energy shark broke through the water, leaping high, its gaping maw revealing its fangs. At the same time, Saint Songhai also performed his technique in mid-air, his right hand forming a fist and slamming down. Sea Wave Palm, a pale blue palm shadow, carrying unmatched might, fell and instantly reached Lin Xiao. Chapter 123. Small world. The youth ranked first also sensed the gazes of the two and slightly turned his head to look at them, lightly nodding. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. As a sword cultivator, he could feel the knife intent emanating from this youth, which, compared to the sharp and ethereal sword intent, was overwhelmingly domineering. Just from this glance, he could confirm that he would not last 3 moves against this youth. The first-ranked individual was named Chun Xianqing, a knife cultivator at the peak of the core formation realm, ready to step into the god refinement realm at any moment, but he was suppressing his cultivation, which was why he had not advanced. Gubai whispered, and Lin Xiao listened attentively. Chun Xianqing entered the Inner Academy 4 years ago, just 1 year after entering. He became a number 1 in the Inner Academy and has since held the position of chief, with no one ever successfully challenging him. At the same time, Chun Xianqing is taught by the vice president and is the vice president's favored disciple. It is said that he possesses a special physique related to blades, which should not be underestimated. Listening to Gu Bai's words, Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. He himself could also be considered to have a special physique, which was brought about by the Wajijian bone, allowing him to continuously improve in the way of the sword. Chapter 124. Tree Demon. Lin Xiao recalled Yun Xiaoxiao's words and forced out a drop of his blood to drip into the map. As expected, just as Yun Xiaoxiao said, the map flickered slightly. Then a green dot appeared on the map, and Lin Xiao tried walking for a while, discovering that the green dot moved along with him. This green dot should represent myself, so my current location is Baihuagu. Lin Xiao slightly raised his gaze and looked at the giant valley before him. In the deep valley, he could see colorful flowers blooming everywhere, and a small river flowed quietly through the valley. To reach Qiyun Mountain, one must first pass through the narrow Baihuagu and then cross a river called Kanglin River to arrive at Qiyun Mountain. After confirming his route, Lin Xiao walked towards Baihuagu. The tranquil valley, ancient trees towering, lush and picturesque, with vibrant flowers blooming everywhere. To Lin Xiao's surprise, some of the flowers and plants in Baihuagu actually had cultivation levels. These should be spirits that have not yet taken form. Their cultivation level is roughly equivalent to that of a human's qi condensation stage, and it is rare to see plants at the transformation stage. They don't harbor much malice towards me. Lin Xiao walked past a flower that swayed without wind and said, Chapter 125. Strange fish. There were many creatures in Kanglin River, and occasionally fish and shrimp could be seen leaping out of the water. Suddenly, a giant bone fish soared into the air. The bone fish was entirely black, its skeleton shining in the sunlight. The bone fish opened its mouth, filled with dense sharp teeth, and swallowed a leaping small fish or shrimp in one bite, then fell heavily back into the water, creating huge waves. Lin Xiao took out the map and looked at Kanglin River. On the map, there is also a notation of a great demon, which was a water snake with a cultivation level that had reached the peak of the demon officer stage. Demon beasts and ghost clans also have their own level divisions. Demon soldiers and ghost soldiers are roughly equivalent to qi condensation cultivators. Demon guards and ghost guards are equivalent to transformation stage cultivators. Demon officers and ghost officers are equivalent to core formation cultivators. Demon generals and ghost generals are comparable to spirit gathering cultivators. If I were on land, I could attempt to kill this water snake to obtain its beast core and other materials. Lin Xiao pondered. Earlier in Baihuagu, he killed a tree demon and obtained a millennium tree heart. This great snake in Kanglin River should have something similar. However, the great snake is in the water, and its combat power is certainly stronger. His combat power in the water would inevitably be greatly reduced, and even if he wanted to kill it, he might not succeed. Chapter 126. The snake about to transform. Lin Xiao could clearly sense that the strange fish's life force was rapidly dissipating. Originally like a raging fire, its life essence now resembled a lamp flickering in the wind and rain, likely to extinguish at any moment. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he continued to unleash sword energy downward. Before long, under the onslaught of the sword energy, the strange fish's life force completely ceased. The life force indeed stopped, but it seemed there was still some breath within the strange fish's brain. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised, then suddenly reached down with his hand. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, he directly broke through the strange fish's skin and quickly felt an object. Taking the object out, Lin Xiao slightly squinted. It was a round, smooth orb that emitted a hint of watery aura, feeling damp upon touch. This was not a beast core. Was it similar to the Millennium Tree Heart of the Tree Demon? It would greatly benefit water attribute cultivators. Lin Xiao infused a wisp of spiritual energy and pondered. However, this heart of the strange fish was significantly inferior to the Millennium Tree Heart and likely could not purify the essence of a cultivator's attributes. It could only be used for cultivation. If this strange fish were at the peak of the Demon Officer stage, its effect would be the same as the Millennium Tree Heart. Chapter 127. Foundation. The giant turtle took a deep look at Lin Xiao. Just as it was about to leave, Lin Xiao took out a jade pendant and handed it to the giant turtle. This jade pendant contained a wisp of my full sword energy. It can be used against strong enemies, which also concludes our karmic ties. Lin Xiao could now store his sword energy in the jade pendant, which he could take out when necessary. This was somewhat useless for him, but for beings with much lower cultivation, it was a powerful weapon. Lin Xiao's full-force strike could definitely rival that of a 9th-layer core formation cultivator. The giant turtle did not hesitate, swallowing the jade pendant whole, then affectionately rubbed Lin Xiao's palm before returning to Kanglan River. Glancing at the map, Lin Xiao found that if he continued to head north, the path was all flat, and the map did not indicate what demon beast forces lay to the north of Kanglan River. Lin Xiao used a step of overlapping waves and dashed north without hesitation. Yun Xiaoxiao was heading towards Yunqi Valley. Her cultivation had not yet reached core formation, and the journey was quite perilous. Now I must first reach Yunqi Valley and wait for junior brother Lin. Otherwise, relying solely on myself is a bit overwhelming. Chapter 128. Millennium Stalactite. Enter the cave. I will follow you and remind you, the tower spirit said, stroking its beard. Lin Xiao nodded, pushed aside the weeds blocking the entrance, and entered the cave. Not far inside, the tree spirit's branches trembled slightly, as if it had sensed some wind or movement in the cave, but upon careful sensing, it found no abnormalities. Its duty was to guard the cave. Delving deeper into the cave, visibility dropped to 0, but Lin Xiao could vaguely see some densely packed crimson pupils on the ceiling of the cave. Vampire bats, which are generally at the demon soldier level, with the vampire bat king being at the demon guard level. Although their cultivation is not high, in overwhelming numbers, even core formation cultivators would have to retreat. The tower spirit pointed to the vampire bats hovering above the cave and explained to Lin Xiao. These vampire bats haven't discovered me, right, senior? Lin Xiao asked. Of course not. You are in the concealment array. As long as you don't actively attack them, they won't notice you, the tower spirit replied. Lin Xiao then relaxed and continued onward. However, the deeper he went, the brighter the light became. Senior, why is there light deep inside? Chapter 129. Wind Valley. Arrived upon entering the mansion, Yun Xiaoxiao found that the so-called mansion resembled a small town, filled with various ghostly beings with different forms of death. The lowest aura among them was that of a ghost guard, and occasionally she could sense the aura of ghost officers among the ghostly beings. She followed the instructions of the paper figure ghost without looking around or speaking, just tightly trailing behind the other person. Within half an hour, Yun Xiaoxiao nearly got lost several times. She could hear a faint whisper in her ear, filled with a strong sense of temptation. If her resolve hadn't been firm, she would have been lost long ago. Fellow Daoist, how much longer until we can leave here? Yun Xiaoxiao's heart sank as she transmitted the question. When the next red lantern rises, you'll be able to leave here, said the paper figure ghost. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at the red lanterns hanging high on both sides of the street. What was burning inside the lanterns were not candles, but rather the faces of fierce-looking human heads, some of which were only half-burned. Occasionally, she could hear the sound of chewing and saw the remains of limbs and broken arms of mortals, and even cultivators dressed in academy robes occasionally collapsed by the roadside. Faced with all this, Yun Xiaoxiao was unable to take any action, merely pretending she saw nothing. Chapter 130. The Ghost Market of Wind Valley. Lin Xiao stepped into the Wind Valley. As soon as he entered, he noticed that this place was completely different from the Hundred Flower Valley. It was like a market selling various items needed by ghosts. Adjacent to the market were graveyards overgrown with weeds, with bright red lanterns hanging on both sides of the road, but there were no candles inside. only the fierce faces of human heads. In the next moment, all the ghostly eyes turned towards Lin Xiao, the malice contained within almost spilling out. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. He realized that the aura of a living person had been exposed, and the 3-day effectiveness of the concealment array inscribed by the tower spirit had already passed, so it could no longer hide his aura. Moreover, Lin Xiao had not practiced any spells to conceal his aura. What a hassle, Lin Xiao murmured, and the Wuji sword instantly appeared in his hand. In an instant, the sword energy was sharp, and all the ghosts present were nearly wiped out by Lin Xiao's sword energy. The highest cultivation level among them was merely that of a ghost guard, so one could imagine how vast the Yin-Wind Valley must be. This was just a small part of it. Lin Xiao glanced at the now quiet market and muttered to himself. Chapter 131. The face tree. The reason Old Bai had just closed the door was that the aura of living people would attract the attention of other ghosts, which was why he wanted to close the coffin shop. However, he did not expect someone to take advantage of the situation and enter. If you want a share of the pie, you should consider your own strength, said the middle-aged man coldly. He sized Lin Xiao up and found that the other person's aura was not very deep. At most, he was at the level of a ghost guard. It seemed he was blinded by the aura of a living person. The middle-aged man's mind raced as he thought he had guessed Lin Xiao's intentions. Yin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. Originally, her situation was dire, and now, with another person added, her chances of escaping were even slimmer. Listening to the two, Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, removed his mask, and in an instant, the aura of a living person was unmistakably revealed. Junior brother Lin? Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, feeling as if she had found hope in a desperate situation. Another living person. Old Bai was initially stunned, then a fierce expression appeared on his face. The flesh and blood of living people were definitely a great supplement for them ghosts. Thinking of this, Old Bai discreetly glanced at the middle-aged man. If given the chance, he would definitely kill this frequent customer of his shop. Chapter 132. Skeleton. This is a destruction pearl, a one-time magical artifact that explodes when thrown, with an explosion equivalent to the self-detonation of a late-stage core formation cultivator. Yin Xiaoxiao explained. She was the young master of the Tianbao Tower, and the life-saving treasures she possessed were definitely not few. This destruction pearl was just one of them. Then just throw it in. I will coordinate with my sword energy. Even if we can't directly eliminate the opponent, this ghost will have to escape. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said directly, entering the depths of the courtyard and into the opponent's main arena is something only a fool would do. If we do that, the aftermath of the battle will be too great, and we might attract attention from outside. Yin Xiaoxiao said seriously. If they truly attracted external attention, relying solely on their strength, it would be difficult to escape the Yin-Wind Valley. Is the master of Yin-Wind Valley really only at the perfected ghost guard level? Lin Xiao asked another question. He now hardly dared to believe the cultivation levels of the creatures marked on the map. For instance, when crossing the Kanglan River before, that giant snake was nearly transforming into a dragon, and its strength was quite terrifying. It should be. The information marked on this map was drawn during the last grand competition. Even if there were breakthroughs, it shouldn't be so quick. Chapter 133. Fight to the death with me. Although Lin Xiao was puzzled, he still used the previous method, suddenly appearing in front of the skeleton and then slashing away the ghost fire in the other eye. In the next moment, the skeleton emitted a whisper reminiscent of the underworld. Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling extremely disoriented. This whisper was akin to a mental attack, extremely terrifying, with almost no possibility of defense. Soon after, the skeleton's body began to shrink, while its aura became increasingly terrifying and dangerous. Its skeleton seemed unable to withstand the vast energy and began to shatter, producing a booming sound. This is self-detonation. Lin Xiao glanced and immediately guessed the skeleton's tactic. First a mental attack to disrupt the enemy's mind, then self-detonation to perish together with the enemy. This was the skeleton's true killing move. Lin Xiao hesitated not for a moment, got up, and immediately used the step of overlapping shadows, scooping up Yin Xiaoxiao and swiftly leaving the coffin shop. After Old Bai's death, the door of the coffin shop could be easily pushed open. Just 2 breaths after leaving the coffin shop, a loud explosion sounded from behind, causing blood to trickle from Lin Xiao's ears, and his body stumbled. Chapter 134. The master of Yin-Wind Valley. As for fighting the skeletal guardian to the death, Lin Xiao was merely deceiving the other party. If it were just the skeletal guardian, staying there to fight to the death wouldn't be a problem. However, the longer Lin Xiao lingered in the ghost market of Wind Valley, the more the sense of impending death loomed over him. The master of Wind Valley had likely broken through, just like that giant snake. Now, at the very least, he was half a step into the ghost general realm. If I stay here, I have no chance of winning. Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. He no longer dared to believe the markings on the map. Yin Xiao had already fainted amidst the curses of numerous ghosts. Even so, the unconscious Yin Xiao still tightly grasped Lin Xiao's collar. It should take about half a day's time to leave Wind Valley. Lin Xiao glanced down at the map. Although he couldn't trust the cultivation information on it, he could trust the route. After leaving the ghost market, he put on the ghostly mask made of iron, and his aura instantly became sinister. The ghostly creatures on the road looked enviously at Yin Xiao in Lin Xiao's arms, but Lin Xiao's speed made these monsters dare not act rashly. A ghostly creature of such speed must have a high cultivation level. Chapter 135, Tianyuan Pool, Beast Wilderness. In a lush forest, a fire illuminated the surrounding darkness. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged beside the bonfire, with Yin Xiao lying next to him, a blanket beneath her. Lin Xiao was using the Jadebone body refining technique to recover from his injuries, while spreading his divine sense to cover the area, guarding against any beast intrusion. Occasionally, howls of wolves and various beast calls could be heard from afar, echoing across the vast, silent wilderness. Within a 50-mile radius, there was a mid-stage demon general beast, which should be the highest-level beast in this area. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, sword intent swirling within, but it quickly faded away. Normally, his perception range wouldn't extend this far. Without limitations, he could sense a radius of 5 miles, but this mid-stage demon general beast was releasing its aura recklessly, wanting everyone to know of its presence. Apart from that, there were no other noteworthy beasts within this range. Lin Xiao closed his eyes again and continued his cultivation. The next day, as the sun rose, Lin Xiao woke from his meditation and noticed that Yin Xiao's aura had started to stabilize. If all went well, she would wake up soon. Previously, he had already expended a lot of spiritual energy to expel many curses. Chapter 136, Fish Leap Over the Dragon Gate. The mountain path was rugged. A misstep could lead to a fatal fall, but for cultivators, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. The spiritual energy here was rich, making it an excellent place for cultivation if used as a cave dwelling. Yin Xiao smiled and said, the closer they got to the unknown opportunity, the clearer the sensation became. Strangely, over the past 3 days, her mind had become increasingly peaceful, her Dao heart clear. Sister Xiao, you seem much more comfortable than before? Lin Xiao smiled and said. Over the 3-day journey, Yin Xiao had spoken very little, her aura initially quite chaotic. But upon reaching the foot of Tianyuan Pool, her condition had improved significantly. Yes, much better. I think it's because I'm getting closer to that opportunity, Yin Xiao said, a knowing smile spreading across her lips. Lin Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a vast aura begin to spread, and faintly, a pair of eyes looked in their direction. However, this gaze carried no malice, but rather a hint of curiosity and goodwill. This should be the master of Tianyuan Pool, Lin Xiao realized, murmuring to himself. Chapter 137, Discussing the Dao. Oh, if you have something to discuss, feel free to tell me. If I know, I will inform you, the young man said curiously. He was the true top being of Tianyuan Pool, and most of the secrets of this small world could not escape his eyes. With his help, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Once he confirmed that the young man's character was upright, Lin Xiao also did not hide anything and explained the situation in detail. Is that so? The opportunity in the southwest. The young man gently waved his fan, a look of contemplation appearing in his eyes. Then his eyes flashed with complex runes as he looked at Yin Xiao for a moment. If all goes well, this little girl should have a special constitution. She just hasn't found the key yet. The so-called opportunity is her key, the young man said slowly, looking at Yin Xiao. Key? Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. Some cultivators rely on their bloodlines, like the royal family of your great Zhou dynasty. They cultivate royal techniques, advancing much faster than ordinary people, and they also resonate better with their practices. Some cultivators have special constitutions that determine they will go further than others from birth. Like you, the young man looked at Lin Xiao and said, Chapter 138, Life. The so-called discussion of the Dao actually benefits the master of Tianyuan Pool the most. Any cultivator who successfully navigates a life in Tianyuan Pool can enhance the Dao heart of its master. Let me see if he can pass through this illusion. The master of Tianyuan Pool closely watched Lin Xiao, murmuring to himself. Mountain Flower Village. This was a small village with only a few dozen households. Nestled between mountains and rivers, it would be filled with blooming wildflowers every spring, which is how the village got its name. One day, Zhao's wife gave birth to a big, fat baby boy weighing 8 pounds. The simple villagers brought their precious food to congratulate them. Zhao's father was a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor, rumored to have once been a scholar. He had a deep scholarly aura, but his hands were covered in calluses from years of hard work. Now that he had a son, he was overjoyed. Zhao's mother was an ordinary village woman, plain in appearance and not particularly well-educated, but Zhao's father married such a woman, leaving the villagers puzzled. Although they were confused, everyone congratulated the couple on their precious son. Chapter 139, 9 Wonderful Origin Bamboo. This cultivator is also a good person, caring for his disciples. Yun Xiao looked at the cultivator in the water curtain and said, it seemed that Lin Xiao was having a very stable experience inside and would soon be able to leave this illusion. Hearing this, the master of Tianyuan Pool curled his lips slightly and said, you can't just look at the surface of things. What does the senior mean? Yun Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. Just keep watching. The master of Tianyuan Pool said lightly. Zhao Sun's cultivation progressed rapidly. After he began his cultivation, he could see the appearance of that cultivator every time he dreamed. It seemed to be a sword cultivator, handsome, often dressed in white, with a sword hanging at his waist, his hand frequently resting on the sword hilt. Occasionally, he would hear the cultivator's words, gradually learning that the person seemed to be named Lin Xiao and was asking if he needed the Wuji inheritance. However, Zhao Sun could never respond, as he would wake up just as he tried to speak. Zhao Sun's cultivation speed continued to increase, quickly reaching the 8th realm's perfection, ready to break through to the 7th realm at any time. At this moment, his master told him to return to Mountain Flower Village to break through, as the spiritual energy there was dense and very suitable for cultivation. Chapter 140, The Abandoned Herb Garden. The aura of the master of Tianyuan Pool had disappeared, as if he had merged with Tianyuan Pool. Junior Brotherland, could the master of Tianyuan Pool be a water tribe cultivator? Yun Xiao looked curiously at the calm water surface of Tianyuan Pool and asked. After the master of Tianyuan Pool entered, the spiritual fish also stopped their behavior of leaping over the dragon gate and dove underwater, as if something more fortuitous than crossing the small stone bridge was happening below the surface. It shouldn't be that simple, but I can't see through his background either. Fortunately, he holds no malice toward us, Lin Xiao said softly. He took a deep look at the profound Tianyuan Pool, realizing that it was only after entering Tianyuan Pool that he discovered such opportunities existed. As for why the Academy's mentor didn't say anything, it might be because this so-called illusion is too dangerous, Lin Xiao pondered. Even he was on the verge of falling into the illusion. Perhaps in the end, the master of Tianyuan Pool would pull him back to reality, but in that case, his Dao heart would be damaged, affecting his future path. Sister Xiao, let's leave this place and head towards your fated opportunity as guided by your heart. Chapter 141, Great Calamity. However, this time Lin Xiao was overthinking. The medicine garden was quiet and peaceful, calm and tranquil, and nothing happened until Yun Xiao confirmed everything. This teleportation array should require 1,000 high-grade spirit stones to activate, allowing us to enter the vanished sect. Yun Xiao said while taking out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones from her storage ring and placing them one by one into the grooves of the teleportation array. The grooves glowed brightly, and the high platform began to tremble faintly, the dim runes emitting brilliant light, and the dust on the high platform was washed away. Just as Lin Xiao was about to say something, the next moment, he felt the world spin around him, and, after an unknown amount of time, when Lin Xiao could see again, he had already been teleported to his destination. Lin Xiao looked up, gazing at the towering mountains not far away. And at the entrance of the mountains was a natural gate with an exquisite layout and materials. Spirit Sect. Lin Xiao stared at the 2 large characters faintly visible on the gate, slightly stunned. He then looked at Yun Xiao and asked, Sister Xiao, is this our destination? Yes. I can feel that my opportunity is hidden within this spirit sect. Chapter 142, innate wood spirit body in the 8,995th year of the Tianyuan calendar in January. Under the scorching sun, the weather has become increasingly strange. It should still be snowing at this time of year in previous years. But today, a blazing sun hangs in the sky. I secretly went down the mountain to take a look. The once fertile land has cracked, and the mortals are panicking, begging me to save them, but I'm also very anxious. Lin Xiao paused slightly at this point, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The spirit sect that once existed in this small world, from the records above, must be far stronger than this great Zhou dynasty. Does anyone in the academy know the history of this small world? Lin Xiao's gaze flickered. He guessed that the academy probably didn't know and just treated it as an ordinary small world, which is why they allowed inner courtyard disciples to enter and train. Lin Xiao continued to watch. In the 8,995th year of the Tianyuan calendar, in June, there was heavy snow. Today, I followed a senior brother down the mountain to deal with a ghostly matter. The mortals said that the woman was wrongfully killed, which caused the snow to fall in June. Compared to the ignorance of mortals, I understand better that the great calamity is getting closer, and many of my senior brother's life tokens have shattered. Chapter 143, Library Pavilion. By the way, Sister Xiao Xiao, there's something else. Your movements suddenly became very stiff before, unlike yourself. What happened? Lin Xiao looked at Yun Xiao Xiao with some concern and asked. I also don't know. After I took out those two heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I had exhausted all my rationality. I don't remember what I did afterward, only that my cultivation soared after I woke up. Yun Xiao Xiao shook her head, a hint of confusion in her autumn water-like eyes. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. He initially thought that such awakening of the body might depend on whether the cultivator's mind was strong enough, but he didn't expect that as long as the resources were sufficient, one could successfully awaken. It seems that what the master of Tianyuan Pool said before was indeed very correct. To obtain this opportunity, what is important is the matching heavenly materials and earthly treasures, not anything else. Junior brother Lin, now that we've obtained this opportunity, there is still more than 10 days left in the small world. We should go and sign a contract with the demon beasts. Yun Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Xiao and said, Sister, you might as well explore the spirit sect. Perhaps there is an opportunity belonging to you here. This spirit sect is not simple. Chapter 144, Dragon Worm. Next, Lin Xiao searched for opportunities in other areas of the spirit sect, but found that almost everything had been eroded by time, apart from that stone tablet. There were no other opportunities. Several hours later, Lin Xiao arrived at the white jade square outside the Zhangyi Hall, as agreed. Seeing that Yun Xiao Xiao hadn't arrived yet, he waited for a while. Before long, Yun Xiao Xiao arrived late, with a slight smile on her face, as she must have gained some opportunity. Sister Xiao Xiao, let's leave this place, Lin Xiao said to Yun Xiao Xiao. He didn't ask what opportunity Yun Xiao Xiao had gained. Every cultivator has their own opportunities, and there was no need to dig deeper. Junior brother Lin, I just obtained an opportunity, a notebook about my innate wood spirit body. I found this notebook by chance, and it contains a lot of information, including the cultivation method for the innate wood spirit body. Although Lin Xiao didn't ask, Yun Xiao Xiao revealed it directly. Congratulations, Sister Xiao Xiao. The future path is promising. Lin Xiao sincerely felt happy for Yun Xiao Xiao and cupped his hands, smiling. Did junior brother Lin also gain an opportunity? Yun Xiao Xiao asked with concern. I obtained a sword technique, and if I cultivate it to great success, I will be able to come back and take another sword technique. Chapter 145. Search was going on? Lin Xiao looked somewhat confused. Before entering the small world, he had made quite a few preparations. He knew that almost 99% of demon beasts would rather die than sign a contract. He initially thought that to subdue this dragon worm, he would at least have to subdue it in battle first. Unexpectedly, Yun Xiao Xiao just said a word, and the dragon worm jumped directly into her palm. Good dragon worm. I want to give you a nice name. How about calling you a Yao? You were found in the medicine garden, which fits this name perfectly. Yun Xiao Xiao carefully stroked the dragon worm with her fingertip, smiling. The dragon worm affectionately rubbed against Yun Xiao Xiao's palm, revealing its dependence. Then Lin Xiao witnessed Yun Xiao Xiao take out a contract and sign it with the dragon worm. Sister Xiao Xiao, I suddenly want to say something to you, Lin Xiao said with a complicated expression as he looked at Yun Xiao Xiao. What is it? Yun Xiao Xiao asked in confusion, as Yao had already fallen asleep on her shoulder. I feel that you and the child of fate are no different. You are the contemporary daughter of fortune. Lin Xiao said. Chapter 146, Qingxiu bloodline, all right. Let me recover for a bit. It will be more secure to deal with that white fox later. Yun Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, took out a pill, swallowed it, and began to refine its medicinal power. The previous method was a talent of her innate with spirit body, which allowed her to use spiritual power to transform into roots, burrowing deep into the soil and establishing a connection with the surrounding plants. It was precisely because of this connection that Yun Xiaoxiao could locate the white fox 1,000 miles away. Being able to probe such a vast area was also related to the small world, where the spiritual energy was dense, much higher than the outside world. Lin Xiao quietly waited in place for Yun Xiaoxiao's spiritual power to recover. After an hour, Yun Xiaoxiao's breath gradually returned to normal. She opened her eyes, looked at Lin Xiao, and said, "Junior brother Lin, follow me now, and we can reach that place before dawn." The two then rushed in a certain direction. The morning light was faint. In the distance, the sky began to brighten, and Lin Xiao and Yun Xiaoxiao arrived at the area where the white fox resided. The territory of the white fox extended 200 miles around, but the specific location was unknown even to the surrounding plants. Yun Xiaoxiao placed her delicate jade hand on an ancient tree and felt for a while before saying, Chapter 147, The Great Immortal of Qingxiu. Their pace gradually quickened, and soon they arrived at the entrance of a cave. The entrance of the cave was quite wide, paved with smooth stones, without any protrusions. However, from the entrance to the depths of the cave, it was dark and deep, with no light visible. Sister Xiaoxiao, I'll go in front and clear the way. Lin Xiao drew out the Wajijian and cautiously walked ahead, his mind highly focused to ensure he could react immediately to any situation that might arise. All right, junior brother Lin, be careful. I will sense the surroundings. Yun Xiaoxiao nodded. Her perception was excellent, and with her cultivation level at the 7th layer of the core formation stage, she would notice any movement before Lin Xiao. The two carefully explored deeper into the cave. Although there was no light, both of them were core formation cultivators, and the ability to see in the dark was quite ordinary for them. There seemed to be a strange fragrance in the cave. Lin Xiao took a slight breath, and a slightly rich aroma reached his nose. Hold your breath. This scent is probably not ordinary. If we inhale too much, it may cause other issues, Yin Xiaoxiao said, holding her breath. Chapter 148, Signing the Contract. As the secret runes in the white fox's pupils began to flicker, Lin Zhao's chaotic aura started to stabilize and gradually calm down. Sure enough, I can't escape the grasp of the great demon of Qingxiu. The white fox stood up, its fluffy tail wagging continuously, revealing a somewhat proud expression. However, it did not notice that Lin Zhao's movements paused for a moment, but quickly resumed. Seeing Lin Xiao continually praying to the great immortal of Qingxiu, the white fox closed its eyes, content to listen to Lin Zhao's prayers. Great immortal of Qingxiu, please grant me great power. Great immortal of Qingxiu, I will offer you all my loyalty. While repeating the actions from the illusion, Lin Xiao quietly approached the white fox, which remained oblivious, still immersed in a pleasant dream. Great immortal of Qingxiu, I've caught you. Lin Xiao moved with lightning speed, pressing down on the white fox's neck before it could react. How could this human possibly escape my illusion? The white fox said in disbelief. It wanted to resist. Its spiritual energy began to diffuse, and it shouted bloodline divine ability, great dream. Chapter 149, Returning to the Valley of Yin Wind. Upon hearing Yun Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Zhao's eyelids twitched slightly, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, Sister Xiaoxiao, I've already signed a contract with this white fox. I just didn't expect it to be so easy. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at the nearly lifeless white fox and smiled. Perhaps it's because you wore down the white fox's will, which made it so easy to sign the contract. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly, then took out some healing pills from his storage ring, approached the white fox, pried open its mouth, and placed the pills inside. As soon as the pills entered the white fox's stomach, their medicinal power immediately spread, and its wounds visibly began to grow flesh. Master, I clearly already. The white fox's breath gradually improved, and soon it woke from its coma, immediately speaking human words upon seeing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly covered the white fox's mouth, thinking, how shameless. I still have my pride. Shut up. Do you have to say such embarrassing things? Lin Xiao communicated silently to the white fox. What embarrassment? The one losing face is your master, not me, the fox. I'm just a small and helpless fox. No one would think I'm embarrassing. Chapter 150, exterminating ghosts. All the ghostly beings launched their attacks on Lin Xiao. The Yin energy overwhelming, and the surrounding dead vegetation seemed to come alive, with dark vines whipping toward Lin Xiao through the fog. Lin Xiao was about to draw his sword when Yin Xiao timely stopped him, whispering, "Junior brother Lin, don't break the fog yet. I can sense that 2 ghostly beings at the Ghost Commander level are rushing here. Once they arrive, we can kill them all at once." Lin Xiao instantly understood Yin Xiao's intention. She was afraid of alarming the 2 Ghost Commander level beings and scaring them away. The 2 ghostly beings in the market were likely the guards maintaining order, while the 2 approaching were probably on patrol. Lin Xiao said softly, then turned to Yunanhua, saying, "Yunanhua, use your illusion to draw all these ghostly beings into your realm. Master is really too incompetent, even needing me to pull these ghostly beings into the illusion." Yunanhua complained from Lin Xiao's shoulder, but under the contract, it still reluctantly used its illusion. Suddenly, the secret, ancient runes in Yunanhua's pupils flickered, and the fog that obscured vision vanished, revealing the ghostly beings hidden within it. Chapter 151, Fierce Battle. These skills are very useful against beings with lower cultivation than mine, but against those of the same or higher realm, they aren't much help. Yin Xiao shook her head. What she had just used was the wood spirit technique learned from the manual, which could forcibly transform beings into 2 plants. And even those transformed plants had the potential to cultivate in the future. Even ghostly beings, which ordinary people considered lifeless, could still be transformed into plants. As for reaching the top 10 ranks, I probably can't do that yet, but give me a month of practice and I believe I can achieve it. Yin Xiao smiled, her humility filled with confidence. She was currently practicing the martial arts recorded in the manual, having only learned some shallow, quick-fix techniques so far. The 2 entered the ghost market, with Yunanhua pulling all the ghostly beings into the illusion, while Lin Xiao used the yin-yang sword formation to eliminate them one by one. "Good courage, daring to massacre in my ghost market. You shall pay." A ghostly being nearing the peak of the Ghost Commander level suddenly appeared, dressed in a black robe adorned with an evil skull embroidered on it. Chapter 152, Battle with the Lord of the Valley of Wind. The ghostly protector's face changed drastically. It was firmly locked by Lin Xiao's aura and unable to use its escape technique, forced to withstand Lin Xiao's attack head-on. "If I get struck by this sword, I will undoubtedly die." The protector's heart trembled. Even though the sword energy had not yet truly descended, it still felt a terrifying life and death crisis looming over it. Without other means, it would undoubtedly die today. Just as the protector was filled with fear, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from afar. "You dare to kill my first protector in Wind Valley? I see you, a living person, have no regard for me at all." As the cold laughter rang out, a gigantic skeletal hand formed from dark energy suddenly reached out, directly obliterating Lin Xiao's 3rd sword strike into nothingness. The master of Wind Valley. Lin Xiao's expression did not change significantly. Upon seeing the skeletal hand's relentless momentum descending toward him, he instantly unleashed a sword strike. The brilliant golden sword energy collided with the skeletal hand, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Even their divine senses could not penetrate this dust to see what lay beyond. Lin Xiao stood with his sword, his gaze cold, a white fox perched on his shoulder, making him appear even more elegant and charming. Chapter 153, Breaking the Dragon Gate, 3rd level. The master of Wind Valley was sent flying backward, the skull on his black robe beginning to emit a peculiar white light, while a crack appeared in his robe, causing dark energy to scatter. "I haven't been injured in a long time. You've done quite well." The master of Wind Valley slowly stood up, extending his palm to lightly brush over his wound, and the injury inflicted by Lin Xiao instantly healed. "Haven't been injured in a long time? Don't speak too soon, perhaps after being a ghost for so many years. Today is your day to die again." Lin Xiao sensed the anger in the master of Wind Valley's tone and scoffed coldly. "Your spirit pet on your shoulder is also quite impressive. If I didn't have any special means, I might really fall for its tricks." The master of Wind Valley looked down at the skull on his chest and chuckled softly. Both he and his first protector only faced Yunanhua's illusions momentarily, entirely relying on the skull embroidered on his chest. "After I kill you, I will extract the soul of this white fox and make it my subordinate." The master of Wind Valley greedily glanced at Yunanhua, as her illusions indeed made him very tempted. Chapter 154, piercing through. The spear was made of bone, exuding a strong aura of death, and whispers occasionally emanated from the spear's body, with faces appearing that spread their curses toward everything around. The spear was named Zhangsheng, crafted from the spine of a cultivator at the spirit condensation stage, and the spear spirit would indiscriminately cast curses. Even I would be cursed, let alone you. A living being? Gripping the Zhangsheng spear, the master of Wind Valley's aura quickly began to weaken. Yet the sense of danger it posed to Lin Xiao grew increasingly intense. Life and death curse. The master of Wind Valley suddenly swung the spear. An vengeful spirit shot out from the spear, lunging straight at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao unleashed a sword energy, but it passed through the vengeful spirit, leaving Lin Xiao slightly stunned. In the next moment, his body was pierced by the spirit, causing his spiritual power to drop significantly, and he felt as though much of his vitality had also diminished. You cannot block this vengeful spirit. Accept your death early to save me the trouble. The master of Wind Valley wielded the spear, continuously casting life and death curses as streams of vengeful spirits flew toward Lin Xiao. Without exception, these spirits could directly evade Lin Xiao's sword energy, and even Yunnan Hua and Yun Xiao, seeing the dire situation, could not stop these vengeful spirits. Chapter 155, Wind Pearl. In the next moment, Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground, his aura rapidly declining, falling from a 9th level of the core formation stage directly to the 6th level, and he fainted. Junior brother Lin. In Lin Xiao's last moments of consciousness, he seemed to hear Yun Xiao's calling. When Lin Xiao awoke again, he found himself in a cave, lying on a blanket, and his chest wound was wrapped in bandages. Lin Xiao lifted the bandages and discovered the wounds had already scabbed over, and the dark energy left by the master of Wind Valley had vanished. Did Sister Xiao handle this dark energy for me? I really shouldn't underestimate cultivators like the master of Wind Valley with deep cultivation. They will always counterattack when faced with death. Lin Xiao removed the bandages from his body, dressed, and stepped outside the cave. Yun Xiao was in an open area, continuously practicing the newly learned martial arts. Junior brother Lin, you're awake? Yun Xiao paused, looking at Lin Xiao with a smile. Sister Xiao, how long have I been asleep? Lin Xiao asked, as he had been completely unconscious this time, leaving him with no sense of the passage of time. 10 days. We will leave the small world tomorrow. Chapter 156, Blue-Scaled Snake. Human cultivators at the core formation stage have a lifespan of no more than 300 years. If they have been fighting for years and bear hidden injuries, they might live only up to 200 years at most. Spirit condensation cultivators can live up to 500 years, but if they have irreparable hidden injuries, their lifespan will also be significantly reduced. However, for demon beasts, a demon general level beast can live at least 1,000 years if there are no external threats, though there are differences. Some can live longer, while others may have shorter lifespans. Overall, demon beasts generally have a much longer lifespan than humans. I am different from those foolish demon beasts. I am a white fox from Qingxiu, and my cultivation speed is very fast. Yunnan Hua raised her head high, looking proud. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, chuckling. Soon, the second day arrived. Lin Xiao and Yun Xiao exited the small world and returned to the Jixia Academy. Lin Xiao scanned the area, his divine sense sweeping lightly, and instantly noticed that only a little over 60 people had come out this time. The others might have been left behind in the small world forever. This surprised Lin Xiao slightly, but he also felt relieved. A mortality rate of over 30%, resulting in stronger survivors, was a price that Jixia Academy could obviously accept. In fact, the small world was not as terrifying as Lin Xiao had imagined. Not everyone encountered the same formidable challenges as he did. Chapter 157, Spiritual Power Attributes. Xiao Han took Lin Xiao away from the execution court and headed straight to the depths of the academy. This place was where the top 10 disciples resided. Besides them, the academy's mentors and vice president also lived here, although some mentors preferred to stay elsewhere. Xiao Han pointed to a nearby mountain peak. The spiritual energy here is indeed much denser than in other places. Lin Xiao felt the vibrant spiritual energy around him and was somewhat delighted. This was just the outskirts, and the spiritual energy would be even more concentrated inside. Xiao Han, being responsible, led Lin Xiao all the way to the top of the mountain. After climbing the steep peak, They found a flat path lined with carefully cultivated spiritual plants blooming on either side. At the same time, Lin Xiao could sense that the auras of the cultivators on the peak were very powerful, almost all at the spirit condensation stage. Only those at the spirit condensation stage could serve as mentors in the inner courtyard. Come, follow me into the Bureau of Civil Affairs, and you will be assigned a place to live. If junior brother Lin uses some points, perhaps the location will be even better, Xiao Han conveyed calmly. Lin Zhao's pupils slightly constricted, secretly remembering this favor from the other party. Chapter 158, Wind and Thunder Sword Technique, Jixia Academy, Inner Courtyard, Library. This is where the inner courtyard disciples study techniques and martial arts, but all of this requires sufficient points. Lin Xiao entered the library and handed his identity Jade token to the manager at the front desk. After checking, the manager respectfully said, "You are among the top 10 in the inner courtyard. You can go directly to the third floor, where you can choose one earth-level martial technique for free." Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. He didn't know that he could choose an earth-level martial technique for free before coming here. Can all disciples in the top 10 of the inner courtyard select one earth-level martial technique for free? Lin Xiao asked. Yes. Disciples in the top 10 of the inner courtyard are the Academy's prodigies, and their talents are not lacking. As prodigies, they naturally have some privileges, the manager said confidently. Lin Xiao nodded and then walked into the third floor. The third floor of the library is a vast space filled with rows of ancient shelves, which have restrictions in place as a protective measure. On the shelves, various jade slips are stored, with each slip having 2 copies. The slips outside the restrictions can be directly viewed, of course, limited to viewing the types of martial techniques and some simple introductions. Chapter 159, Mastery of the Wind and Thunder Sword Technique. What do you mean by that, senior? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback and then asked. What I mean is very simple. You are currently in the foundation establishment stage, and your cultivation is not sufficient. To successfully cultivate this star-picking sword technique, you must at least reach the spirit-gathering stage. Without sufficient cultivation, it will naturally be very difficult to practice, the sword spirit said calmly. If Lin Xiao had sufficient cultivation, with his talent, practicing this sword technique would not be so difficult. Why is that? Lin Xiao was somewhat confused and continued to ask. Do you know why there is such a huge gap between the foundation establishment stage and the spirit-gathering stage? The sword spirit suddenly asked. I don't know. No one has ever told me these things. Lin Xiao shook his head honestly. Cultivators in the Yuan transformation stage often fight beyond their level and can defeat foundation establishment cultivators. This happens frequently and is not a difficult task. But why is it that very few foundation establishment cultivators can fight beyond their level and defeat spirit-gathering cultivators? The sword spirit continued without waiting for Lin Zhao's answer. Because spirit-gathering cultivators can already communicate with heaven and earth, their divine sense greatly increases, and they can absorb spiritual power faster. When fighting with lower-level cultivators, the spiritual power they just consumed can be restored in the next moment. The entry requirement for this star-picking sword technique is to communicate with heaven and earth and establish a connection with the stars, so as to unleash the true power of the star-picking sword technique. Chapter 160. 2 methods of spirit gathering. Time passes without notice. After Lin Xiao emerged from the tower world, his aura became more restrained, and his blood energy was like a great dragon, just from a distance. One could feel the aura of blood energy on him. The wind and thunder sword technique and the wind walking step are now both perfected. Besides that, my jade bone body refinement technique has also progressed further, Lin Xiao muttered to himself. In addition, his cultivation had also greatly increased, now reaching the mid-stage of the 10th layer of foundation establishment. He had not attempted to advance further, as he did not yet understand the spirit-gathering stage well enough and needed to learn more before attempting to break through. Suppressing his aura to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, Lin Xiao walked out of his small courtyard. He headed straight to the Tianxia Society, and indeed, he found Yun Xiaoxiao there. Finished your closed-door training? Congratulations, junior brother Lin, on advancing your cultivation, Yun Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Jumping from beside Yun Xiaoxiao, Yunanhua landed on Lin Zhao's shoulder. Before his closed-door training, Lin Xiao had entrusted Yunanhua to Yun Xiaoxiao for care. Next, we have 7 days. I plan to return to Yun City. Come back with me. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Xiao and said. She had previously agreed with Lin Xiao before entering the small world that after leaving the small world, they would return to Yun City. But Lin Xiao suddenly entered closed-door training, so she waited until now for Lin Xiao to finish. Chapter 161. Engagement. When does junior brother Lin plan to leave the great Zhou dynasty to seek opportunities? Yin Xiao inquired. I'm not sure, at least for now. I want to go out. If I do go out, I will wait for an opportunity. Lin Xiao pondered slightly and said, leaving the great Zhou dynasty is inevitable. Not to mention searching for his parents. If he wants to cultivate to a higher realm, leaving is a must. 2 days later, Yun City. The Kanglan eagle stopped outside the city. After Lin Xiao fed the Kanglan eagle, he let it leave. With a crisp eagle cry, the Kanglan eagle turned and flew into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Yun City. Lin Xiao looked at the city gate, his tone filled with a hint of nostalgia. For the past 10 years, he had lived in Yun City. Now that he had returned to Yun City again, only he understood his feelings. Come in, junior brother Lin. My father has already prepared a banquet. Yun Xiao did not share Lin Xiao's sentiments. She called out and then entered Yun City. Lin Xiao followed Yun Xiao to the Yun Mansion, which covered a large area and had various elegant decorations with a hint of antiquity. This was just one of Yun Xiao's many mansions, but it was the one where she had lived the longest. Chapter 162. Strange. After finishing the meal, Lin Xiao left the Yun Mansion and headed to the Yun City Branch Academy. He entered the Yun City Branch Academy with ease and found Dean Shunfang. Dean Shun, do you know where Master Dugu is now? Lin Xiao asked. Duel? I don't know where he is now. What I can confirm is that Dugu is not in the Great Zhou dynasty. He has gone out to seek opportunities. He will only return when he breaks through to the spirit gathering stage. Shunfang shook his head and said, due to his cultivation, Lin Xiao was finally able to sense the aura on Shunfang. It was indeed the aura of a spirit gathering cultivator, but it should be of the mundane grade. The cultivation levels of the deans of the 4 branch academies are generally like this. If Master Dugu returns, you must inform me immediately, Lin Xiao said solemnly. If Dugu were to challenge the Qingyang sect, he would definitely want to lend a hand since he had grievances with the Qingyang sect. No problem. If I hear any news about Dugu, I will definitely inform you at the first opportunity, Shunfang said cheerfully. The Branch Academy and Inner Academy also have special means of communication that can instantly transmit messages to the Inner Academy. Chapter 163. Mysterious Mask. Little Pool Village. Lin Xiao retracted his aura, appearing like an ordinary martial artist. The moment he entered the village, his brows furrowed. The originally peaceful Little Pool Village now resembled a ghost town. It was eerily quiet, with no signs of life around. Hiss! A howl came from the side of the door, and in the next moment, a corpse puppet with a pale blue body suddenly drilled out, its sharp nails flickering with a chilling aura, before pouncing towards Lin Xiao. A corpse puppet? Lin Xiao frowned slightly, raised his sword finger, and a sword energy shot out, causing the corpse puppet to instantly lose all its aura and fall motionless to the ground. Lin Xiao had intentionally held back. Otherwise, the corpse puppet would have exploded, and his intention to hold back was naturally to investigate this corpse puppet thoroughly. Lin Xiao squatted down in front of the corpse puppet, noticing that its skin was covered with various patterns. Were these the array patterns used to refine the corpse puppet? Lin Xiao murmured to himself, and in the blink of an eye, the patterns suddenly began to turn black and shot towards Lin Xiao. Boom! A sword aura automatically emerged around Lin Xiao, shredding the incoming pattern. Even in the face of this situation, Lin Xiao's expression remained largely unchanged. Chapter 164. In Limin. At that moment, a breath suddenly swept past outside, moving quickly, but it was still captured by Lin Xiao's dispersed consciousness. Lin Xiao swiftly performed the wind step, his figure instantly disappearing as he flew rapidly in the direction the aura had vanished. Soon, Lin Xiao spotted a cultivator dressed in a long black robe, their face completely obscured, hastily fleeing. A half step into the concentration realm, Lin Xiao's pupils slightly contracted, and a surge of battle intent rose within him. His cultivation had greatly increased, and he was worried about not having a suitable opponent to test his combat power. Unexpectedly, while taking on a small task to eliminate ghostly beings, he encountered an enemy at the half-step concentration realm. More importantly, this person was most likely the mastermind behind the tragedy in the small village. Seeking death. The fleeing figure in the black robe glanced back at the relentless pursuit of Lin Xiao and flicked his hand to unleash a wave of energy. In his eyes, This person was merely a 7th-layer golden core realm cultivator, and it would be impressive if he could withstand one of his attacks. After all, he was just a cultivator from small place. Thinking this way, the black-robed man sneered. Lin Xiao didn't even look at the energy attack coming his way. He simply threw a punch, and the condensed blood energy immediately dispersed the attack. Chapter 165. Soul-searching technique. Lin Min's life-bound corpse puppet began to move. Half of its body extending from the Yin River, and it swung a palm down towards Lin Xiao. However, for some unknown reason, the life-bound corpse puppet seemed unable to leave the Yin River. Even so, the enormous palm left Lin Xiao nowhere to escape. Aside from the palm being excessively large, there was also an energy lock on him. Lin Xiao did not attempt to flee the area. His third style of the Wind Thundersword technique was already prepared and could strike at any moment. Thunder. Dark clouds surged in the sky, and a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a water barrel, suddenly fell, accompanied by a purple sword energy that Lin Xiao slashed out below. The two complemented each other, their might sharp and unmatched. This was the uniqueness of the Wind Thundersword technique. It could simulate thunder. Although its might was great, it was ultimately not true thunder. If it were real heavenly thunder, the corpse puppet would instantly be obliterated. A massive shadow loomed before Lin Xiao, cast by the giant palm that was descending. However, Lin Xiao's sword had already been thrust forward, and the sword energy shot out. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the thunder and sword energy simultaneously struck the corpse puppet's palm, creating a large hole in it, the edges sizzling as if roasting meat. Chapter 166. Panya Realm. Returning to Cloud City, Lin Xiao went straight to the Cloud City branch and found Chen Fang. Director Chen, I have resolved the matter you instructed me about, and besides that, I also learned that these people are cultivators from the Ghost Corp sect outside the Great Zhou dynasty. Lin Xiao said to Chen Fang. The Ghost Corp sect? Chen Fang was slightly taken aback, a hint of recollection flashing in his eyes. Do you know about the Ghost Corp sect? Lin Xiao's pupils brightened as he curiously asked. Although he had used the soul-searching technique on Yin Linmin, the memories he retrieved were fragmented, and he only had a rough understanding of the Ghost Corp sect, not even knowing the cultivation level of their strongest cultivator. I know. I once left the Great Zhou dynasty and traveled in the southernly region, seeking methods to condense celestial-grade spirits, but ultimately, I was unable to find that opportunity. Chen Fang said with some regret. Celestial-grade condensation and mortal-grade condensation were worlds apart. The benefits of the former went without saying. If Chen Fang had obtained the means of celestial-grade condensation back then, he would not have wasted so much time in the concentration realm. As for the Ghost Corp sect, it is a powerful sect in the southernly region, boasting 3 broken virtual realm experts, which also gives the Ghost Corp sect the confidence to stand independently from the dynasty. Chapter 167. The path to celestial-grade condensation. I want to go back and ask my current mentor Zhao Yi. I wonder if Director Chen knows him? Lin Xiao asked. Zhao Yi. He took you as a student? Make sure to follow him closely in your cultivation. His background is not simple. He is the legitimate son of the current emperor, but he has no intention of competing for the position of crown prince, which is why he entered the Jixia Academy. Chen Fang said, slightly surprised, as he recalled that Zhao Yi had not taken in students for a long time. Talking to him is not a bad idea. He probably knows more than I do. Go ahead. When you achieve celestial-grade condensation, our Cloud City branch might gain a lot of cultivation resources. Chen Fang waved his hand and smiled. Lin Xiao bid farewell to Chen Fang, arrived at the Cloud Mansion, briefly spoke with Yin Xiao, and together they bid farewell to Yun Mountain. He then went outside of Cloud City and blew a bone whistle, accompanied by a sharp and high-pitched eagle cry. The Kanglan eagle flapped its wings and landed on the ground. After spending 2 days' time, the two returned to the inner courtyard. Sister Xiao, I will go find Mentor Zhao first. When I return, it will be the time when I achieve celestial-grade condensation. Lin Xiao looked at Yin Xiao and said seriously. Ever since he learned that there were celestial-grade and mortal-grade condensations, he had firmly believed that he would achieve celestial-grade condensation. Chapter 168. The Merchant Team. Huashanji. Since you have died for me, for whom shall I live? When the flower blooms with compassion, the coffin opens for you. In the Merchant Team, a head guard was loudly singing a widely circulated folk song. Head guard, what song are you singing? I've never heard it before. A guard exclaimed loudly. You never heard it? You little brat. The head guard glared at the guard and scolded. Head guard, Why don't you tell us the origin of this song? My young lady hasn't heard it either. At that moment, a maid-like girl from one of the merchant team's carriages pulled back the curtain and poked her head out to speak. Since the young lady hasn't heard it, then let me embarrass myself. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a man from the southern country met a woman by the side of Huashan. The woman fell in love with him at first sight. Later, when the man died, the woman, when passing by Huashan again, dressed up and jumped into the coffin, committing suicide for love. The guard named Guan spoke of this story, and even with his rough exterior, a hint of sadness showed on his face. The woman in the carriage couldn't help but feel sorrowful upon hearing the story told by the guard captain. Chapter 169. Devious Paths. The guard captain's expression remained serious, showing no signs of wavering. He said loudly, I don't care what your reasons are, but if you dare to take a step forward, don't blame my knife for being merciless. Lin Xiao observed this scene and suddenly gained some insight. This woman was probably not simple. On a rainy day, a woman could escape from the hands of numerous mountain bandits and find their merchant caravan. One could easily guess there was something suspicious about it. At that moment, a maid dressed in a silver-red jacket, a blue satin vest, and a white pleated skirt stepped down from the caravan. She had fair skin and a graceful figure. What happened? The maid asked with a frown. Bandits are attacking. Miss, you should get back in the carriage. The guard captain replied tersely. It clearly looks like the bandits are pursuing a weak woman. Captain, aren't you going to lend a hand? The maid questioned. Hearing her inquiry, the guard captain frowned and felt a bit annoyed. These wealthy families truly did not understand the dangers of the world. If you want to take in this woman, I have nothing to say, but if anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you. The guard captain said expressionlessly. Chapter 170. Yuqian Pass. The guard captain's doubts were quite normal, as Blackwind Stronghold was the largest bandit group on this official road, and its leader was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage who usually wouldn't rob the guard captain because it wasn't worth it. The guard captain was merely at the transformation stage, and the goods he was escorting were of no interest to the leader. Those who would value the goods might not necessarily be able to match the guard captain. It originally had nothing to do with you. Who told you to travel with Miss Chun? The stronghold leader sneered, greedily looking at the pale-faced Miss Chun. Miss Chun? The guard captain was slightly taken aback. He didn't know which Chun family it was. The reason he traveled with her was that he heard her speaking in the language of the southern nation and saw she was a fellow countryman, which was why they traveled together. The Chun family of Huai Shui had once produced a fourth-grade alchemist in their ancestry, but they had fallen into decline long ago. And this Miss Chun was the only legitimate descendant of this generation. The stronghold leader took a few steps forward toward Miss Chun when the maid saw the leader approaching. A hint of joy appeared on her face as she said, Leader, I have completed the task you assigned. As for the silver. Just as she took a step toward the leader, the distressed woman suddenly produced a dagger from her hand and instantly pierced it through the maid's back. Chapter 171. Suspicion. The Jisha Academy? I've heard of it, but I still need you to test the bone age to prevent someone from impersonating. The guard spoke to Lin Xiao. Please step into this formation, and you will be able to test the bone age. Lin Xiao then stepped into the formation as instructed, and only when the formation emitted a green light did the guard breathe a sigh of relief. The others, including the guard captain, also entered the formation for testing. The entry into the southern nation's borders was quite strict. Lin Xiao thought of the great Zhou dynasty, where one could enter as long as they paid spirit stones, and even their identity was not checked. Tonight, we will rest at Yuqian Pass, and tomorrow I will go to your home with you. Lin Xiao said to Miss Chun beside him. This was the first time they spoke since he saved her. All right, it's all up to you, benefactor, Miss Chun said cautiously. Guard captain, let us have a drink here at Yuqian Pass today. Tomorrow we will part ways, Lin Xiao said, looking at the guard captain. On the way, he had also learned about the route. The Huai Shui city he was headed to was not on the same path as where the guard captain was going. After passing Yuqian Pass, they would have to part ways. I commend you, Brother Lin, for remembering this. If it's difficult for you, it's fine if you don't drink. Chapter 172. Supreme Spirit Concentration Pill. The next day, Lin Xiao saw the head of the Chun family again. Young Master Lin, you need to wait 3 days. I've already sent Zhe to Chundan sect to fetch the pills, and she will be back in 3 days. The head of the Chun family said. All right, then I will stay in Huai Shui city for 3 days, Lin Xiao nodded. Since the head of the Chun family had said this, Lin Xiao could only trust him for now. He also had things to do. After leaving the Chun residence, Lin Xiao began to wander around Huai Shui city. In the marketplace, he could hear many bits of information. Some were accurate, some were not, some were first-hand accounts, and some were hearsay. Lin Xiao spent the whole morning at a tea stall, and, aside from family gossip, the most talked about was information regarding the Chun family. The Chun family had a high reputation in Huaishui City. Even the city lord had to bow low before them. Moreover, the Chun family was known for their charity. If there were any difficulties faced by their fellow villagers, they could seek help from the Chun family, and they would resolve it if they could. However, there were also concerns. The Chun family did not engage in business, and it was uncertain how long they could maintain their status. Lin Xiao remained non-committal regarding this. The highest cultivation level in the Chun family was the head of the family, but even his cultivation had not reached the spirit concentration stage. He was only at the late golden core stage. Chapter 173, Dao Seed. Alright, you go resolve it. Lin Xiao nodded. With Chunji's cultivation at the 7th layer of the transformation stage, resolving this group of bandits was not a difficult task. Chunji used no weapons, continuously unleashing her qi, which faintly glowed with a scorching fire. The bandits at the qi condensation stage were struck by the qi and instantly turned into human torches, becoming charred within mere moments. When the bandit leader realized that Chunji's cultivation was higher than his, he did not hesitate to shout, "It's a tight squeeze. The wind is strong." Saying this, he took the lead and ran into the mountains. Red fire, true technique. Chunji shouted lightly, her palm prints flying, and a stream of qi struck the bandit leader's back. He was immediately engulfed in flames and, like the others, met the same fate. The remaining bandits at the qi condensation stage were easily dealt with by Chunji. After they cleaned up, they continued on their way and on the road. Chunji asked Lin Xiao, "Benefactor, how was my battle just now?" "Very ordinary. You handled opponents of lower cultivation with ease, but against cultivators higher than you. You could hardly put up a fight." Lin Xiao shook his head, but a trace of subtle difference flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Chapter 174, Great battle. Those bandits we encountered on the way to the southern nation were also arranged by you, right? Lin Xiao glanced around. The people from the Chun family had surrounded him. There were a total of 17 people, and aside from Chunji, the weakest among them was at the late Golden Core stage, with several even at the peak of the Golden Core stage. While the head of the Chun family was at half-step spirit concentration. Since you're going to die anyway, I can answer your question. Those bandits were indeed arranged by us. The head of the Chun family said coldly. Moreover, there are many places you have exposed. The only legitimate bloodline of the Chun family, accompanied by guards at the qi condensation stage, does not align with the reality of your Chun family status in Huaishui City, Lin Xiao continued. The Chun family dispatched 16 late-stage Jidon cultivators and a half-step Ningshun cultivator to deal with him this time, which shows the strength and confidence of the Chun family, a family of local prestige. Moreover, since Chunji is a flower in a greenhouse, why was she so decisive when killing those robbers, without the slightest hesitation? That doesn't seem like something a sheltered flower could do. Lin Xiao softly spoke. When he killed for the first time, it was during his training outside the Lin family, and he hesitated for a long time, doing a lot of psychological preparation before he could do it. Chapter 175, Dan Ding. Those who recognize the times are the true talents, but I see you are not a true talent. Do you still want to resist in the face of an inevitable defeat? He couldn't imagine how he would lose. He had all the advantages of time, place, and people. First, the barrier reduced Lin Xiao's cultivation, and then all of the Chun family's foundation was brought out. With 16 powerful cultivators above the late-stage Jidon and one half-step Ningshun, how could this situation end in defeat? Before the dust settled, anything could reverse. Lin Xiao's blood energy became increasingly terrifying, and scorching heat began to emanate from his body. It turned out that besides being a sword cultivator, he was also a half-hearted body cultivator. The head of the Chun family sneered coldly and once again used the red fire true law. Lin Xiao executed the wind step, moving at an extreme speed, like a ghost, almost instantly appearing behind a late-stage Jidon elder and then striking down with a heavy punch. Bang! The late-stage Jidon elder didn't even have time to react before his head burst apart, and his aura dissipated in an instant. The fire dragon missed, and the head of the Chun family's expression changed slightly, while the others also showed some fear. They had just failed to see Lin Xiao's movement, and with just one punch, a Chun family elder was killed instantly, unable to even resist. Chapter 176, Replacement. This lasted half a day, and the weakness of the Dan wall became deeper. Now Lin Xiao's entire body could enter this gigantic crack. It was estimated that this Dan wall was thicker than it appeared from the outside, and it would probably take another day, or even two, to completely break through. Lin Xiao felt a sense of urgency. He didn't know if the head of the Chen family was outside the Danding at this time, or if his attacks would be discovered. With this thought, Lin Xiao swallowed a large amount of recovery elixirs, then circulated his blood energy, executing his sword technique while channeling his strength comparable to a body cultivator to strike heavily at the Dan wall. This time, the damage caused by his attack was more significant than before, and Lin Xiao's movements became increasingly faster. Chen family. The head of the Chen family looked at the Danding he placed at the center of the formation, revealing a smile. By tonight, at the full moon, it will be the best time for him to refine Lin Xiao's soul. At this moment, loud noises were constantly emanating from inside the Danding, which reached the ears of the head of the Chen family. However, he didn't take it seriously. He knew this was Lin Xiao trying to break through the Dan wall, but all of it was in vain. Inside the Danding, the head of the Chen family had placed a jade pendant, which was not simple. It was an item left by the ancestor that could reinforce the internal defenses of the Danding and prevent an explosion. Chapter 177. Wind and snow. There was still one crucial item missing. How could I forget this? Outside, the head of the Chen family slapped his forehead and muttered to himself. After saying this, he turned and left, lifting the bead curtain at the door, causing the jade beads to collide and produce a crisp sound. Since the Dan wall had already broken open a small crack, Lin Xiao could hear the sounds coming from outside. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiao moved his mind slightly and directly broke through the Dan wall, arriving in the outside world. Looking around, Lin Xiao found himself in a pill refining room, where a statue was enshrined. And in front of the statue was the Danding that had trapped Lin Xiao earlier. In the next moment, Lin Xiao noticed that beneath the massive Danding were intricate formation patterns carved into it. After glancing a few times, he realized he didn't recognize these patterns. Now I'll hide behind the statue and let the head of the Chen family refine the pills. At the crucial moment, I'll suddenly strike. A fierce light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. If it were a direct confrontation, he was confident he could kill in one blow. At that time, it would surely attract the attention of others in the Chen family, so it was better to hide and strike decisively at the critical moment. With this thought, Lin Xiao's figure flashed, directly hiding behind the statue while retracting his aura, ensuring no trace of energy leaked out, relying solely on perception. It would be impossible to detect Lin Xiao. Chapter 178. Disguised this morning, the entire Chen family seemed to have turned into a hell, with people fleeing everywhere. But these people couldn't escape more than a few steps before being struck down by the sword light like a startled swan, dying on the spot. Among them, there must be some innocent people, but Lin Xiao didn't care. In his eyes, they were all members of the Chen family, and he had no interest in distinguishing who was good or bad. Among the Chen family members, Lin Xiao prioritized attacking the late-stage Jedon elders. It didn't matter if the others escaped, but the late-stage Jedon elders and Chun Ji were undoubtedly doomed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Under Lin Xiao's assault, these late-stage Jedon elders were almost no match for him. Lin Xiao had already killed 10 before, and now only 7 remained, all of whom he quickly found and killed. The last one would be Chun Ji. Sword energy howled around Lin Xiao, swirling continuously around him, with blood dripping from the tip of his Wuji sword. He had spent 3 days in the Chen family, and he could find most places. Moreover, Chun Ji's courtyard was not difficult to locate. Lin Xiao executed the wind step, floating in midair and rapidly heading towards Chun Ji's courtyard. In just a few breaths, Lin Xiao arrived at Chun Ji's courtyard. Chapter 179. Lu Guanji, the resident of the adjacent room, did not seem ordinary either. Like Lin Xiao, he was somewhat hidden, but unlike Lin Xiao, he was not wearing a steel mask, but a conical hat that concealed his face. Take off your conical hat. I am now under the command of the city lord to search for wanted criminals. The leading soldier pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, while several other soldiers subtly surrounded this person. I am not the wanted criminal you are searching for. The person's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a broken wind machine, grating to the ears. Then take off your conical hat. Once I see it, I will naturally know who you are. As he spoke, the soldier leader drew his waist sword halfway out. I want to hide it from you. I am the wanted criminal the court is searching for. The reason I don't want to take off my conical hat is that I am afraid everyone will be put in a difficult position. As he spoke, This resident took out some spirit stones and handed them to the leading officer. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao was extremely surprised. Wasn't he this neighbor self-destructing his cover, directly revealing his identity? Wouldn't he that cause any problems? Then, something even more astonishing happened. The soldier leader took the spirit stones and said, "Since you are a wanted criminal of the court, then be more discreet and don't expose yourself. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me as well." Chapter 180. The Evil One's Master. You must find Lin Xiao. He has exterminated my entire Qin family. If this grudge is not avenged, I will die with my eyes closed. Chunji's appearance was lovely, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Her delicate demeanor instantly inciting the righteous indignation of the disciples from the Qin Dan sect behind her. This Lin Xiao must be a heinous villain. The Qin family kindly took him in and even exchanged for a top-grade spirit gathering pill. Yet he repaid kindness with malice. What the senior brother said is entirely correct. Once we capture Lin Xiao, we must flay him alive. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel junior sister Chen's hatred. This time, the ancestor personally came out to capture Lin Xiao, so it will certainly be an easy task. Junior sister Chen, please rest assured. The disciples of the Qin Dan sect spoke one after another. Thank you all for your willingness to help me. I, Chunji, am truly grateful. Chunji bowed to these disciples and said. Her action naturally incited even more anger among the disciples of the Qin Dan sect, who wished they could immediately find Lin Xiao, drag him out, and flay him alive. Your ancestor from the Qin family is my junior brother, under the same master. I will find this Lin Xiao for you, so don't worry. Chapter 181. The Tiger Hall. Of course, the evil ones are not just the 5 of Lin Xiao. The highest cultivation among them is the evil commander, and there are some with lower cultivation who are ordinary evil ones, all under the command of the evil commander. However, the awkward part is that the 5 of them were hastily appointed. They were hastily chosen by City Lord Luo Yu in a panic, making them mere placeholders. And they hadn't even met their subordinates before taking office. First, we should find some local gangs and thugs. They are familiar with everything in Huaishui City. Then, the Yin brothers will gather other evil ones, while I will follow the 2 noble ones to fill any gaps. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Yin Yi shot a resentful glance at Lin Xiao. It was obvious that Lu Guanji wanted to distract him to gain favor with the nobles. However, he couldn't refuse, as it was Lin Xiao who spoke first. If he refused, the nobles might not be pleased. What Brother Lu said is exactly what I want to say. After a moment of silence, Yin Yi gritted his teeth and said. Chunji looked at the 2 with a half-smile, knowing very well the intentions of this Lu Guanji. But she didn't care about such trivial matters as long as she could find that murderous Lin Xiao. Chapter 182. The political intrigue. There aren't many gangs in Huaishui City. And the gangs the Tiger Hall is mainly looking for are not those small ones, but other gangs that can be named alongside the Tiger Hall. There are 2 such gangs, and once Lin Xiao revealed his identity as the evil commander, he quickly subdued these 2 gangs. When Lin Xiao returned to the Tiger Hall, aside from Chunji and Li Shixiang, Yin also brought a group of evil ones here. Noble ones, I have gathered all the evil ones I could. Yin, he pointed to the more than 10 people he brought and said, Very good. Now you should assign these evil ones to the gangs brought by Lu Guanji and let them keep an eye on these thugs and work properly. Li Shixiang cast a disdainful glance at the people present, clearly displaying an attitude of superiority. Yes, noble one. Yin, he bowed his head and replied. The members of the 3 gangs showed displeasure, but seeing that their own hall master did not dare to speak, they all lost their spirit. Seeing the scene, Li Shixiang became even more satisfied. These people should show such expressions, looking at him with disdain, but having no way to counter him. Noble ones, I will go search for Lin Xiao with Yenny now. Chapter 183. Leaving the city. Lu Guanji, you should know now that you are my subordinate, and you should obey my orders, even if the other party is what you call a noble one. When saying this, a strange color flashed in Chun Ji's beautiful eyes. She had just been testing Lu Guanji. If he had immediately removed Man Chunji without a second thought, Chunji would have been wary of Lu Guanji, because if he dared to kill Man Chunji, he would also dare to kill her. Because whether it is you or that Man Chunji, both are nobles of the Qin Dan sect, it would be too unreasonable for me to act against you. When Lin Xiao mentioned the words Noble One and Qin Dan sect, a hint of reverence appeared in his eyes, which is very fitting for someone born and raised in the Southern Kingdom. In the Southern Kingdom, the most revered are not the royal family, but the Qin Dan sect. This is a consensus among all. Even though the royal family has never explicitly stated it, they must have secretly thought about this issue. The status of alchemists is revered, which is universally acknowledged in the cultivation world because every cultivator needs the help of alchemists in their cultivation. From the life-and-death battles requiring replenishing spiritual energy and healing potions to the breakthrough pills needed when starting from the spirit-gathering realm, these all require alchemists. Chapter 184. The truth revealed. Of course, Sister Man, you entered the sect earlier than I did, so you must know more herbs and spiritual plants than I do. I'm just seeking your advice. Chun-Ji smiled, her expression innocent. However, the female cultivator referred to as Sister Man by Chun-Ji was not deceived by her appearance. Instead, she spoke coldly, saying, even if you are a disciple of the true Dan Patriarch, don't think about doing anything unnecessary. Do you understand? What does Sister Man mean by that? Ji-er is a bit confused. Chun-Ji showed a wronged expression. You're still feeling wronged? Others may not know your true face. But I'm very clear about what you are. Chun-Ji, your family was exterminated, yet I have never seen you show any genuine sorrow. Sister Man saw Chun-Ji's expression of grievance and sneered continuously. Other senior brothers and sisters may be deceived by you, but I, Man Chun-Ji, will not be fooled. Even if you have the true Dan Patriarch as your backing, my Man family is the family of the Red Dan Patriarch of the Chun Dan sect. Others may fear you, but I do not. After hearing Man Chun-Ji's words, Lin Xiao finally understood why Man Chun-Ji spoke so rudely to Chun-Ji, this future direct disciple. Chapter 185. The external disaster ends. No wonder Man Chun-Ji would show such an expression. She is completely different from Chun-Ji. She is the legitimate daughter of the Man family and has been pampered since childhood due to her good talents. Furthermore, the ancestor of their Man family left a trace of divine sense on her. This divine sense usually has no effect, but once Man Chun-Ji faces a life-and-death crisis, its effect will become apparent. The divine sense can probe thousands of miles away to find out who killed Man Chun-Ji, and it can attach itself to the person who killed her. This divine sense can continue to attach unless the other party's cultivation exceeds that of the divine sense's master. You cannot kill me. This vile woman is just using you to take the blame for her. If you kill me, you will definitely be slain by my family's ancestor. Man Chun-Ji looked at Lin Xiao and said urgently. At this moment, Lin Xiao was being watched by both of their gazes, but he showed no sign of trembling or the panic that the two thought he would have. Lu Guanji, what on earth are you thinking? Man Chun-Ji is just deliberately deceiving you. As a mere alchemy realm cultivator, why would her ancestor leave a trace of divine consciousness on her? Chun-Ji said sternly, I think this shameless woman has learned about this matter from somewhere, and in order to boost her own reputation, she speaks like this. Chapter 186. Heroes gathered after Lin Xiao paid the required spirit stones to enter the city. The guard at the city gate reminded him, friend, please be very careful. There are all kinds of people in Qianan City. If you're not cautious, you could face great disasters. Proceed with caution. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised and looked at the guard, asking, why only remind me and not others? Because others just tossed the spirit stones at me, showing disdain for me. Only you walked over and placed the spirit stones in my hand. So, I wanted to remind you, the guard replied honestly. Lin Xiao smiled, finding the guard quite interesting, and then waved his hand, leaving the area. As the guard said, Qianan City was indeed chaotic, with cultivators often fighting each other without any regard for feelings. Neither the city lord's mansion nor the patrolling soldiers cared. As long as no mortals were killed, they were indifferent to everything, given the multitude of cultivators. Even if they wanted to intervene, they couldn't manage it. Most of the cultivators were loose cultivators with mixed auras and weak foundations, but there were also some with steady and solid auras, likely disciples of major sects from the Southern Kingdom. Chapter 187. The evil ghost with a jade face. These past 2 days, Qianan City was very lively because the three major figures began openly recruiting followers. Regardless of temperament or cultivation level, anyone who joined would surely succeed. These followers would become the core of the future three major powers of the Southern Kingdom. And with such lenient conditions, hardly anyone hesitated and many joined the three. Lin Xiao watched coldly, knowing that even with a little thought, one could guess that there must be other reasons behind the actions of these three figures. For instance, could they be seeking cannon fodder for their royal ambitions? Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly. Then he led his old horse towards the location of the ruins. Perhaps many loose cultivators who joined the three major figures understood their intentions, but they all held onto a sense of luck. What if it wasn't them who died? Lin Xiao arrived at the site of the ancient ruins, a vast burial pit located east of the city, emitting terrifying auras from time to time. The time for the ruins to open had been confirmed. It would officially open in 3 days. As Lin Xiao gazed at the ruins, a strong desire suddenly surged within him, as if the pathway he needed for advancement lay within, a method for concentrating spirit essence, a true meaning of the sword path. Chapter 188. Go to the door. My understanding of ancient ruins is also quite shallow. I know that the ancient ruins in the southerly region were left over from ancient times, containing many opportunities, legacies of powerful beings, divine weapons, and various elixirs. As for why the ancient ruins open, I'm not entirely sure. The only thing I know is that the opening times of these ruins are not fixed but random. However, some powerful beings can predict the opening times. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhao truthfully shared everything he knew. So what is the situation with the ancient ruins opening in Qinan City? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Although he had gathered a lot of information in Qinan City these days, he still lacked details about the ancient ruins, as loose cultivators had no chance to learn about the true situation of the ruins. The Jade Face Evil Ghost. If you're asking me, you've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary loose cultivator. How could I know what the situation in the ruins is? Yin Zhao laughed heartily, his demeanor not resembling that of a woman, but more like a man with great spirit, very generous. Chapter 189. Battle. Who are you two? Huangfu Yueping frowned slightly. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury and authority, his imposing presence made it hard for others to defy him. Now, as he shouted, it made others feel compelled to submit. However, Lin Xiao and Yin Zhao remained unaffected, their expressions calm and undisturbed. Your Highness, the third prince. These two are Yi Luosha and the Jade Face Evil Ghost. They're wanted criminals of the court, said the burly man with a red headband. Hearing this, Huangfu Yueping's frown deepened. He had heard of both names. Yi Luosha had been notorious for years, and recently the name of the Jade Face Evil Ghost had become widely known, especially after the destruction of a large city's noble clan, something not easily accomplished, coupled with the court's wanted notice, which had made the person famous. So, it's you two, the previously wanted criminals of our sect. But later I don't know why the wanted notice was cancelled. Han Danzi smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned, and Xiong looked calm, as if he cared little for the situation. Yi Luosha, you dare to appear before me. Do you think my Huangfu family is a clay statue? Chapter 190. Demon Blade. The wind around grew stronger, until even the sound of speech could not travel far. Then, a fierce and overwhelming wind suddenly blew, causing the lonely, cold, strange fire to begin to fly back. The speed was incredibly fast, even faster than when Han Danzi had summoned it. What? Han Danzi was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, hurriedly forming seals with his hands to extinguish the strange fire, then looked at Lin Xiao with a grim expression. The cultivator he despised was actually capable of this, causing Han Danzi's face to flush slightly. I really want to stomp your face in the mud and roll it around, Lin Xiao said softly. Then you can try and see if you have that qualification. Han Danzi's handsome face revealed a hint of ferocity, with spiritual energy surging around him, his aura extremely terrifying. Igniting the air around him, he pushed the cold soul fire to its peak, determined to show this madman a lesson. Sky-burning decision, Han Danzi shouted, his palms thrusting forward. His power was no longer comparable to that cold, lonely cold soul fire from before. Hundreds of flames bloomed like flowers, all rushing towards Lin Xiao. Chapter 191. Too many concerns, however. Huangfu Yueping also had an advantage, which was his solid foundation, coupled with the teachings of many esteemed masters, making him nearly flawless and not revealing any openings. Yin Zhao's disadvantage lay more in the irregularity of her techniques. The qi she used was either excessive or insufficient, gradually putting her at a disadvantage. If this continues, you will eventually lose. Yin Zhao slashed with a blade of qi, but Huangfu Yueping casually summoned a jade seal, forcefully dispersing the blade qi, then calmly said, "You're right. If we continue to fight like this, I will eventually lose." Yin Zhao nodded calmly, then laughed with a hint of ferocity, saying, "If it's a fight to the death, your Huangfu Yueping will definitely die before me. You are too worried about all the trivial matters, too cautious in your actions, while I'm different. As long as I find an opportunity, I will charge forward without hesitation. Yin Zhao could calmly accept Huang Fu Yueping's words, and although Huang Fu Yueping knew deep down that Yin Zhao was right as a member of the royal family, he could not voice it, so he remained silent. Continuing like this is too uninteresting. Let's fight once we enter the ruins. Yin Zhao sheathed his magic blade and said casually. Chapter 192. Each with their own agenda. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, Yin Zhao considered for a moment and then said, "If those three people don't stop me, I should be able to do it." "Can you really do it?" Lin Zhao looked at Yin Zhao in surprise. He didn't think Yin Zhao was someone who would boast. Since he said so, it meant he might really be able to achieve it. "The inheritance I received is the demonic path inheritance, plus the magic blade. These insignificant fish can only waste my time. Beyond that, they cannot exhaust me with numbers." Yin Zhao spoke confidently, stroking the hilt of his blade, exuding charisma. Just as Lin Zhao was about to say something, a sudden loud noise came from a distance, and a large mountain collapsed, causing the cultivators to swiftly use their techniques to dodge the falling mountain. Lin Zhao and Yin Zhao also temporarily left the area, both gazing intently at the scene. "The ruins have opened," Yin Zhao exclaimed excitedly. Lin Zhao remained silent, his gaze fixed on a not-so-distant spot where a door slowly rose in mid-air, radiating brilliant light, with heavy spiritual energy cascading down, directly collapsing the ground beneath it. This ruin, Lin Zhao thought with some confusion, as he sensed a familiar feeling coming from within the ruins. Chapter 193. Madness Liang Town. Lin Zhao stood at a distance from the town and saw the three large characters at the entrance, one of which was already quite blurred and barely legible. Beyond the entrance lay an incredibly desolate town. "Don't go in yet. We don't know what's going on inside this town. Let's have others scout the way first," Yin Zhao said quietly, stopping. Lin Zhao nodded slightly, and the two of them retreated in unison to the back of the group. Huang Fu Yueping frowned at the two, but ultimately said nothing, instead calling out, "Let's send a few people in first to investigate the situation," with a wave of his hand. A small group of people stepped forward cautiously towards Liang Town, while everyone watched quietly until the small group disappeared into the town ahead. "We can go in now." Half an hour later, and Xiong remarked that the town remained calm and quiet. "Not yet. This Liang Town isn't very large. A cultivator could search the entire town in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yet why haven't we seen the people we just sent in come out after half an hour?" Han Danzi shook his head with a furrowed brow, speaking gravely. "Indeed, it seems this town isn't safe. We don't know what kind of things might exist here." Chapter 194. Blood River Sword Intent. The deeper they ventured into Liang Town, the more frequent the attacks became. Without exception, the beasts attacking them had blood-red pupils, completely falling into madness. However, Lin Zhao and Yin Zhao were well prepared, having avoided absorbing the spiritual energy here. Throughout their journey, they felt no discomfort. More and more beasts are attacking us from the mist, and the cores of these beasts seem to be affected by this will, which is quite strange, and these cores are no longer usable. Yin Zhao skillfully used the tip of his blade to dig out a beast core, glancing at the patterns on it and frowning. "Yin Zhao, what do you think we need to obtain the true treasures inside these ruins?" Lin Zhao suddenly stopped and asked. "Are you referring to that will?" Yin Zhao squinted slightly, inquiring. "Exactly. If I'm not mistaken, to obtain the true inheritance, we must gather these scattered wills, and within Liang Town, that mad will indeed exists," Lin Zhao stated seriously, believing this will to be something condensed from a powerful being after their death, which could still taint the spiritual energy even after many years. Chapter 195. Blood Battle. Regarding the words spoken by the blood-colored figure, Lin Zhao did not refute that his sword intent was not pure enough. Everyone has their own path to walk. Lin Zhao leaned more towards pragmatism, since cultivating the physical body could make his combat power stronger. He would not shy away from refining his body. "Your sword path is too complicated. It's destined to go nowhere. However, your physique is quite good and meets my requirements. I do not wish to eliminate a remarkably talented successor. Abandon your sword path and enter my Blood River sword path, and I will spare your life." The blood-colored figure suddenly retracted his Blood River sword intent and spoke. It was evident from his tone that he felt some pleasure after endless years of waiting. Even as a newly awakened spirit, he was extremely bored. "What is the sword path? Where my heart points, where my sword aims, that is the sword path. Your Blood River sword is not my path. Let me change to your sword path. I'd rather die." Lin Xiao shouted coldly, wielding his own sword intent with all his strength to counter the blood river sword intent, and trying to pry into the heavens. The blood-colored figure scoffed, and a terrifying pressure instantly descended. He had now abandoned his previous consideration for talent. Although this person's talent and physique might meet his criteria, their thoughts. Chapter 196. The true meaning of the halfway sword path to sever your bones? That's as easy as pie. The blood-colored figure faced Lin Xiao's attack without flinching, and all three strikes passed through him without causing any substantial harm. As the blood-colored figure drew his sword back, he continued to slash at Lin Xiao. He did not use any sword techniques, yet for some reason, Lin Xiao found it impossible to evade. My sword intent is far above yours. You can't even evade my most ordinary attacks. The blood-colored figure's offensive was extremely fierce, and after being dominated by the mad will, his speech quickened, and an ominous sense of pressure could be felt. It seemed he was suppressing something. Lin Xiao remained silent, only swinging his sword with all his might to block, while also searching for a flaw in the blood-colored figure's defense. Lin Xiao did not believe that the blood-colored figure had no flaws to exploit, able to disregard all his attacks. However, the opponent's assault was relentless, and Lin Xiao was gradually becoming unable to keep up. I can't keep going like this, or I will inevitably be defeated. At this moment, Lin Xiao was covered in sword marks, blood flowing profusely from his wounds, almost dyeing him into a bloodied figure. Though his body ached, Lin Xiao's consciousness was clearer and calmer than ever. Chapter 197. The method of condensing immortal-grade spirit. This ancient ruin indeed seems to conceal something that can obscure a cultivator's perception. Everything can only rely on fate. Lin Xiao replied. He never thought that he would obtain a swordsmanship inheritance upon just entering this ancient relic. Lin Xia, that blood sword inheritance you just received, you can cultivate it well. I can tell that the previous owner of this blood river sword intent was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. With his strength back in the day, if he wanted to sweep through the southerly domain, he could easily do it with just one sword. The tower spirit communicated with Lin Xia, having witnessed the battle between Lin Xia and the blood-colored figure. So it was very clear about the power of the blood river sword intent. I understand, senior tower spirit. Lin Xia slightly nodded, taking in the words of the tower spirit. Yummy and evil spirit, since you have already found the inheritance, let us hurry to other places. I also want to obtain the true meaning of the knife path. Otherwise, this trip to the ancient relic will have been for nothing. Yin Zhao communicated. Next, Lin Xia and Yin Zhao began to search around Liang Town. After Lin Xia killed the blood-colored figure, the mist here had dissipated, and the large snakes within the mist had all turned into white bones. Chapter 198. Locking Sun City. Lin Xia had previously heard Zhao Yi say that everyone's heavenly Dao condensation is unique, and the only way to obtain immortal-grade condensation is through the favor of the heavenly Dao. Lin Xia originally thought this concept was quite abstract. After all, it required gaining the favor of the heavenly Dao, but now that he had obtained the method for immortal-grade condensation, he suddenly felt it wasn't so abstract anymore. While walking, he suddenly obtained the method for immortal-grade condensation. Who could he reason with about this? Yin Zhao, who was beside him, was still looking for her own opportunity, but had found nothing for a long time. If Lin Xia remembered correctly, Yin Zhao had still not obtained the method for immortal-grade condensation, and she had been searching for a long time. The method for immortal-grade condensation? Yin Zhao felt her lips were a bit dry and murmured. The thing she had been desperately pursuing had so easily fallen into Lin Xia's hands? Yin Zhao felt a bit like wanting to eat lemons and was almost psychologically imbalanced. That's right, the method for immortal-grade condensation. Lin Xia held the paper in his hand, feeling extremely comfortable to the touch. However, after he finished reading the method for immortal-grade condensation, the paper spontaneously ignited without wind, and all the things recorded within were remembered very clearly by Lin Xia. Chapter 199. 10,000-year mysterious iron. I see this item is fated to be mine. You, the old monster from Myshan, are merely a pretender. How could you obtain it? A voice rang out from the crowd around. The old monster from Myshan immediately turned his gaze toward the direction of the voice, but in the next moment, a figure burst out from behind him. This figure was shrouded in a large black robe, with shadows covering his body, and he held a dagger glowing with green light in his hand, moving with ghostly speed. This was the Shadow Assassin. No one knew his name or his past, The only thing known was that every time he struck, he hid in the shadows. Hence he was called the Shadow Assassin. A cultivator recognized the loose cultivator who had attacked and shouted loudly. What? The old monster from Myshan's expression changed slightly. Just as he was feeling proud, he never expected someone would dare to attack him. He felt a chill at the back of his head, and by the time he thought to evade, it was already too late. Puffed, the green glowing dagger pierced directly through his back of the head. Thus, the once famous old monster from Myshan died at the hands of the Shadow Assassin, something no one had anticipated. This 10,000-year mysterious iron is mine. The Shadow Assassin revealed a hint of joy in his eyes beneath the wide black robe. Chapter 200. Human-faced bloodbat. When Lin Xia had almost collected enough blood from the demon beasts, he suddenly paused, catching a glimpse of a shadowy crowd on the other side with his peripheral vision. There were many people gathered there, seemingly waiting for something to appear. Is there some opportunity? Lin Xia furrowed his brows and used the wind step to rush over. After a few breaths, Lin Xia landed on top of a dilapidated building. Just as he thought, many loose cultivators were surrounding the area, all waiting for something to appear. In the central position, surrounded by the loose cultivators, there was a pillar of light soaring into the sky, and the radiance around the pillar completely obscured the view, preventing anyone from seeing what was inside. It seems there really is something. I will wait here for a bit. Lin Xia slightly squinted his eyes and directly sat cross-legged on the rooftop, his gaze fixed tightly on the light pillar not far away. What is this light pillar? Soon, Yin Zhao also noticed the commotion and came to Lin Xia's side, curiously inquiring. I don't know what this light pillar is, but the thing inside is definitely not an ordinary item. If it's an opportunity, we will split it 50-50. Chapter 201. Underground passage extinct? Lin Xia was slightly surprised and asked. Yes, it really has been extinct for a long time. I learned this information from the inheritance. There was once a giant in Zhongzhou whose offspring encountered a human-faced bloodbat while out training. In one encounter, the offspring was directly drained of blood. Even his soul was absorbed, Yin Zhao said softly. Lin Xia felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. If someone in Zhongzhou could be considered a giant, then their offspring would undoubtedly have many life-saving items, and their quality would likely be extremely high. Yet, even with that, they were still drained dry by the human-faced bloodbat in one encounter, even without the chance to activate their life-saving items. Later, when the giant learned of this, he was enraged and personally took action, slaying all the human-faced bloodbats in the outside world. Since then, the human-faced bloodbats have completely vanished and have not appeared in the outside world for a long time. Yin Zhao said. Lin Xiao's expression became solemn. If the human-faced bloodbat could directly drain the blood of beings with lower cultivation than itself, then no matter how high its combat power, it would not be able to fight against it. Does that mean we can only keep hiding from it? Lin Xia frowned, a hint of determination flashing through his mind. If he had to keep avoiding the human-faced bloodbat, he would rather forcefully break through to the condensation realm, even if it wasn't a mortal-grade condensation. Chapter 202. Discovery. Why is this passage so long? We've been walking for almost half an hour. Yin Zhao muttered. Lin Xia did not respond. The two continued to move forward in silence. After a moment, they stopped, and at this point they could see the end of the deep underground passage, which slightly revealed a soft glow. Currently, there was no sense of danger ahead, but they still needed to be cautious. Yin Zhao felt around, but due to her spiritual sense being severely restricted, she couldn't perceive too far ahead, only sensing something not far from the end. Let's continue onward and see where this underground passage connects to. Lin Xia nodded slightly and said. The two arrived at the end of the passage and looked outside. Lin Xia's pupils suddenly dilated. After coming out of the cramped underground passage, what came into view was a massive city with a tall and majestic city gate, covered in the marks of time, weathered and worn. Compared to the dilapidated Locking Sun city above ground, this underground city was much better preserved, with no buildings collapsed, looking as if it had not experienced any turmoil. This underground dungeon may have been built as a refuge back in the day. Chapter 203. Blood Rui. The spiritual stones piled up in the square caused the hidden formation beneath to begin to tremble slightly, and then an entrance appeared at the center. Lin Xiao approached the entrance and walked down. As expected, just as the tower spirit said, the place beneath this square was once a treasure vault, filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But now they have all been eroded by time, turning to dust at the slightest breeze. After Lin Xiao entered the treasure vault, A gentle breeze flowed in through the entrance, and then he saw the colorful heavenly materials and earthly treasures turning to dust, losing all their spiritual essence. The particular heavenly material and earthly treasure I need is still inside, preserved very well, showing no signs of weathering. The voice of the tower spirit echoed in Lin Zhao's mind. Lin Zhao then walked deeper into the treasure vault, and after a short while, he indeed saw a heavenly material and earthly treasure enveloped in spiritual energy. This heavenly material and earthly treasure took the shape of a ruby, but it was blood red and very clear, making it extremely beautiful. Blood ruby. This is a heavenly material and earthly treasure born from the heavens and earth, extremely precious. I never expected to see it in this ancient relic. The voice of the tower spirit carried a hint of emotion as he looked at the blood ruby, filled with nostalgia. Chapter 204. Ancient Altar. On an unknown vast altar, Huangfu Yueping and Xiong and Han Danzi were present. Originally, they had 400 or 500 followers, but now only a few dozen remained. The fate of those who disappeared was already known without asking. Is this the place where the remaining half of the true meaning we need lies? And Xiong scanned the surroundings and frowned as he asked. He and the other two had also received a legacy, but the direction they were all pointed to was this place. This altar is too eerie, looking like a place used by demonic paths. Huangfu Yueping frowned slightly as he stepped on a blood-red pattern. He crouched down and touched the pattern with his fingers. In an instant, a blood-red world filled with corpses flashed through Huangfu Yueping's mind, shocking him and causing cold sweat to seep from every pore. Blood red, boundless blood red. Huangfu Yueping's voice trembled as he muttered to himself. What did you see? Brother Huangfu? Brother Huangfu? Han Danzi hurriedly inquired upon seeing Huangfu Yueping nearly collapse to the ground. He knew that the royal family of the Southern Kingdom possessed a secret technique that allowed them to touch an object and trace back to see the scenes that occurred at that time. Chapter 205. Slaughter. 3 days for cultivators is but a blink of an eye. Many cultivators cannot even fully recover their state in these 3 days. 3 days are up. From now on, indiscriminate slaughter begins. You can only leave when I'm satisfied. The voice of the altar echoed again. However, many cultivators at this moment had flickering eyes. If that's the case, they could simply avoid killing, thus perfectly circumventing the rules set by the altar, right? Half an hour later. Oomph. Do you dare to have any little thoughts in front of me? You all deserve to die. The cold and grand voice of the altar resounded again. In an instant, a cultivator was caught by a blood hand manifested by the altar, and with a strong squeeze, the cultivator instantly turned into a blood rain, falling onto the altar. This blood hand has terrifying power. Lin Zhao's eyes slightly narrowed. In these 3 days, Lin Zhao also tried and found he couldn't get out. If no one makes a move, I will have to do it myself. Your blood will bring me joy. After the altar's words fell, the cultivators trapped here began to attack each other, engaging in a brutal slaughter. Chapter 206. Qing Yin Soul Medicine. Bang! A loud sound erupted as the archer cultivator was pinned to the altar by an arrow Lin Zhao shot. Lin Zhao slowly walked up to him and expressionlessly inserted the bloodthirsty sword into his heart. Hiss! The archer cultivator continuously coughed up blood. His vitality was strong. And even though Lin Zhao had pierced his heart, he did not die immediately, but could clearly feel himself getting closer to death. This was the most despairing feeling. Yet he had no means to counter it. You are quite good. You're the first archer cultivator I have encountered. If you had a future, perhaps I would have lingered on you a bit longer. Lin Zhao commented indifferently. Huh. If I had a future, I would undoubtedly shoot you dead with one arrow. This is not death, but a return to the embrace of the eternal heaven. As he spoke of the eternal heaven, an unusual light flickered in the eyes of this cultivator. Eternal heaven? What is the difference between returning to the embrace of the eternal heaven and death? When the soul returns to the nine nether, Lin Zhao exerted a bit more force, and the bloodthirsty sword accelerated the absorption of blood. After a few breaths, the archer cultivator's life force completely vanished, thus returning to the embrace of the eternal heaven. Chapter 207. Healing. Lin Zhao's gaze was serious. After Han Danzi entered the Bingshan realm, his power was now terrifying. Now that I have become in, I can suppress you with one hand. People from small places have too poor a foundation. When faced with this situation, they are powerless to turn the tide. The pride on Han Danzi's face reappeared, resembling a proud peacock. So what if you are Ning's son? Lin Xiao held the bloodthirsty sword at an angle, seemingly stepping on the wind, continuously leaping in midair. Wind step, as the name implies, can utilize the ubiquitous gentle breeze in the air to gain strength, allowing one's speed to increase and their form to become ethereal and elusive. A great wind. The strong wind suddenly surged, and Lin Xiao took advantage of the raging wind he stirred up, leaving behind phantoms in place, while his form reached its current peak speed. This is still not enough. Lin Xiao's gaze turned cold as he instantly opened the 3 gates of the dragon-breaking gate. Where he passed, faint sonic booms could be heard. Since he had not yet broken through to the Yingshan realm, the dragon-breaking gate could not elevate his realm. But both his strength and speed received a tremendous boost. The sword path can cut through all things. Even if I am merely half a step into Nusen, my sword can still slay Yingshan. Chapter 208, Battle with Xiong. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Han Danzi's face turned increasingly pale. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Lin Xiao quietly felt the feedback from the bloodthirsty sword. The feedback was rapid, faster than healing with pills, and the effects were immediate. New skin continually grew, while the old, burned skin naturally shed and scattered away with the breeze. At this moment, Han Danzi no longer shouted. He had lost all strength, and massive blood loss caused his consciousness to blur. As a large amount of blood was extracted, Han Danzi's aura weakened significantly, and after a dozen breaths, his life force completely dissipated. Lin Xiao reached out and directly grabbed the storage ring of the now desiccated Han Danzi. After a slight scan with his divine sense, a hint of joy immediately appeared on his face. Han Danzi's storage ring was quite large and contained many types of spiritual herbs, materials, and several elixirs. However, there weren't as many spirit stones as he had imagined. Only a few thousand high-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were some jade slips and books inside Han Danzi's storage ring, which should all be related to alchemy. Han Danzi had organized them neatly, showing that he valued these items greatly. Chapter 209, Counterattack and Desperation. This sword is very sharp, unlike the one I felt just now. And Xiong's face wore a serious expression, thinking to himself, if it were now, I couldn't withstand the opponent's sword energy head-on. Otherwise, I might be gravely injured. Seeing Xiong assume a fighting stance, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He couldn't see any flaws in Xiong now. The opponent's posture was excellent, and his fist energy was dense, making his defense impenetrable. This was completely different from the earlier open style of Xiong. It felt as if he had become a different person. As he sensed the Wuji sword, Lin Xiao chuckled lightly and said, "But that's fine now, it's my rhythm." Wind step. Lin Xiao's figure moved like a ghost, rushing towards Xiong at high speed, and in a breath's time, he was in front of Xiong. Thunder. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Xiong perfectly, yet the latter remained unmoved, the faint golden defense flowing over his skin blocking the lightning entirely. Lin Xiao was not surprised and directly slashed down with his sword, the sword energy crisscrossing as he aimed for Xiong's head. Clang! Xiong continued to block this sword with the arm guards on his arms, but this time, no sparks flew. The unmatched sharpness of the sword directly shattered the arm guards. Chapter 210. Enlightenment. Lin Xiao looked quietly at Xiong, whose copper bell-like eyes were fixed on him, showing great unwillingness. Puff! Xiong spat out the blood he had been holding back, his body swaying continuously, his tone filled with reluctance. I am not willing. I died at your hands. If I had been a bit more cautious, I still had a vast future ahead of me. I should have become the future sect master of Hongshan's sect, the revered senior brother of thousands of Hongshan's sect disciples. Will my dream really end here? End in a place where even my body cannot be found? Xiong let out a bitter laugh, staggering towards Lin Xiao. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble, and even though his life was nearing its end, his aura remained astonishing. One could only say that he truly deserved to be the senior brother of Hongshan's sect, the one with the highest actual combat power among the three. Lin Xiao stood with his sword, his tattered white robe, stained with blood, fluttering in the wind. But dying at your hands isn't bad either. At least I die honorably in battle, as a sword cultivator. Ha! A sword cultivator. Xiong staggered to Lin Xiao's front, his thick fingers pointing at Lin Xiao's forehead, then slowly sliding down, leaving 2 streaks of blood as they crossed Lin Xiao's face. Chapter 211. The heart of the sword is transparent. I don't have a habit of teaching others. I just had some insights just now. Lin Xiao shook his head. What he saw in Xiong before his death, he suddenly had an epiphany. Now, seeing this loose cultivator who was also a sword cultivator, he felt delighted and wanted to offer some guidance. I don't need your guidance. Everyone has their own path to walk. Even if I walk the wrong path, I will continue on it. Not for any other reason, but simply because this path is my choice, and I have no regrets even in death. The loose cultivator shouted loudly and swung his sword at Lin Xiao again. You are right. The path is chosen by oneself, and I have no regrets even in death. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Seeing the loose cultivator rushing towards him, he merely pointed his sword lightly. All the sword energy was concentrated at the tip of the sword, making the strike seem ordinary, as if even an average person could execute it. However, this loose cultivator felt like a mayfly facing the vast sky. All sword techniques and sword paths were forgotten in that moment. In his eyes, there was only this seemingly light sword strike, nothing else. A spray of fresh blood splattered through the air. Lin Xiao sheathed his sword and stood still, while the loose cultivator clutched his neck, collapsing weakly to the ground, breathless. Chapter 212. Ningwei Huangfu Yuping heard Yin Zhao's request and fell to darkness before his eyes. He had sworn an oath on the royal family. Yet Yin Zhao still didn't believe him. Just how low was the credibility of the southern royal family, that even loose cultivators were unwilling to trust them. Fine. I will swear again after leaving the ancient ruins. Huangfu Yuping could only agree helplessly. The three then looked towards the center of the altar, where several beams of light of different colors appeared. Each of the three present knew which beam belonged to them. Lin Xiao stepped before the red beam of light and entered without hesitation. Are you the inheritor I have been waiting for through endless years? Lin Xiao felt a slight blur before his eyes. Before he could observe his surroundings, a grand voice echoed. He found himself in a massive cavern. Standing in the center of this giant cave was a tall, cold, and bloody phantom, standing with hands behind its back. The phantom had a handsome face, but its cold and bloody aura added a shadow to its good looks. Are you Ningwei? Lin Xiao recalled the name recorded in the Sword Dao notes, which belonged to the former master of the Blood River Sword Intent. Chapter 213. The Road to Invincibility. Ningwei sensed Lin Zhao's sword intent and was slightly surprised. But just slightly. Then he waved his long sword, and the blood river poured down, emitting a furious sound. Lin Zhao's sword energy flew towards the blood river, and the two clashed, creating immense power that shattered the void, while a powerful shockwave began to emanate. Lin Xiao continuously increased his spiritual energy output to boost himself, and Ningwei did the same. Both were sword cultivators, and in this situation, neither was willing to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The place where the two sword energies collided began to darken, a deep and terrifying power brewing at their intersection. If anyone lost, this power would sweep towards the loser with unstoppable force. Ningwei stopped speaking and silently continued to enhance his blood river. He did not believe he would lose to a junior. As a former great power, he naturally had his pride. Lin Xiao also did not believe he would lose. At the same realm, even against a sword immortal, he dared to fight. To this day, he had never been defeated at the same realm. I have seen more sword intent than you have eaten salt. On what basis do you think you will win today? Chapter 214. Recruitment. After the two halves of the sword paths, true meaning fully merged, Lin Zhao's vision once again blurred as he returned from the cavern to the altar. The other two beams of light continued to shine brightly, while the beam of inheritance that Lin Xiao had entered had already dimmed. Suddenly, Lin Xiao seemed to sense a gaze watching him, and at that moment, he recalled the message Ningwei had asked him to convey. Ningwei asked me to tell the spirit of the altar that he probably won't be able to help you this time, Lin Xiao said complexly to the empty altar. The surroundings remained silent, but Lin Xiao felt that gaze retracting, no longer focusing on him. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, then took out some pills, swallowed them, quickly refining their medicinal power to restore his spiritual energy and heal his injuries. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, Huangfu Yueping and Yin Zhao had already emerged from the inheritance space. From their appearances, it was clear they had gone through a fierce battle, but no one had been possessed. Lin Xiao took a deep look at Huangfu Yueping. After his battle with Yin Zhao, he was already in poor condition, yet he had not been possessed, indicating that Huangfu Yueping still had some hidden cards. Chapter 215. Preparing for breakthrough. Lin Xiao noticed that Huangfu Yueping seemed to have a poor tolerance for alcohol. Cultivators could dispel the drunkenness of ordinary liquor, but not that of spirit wine. Huangfu Yueping was now beginning to outline his grand plan. When I return, I plan to cultivate the immortal grade concentration technique. After succeeding, I'll spend a year or two cultivating to the peak of the concentration realm, then have a word with my ancestors, inviting one or two of my royal forefathers to stand by my side, and I can start changing everything in the Southern Kingdom. The court's taxes were not high, but besides the taxes collected by the court, those aristocratic families also levied taxes. With 2 layers of taxation, many commoners had no choice but to sell their lands. And in the end, they were left landless, forced by harsh governance to become bandits in the mountains. The Chundan sect, due to its alchemy practices, had caused many regions to start planting spear herbs, which the commoners could not consume. The arable land in the Southern Kingdom had become very scarce, with even fewer places for growing food. Listening to Huangfu Yueping's words, Lin Xiao had already sketched a picture of what the Southern Kingdom was like in his mind. In short, cultivators did not regard ordinary commoners as human beings, which had driven many to become bandits. Chapter 216. The 9th Heavenly Tribulation. At the moment Lin Xiao broke through his shackles, his cultivation remarkably transitioned from half-step concentration to concentration realm. But he was still just an ordinary concentration realm cultivator. If placed in the outside world, he was merely an ordinary mortal-grade concentration, not yet an immortal-grade concentration. He had to wait for the brewing of the heavenly tribulation. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, where dark clouds had already covered the heavens, flickering with purple lightning within. The thunder brewed by the heavenly tribulation was on a completely different level from the thunder created by his wind thunder sword technique. The former carried a purple glow that sent chills down one's spine just from a slight perception. There were a total of 9 heavenly tribulations, and only by absorbing the power of all 9 into his body could he achieve immortal-grade concentration. Ordinary mortal-grade concentration had only 3 heavenly tribulations, while immortal-grade concentration had 9. Refining the heavenly tribulation could significantly enhance a cultivator's foundation. Lin Xiao began to operate the Jade Bone refinement method, his heart rapidly beating to provide ample blood and energy to his physical body to resist the impending heavenly tribulation. This was his first time facing a heavenly tribulation, and he did not know if it would be as terrifying as he had imagined. Chapter 217. Devour this sword. Qi persisted for several breaths before being obliterated by the thunder. Lin Xiao felt the death threat from the heavenly tribulation. Without hesitation, he unleashed a thin slice of heaven, drawing all his remaining spiritual energy to unleash a terrifying strike. After doing all this, Lin Xiao's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Break the Dragon Gate. Lin Xiao utilized a forbidden technique, breaking through the 3 barriers of the Dragon Gate consecutively. And his cultivation jumped from the 1st level of concentration realm to the 4th level. The fighting spirit drawn away by the thin slice of heaven was restored, and he began to absorb all the spiritual energy contained in the surrounding air as if he were a whale swallowing. This was still far from enough. Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold as he took out a spirit stone, crushed it, and absorbed its pure spiritual energy into his body, suddenly restoring half of his spiritual energy. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation obliterated the 2nd sword Qi Lin Xiao had unleashed. He did not unleash another thin slice of heaven. He needed enough spiritual energy in his body to face the approaching heavenly tribulation. Bang! Lin Xiao was struck by the heavenly tribulation, bathing in the lightning. The violent thunder continuously destroyed Lin Xiao's cells, but the heavenly tribulation also presented a glimmer of hope. After the heavenly tribulation fell, a surge of life energy would emerge, capable of repairing his damaged cells. Chapter 218. Return. Lin Xiao took only 2 days to return from the Southern Kingdom to the Great Zhou dynasty. Although he had little emotional attachment to the Great Zhou dynasty, he felt much more at ease upon returning. He rushed directly to the Yun City branch and found Din Shunfang. Din Shun, have you received any news from Interdugu? Lin Xiao inquired. Not yet. You should come and find me before challenging the Qingyang sect. Shunfang shook his head and said. Then he sensed the aura on Lin Xiao and was surprised. Good lad. You're already in the concentration realm? Is it immortal grade concentration or mortal grade concentration? Immortal grade. Lin Xiao smiled and replied. Good lad. How long has it been since you left? 2 months? Chun Fang's eyelids twitched slightly as he spoke. Upon reflection, he He remembered discussing matters regarding the concentration realm with Lin Xiao before, and it had only been 2 months since then. In such a short time, Lin Xiao had found a method for immortal-grade concentration and a top-grade concentration pill. What about the immortal-grade concentration method he had searched for so many years and ended up with mortal-grade concentration? Chun Fong felt a bit sour, wondering why the heavens were so unfair. Chapter 219. Begging for mercy, my close friend? Zhao Tianlan was slightly taken aback upon hearing the guard's words outside the door. He searched through his mind, but could not recall who was looking for him, since a close friend of the prince has come to find him. You should go out and see, Mr. Qin said softly. You are right. I will go out and take a look now. Zhao Tianlan nodded and said. He walked out of the study with the guard and soon arrived at the location. Lin Xiao? Zhao Tianlan frowned slightly, looking at Lin Xiao, unable to understand why he was looking for him. It was already good that he wasn't looking for trouble with Lin Xiao, yet Lin Xiao dared to come to him. What do you want from me? Are you here to hand over the Tianbao Tower? Zhao Tianlan sneered. Isn't it the arrogance of the noble bloodline? Zhao Tianlan, were you the one who sent people to assassinate me in the imperial capital? Lin Xiao looked at Zhao Tianlan and said, So what if I did? It was I and the outer elder of the Qingyang sect, Elder Sun, who jointly dispatched people to assassinate you. Killing a lowly commoner like you is just killing. Zhao Tianlan directly admitted it. After all, his royal grandfather already knew that the last assassination was his doing, and, as a punishment, he was placed under house arrest for half a year. Chapter 220. Suddenly, a madman sharpens his knife. What does this mean? It means that no matter whether Lin Xiao admits it or not, he has now entered the ranks of those who cannot be provoked in the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhao Tianlan is just a prince who has barely reached the core formation stage. Would the royal family really take him seriously? That is not necessarily the case. After all, the royal family has always been criticized for their lack of familial affection. No, I was originally going to kill you here, but after thinking it over carefully, Lin Xiao voiced his doubts. If Zhao Tianlan wanted to survive, he would definitely choose the way that maximized his chances of survival. If you kill me here, my ancestors will definitely pretend not to know about it. But if you are outside, no matter what, my ancestors will come to save me, Zhao Tianlan hurriedly said, genuinely afraid that Lin Xiao would kill him on the spot. You make a good point, so let's south go to the square in the imperial capital. There will be the most people there, and it's not too far from the imperial city. Your ancestors should be able to arrive here in time. Lin Xiao grinned and dragged Zhao Tianlan to the square like a dead dog. Standing in the square, Lin Xiao looked around and found that the tallest structure was a heroic statue clad in heavy armor, holding a long spear. Chapter 221. Confronting the great Zhou Emperor. After Lin Xiao finished reciting a poem, the bustling square suddenly fell silent. Haha, good. Suddenly, a madman sharpens his knife. The imperial star sways. The comet rises high. The face of the great Zhou Emperor twitched continuously. Someone actually dared to recite a subversive poem openly in front of him, which made him furious. Rebellion. Outright rebellion. Today, I want to see just how sharp the knife you sharpened is, that it can make this emperor feel unsteady. The great Zhou Emperor snorted coldly, and his aura instantly spread out, revealing his mid-core formation cultivation. Accompanied by a majestic force, it pressed directly towards Lin Xiao. In this world, who knows how many dynasties and emperors there are? You are just one of them, even if the imperial star sways. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Xiao sneered and slowly stood up, the chair made of spiritual energy dissipating instantly. The great Zhou Emperor's pressure was nothing to him. He didn't feel any sense of oppression at all. If it were someone born and raised in the Great Zhou dynasty, even if their cultivation surpassed that of the emperor, they would still feel a sense of pressure because the other party is the ruler of all beings in the Great Zhou territory. Chapter 222. Star plucking sword technique. What if I injure you? If I have a chance, I might even kill you. Lin Xiao sneered. What emperor? What hundreds of years of dynasty? He didn't care at all. Don't think you can suppress him just because of a title, unless the other party's strength is greater than his. If you injure me, you will die. Zhao Wujing shouted, then coldly uttered a few words. Blasphemer, kneel. At these words, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a tremendous force at his knees, trying to force him to kneel. Lin Xiao resisted the power with all his might, his face showing a fierce expression. Crack! Lin Xiao's bones made a crisp sound, but he didn't care. He remembered meeting Huangfu Yueping in the South Kingdom, who was also of royal blood and seemed to have a similar ability to command by mere words. However, Zhao Wujing's command seemed to be even stronger. Lin Zhao's thoughts flashed. He guessed that these royal families must have similar techniques. Star-plucking sword technique, first form, shattering stars. Lin Zhao drew on the power of the stars, slowly raising his bloodthirsty sword, the tip pointing straight at the sky and under the bright daylight. A star was faintly seen flashing by. Chapter 223. The Martial Emperor. Any cultivator who reaches the core formation stage is, without exception, a practitioner who has solidified their beliefs. For such steadfast cultivators, losing means losing, dying means dying. There is nothing to regret, it's just a matter of betting and accepting the outcome. Just like Ning Wuya, whom he encountered earlier. Although he wanted to seize Lin Zhao's body, once he realized he couldn't, he gracefully gave up and even passed on his legacy to Lin Zhao. Good. Lin Zhao slightly nodded, gripping the hilt of the bloodthirsty sword, ready to stab it into Zhao Wujing's heart. Zhao Wujing closed his eyes, a relieved smile appearing on his lips. Being an emperor is not easy. One ends up being a lonely person. Lying in a royal tomb for a lifetime wouldn't be too bad. Just as Lin Zhao was about to stab down, a terrifying aura descended from afar. A force like lightning struck, sending Lin Zhao flying, crashing through more than a dozen white jade pillars, and finally lying in the ruins, coughing up blood. Ah, so there are cultivators in the Void Realm. No wonder my divine sense couldn't detect them earlier. Lin Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. Chapter 224. Din Zhang Dengfeng. No wonder. Lin Zhao calmly nodded. He was puzzled why he found it so difficult to resist in front of this old man. It turned out he was also at the immortal grade core formation level, which made it reasonable. You young men are indeed quite good, but unfortunately, you don't have the surname Zhao. Being able to face life and death with indifference. You will surely achieve great things in the future, but what a pity. The old man shook his head slightly, casually releasing a wave of spiritual energy. And Zhao Tianlan instantly turned to dust. He then looked at Lin Zhao, slowly raising his palm. The moment this palm fell, he could cause Lin Zhao to perish. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill down their spine. Those who could still remember the major events during the reign of the Martial Emperor felt a sense of familiarity. This kind of action could indeed be done by the Martial Emperor. It would be strange if it couldn't. Zhao Wujing saw this scene, and his heart was not greatly shaken. He had little affection for these grandsons and knew very well what they were truly thinking. The Prince of the South was furious. His own grandfather actually killed his own son, but after the initial anger, he fell into silence. What could he do? He could do nothing. Chapter 225. Great Translocation Talisman. After the Martial Emperor calmed his aura, he waited in place for a moment, but saw Zhang Dengfeng still standing there, looking at him with curiosity, showing no signs of leaving. Zhang Zhenren, aren't you going to leave? The Martial Emperor stared at Zhang Zhenren, whose eyes, though old, still held a sense of authority, now revealing a hint of resentment. I want to see the excitement. I want to see how angry you can get. If I could see a Void Realm cultivator die from anger, the entire southerly region would spread my name, Zhang Dengfeng. Zhang Dengfeng laughed heartily, stroking his white beard, looking quite like a mischievous old man. The Martial Emperor's eyes fixed intently on Zhang Dengfeng. If his gaze could kill, Zhang Dengfeng would have died countless times already. You see, you're getting anxious again. Your temperament is far inferior to your old father's. Your civil and martial skills are not as good. You fall short in every aspect. Zhang Dengfeng laughed heartily, then lifted Lin Zhao and flew away over the capital. The Martial Emperor's eyelids twitched slightly as he glanced at the surrounding crowd, and everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to look at the Martial Emperor. Arriving in a mountain forest, Zhang Dengfeng set Lin Zhao down and asked, "When did you join my Jixia Academy?" Chapter 226. Sun Residence, Qingyang Sect. As one of the three major sects of the Great Zhou Dynasty, its power goes without saying. The sect's location is also favorable, built on a massive mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain lies a bustling city, governed not by a lord sent by the court, but by cultivators dispatched by the Qingyang sect. Qingyang City. A nice name indeed. Lin Zhao, wearing a bamboo hat, arrived at the city gate of Qingyang City. Standing there, he could see the mountain peak, which locals referred to as Qingyang Mountain. Qingyang Mountain's peak is towering, resembling a soaring dragon. The peaks and ridges are stacked upon each other, and amidst the clouds and mist at the top, one can faintly see a vast complex of buildings, like a fairyland. Lin Zhao paid 50 low-grade spirit stones and entered Qingyang City. Qingyang City is quite prosperous, filled with bustling merchants, and there are very few mortals. Most are cultivators from various places. Lin Xiao first found an inn to stay in, then began to gather information in Qingyang City. Many people know the outer elder of the Qingyang sect, as one must first enter the outer sect to gradually ascend to the inner sect, similar to how one enters the inner door of Jixia Academy from the branch. Chapter 227, Annihilation. The maid showed some hesitation on her face, and after a moment of silence, she still did not speak. After all, she had only met this esteemed guest by chance, and if she revealed other matters that the master learned of, she would certainly suffer. No need to worry, I'm not a gossip. What is said here is known to heaven and earth, you and I, and absolutely no third person will know. Lin Zhao's appearance was quite deceptive. He was not handsome, but his demeanor was very earnest when he smiled. Since the esteemed guest has brought it up to this extent, if I were to hide it any longer, it would be somewhat ungrateful. The maid gritted her teeth slightly and shared her situation. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. This maid was a typical case of parents fleeing to Qingyang City, unable to afford food, and had no choice but to sell herself to the Sun residence. The treatment in the Sun residence was decent. Although the master was irritable and would often hit or scold, there were not many other rules to pay attention to. If you could choose, would you leave the Sun residence? Lin Xiao asked again, his gaze on the maid, guessing her choice. Chapter 228, Going Home. Lin Xiao killed all the descendants of Elder Sun in less than a dozen breaths, without exception. He accepted everyone and turned them all into external evils. As for those servants who were not surnamed Sun and did not have Sun blood, Lin Xiao did not take action unless they were truly loyal to the Sun family. In addition, Lin Xiao looted all the treasures that Sun Wutian had accumulated over decades. However, none of these were particularly precious, other than spirit stones. Lin Xiao had little use for the rest. If Lin Xiao had taken the majority of Sun Wutian's savings when he was still in the core formation stage, he would have instantly become wealthy, but unfortunately, Lin Xiao was now already in the spirit concentration stage. After wiping out the Sun family, Lin Xiao leisurely walked out of the residence. At this time, the commotion among the Sun family servants had not yet spread outside. The street was still bustling with traffic and visitors. When Lin Xiao stepped out, some cultivators who had seen him in the morning were still greeting him, and Lin Xiao smiled and nodded in response. After Lin Xiao left Qingyang City, the turmoil in the Sun family finally spread. Lin Xiao did not pay attention to the ensuing chaos and directly took flight, heading back to Jixia Academy. Chapter 229, Breaking Down Yunanhua. Was your trip smooth? Did you encounter any dangers? Yun Xiao looked at Lin Xiao, her gaze gentle, her brows curved like the moon, resembling a fairy who had walked out of a painting. She knew that Lin Xiao had left the Great Zhou dynasty to pursue the immortal grade spirit concentration, so she asked him upon seeing his return. Although there were some bumps, it was perfect in the end, and I got what I wished for, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Huh? Sister Xiao. You are also at the 9th level of the core formation stage now? Lin Xiao only now sensed Yun Xiao's aura, which was surprisingly that of the 9th level of the core formation stage, and her foundation was extremely solid, showing no signs of instability. That's right. After awakening the innate wood spirit body, my cultivation speed has been very fast. Even though I have been trying to suppress my cultivation, it is still growing rapidly. Yun Xiao's face showed a hint of distress. Before her innate wood spirit body awakened, her cultivation speed was not fast. Even though she practiced hard, it remained slow. The resources she used were the best available, and under such circumstances, she once thought she was a cultivation failure. But later, she realized that it was because her innate wood spirit body had not awakened. Chapter 230, Responsibility. The courtyard chosen by junior brother Lin is quite nice. Yun Xiao, holding Yunanhua, glanced at the courtyard and said, "Of course, this courtyard was assigned to me through connections." Lin Xiao smiled and said, when he chose the location, he had given quite a few points to get this spot. The place where junior brother Lin and I live is very close. Yun Xiao suddenly said, Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, instinctively looking at Yun Xiao and asking, Sister Xiao, have you already entered the top 10 of the inner courtyard? Only the top 10 seats can have a place here. Otherwise, those living here are all important figures of Jixia Academy, such as various mentors and even the vice president. That's right. In the 2 months since junior brother Lin left, I've already reached the top 10 of the inner door currently ranking ninth. Yun Xiao pointed to her courtyard, which was also quite nice, not far from Lin Zhao's, with a flowing water source and rich spiritual energy. Sister Xiao also went through connections? Lin Xiao asked curiously, remembering that this courtyard was previously occupied by a mentor. Sort of. This courtyard was originally occupied by a mentor, but later, this mentor had to go traveling, so I paid to take over this courtyard. Well, it should be considered my private property, and the Academy recognizes it. Chapter 231. Little fan? I know about this matter. Since the Dean has already intervened, the royal family will not trouble you again, so you can rest assured. The Vice President said indifferently, thinking it was a big deal, but it turned out to be nothing to worry about. As long as the Dean has intervened, the royal family will also tacitly acknowledge that this matter has been settled. Otherwise, does the royal family really want to go to war with Jixia Academy? The Great Zhou royal family is not that irrational. In addition, I have some minor conflicts with the Qingyang sect. Lin Xiao scratched his head again, feeling a bit embarrassed. I have heard a little about this matter. It's just that you had some small disagreements with the Qingyang sect in the past. Now that you are in the top 10 of the Inner Academy, the Qingyang sect would not dare to act against you. Otherwise, they would be violating the rules. The Deputy Dean said, in the Great Zhou dynasty, there's an unwritten rule among all forces. Once you become a core disciple, elders from other sects cannot take action against you. Otherwise, they would face a collective attack from all forces. The top 10 of the Inner Academy of the Jixia Academy have clearly entered the core series, and, as the future of the Academy, if the Qingyang sect dares to act, the Jixia Academy would not let them off easily. Chapter 232. Boundless Killing Intent. Lin Xiao looked at the woman in confusion. He still didn't understand why she wanted to imitate his attire. His outfit was always very simple, just a plain set of fitted clothing, with his hair tied up with a hairpin and a sword hanging at his waist, now complemented by a white fox perched on his shoulder. Forget it. Why don't you introduce yourselves so I can get to know you better? Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, My name is Shan Hongying. I'm at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, and I was directly admitted to the Jixia Academy this year. The woman in fitted clothing quickly said, Wait, what do you mean by direct admission? Lin Xiao asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Our family gets one quota every 3 years to enter the Jixia Academy, and this year my family sent me to the Academy. Shan Hongying chattered on rapidly. You two were also directly admitted? Lin Xiao looked at the other two and asked. That's right. Yes. Upon hearing their answers, Lin Zhao's eyelids twitched slightly. It's no wonder the Jixia Academy is so renowned. They use admission quotas to win over the top families of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, the disciples sent by these families have excellent qualifications, not at all inferior to those who were promoted from the branch academy, and perhaps even have a slightly higher innate talent. Chapter 233. Betting everything. Die if not flying. So-called cultivators are not defined by their fancy clothes, elegant demeanor, or meticulously maintained weapons. Lin Xiao glanced at the clothes worn by the three, which were clean and tidy, and their weapons seemed more ornamental than practical. When I was in the transformation stage, I had already entered the Forbidden Zone. It wasn't until I broke through to the core formation stage that I came out of the Forbidden Zone to take the assessment of the Inner Academy. Lin Xiao slowly said, We cultivators without a background may have weaker cultivation techniques and slower training speeds than you, but in life and death battles, our chances of survival are higher because you lack ruthlessness. You don't have the determination to bet everything on the line, to fight to the death. But we have nothing else but that. Listening to Lin Zhao's words, the three fell into silence. In fact, all 4 of them were of similar ages. And it's possible that the 3 were even older than Lin Xiao, who was still not yet 20. However, the many experiences he had faced had weathered his face, making him appear older than his years. The 3 remained silent, still digesting everything they had just seen and heard. Chapter 234. Celestial Materials and Earthly Treasures. Lin Xiao naturally also saw his wanted notice, which had his photo on it. It must have been accidentally captured by a recording stone and then printed. The Lin Xiao on the wanted notice was looking sideways at a certain place, his eyes cold and his face still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. It's been a long time. Even I feel a bit nostalgic looking at it. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. In fact, it hasn't been long. It hasn't even been a year, but Lin Xiao felt as if a long time had passed, giving him a sense of nostalgia. His sudden outburst startled the 3, who looked at Lin Xiao in horror, fearing he had overheard their previous conversation. Although they hadn't said anything bad, They felt a sense of shock, a lingering impact from their earlier experience on the Kanglan Eagle. Lin Xiao didn't care about the expressions of the three. Instead, he looked at a magnificent building not far from the wanted notice, where three large characters were prominently displayed. Tianbao Tower. Lin Xiao smiled. A year ago, after killing someone from the Qingyang sect, he had exchanged almost all of the cultivation resources he obtained for spirit stones at this Tianbao Tower. Chapter 235. The cold-resistant lotus. Upon hearing the latter's words, Hunter Lee widened his eyes and cursed. You bastard, I don't have a wife. Your wife is the one who is cheating. It's not that I'm keeping it a secret, but everyone knows that once I run out of alcohol, I just don't feel like talking. Hunter Lee's face turned red as he glanced at the people around him, reeking of alcohol. Lin Xiao found Hunter Lee quite amusing, so he spoke up. Innkeeper, bring this Hunter Lee a jar of fine Jiannan Chun. I'll cover the bill. After saying this, Lin Xiao took out 100 middle-grade spirit stones and casually tossed them onto the innkeeper's counter. All right. The innkeeper smiled and quickly poured a jar of Jiannan Chun, delivering it to Hunter Lee. Hunter Lee's eyes lit up. He had been coveting this Jiannan Chun for a long time. But recently he had been financially strapped and hadn't caught any good prey, so he hadn't been able to drink it. Hunter Lee clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lin Xiao, who nodded slightly and said, Go on, I'm very interested in what comes next. I encountered a celestial material and earthly treasure. As for that celestial material and earthly treasure, I don't know what it is. I just know that it grows in a cold pond, resembling a lotus flower, exuding cold air, and there's a large snake guarding the pond. It was this large snake that saved my life. Its aura scared off the bloodthirsty rhinoceros. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't see me again. Chapter 236. Gathering Together Dog Owner. He just drew you a map. Do you really expect him to give you a cultivation technique? The jade-haired girl on Lin Zhao's shoulder asked in confusion. Everyone knows that a core formation technique is far more valuable than a questionable map. You think I would care about a core formation technique? Lin Xiao said calmly as he walked down the street. Of course, you and care. You're already a concentration stage cultivator. So how could you care about a core formation technique? The jade-haired girl said, slightly taken aback. Right, since I'm already at the concentration stage. Giving someone a core formation technique wouldn't affect me. Besides, this map is real. Lin Xiao raised the map in his hand, showing a smile as he said, How do you know, dog owner? Don't humans always say that human hearts are hard to measure? The jade-haired girl was even more puzzled in her eyes. The human heart was extremely dark, full of all kinds of vile thoughts. The human heart is indeed difficult to gauge, but one should not hold too much disappointment towards this world. There are naturally bad people, but there are also good ones, at least in my perception. Valley Hunter did not lie. Chapter 237. Devouring the wind-whistling tiger. One day later. Roar. The wind-whistling tiger on the mountain let out a roar that trembled the forest, the sound waves spreading far and wide, intending to scare off potential competitors. Normally, if there are demon beasts of the same realm in one place, other demon beasts would try to avoid it. Unfortunately, the roar of the wind-whistling tiger did not frighten away the pack of wolves that had come drawn by the scent. The massive pack of wolves arrived at the scene, with the leading wolf king staring hungrily at the soon-to-bloom sky-blue frost lotus. This is the ruined wolf king. If they stay in one place too long, all the plants in that area will wither and decay, which is how they got their name. The arrival of the ruined wolf pack immediately drew hostility from other demon beasts. While the wolf king might not fare well in one-on-one combat, a wolf king backed by a pack is definitely a formidable opponent. Bang! The mountain-moving ape jumped down from the ancient tree, directly uprooting the massive tree, and then stomped its foot down hard on the ground, shooting out like a cannonball, with the target set on the ruined wolf pack. The ice crystal crocodile emerged from the water's surface, its golden vertical pupils filled with indifference. It opened its mouth wide, releasing a gust of cold air, instantly freezing everything in its path into ice sculptures. Chapter 238. The Battle of Beasts. Lin Xiao had not had the Blood River Sword technique for long, and during this time, he had been busy with other matters, first killing Zhao Tianlan, then exterminating the Sun family, before returning to the academy, where he was dispatched to lead people on a training exercise, leaving him little time to focus on learning the Blood River Sword technique. However, he still grasped it quickly because the Blood River Sword intent in his body had been absorbed by the Infinite Sword intent. So even though he hadn't studied this sword technique thoroughly, his proficiency in the Blood River Sword technique continued to grow over time. However, Even if the blood river were to develop its own intelligence, I still have confidence in suppressing it, preventing it from causing any upheaval. Lin Xiao spoke confidently, then turned his gaze to the other demon beasts, chuckling lightly. Are you still trying to test my strength now? This is not the time. When the moment comes, I will naturally come to meet you. The mountain-moving ape sneered, then closed its eyes, continuing to wait for the day the sky-blue frost lotus would bloom. If they started fighting now, it would only allow other later-arriving demon beasts to take advantage. This was something the mountain-moving ape would never do. And the other demon beasts shared the same thought. Lin Xiao also felt that starting a fight now would be meaningless, and he had no idea how many demon beasts would remain by the time the lotus bloomed. Chapter 239. The Three-Headed Lion. Another half a day passed. During this time, 4 more demon beasts fell, leaving only 2 alive, the mountain-moving ape and the colorful poison lizard. At this moment, the mountain-moving ape was soaked in pitch-black poisonous blood, which flowed from its body onto the ground, causing the vibrant flowers and grass to wither instantly. The colorful poison lizard was not faring well either. Its long tail was broken off, its smaller body compared to other demon beasts was covered in scales turned outward, and it was bleeding profusely. Roar! The mountain-moving ape's eyes turned red, its black fur standing on end like steel needles. It pounded its chest, producing a muffled thudding sound, then charged at the colorful poison lizard, each step shaking the ground. The colorful poison lizard reacted quickly, leaping high the moment it sensed the mountain-moving ape's movement, shooting out a poisoned arrow formed from its venom. The mountain-moving ape was now utterly exhausted, and with its body corroded by the venom, it had become extremely sluggish. Although its eyes saw the poisoned arrow, it still couldn't evade it. Bang! The massive body of the mountain-moving ape fell heavily to the ground, a large hole pierced in its chest by the poisoned arrow, which was sharp enough to break through the mountain-moving ape's defenses. Chapter 240. Bitter battle. You underestimate me, and you will truly suffer for it. The three-headed lion boomed, and in the next moment, the vertical pupils in its 3 heads glimmered with a golden light, followed by a loud roar. Death ray. 6 golden threads shot out from those vertical pupils, almost instantly reaching Lin Xiao's front. External evil. Lin Xiao shouted softly, and a faint red outer garment appeared around him. The golden thread struck Lin Xiao's blood-red outer garment, causing wisps of blue smoke to billow out. I didn't expect the external evil to actually block it. Lin Xiao's expression was quite astonished. He knew that the blood-red outer garment created by the external evil had some defensive capabilities, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. However, something fell off. The three-headed lion was a late-stage demon general, while his own cultivation was only at the first layer of the concentration realm. No matter how absurd it was, it shouldn't be able to block the three-headed lion's innate divine ability. Lin Xiao began to doubt again. Did you guess it? Our clan's innate divine ability is not so easy to withstand. The three-headed lion sneered coldly. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, his blood-red outer garment suddenly erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Under the intense explosion, the blood-red outer garment was blown away, and torrents of blood sprayed out as if it were free. Chapter 241. 3 beast cores. The bloodthirsty sword surged forward like a bamboo shoot after a rain. After piercing in, it still carried tremendous force, lifting the massive body of the three-headed lion and nailing it directly to the mountainside, the sword hilt trembling slightly. This is the heart of the sword. The sword moves with the heart. Even if the sword is not in my hand, I can still control it, as if it were an extension of my body. Lin Xiao emerged from the mountainside, floating in midair. At this moment, the three-headed lion's life force was rapidly fading because the bloodthirsty sword had pierced its heart. Even as a demon beast, the three-headed lion's vitality was strong, but being pierced through the heart rendered it useless no matter how strong its life force was. Crash! Rock fragments continually fell from a mountain peak, a result of the three-headed lion's struggles, but they still had no significant effect. Still struggling? Haven't you seen your own death yet? Lin Xiao flew in front of the three-headed lion, landing atop its head. Death? How could I ever acknowledge such a thing? That is something only cowards would admit. The three-headed lion laughed heartily, showing no fear of death. I will take your beast core, and your flesh will become nourishment for the blood river. Lin Xiao reached out directly, forcefully extracting a luminous beast core from one of the three-headed lion's heads. Chapter 242. What is the most important in cultivation? Dog owner. When did you arrive? Yunanhua had been happily watching the training of the three, suddenly startled by Lin Xiao's words. Is this your doing? Lin Xiao looked at Yunanhua suspiciously and asked. He had spent quite some time in the forbidden area and knew that the demon beasts here generally would not leave their territory unless necessary. In Lin Xiao's divine sense coverage, there is currently a mid-level monster beast charging towards the three little ones, who are running for their lives and have no time to rest and heal. Dog Master, didn't you say to let them experience hardship? I just used an illusion to manipulate those monsters, making them mistakenly believe that the three dog masters in front of them are treasures. If the experience is too bland, it loses its meaning, so I decided to increase the difficulty a little bit, definitely not because I enjoy watching the show. Yunanhua's tail wagged, her tone filled with excitement as she reported to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly. That wasn't his original intention, but since Yunanhua had done this, it seemed acceptable. Chapter 243. Auction. Lin Xiao exuded a sense of confidence in both demeanor and tone, which also influenced Yunanhua. She whispered, maybe, but I will definitely be stronger than you in the future, Dogmaster. I will become the only emperor of Qingxiu, allowing our white fox to reach that position. If you become stronger than me in the future, I will sincerely bless you. And if you want to become the emperor of Qingxiu, I will help you. Lin Xiao replied gently. What kind of tone is that, Dogmaster? Yunanhua looked at Lin Xiao in shock. It was the first time she felt his gentleness towards her, as he had never treated her this way before. Because you're my spirit pet and will accompany me for a long time. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Yunanhua's bloodline talent is very strong, and it is destined that she will accompany Lin Xiao on a long journey and become his good helper. Just speak to me normally. I'm not used to this new you, Yunanhua hurriedly said. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head, saying, I am leaving here. I will come back in 10 days, so remember to take good care of them. Chapter 244. Feather Weaving Spirit Garment. The bidding in this auction was much more intense than before. Many female cultivators raised their paddles, and soon the starting price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones soared to over 3,000, and it seemed likely to continue rising. Lin Xiao was also dumbfounded. He had never imagined that women's money could be so easy to earn, something that had almost no help for combat and cultivation could sell for such a high price. Wait, since I saw this, should I send it to Sister Xiao Xiao? Lin Xiao fell into silence, and then quietly input the price on the crystal within reach. The guest in box 3 offered 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to raise the price? The auction host smiled brightly, knowing she would receive a 1% commission. If it sold for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, she would earn 100 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The guest in box 7 bid 7,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The auction host continued to fan the flames. Could you give me a favor and let me have this pearl? Chapter 245. The finale. The guest in box 3 offered 9,100 mid-grade spirit stones. The auction host's expression became strange as she scanned back and forth between boxes 7 and 3, and with her experience, she could see that the people in both boxes seemed to have ulterior motives. If nothing unexpected happened, after leaving the auction, there might be an annual auction tradition of competing for treasures. Are you sincerely trying to make things difficult for me? The prince in box 7 said angrily. He only had his eyes on the pearl and this feather-weaving spirit garment, and he didn't expect the other party to compete with him. What do you mean by making things difficult for you? Do you think you are worthy of me doing that? You should take a look in a mirror and see what you are and still want to compete with me. Lin Xiao's lazy voice came out. His main goal this time was to buy the feather-weaving spirit garment, yet he was accused of targeting this person. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The prince gritted his teeth and raised his bid again. 10,100 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao immediately countered. Are there similar defensive magical treasures like the feather-weaving spirit garment after the auction? Lin Xiao asked the maid beside him. No, this auction only has the feather-weaving spirit garment as a defensive magical treasure. After all, this type of magical treasure is always very rare. Chapter 246. Mei Ruohua. The young sect master of Qingyang sect Black Flame, Eagle Egg. As long as it can hatch, there will be one strong combat force at the Yingxin Jing level in the clan in 50 years. And the combat power of monster beasts is often stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. Someone's eyes turned red as they stared fixedly at the giant egg in the center of the auction house. The shell was covered with black flames, resembling patterns all over the giant egg, and even from a distance, one could feel the vitality within the egg. However, raising a black flame eagle to adulthood requires a terrifying cost. It's likely that an ordinary family, even with all their strength, could not afford to raise an adult black flame eagle. A cultivator expressed concern, saying, "What are you talking about? Cultivators who can afford a black flame eagle egg can't afford to raise it?" Another cultivator couldn't help but mock. "This black flame eagle egg, if it is auctioned off, will at least reach a high price of 8,000 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones, considering that high-grade spirit stones are generally more expensive due to their higher purity. Not to mention the various situations in the auction house." The price of the black flame eagle egg started to rise rapidly, with some even openly threatening other buyers for this egg. Chapter 247. The life of a cultivator is a struggle. Even the maid herself didn't understand why she was trembling. Clearly, Lin Xiao treated her very well and had never said anything harsh, unlike those he received. "Young sect master of Qingyang sect, Li family of Yunqing, right?" Lin Xiao's face turned grim. If it weren't for this young sect master suddenly appearing, he would have forgotten about this matter. Although it had only been a little over a year, Lin Xiao had experienced a lot. The matter had already been settled, so why did you suddenly jump out? "If I don't eliminate you, my Dao heart will really be unsettled." Lin Xiao suddenly crushed the teacup he had been playing with in a powder and caught a glimpse of the trembling made out of the corner of his eye. Immediately, Lin Xiao's aura was forcefully retracted into his body. He was now able to control his aura perfectly, and the recently exposed aura was only within this box. "Sorry for the laughter. I happened to encounter an enemy." Lin Xiao nodded at the maid and said warmly, "No." The maid trembled and replied, "Can the name of Qingyang sect scare people?" A fire attribute cultivator glared at Mei Ruohua with a grim expression. If it were anything else, he might give some face. But this was related to whether he could condense his spirit in this lifetime. Chapter 248 Reserve Program. The talisman that the cultivator took out was actually a great teleportation talisman, capable of randomly transporting to 1,000 miles away. If the other party successfully teleported, he would have no way to catch this cultivator. 16,000 high-grade spirit stones. Mei Ruohua's voice burst out from between his teeth. He was almost grinding his teeth in anger. How dare this person mock him like this? No wonder he is the young master of Qingyang sect. Li Si. Admit defeat. Li Si clasped his hands, but there was no regret on his face for losing the auction. Instead, he wore a hint of joy. If he couldn't win the bid, then so be it. As long as he could trick the other party, he would break even. "Li Si, you are quite something," Mei Ruohua said coldly, his gaze fixed on Li Si's palm, where he was gripping the great teleportation talisman, ensuring he could activate it and escape at any moment. "If the young master is unhappy, he can come to the East Sea dynasty to find me." Li Si said with a smile. The East Sea dynasty isn't particularly far from the Great Zhou dynasty, just a bit further than the Southern Kingdom. The Great Zhou dynasty, Southern Kingdom, and East Sea dynasty are all on the same official road. It's just a fake name. If I were to find you, I would probably not be able to find your shadow. Chapter 249 Outbreak of War. You say Li Yuer is a lowly maid? Lin Xiao chuckled. Do you still have feelings for her and want to rekindle old flames? You really are romantic. No problem. I, Mei Ruohua, love to help others. I can give Li Yuer to you to play with, but I don't even know where she is right now. I have to go back to the sect to ask. Mei Ruohua said with a click of his tongue. No, I just think you're right. Li Yuer is indeed a lowly maid. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. What a pity. I thought you would be furious for her sake, but it turns out. Mei Ruohua's eyes flashed coldly, and before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao, an ancient-style long knife appearing in his hand, slashing down. Lion's Lament. The domineering blade energy descended, and at the same time, a lion's roar resounded, intending to shock Lin Xiao's mind and then sever his head with a single strike. You really underestimate me. After all, I am just like you. Both are immortal-grade, condensing spirit. Lin Xiao was not affected by the lion's roar. Clang! A sound of sword ringing. The bloodthirsty sword was suddenly raised by Lin Xiao, blocking the domineering blade energy. Also, under the same realm, I have never been defeated. Chapter 250 Reckless Mei Ruohua. Is he dead? Lin Xiao's figure appeared, his gaze directed at Mei Ruohua's position, chuckling. Aren't you underestimating the foundation of an immortal grade condensing spirit cultivator? Mei Ruohua's figure emerged. A terrible sword scar appeared on his chest, but his aura had not diminished much, and the wound caused by the sword scar was rapidly healing. With Lin Zhao's current eyesight, he could even see new granulation tissue continuously growing at Mei Ruohua's wound to close it. At this moment, Mei Ruohua's appearance also underwent significant changes. A layer of aura resembling armor enveloped him, and a blue flame danced on his forehead. Lin Zhao frowned slightly. He felt that he had seen a similar appearance before. When I fought against Saint Songhai, he used the Jiangshui battle body. Lin Zhao murmured to himself. In the cultivation world, there are two types of physiques. One is the innate physique like Yun Xiaoxiao's innate with spirit body, and Lin Zhao's Wuju sword bone is actually between the two. The other is the Jiangshui battle body of the Jixia Academy and the battle body that is now emerging on Mei Ruohua's surface. These are cultivated through techniques and are equally formidable and extremely precious. Chapter 251 Arrival of People. After speaking, Lin Zhao began to draw on the power of the stars. A dangerously powerful aura began to brew on Lin Zhao's blade. Mei Ruohua felt the threat of death. He had never been this close to death. If he were struck, he would undoubtedly die. With all his strength, Mei Ruohua tried to move, but his bones were shattered, and coupled with Lin Zhao's energy locking onto him, he was now completely unable to make any movements. Young Master, several disciples of Qingyang sect, seeing Mei Ruohua in such a state, gritted their teeth and launched their strongest attacks at Lin Zhao. They certainly knew that if they attacked Lin Zhao now, they would undoubtedly die. But if they stood by and did nothing while their young master was in danger, not only would they die, but their families would also be implicated. To die in battle to protect Mei Ruohua now would mean their families would be treated well. This was their best choice. Ants shaking a big tree. Lin Zhao's gaze swept over these disciples, his expression unchanged. These disciples were all at the peak of the core formation realm, quite valuable in Qingyang sect. But facing him at this moment, you can't even withstand my pressure, Lin Zhao said sharply. He was already at his peak state. Previously, the peak core formation disciple Li Dabin could only kneel under his pressure without turning into blood mist because he was not in peak condition. Chapter 252 Beast Tide. Stop boasting. Anyone can talk big. Don't let yourself be embarrassed later. The Grand Elder of Qingyang sect sneered, then took out a medicinal pill and had Mei Ruohua swallow it. After swallowing the pill, the effect was immediate. Mei Ruohua's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. Vice Dean, why are you here? And the Grand Elder of Qingyang sect shouldn't have arrived this quickly. Lin Zhao looked curiously at the Vice Dean and asked. It was news relayed by Tianbao Tower. They reported that the beast tide in the forbidden area might be about to erupt. According to past years' rules, it is generally me who leads some mentors and outstanding disciples from the academy out, both to train them and to help the common people. The Vice Dean said slowly. Beast tide? I have never heard of a beast tide, Lin Zhao said in surprise. You haven't heard of it? That's quite normal. After all, you haven't been at Jixia Academy for long, and most of the time you've been outside. The Vice Dean glanced at Lin Zhao and said softly. This was the first time he had seen a disciple who had just entered the academy not long ago, but spent most of his time outside, not having properly received the education of Jixia Academy. Chapter 253 Yunanhua. Appears. Lin Zhao flew rapidly in midair, his gaze sweeping over the mountainous forbidden area. His expression serious. The places he saw seemed to have turned into a sea of monsters. Flying beasts, land animals, snakes, insects, and ants. Almost every type of monster could be seen everywhere. Moreover, so many monsters were gathered together, and they were not fighting each other, but silently moving in one direction, which was Tianya City. There are too many monsters. Lin Zhao felt his scalp tingle. These monsters ranged from the Monster Guard realm to the Monster General realm, and their numbers were simply incalculable. There were probably more than 10,000 monsters. No wonder even the Vice Dean felt a sense of crisis. Lin Zhao murmured to himself. If these demon beasts break through Tianya City, then most of the great Zhou dynasty would be trampled without restraint by the demon beasts. Since Lin Zhao was in midair, he could see many areas, and at the edge of his vision, he even saw a grand fortress. And in the distance from the fortress, there was also a massive army of demon beasts heading towards it. The forbidden area borders not just one great Zhou dynasty. Its range is vast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many demon beasts. Lin Zhao thought about the forbidden area, which is extremely large, even larger than the Great Zhou dynasty, and it borders several countries. Otherwise, there wouldn't be several demon king-level beasts appearing deep within the forbidden area. Chapter 254. A sword slash, just the ordinary roar of a tiger, injured the other three. Although the three were in poor condition, the demon beast that emitted this roar was definitely at the mid-stage of the demon general realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a strong deterrent power. Senior White Fox. This demon beast is difficult to deal with, right? Shan Hongying looked at Yunanhua and said with a trembling voice, "Indeed, it's quite challenging to deal with." Yunanhua's voice became serious. If it were just at the early stage of the demon general realm, with her innate abilities, she could still attempt to restrain it. But the opponent was at the mid-stage of the demon general realm, and she could hardly even block it. "What should we do now?" flourish es said in a bit of panic. "One word, run quickly. You guys take the person who fainted, and we run together." Yunanhua began to alter what the demon beast trapped in her illusion could see, making them run towards the position of the demon beast that had just roared. Meanwhile, she led the three of them to quickly escape in the opposite direction, but after a short while, the two began to fall behind Yunanhua's speed. "Senior White Fox, we really can't keep up," Shan Hongying said with a pale face, looking at Yunanhua. The spiritual energy within her body had already run out, and her physical strength was nearly exhausted, and flourish es beside her was the same. Chapter 255. My Dean Grandpa after Shan Hongying just saw Lin Zhao's appearance. She felt that the perfect image she had imagined had suddenly collapsed. According to the plot development in the story, Lin Zhao should be fearless of flourish es background at this moment and argue vigorously, ultimately convincing the Vice Dean. She had already thought of such a perfect plot, but who knew Lin Zhao would not play by the rules? "Miss Fu, you should have said earlier that the Vice Dean is your grandpa. After all, we are all disciples under the same academy. How could I deliberately make things difficult for you?" Lin Zhao looked at flourish es and said. Just as Jiang Xuanqin, who was slowly waking up, happened to hear Lin Zhao's words, he immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. He still clearly remembered how Lin Zhao had been so arrogant on the Kanglin Eagle. At that time, he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to speak. But how could it be that when he encountered flourish es, my Dean Grandpa, he suddenly couldn't maintain his composure? What were the pains they had experienced these days for? Let's go back and recuperate. According to past years, the Beast Tide won't attack Tianya City in these 2 days. They need to gather a certain number before launching an attack, the Vice Dean said as he saw Lin Zhao becoming more and more outrageous. Chapter 256. Attending the meeting the next day. In the early morning light, Lin Zhao took Yunanhua to the top of Tianya City's wall. In the distance, at the edge of the forbidden area, countless demon beasts were gathering there. These demon beasts were making all sorts of screeching sounds, and standing on the city wall, one could feel the commotion of the demon beasts. Some new soldiers who had just joined were standing on the city wall, their legs trembling uncontrollably, their faces pale. Lin Zhao seriously suspected that if the Beast Tide really came at this moment, these soldiers would probably be scared away. These soldiers were all newbies who had just joined the Tianya City Guard team. A rugged-looking man in his 30s walked up to Lin Zhao and said, "I am Chen Wei, the captain of the Tianya City Guard team, and also an advisor to our city lord." "Captain Chen," Lin Zhao cupped his hands and said, "No need for that, little immortal master. It should be me bowing to you for coming to Tianya City to resist the Beast Tide." Chen Wei repeatedly waved his hand and then bowed back to Lin Zhao. "Do you know when this Beast Tide will formally invade?" Chapter 257. Abnormal movement. The person from the Cold Moon sect was a woman with her face covered. Her autumn-like eyes seemed to hold a clear pond. But at this moment, her brows were furrowed, staring intently at a rugged-looking middle-aged man across from her. "Fairy Mingwe, why are you staring at me? Are you interested in me? If that's the case, I must decline your affections. After all, our sects are like water and fire." The rugged man looked at Fairy Mingwe with a smile, teasingly. "Impudent," Fairy Mingwe shouted, and in the next moment, she was ready to fight right there. "Fairy Mingwe, if you must fight, please don't do it at this time. Can't you wait until after the Beast Tide is over?" The one who spoke was a man wearing a python robe with a slightly troubled expression. He was clearly from the royal family. Prince Shimbei is right. But who let these little girls not understand the bigger picture? They only care about the present. Everyone just saw. I didn't say anything. But this little girl just has to keep staring at me. I know I'm handsome, but staring at me like this isn't right. Chapter 258. Divine Arm Crossbow. Does anyone still think what I said is wrong? If so, feel free to stand up and express your reasoning. If you just want to make a fuss and use the same old excuses as previous years to brush me off, don't blame me for being rude. Li Tianming snorted coldly and scanned the crowd. The more critical the moment, the more resolute he needed to be. Even if he had to offend people unnecessarily, he would do so without mercy. All of this was for Tianya City, and no one could speak out against it. Since the city lord has said so, then let the city lord first share his thoughts, the elder of Qingyang's sect said. It's simple. Tianya City must have a strong person at the void-breaking realm stationed here. Otherwise, if my guess is correct, this strong person at the void-breaking realm will be our lifeline. If my guess is wrong, then it's just a false alarm. After all, we don't lose anything. Li Tianming expressed his thoughts. As long as there is one strong person at the void-breaking realm, that's enough. The rest can still defend against the beast tide, as in previous years, and there will be no errors. It's not easy to invite a strong person at the void-breaking realm out. Chapter 259, Ironclad Rhinoceros, then I will go down to battle. Lin Xiao looked at Chen Wei and said, Little Immortal Master, just go ahead. If you need to come back, we will open the city gate for you. Chen Wei nodded and said. Then Lin Xiao walked out of the city gate. He actually wanted to leap down from the city wall, as it would save time and be quicker, but after activating the city's protective formation, he could no longer descend from a wall. Once outside the city, Lin Xiao charged into the group of demon beasts with a fierce demeanor. He really liked the feeling of large-scale chaotic battles, as it suited him well. Blood River. With a single sword strike, Lin Xiao killed a demon beast at the demon general level in front of him, directly summoning the Blood River. This large-scale chaotic battle was the perfect opportunity to strengthen the Blood River. When facing these ordinary demon general-level beasts, they had almost no capacity for resistance and were instantly dragged into the Blood River to become its nourishment. Within a quarter of an hour, over 30 demon beasts had died at Lin Xiao's hands, and the blood aura surrounding him became increasingly dense, almost taking on a tangible form, as if it could drip with blood. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Lin Xiao laughed wildly, feeling an unprecedented thrill amidst the endless sea of demon beasts. He loved this kind of killing, this kind of slaughter without any reservations. Chapter 260, Slaying in addition, the iron-armored rhino is of the earth attribute, capable of manipulating rocks and even influencing the surrounding land, like its owner, who is now stuck in a quagmire. Unless one's cultivation surpasses that of the iron-armored rhino, one cannot escape. Yu Nanhua continued, explaining that her inheritance contained much information about such demon beasts. Its weakness is... Yu Nanhua wanted to continue speaking, but was suddenly interrupted by Lin Xiao. No need to mention its weakness. I will find it myself. Moreover, even if I can't find its weakness, I can still smash that layer of iron armor to pieces. Lin Xiao raised his hand, his eyes filled with confidence. The iron armor rhino is indeed difficult to deal with, but that doesn't mean I can't handle it. Gradually, the waters of the Blood River began to surge and roll violently, the wronged souls within emitting cries of pain, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering. Lin Xiao retracted the Blood River, catching the iron-armored rhino off guard, causing it to crash to the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. Roar! The iron-armored rhino howled to the sky, looking at Lin Xiao with furious eyes. You damned human! How dare you toy with me? Today, I will pierce you through. Chapter 261. 3 demon general-level beasts under normal circumstances. Even demon beasts at the demon general level possess intelligence similar to that of ordinary humans, and those at the demon commander level are even smarter. However, the iron-armored rhino seemed somewhat different. Its intelligence was clearly several levels lower than that of other demon beasts, as Lin Xiao had keenly noticed during the battle. The intelligence of the iron-armored rhino was indeed much lower than that of other demon beasts. Perhaps this was the price of their formidable innate abilities. Yu Nanhua thought for a moment and said, the price? What it gains is powerful destructive power and formidable defensive capabilities, which indeed comes at a certain cost. Lin Xiao nodded and said, if the iron-armored rhino had a bit more intelligence, it would indeed be much more troublesome to deal with. After Lin Xiao killed the iron-armored rhino, he distinctly felt several gazes turning toward him. Following their line of sight, he discovered they were from the back of the massive group of demon beasts. Are they other late-stage demon general-level beasts? Lin Xiao murmured. He wasn't surprised by this. It was inevitable that late-stage demon general-level beasts would come to stop him, as there would definitely be more than one beast of the iron-armored rhino's strength. Chapter 262. Finding another path to sheen on the shadow demon dragon scales is not an ordinary sheen, but a form of demon essence, possessing great toughness, making it difficult for ordinary concentrated spirit realm cultivators to break through. Lin Xiao did not rush to attack. Although the destructive power of the shadow demon dragon might not be as great as that of the iron-armored rhino, its defensive capabilities were not much inferior. If he charged in directly, it would likely not cause significant damage to the shadow demon dragon, so he needed to observe carefully to find its weak points, and then inflict serious injury. At this moment, the shadow demon dragon was extremely agitated. This human reptile was hiding in the shadows. And the most critical point was that it could not find out where Lin Xiao was at all. I must be careful and not reveal any flaws. Although the shadow demon dragon felt anxious inside, it did not show it on its face. Instead, it appeared even more cautious. It would never reveal any flaws. Repeating the fate of the black flame eagle, the ice-fighting lion, and even the iron-armored rhino. Lin Xiao observed for a while, but found that the shadow demon dragon did not reveal any flaws and remained vigilant, giving him no opportunity. Immediately, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to the ice-fighting lion. The ice-fighting lion had several flaws exposed at this moment. Perhaps it thought Lin Xiao would target the shadow demon dragon first, which led to its guard being down, and it had not specifically prepared for Lin Xiao. Chapter 263. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land among the three demon beasts, the black flame eagle undoubtedly had the weakest defensive ability. Even the ice-fighting lion, which was slain by Lin Xiao with a single sword, was much stronger than the black flame eagle, unable to fly in the sky. The black flame eagle truly illustrated what it meant to be a fallen phoenix, not as good as a chicken. It emitted a sharp sound from its mouth, and black flames surged from its throat. Knowing it could not survive, it desperately tried to take Lin Xiao down with it. You overestimate yourself. Do you really think you can perish together with me? Do you have that capability? Lin Xiao moved quickly, directly grabbing the black flame eagle's head, then yanking it sharply. The blood essence surged through his arm, and after a brief moment of delay, Lin Xiao tore the black flame eagle's head off. In the next moment, with a flick of the blood slaughter sword, Lin Xiao directly extracted the beast core from the black flame eagle's head and then tossed its corpse into the blood river, turning it into nourishment for the river. Haha, this shadow demon dragon really has some patience. It didn't even attack me after that? Lin Xiao felt a bit regretful. He had deliberately exposed many flaws just to provoke the shadow demon dragon into attacking him. He had even prepared a battle plan. Chapter 264. The anomaly of the beast tide the next day. Lin Xiao had just woken up not long ago when Fu Rushue's voice came from outside the door. Senior brother Lin, are you there? Fu Rushue gently knocked on the door and asked. Yes, come in. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, expelling the remaining smell of alcohol, and said, Senior brother Lin. Fu Rushue stood at the door, saying, Later at noon, you need to attend a meeting. Attend a meeting? Lin Xiao's brows slightly furrowed. If it were a proper meeting to discuss matters, it wouldn't be a problem. But is the meeting in that conference hall a serious one? Everyone is just there to argue. One attendance is enough, and more would be meaningless. It is said that the beast tide in the forbidden area has undergone changes. Fu Rushue thought for a moment and said, Last night, the city lord and his advisors discussed for the entire night, pulling out various documents that recorded previous beast tides. In the end, they had someone notify us to attend a meeting at noon today to come up with a solution. Listening to Fu Rushue's words, Lin Xiao's expression became slightly serious, and he nodded, saying, All right, I will attend. With half an hour left until noon, Lin Xiao stuffed a beast core into Yu Nanhua's mouth and headed straight for the city wall of Tianya City. Chapter 265. Gathering at Tianya City, the Demon King in the depths of the Forbidden Area has been showing frequent signs of movement, suspected to be preparing to leave the Forbidden Zone. The scouts dare not venture deep and can only probe the outskirts. But it is highly speculated that the Demon King is very likely to leave the Forbidden Zone. The demon beasts retreating from the EC Kingdom are continuously heading towards the Great Zhou Dynasty, expected to reach outside Tianya City in no more than 3 days. Both pieces of information are crucial, especially the first one, as it indicates that demon beasts at the level of demon kings may join the battle. The atmosphere in the conference hall has become somewhat heavy. No one spoke, and the spacious hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Everyone was discussing how to handle the situation, but no one said anything, as if pretending to be mute would solve the issue. Li Tianming frowned and said, with the immense pressure on my shoulders. I can't help but wonder how many of the millions of common people in the city would survive if we lose this time. If it comes to that, we should abandon Tianya City and build another stronghold elsewhere, someone thoughtfully suggested after a long deliberation. Chapter 266, Total War. The martial emperor is not a kind and gentle old predecessor. He is a decisive and ruthless former emperor. If it weren't for Dinzhong Dongfeng's rescue, Lin Xiao would have had to rely on the Sword Spirit Tower to escape. Predecessor, you're at least a figure like our sex ancestors. It's a bit unbefitting of your identity and demeanor to take action against your juniors, isn't it? Li Yongzhenren said with a grim expression. Oh, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am wrong and want to discuss it with me? The martial emperor looked at Li Yongzhenren with a half-smile. I dare not. Li Yongzhenren could only say, feeling extremely constrained. He didn't even know how he uttered such humiliating words. However, after saying this, the pressure on him suddenly eased. Since you dare not, then follow me into the depths of the forbidden area to confront the Demon King. The martial emperor sneered, waving his hand, leading everyone directly towards the depths of the forbidden area. The martial emperor revealed his oppressive aura, causing the demon beasts they encountered to tremble and lie on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Without the worry of the demon beasts, everyone flew with all their might, and after half a day, they arrived at the depths of the forbidden area. Chapter 267. 8 Demon Kings. Li Tianming also received news that a total war was about to break out in the forbidden area. He did not hesitate and immediately began to send messages to various major forces, requiring each force to deploy at least 2 void-breaking realm experts. Otherwise, the billions of common people in the Great Zhou dynasty might face a catastrophic fate. Regardless of their methods, at least these forces are still righteous on the surface. Although on the surface, everyone only has 1 void-breaking realm expert. At this moment, the top forces of the Great Zhou dynasty displayed their profound foundations, with all forces sending 2 void-breaking realm experts to assist in the battle at Tianya City. At the edge of the forbidden area, 8 demon beasts, each as large as a small mountain, appeared, releasing their terrifying pressure without restraint. Under this powerful demon king pressure, everyone stopped their actions, as they needed to resist this pressure with all their strength. Not only that, but even the demon beasts were lying low on the ground, trembling. Under this pressure, their sensations were even more intense than those of the humans. Yunanhua, who was perched on Lin Zhao's shoulder, was not greatly affected, as her bloodline was stronger than those demon kings, so the impact on her was naturally less. Chapter 268. Power of the Void-Breaking Realm. Well done, little immortal master. In this situation, we must use heavy measures. Chen Wei praised as he watched Lin Xiao slay that ignorant cultivator. Captain Shun, I have no other options now. I can't stop this meteorite at all, Lin Xiao said with a bitter smile. Not only could he not stop it, but even cultivators below the void-breaking realm working together would find it nearly impossible to break this meteorite. It's all right. When this meteorite falls, the hidden protective formation will automatically activate. This meteorite won't be able to destroy Tianya City, Chen Wei said, glancing at the meteorite in the sky, feeling relieved. Fortunately, only 1 demon king has acted for now. Our hidden formation can still hold for a long time. In the next moment, as the meteorite fell upon Tianya City, just before contact, a golden shield enveloped the entire Tianya City. The meteorite and the golden shield emitted intense friction, causing the surrounding void to collapse continuously. Everyone was focused on the city protection formation and the golden shield, hoping that this formation could block the enormous meteorite. Sure enough, in the end, the meteorite was shattered into countless fragments by a beam of light emitted from the city protection formation. We held it. We held it. Chapter 269. Power of the Void-Breaking Realm Experts. Without any words, the 8 Void-Breaking Realm Experts and the 8 Demon Kings went to different places to prepare for the battle. No one stayed here, because even the aftershocks of the Void-Breaking Realm battles could kill many cultivators and demon beasts. Even the 8 Demon Kings made this choice, as their primary goals, aside from expanding territory, were to reduce the number of demon beasts within the forbidden area, not to eliminate them entirely. In the distant sky, a sword light resembling a falling star from the 9 heavens pierced through the heavens and earth. The divine might shook the heavens. This terrifying sword light struck directly at the mountain rock Demon King. Even hundreds of miles away, Lin Xiao felt a slight sting in his eyes, and his heart was greatly shocked. This is the power of a void-breaking realm expert. A single sword strike indeed possesses the might to open the heavens. The condensing spirit realm cultivators are strong, especially those of the immortal quality, truly powerful. Lin Xiao deeply understands this. But at this moment, he truly realized why the vice president previously said that only void-breaking realm experts could contend with the fierce beasts at the Demon King level. The two sides are simply not on the same level. No matter how strong the condensing spirit realm is only powerful in the ordinary sense, capable of cutting mountains and breaking rivers, whereas the void-breaking realm has already transcended the void, capable of tearing space. Chapter 270, Death of a Void-Breaking Realm Expert. Of course I feel it. Don't take me for an ordinary demon beast. I possess the bloodline of the great demon of Qingxiu, Yunanhua said proudly. Since we cannot fight, then let's rest well. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he continued to engage in battle. Your Jixia Academy has produced a remarkable genius. In the past 100 years, I fear no one has higher combat power than him, at least in the same realm. Li Tianming stood on the city wall, watching Lin Xiao's battle, and said, "Oh, can Lord Li speak properly with me now?" Fu Washan chuckled lightly and continued, "What a pity if it were with a sword, I could take him as my disciple. That way, I would have more glory on my face. Why do you always think good things are meant for you?" Li Tianming scoffed and added, "I've long since come to terms with those things from back then, but even so, seeing you still makes me quite unhappy." Fu Washan did not respond, merely letting out a long sigh, his face showing a rare hint of melancholy. The battle over there seemed to be reaching a conclusion. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be our victory. Chapter 271. Joining the Tianxia Society tonight, Tianxia City was destined to be brightly lit as the beast tide had finally ended, and everyone had survived. As for those who died, it was unavoidable. How many times has a beast tide not resulted in casualties? Lin Xiao quietly stood on the balcony of the inn, not joining in the festivities, but instead returned alone to his room. "Master, I should fall into a deep sleep for the next few days until I break through to the demon general realm. It might take about a month." Yunanhua suddenly said, "All right, we should return to the Jixia Academy tomorrow. There, you'll have a quiet environment to break through," Lin Xiao replied softly. During the battle earlier, he had sensed something was off with Yunanhua. Her aura was unstable, much like the prelude to a breakthrough. "But do all demon beasts take this long to break through?" Lin Xiao inquired. A month for a breakthrough seemed a bit too long to him. This is common knowledge. Our lifespans as demon beasts are generally longer than humans, so it's reasonable for our breakthroughs to take longer. Moreover, when demon beasts break through, it's a comprehensive breakthrough. Body, spiritual energy, consciousness, and innate abilities all grow alongside the cultivation level. Chapter 272, Golden Blood Refinement Method. Why would you join the Tianxia Society that I founded? I thought after returning to the inner court, you would avoid me, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Does senior brother Lin not know? The Tianxia Society is now the top society in the Jixia Academy. Many want to join. Fu Rushiue said from the side. When did the Tianxia Society become number one? Lin Xiao asked, confused as he remembered founding the Tianxia Society not long ago. How could it already be the best in the Jixia Academy? Other societies that have been around for so long haven't made any progress at all. The main reason is that the Tianxia Society has 2 seats in the top 10 of the inner court, and several of its officers are quite strong, making it the number 1 in the inner court. Perhaps there are other societies with more members than the Tianxia Society, but the Tianxia Society's combat strength is undoubtedly the strongest, Dan Hongying said excitedly, seeming happier about the Tianxia Society than about founding her own. So this time we came to the Tianxia Society precisely to join. Since senior brother Lin is also the president of the Tianxia Society, why not let us in? Chapter 273. Body refinement is an endless abyss. I can do it. It's just a body refinement method. I've endured much tougher situations before. Besides, this is just cultivation, Lin Xiao said confidently, slightly pursing his lips, the determination on his face seeming almost tangible. Silly boy, the tower spirit shook its head slightly, then extended a finger and gently tapped Lin Xiao's forehead. Apart from the body refinement method, there was another kind of medicinal bath that required spiritual herbs, which the tower spirit inscribed in Lin Xiao's mind. The golden blood refinement method is quite painful. During your cultivation, you need to release your own blood and then operate the golden blood refinement method, continuously producing blood that contains more energy. This process continues until all the blood in your body turns golden, marking the completion of your golden blood refinement method. The tower spirit's voice echoed in Lin Zhao's ear before fading away. The golden blood refinement method would inflict unbearable pain during cultivation. Even the most resolute individuals would find it hard to endure, hence the need for a large amount of pain-relieving spiritual herbs to assist in the cultivation. Lin Zhao slowly read through the golden blood refinement method, his gaze not changing much. Any body refinement method requires enduring unimaginable pain. Otherwise, why would your physical body be so much stronger than that of other cultivators? Chapter 274. 3 tasks happening at once to refine his body and quickly earn points and resources. Lin Zhao rushed to the task hall and took on 3 tasks in one go, all of which were Class A tasks offering a lot of points, with each task providing 5,000 points, totaling 15,000. Typically, a Class A task gives around 3,000 points. But these 3 tasks had been posted in the task hall for quite a while without anyone taking them. The first task was to eliminate a flower demon at the Demon General realm in the City of Flowers, whose cultivation was approximately mid-demon general, not particularly difficult. The second task involved a demon cultivator from another country currently wreaking havoc within the Great Zhou dynasty. This demon cultivator was at the Spirit Condensation realm. However, they provided me with a jade slip that would glow whenever this demon cultivator appeared within a 10-mile radius. And the last known location of this demon cultivator was in the City of Flowers. The third task was to escort a convoy that had purchased shielding wood, which should be a 4th-grade material. The buyer was a former disciple of the Jixia Academy, and the destination for escorting this convoy was also the City of Flowers. Sitting on the Kanglin Eagle, Lin Zhao contemplated his tasks, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 275. Instant Kill departing from Baywest City. The journey to the City of Flowers by horse-drawn carriage would take about half a month. Lin Zhao settled in, fulfilling his responsibilities as a guard. Along the way, they occasionally encountered a few highway robbers, but these robbers didn't require Lin Zhao to take action, as a few members of the Han family easily dealt with them. Master, we've been traveling for 10 days. We should reach the City of Flowers in about 5 days. Thankfully, we haven't encountered any particularly troublesome enemies along the way. The Han family steward reported to Lin Zhao. Not at all. The troublesome enemies have already arrived. Lin Zhao stood up, his gaze calm as he looked into the distance. In his spiritual sense, those hidden figures appeared like lanterns in the night, extremely conspicuous. On both sides of the road were towering cliffs, and the only path in the middle was extremely narrow, allowing at most 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. Kid, you've kept us waiting for 3 months. You're really dragging it out. A group of people dressed in black leaped down from the cliff, grinning maliciously. There were a total of 7 individuals, 6 of whom were at the peak of the core formation realm, and 1 was a cultivator in the early spirit condensation realm. Chapter 276. The Han family 5 days later, the group arrived at the City of Flowers. Compared to other cities in the Great Zhou dynasty, which appeared heavy and ancient, the City of Flowers, true to its name, had no city walls, surrounded instead by blooming, vibrant flowers. The City of Flowers has arrived. The steward of the Han family let out a long sigh of relief, the tension he had felt along the way now dissipating. Once they reached the City of Flowers, he would have to worry about anything else. Immortal Master, you only need to accompany me to the Han family, and then I will hand over the token to you, the Han family steward said to Lin Zhao. The implication was clear. Lin Zhao nodded slightly and followed the procession to the Han family mansion. The Han family is one of the top families in the City of Flowers, and their mansion is naturally extremely luxurious. As Lin Zhao entered the Han family mansion with the convoy, all the old and young members of the Han family came out to welcome the returning convoy. Third brother, why did you take so long to return? If in almost 4 months, I thought something happened to you. A middle-aged man with a square face and tall stature, dressed in splendid clothes, asked. Elder brother, it was because no one took our task for a long time. I waited for 3 months before finally getting an immortal master from the Jixia Academy to come. It took me half a month to return from Baywest City to the City of Flowers, the third brother replied. Chapter 277. Flower Demon. The head of the Han family apologized to Lin Zhao. I was just emotional earlier because it involved our ancestor, so I hope the immortal master does not take offense. No harm done. It's human nature. Lin Zhao waved his hand. He didn't care about such things. As for that demonic cultivator, he disappeared without a trace after his last attack on me. The Han family ancestor shook his head and said, if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Lin Xiao nodded and thanked a few people. After having a meal at the Han family, Lin Xiao set off towards the peony forest, 70 miles east of the City of Flowers, as mentioned by the head of the Han family. The peony forest was filled with blooming peonies, which grew exceptionally tall, resembling trees. As Lin Xiao hovered in midair, his gaze swept around, and he quickly spotted a peony that was more vibrant and taller than the others. A flower demon. Lin Xiao squinted, and the bloodthirsty sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Thunder. The sword, energy, resonating with the sound of thunder, suddenly struck beside the flower demon. Oh, you can even redirect my attack? Chapter 278, Fragrance of Flowers. Black market? Lin Xiao looked at the head of the Han family and asked. That's right, it's the black market. The items sold there are often unspeakable, and there are many kinds of information available, not just news from a city of flowers, but from the entire Great Zhou dynasty and other dynasties as well. The head of the Han family confirmed. Interesting. So how do we enter the black market? Lin Xiao asked again. At the hour of the rat. Wear a mask and go to a market 20 miles south of the city. The black market opens there. It opens once every 10 days. And today happens to be the 10th day. The head of the Han family said, if I can indeed get news about the demonic cultivator there, then the head of the Han family has helped me greatly, Lin Xiao said with a smile. It's our honor to help you, young master. This is also what the ancestor instructed. As long as you have requests, our Han family will do everything possible to fulfill them. The head of the Han family said with a smile. As Lin Xiao bid farewell to the head of the Han family, he donned a long sealed iron mask as he approached the market 20 miles south of the city at the hour of the rat. As expected, as the head of the Han family said, the market was still brightly lit at that time, resembling a long dragon. Chapter 279, Big Moves. In the following days, Lin Xiao strolled around the City of Flowers during the day, returning to the inn at night, disguising himself, and suppressing his aura to search for clues in the homes of various major forces in the City of Flowers. Finally, he discovered a trace of the demonic cultivator at both the City Lord's mansion and the Han family. Although faint, he still sensed it. Therefore, the last place the demonic cultivator appeared was at the City Lord's mansion and the Han family, and both places were suspicious. It seemed that the City Lord was more suspicious, but Lin Xiao couldn't see through that Han family ancestor. He felt that what he was hiding was deeper than he imagined. Lin Xiao pondered in his heart. The suspicion of the City Lord was actually not great. Based on the information from the news vendor and what Lin Xiao had personally investigated, he ultimately felt that the suspicion of the Han family ancestor was greater. Tomorrow, I will go to the Han family to meet that Han family ancestor again. Lin Xiao began to cultivate, and when dawn broke the next day, as the first ray of purple energy descended from the east, Lin Xiao also awakened from his cultivation. At the Han family, Lin Xiao was greeted by the servants, and soon the head of the Han family came to accompany him. Chapter 280, Striving for the Dao. After Lin Xiao embarked on his cultivation journey, he encountered various kinds of cultivators, but none could match the boldness of Han Mingdu. The latter attempted to blood sacrifice the entire City of Flowers with ease. Or rather, it could no longer be called an attempt. Han Mingdu had long since implemented the plan, and it seemed he was just one step away from success. Such methods even shocked Lin Xiao, who had experienced many significant events recently. This is the nature of demonic cultivators. But how did Han Mingdu transition from a righteous cultivator of the Jixia Academy to a demonic cultivator? Lin Xiao raised his eyes, looking towards all the bloodlines extending outwards. With his eyesight, he could only vaguely see a blurred outline, but he was certain that it was Han Mingdu. With this doubt in mind, Lin Xiao arrived at the City Lord's mansion. There, he saw the City Lord standing in front of the mansion's door, appearing dazed, as if he had lost his soul, like a marionette. Even the City Lord at the Ming Sinjing had a thick bloodline above his head, connecting him to Han Mingdu, who was sitting cross-legged amidst the clouds above. Whether cultivators or mortals, at this moment, everyone was treated equally. Everyone had a bloodline above their heads. Chapter 281, Flying Sword Breaking Through the Clouds. The smile of the Han family ancestor was quite unsightly, and his tone carried a confusing air. Go to the arsenal of the City Lord's mansion. My flying sword is right here. Lin Xiao nodded blankly, and then a bloodline quietly appeared above his head as he stiffly walked out of the Han family. Just as he stepped out of the Han family, a sudden sharp pain surged through Lin Xiao's body, and the smell of blood filled his nostrils. It turned out that the Wuji's sword hanging at his waist emitted a faint sword energy, severing the bloodline above his head, which finally awakened him. Striving for the Dao? What does that mean? Lin Xiao frowned, his eyes filled with contemplation. Additionally, the Han family ancestor also told me about the first rank of breaking the void. What is his first rank of breaking the void? He knew little about what each realm required aside from the cultivation levels. Could it be that the first rank of breaking the void is like the immortal rank of Ancien, a chance to bridge the gap between the breaking void realm and other cultivators? Lin Xiao lowered his gaze, looking at the blood on his body, feeling a surge of fear. He had been cursed by the souls of the Han family, which caused him to suddenly lose his consciousness, becoming a walking corpse like the other beings in the Flower City. Chapter 282. A stick to the heart. My master has told me that humans are the hardest to predict, and one must be extremely cautious, lest they be led by the nose, for a blink of their eyes could bring about a scheme. The flying sword moved up and down, as if nodding in agreement with Lin Zhao's words. Then tell me, what exactly does my master look like? The flying sword thought for a moment, and came up with another answer, saying, your master is serious, tall, and mighty, like an unparalleled genius. The city lord began to describe a long list of adjectives with a straight face, stopping only when the flying sword started to feel dizzy from the excessive descriptions. Your master is treacherous and ruthless, determined to achieve his goals, and he cares for you very much, even at such a critical moment of competing for the path. He hasn't forgotten you. Lin Xiao said, you both are correct. My master is as mighty as an unparalleled genius, and he cares for me so much that he wants to find me even in such dangerous times. The voice of the flying sword began to reflect confusion. As it was getting lost in the words of the two, Lin Xiao frowned at the city lord, who seemed a bit different from just now, showing a hint of contemplation. Chapter 283. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The armory of the city lord's mansion housed a considerable amount of materials. Since he had encountered them, there was no way he would give up. Lin Xiao then entered the armory, where various treasures were displayed on the shelves, ranging from the lowest grade spiritual stocks to the 4th grade ones, but there were no 5th grade treasures suitable for powerful beings in the void-breaking realm. However, these spiritual stocks were sufficient for my cultivation needs. Lin Xiao unceremoniously took the 4th grade spiritual stocks, while placing the lower grade ones in another storage ring. In addition to the spiritual stocks, the armory also contained some treasures and various weapons. But these weapons were of too low a grade for Lin Xiao to even desire to take them. He simply collected all the treasures. Does the master need so many things? The flying sword asked in confusion. Of course, your master is in poor condition and needs these things to recuperate. Naturally, the more, the better. Lin Xiao lied to the flying sword without changing his expression. Deceiving a sword spirit with low intelligence posed no psychological pressure for him. Chapter 284. The Thief of the Path. What changes have occurred outside? The old ancestor of the Han family became agitated during the path contention. He should have had the upper hand since he was closer to the city lord's mansion and to his own life sword. But now, for some reason, the aura of the flying sword suddenly vanished. Was it directly taken by Homingdu? The old ancestor's expression darkened. He was prepared to fight desperately. Otherwise, sitting here would only lead to death eventually. In midair, Han Mingdu's aura became increasingly profound. He had exited his meditative state and was now standing in midair, his eyes beginning to fill with blood. In the next moment, all the vitality within the bloodline was directly drawn away by Han Mingdu, and his aura reached its peak, coming infinitely close to the void-breaking realm, almost indistinguishable from it. Did he actually obtain the flying sword? It seems I have to fight desperately. Han Mingdu muttered to himself. During the path contention, whoever first acquired the life sword would have the advantage to crush the opponent. Now that the aura of the flying sword has disappeared in front of the Han family mansion, it proves that the person sitting in the Han family at this moment has obtained the sword. Therefore, he had no other choice but to fight to the death. Chapter 285. All calculated. Lin Xiao glanced at Han Mingdu, unleashing a sword chi that locked onto his meridians, preventing him from recovering his spiritual energy temporarily. What a hassle. Just tell me what you want to know. Han Mingdu grinned as he felt his meridians sealed. I want to know if the 1st grade void breaking is the same as I imagined. Lin Xiao stared intently at Han Mingdu and asked, you are also in the celestial grade of concentration, so I don't need to say much. The void breaking is divided into 3 grades. The 1st grade is the best, The second grade is what ordinary geniuses can achieve, and the third grade is merely the lowest tier of void breaking, mostly seen among loose cultivators. The first grade of void breaking is the same as the celestial grade of concentration, which means each method of achieving the first grade of void breaking is different. However, there is one point. During the process of achieving the first grade of void breaking, there will be thieves of the path and external calamities. I thought I had long passed my external calamity, but unexpectedly, it finally reflected upon you. Han Mingdu murmured. Was that old ancestor of the Han family the thief of the path? Lin Xiao asked. Yes. The method of achieving the first grade of void breaking is also called competing for the path. The term compete refers to struggling with the thieves of the path, which are born from the heavenly way, and their purpose of existence is to prevent cultivators from breaking through to the first grade of void breaking. Chapter 286. Dugu Yi after purchasing the medicinal bath needed for cultivation from the shopkeeper of Huabao building. Lin Xiao returned to his room and began the painful process of cultivation again. The essence of the brilliant golden blood refinement method is to continuously release one's own blood, thus generating blood that contains more energy. And finally, when all the blood in the body turns golden, it signifies the great success of the brilliant golden blood refinement method. Lin Xiao was still a long way from this standard. The blood within him had not even begun to change color. 7 days later, Lin Xiao awakened from his cultivation. By now, about 1/10 of the blood within him had turned golden, containing abundant energy. The transformation of this blood into gold also increased Lin Xiao's physical strength and the amount of spiritual energy he could store considerably. Although the process of practicing this body refining method was extremely painful, the rewards made it all worth it. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Then he went to the training room where Yunnan Hua was cultivating. The atmosphere in the training room had gradually stabilized, no longer fluctuating as it had before. It seems Yunnan Hua is close to a breakthrough. Lin Xiao estimated that Yunnan Hua would likely emerge from her seclusion in the next couple of days, which was good news for him. Chapter 287. Climbing the mountain gate. Because teacher, I want to take revenge myself. If I let my student take revenge for me. As a teacher, I can't get over that mental hurdle. Even if I could, it would just be self-deception. Dugu Yi said gently with a smile. In the past, Dugu Yi often had a cold expression, but now, as life nears its end, Dugu Yi has become unusually warm and has spoken more. I am a student taught by you. Even if I take revenge for you, it is only right and proper. How can it be self-deception? Lin Xiao replied again. Because I think it is self-deception. I am such a twisted person. As long as it is not done by my own hands, I don't consider it as my doing, let alone something like revenge. Dugu Yi shook his head slightly. Lin Xiao wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Dugu Yi. Lin Xiao, I once asked you a question, and I don't know if you still remember it. The Sword Cultivator. Before Dugu Yi could finish, Lin Xiao answered first. The Sword Cultivator must be brave and diligent, must be unyielding, and must have an indomitable spirit. Lin Xiao replied. Yes, perhaps in this life, I have not accomplished any earth-shattering feats, but as a sword cultivator, I believe I am qualified. Chapter 288. The old man, a streak of black sword energy, slashed out from the bottom of the stone steps, then pierced through the void, almost instantly arriving in front of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder still wore an inscrutable smile on his face, exuding an aura of a transcendent being. But in the next moment, one of his arms flew high into the air. A spray of blood scattered in the air, forming a beautiful arc. The surrounding boasts about the Grand Elder abruptly stopped, and the air suddenly fell silent. The inscrutable smile on the Grand Elder's face had not even faded. The might of the void-breaking realm. How could there be a cultivator of the void-breaking realm? The Grand Elder's face turned pale, and without any hesitation, he turned to escape. But Dugu Yi's figure had already appeared like a ghost above the Grand Elder's head. Then he raised his sword finger. Just as he was about to finish off the Grand Elder, Lin Xiao's voice rang out from afar. Teacher, spare him. Let me deal with this person. Dugu Yi instantly changed his move. The sword energy that could have directly killed the Grand Elder brushed past the other's hair and landed on the ground far away, embedding itself deep into the earth. Can you deal with this person? He is also a tricky character. The Grand Elder of the Qingyang sect, not so easy to handle. Chapter 289. Killing the old man. Do you want to know what this really is? This is something that can take your life. Lin Xiao laughed loudly. The muscles in his left arm bulging, blood rushing rapidly through his veins, making a sound like a flowing river. Martial ancestor long fist. Lin Xiao punched out, and the surrounding air emitted a piercing sonic boom. A spiritual barrier appeared in front of the Grand Elder, and when the fist came crashing down, the barrier made a sound that made one's teeth ache as it shattered, soon breaking apart completely. When the fist pierced directly into the Grand Elder's chest, his vital energy directly penetrated through the Grand Elder's chest. "Oh man, I said it. Today is your day of death." Lin Xiao shook off the flesh and blood from his fist, his expression fierce. At this moment, a huge hole appeared in the Grand Elder's chest, with a ring of charred flesh around the edges. "Haha," Lin Xiao panted heavily, two visible streams of air continuously escaping from his nostrils as he pressed his palm on his injured shoulder, suddenly squeezing to realign the broken bones. Spiritual energy enveloped the bones, and at this moment, the benefits of practicing body refinement techniques came into play. The jade-white bones began to heal rapidly until they were as good as new. Chapter 290, The Great Sun Burning the Sky, Lion's Elegy. The ancient large knife swept across, the sound of breaking air whistling endlessly, shaking one's heart, and stirring up a strong wave of energy. The sword momentum and knife momentum collided, sparks flying, brilliant as starlight. Myriad was shaken back a few steps, but he managed to neutralize Lin Xiao's offensive. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. Ever since his defeat last time, Myriad returned to seclusion and trained hard, making considerable progress. He had successfully broken through to the fourth layer of the condensing spirit realm half a month ago. This time, seeing Lin Xiao actually attacking their Qingyang sect's gate, the fire in his heart ignited, directly rushing out, determined to kill this evil thief Lin Xiao and redeem his previous shame. But what he didn't expect was that in this confrontation, he still fell at a disadvantage. He actually blocked it. It seems he is not completely useless. But this little improvement is not enough. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised, not expecting this guy to advance so much. Even though they were both in the immortal grade condensing spirit realm, there was still a gap. But the next moment, Lin Xiao once again mocked. "No one who has surpassed me has been able to overtake me again. Today is the day of the Qingyang sect's destruction, and the enmity between me and Mei Ruohua will be completely settled here." Chapter 291, The Yin-Yang Dual Extremes Sword Formation as the young master of the Qingyang sect. Mei Ruohua had shown exceptional talent since childhood and was hailed as the strongest root bone in a century, with high expectations from the sect, which made his temperament exceedingly proud. The previous defeat had caused some changes in his mentality, and today he faced a huge change in the Qingyang sect. Whether for public or private reasons, he, as the young master, had to step forward. With his pride and responsibility, he would annihilate the invading enemy. Even if the price was a bit high, what did it matter? Myriad raised one hand. A group of azure light blossomed, almost tangible, continuously emitting rolling heat waves. Resembling a sun, shining brightly alongside the sun in the sky. The vitality in his body was constantly depleting, pouring into the great sun in his hand. How can this be? No wonder he is the future leader of our Qingyang sect. Such vigor. The two ancestors of the Qingyang sect looked on with mixed expressions. But they could not intervene in the battle below, lamenting that in such a large sect, no one dared to step forward to help the young master kill the evil thief. Facing Dugu Yi's extremely fierce sword techniques and kill moves that seemed to seek death, they were overwhelmed, and even a slight distraction to assist below was the limit. If they focused more attention, they would end up like the previous Dugu Yi, being severely injured by the opponent's opportunity. Chapter 292. Killing Myriad Dugu Yi's sword was extremely ruthless at their level. The ability to seize the opportunity in battle was incredibly strong. Since the opponent showed a flaw, naturally, such a good opportunity could not be let slip. The Hammer Elder had just been struck by a sword, and feeling the might of this sword, he dared not save, but immediately turned to defend. It was a beat slow, adding another sword mark to his body. The other elder acted in time, but was blocked by Dugu, unable to injure him in the slightest. Both ancestors of the Qingyang sect were wide-eyed with rage. They did not expect Dugu Yi to be so difficult to deal with, and his strength so formidable, fighting against two, not to mention he could even suppress them, which was truly terrifying. Both were heartbroken. If a junior like Myriad fell here today, how would their Qingyang sect fare in the future? All the other disciples were useless, and in the sect's time of crisis, no one dared to stand up. Dugui looked at the two ancestors with a hint of mockery. As long as they did not intervene below, it was fine. Today, their master and apprentice came here to annihilate the Qingyang sect. At the same time, he was also pleased that his disciple did not disappoint him, grasping his sword intent and furthering the sword path to turn defeat into victory. Chapter 293. Dismantling the Ancestor Hall, Li Wei looked at Lin Xiao, who resembled a killing god, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. The way she once looked down upon had become so powerful. If she hadn't submitted to the young master Mei Ruohua back then, would everything have been different? She too would stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiao, looking down on the world. Later, as various emotions intertwined at this moment, Li Wei felt a deep discomfort in her heart, and 2 lines of tears fell. Lin Xiao had not finished listening to Li Wei before a sword pierced her throat, leading to her demise. I almost forgot about you. A family should be complete. If I say I'll extinguish your entire clan, then I will. Lin Xiao murmured, not even glancing back as he continued walking forward. He had nearly forgotten about this woman, but since he encountered her today, he decided to completely settle this enmity. Lin Xiao continued to harvest the lives of the Qingyang sect disciples, honing his sword intent and improving the wave-stacking 3 swords technique through actual combat. The blood energy collected by the Blood Fiend was also nourishing him, healing his injuries. Although the speed was slow, it was still beneficial. Where he passed, not a blade of grass grew, leaving no survivors. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow back with the spring breeze. Since he was going to do it, he would do it thoroughly, leaving no hidden dangers. Chapter 294. Massacre. The 2 ancestors of the Qingyang sect saw the sword imbued with thunderous power strike down and were immediately enraged. How dare this brat? Their Qingyang sect had 1,000 years of heritage. How could it be insulted like this? Unfortunately, the 2 could only feel anxious. Under the concentrated onslaught of Dugui, they had no time to spare. Once they attempted to break free to stop it, they would inevitably pay a heavy price, making it not worth the loss. Protect our mountain gate. An elderly man, frail and weak, stepped forward and dashed over, moving in astonishing speed, his robes billowing. As he approached the sword energy, he immediately made a move to block it, but his strength fell short by a hair's breadth, and ultimately his body was pierced by the thunderous sword energy. He looked at the wound on his chest. Although his life had ended, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had protected the Ancestor Hall, and the ancestors of successive generations could rest in peace beneath the 9 springs, able to meet again after death. Lin Xiao merely observed indifferently. He respected such individuals, but it did not hinder him from continuing his own affairs. The Qingyang sect was a top sect of the Great Zhou dynasty, so naturally, there would be some tough bones, and these tough bones would all be broken by him. Protect our mountain gate. Defend the Ancestor Hall. In an instant, the shouts rang out continuously, and the elders who had been hiding earlier all rushed out at this moment, quickly heading toward the Ancestor Hall. Chapter 295. Killing in the breakthrough. Dugui, who was engaged in fierce battle above, had initially worried that his disciples would be unable to withstand the collective attack, fearing he would have to pay a price to protect them, but now it seemed he had overthought it. Lin Xiao's performance was absolutely stunning. Even facing so many strong opponents, he showed no signs of defeat and even exhibited a one-sided slaughter momentum. This greatly relieved Dugui, allowing him to focus his mind on battling the 2 ancestors of the Qingyang sect. Even facing 2 opponents, he was confident he could slay them. Though this process would take time. Since they had come this far, they must go all out. If they were to cut off the heritage, then they would. The 2 ancestors of the Qingyang sect had mixed feelings. Seeing their disciples vow to defend the Ancestor Hall with their lives, they were filled with emotion. This was a good son of the Qingyang sect, unafraid of life and death, guarding the sect. However, while these individuals ignited their blood, it could not change much. They continued to fall under Lin Xiao's butcher's knife. But one must understand that these were the backbone of the Qingyang sect, and if too many were lost, the sect might not recover from it. This battle had cost the Qingyang sect too much. Unquantifiable losses. Chapter 296. Shepherd Fortschimboom. The surging river of blood crashed against the Ancestor Hall, instantly causing the entire Qingyang mountain to tremble, as if angering the immortals. The Ancestor Hall radiated a dazzling light, seeming to be a sacred and inviolable place, not to be touched. The Ancestor Hall was a place of incense and fire, naturally inhabited by the spirits of the wise. thus able to provide protection. They were dead. What more could be done? Lin Xiao shouted lowly, once again driving the river of blood to attack, continuing to crash into the Ancestor Hall. The power left behind by these lingering souls was not strong, and the sword intent within the river of blood also displayed its prowess. The Ancestor Hall, standing for 1,000 years, was being destroyed, walls collapsing and tiles falling. The river of blood poured down like a flood, constantly grinding against the Ancestor Hall. Boom! A tremendous sound. The Ancestor Hall, on the verge of collapse, finally could not bear the burden and crumbled. Seeing the Ancestor Hall collapse, Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction. This could be considered breaking the backbone of the Qingyang sect. How dare you, demon? The few remaining elders, clinging to life, were furious, witnessing the destruction of the Ancestor Hall, filled with anguish, and rushed toward Lin Xiao, wanting to eliminate him swiftly. They were already at the end of their strength. A flash of blood-colored sword light passed, and they were all slain. Chapter 297. Mei Tianli Wuzheng's blood fell into the mouths of several demon beasts, causing these beasts to become frenzied, their momentum rapidly increasing and growing stronger. Lin Xiao looked at Wu Zheng, who was suspended in midair, narrowing his eyes in surprise. He had not expected this person's essence blood to stimulate the ferocity and potential of these demon beasts. It was rather peculiar. Using this person's blood to sacrifice the sword might yield more gains. Kulme. Lin Xiao looked at the rampaging demon beasts with no fear, instead feeling even more excited, and charged forward with the bloodthirsty sword in hand. The Cangnan fierce tiger roared loudly, becoming even more ferocious under the enhancement of the essence blood technique, its might unparalleled. As a top-tier demon general of the 4th rank, enhanced by secret methods, its strength was extraordinary and its killing power immense. Lin Xiao showed no signs of fear or retreat, directly charging forward with his sword. Thunder. A purple, thunderous sword energy descended, striking directly on the fierce tiger's head, exploding instantly, splattering blood. The Cangnan fierce tiger's head was pierced through, but this beast seemed unaware of pain and swiped a paw, its immense power stirring up a violent wind. One strike had not destroyed it, and it retaliated fiercely. Lin Xiao remained unperturbed, leaping onto its back and directly stabbing the bloodthirsty sword into its nape, crazily absorbing its essence blood. Chapter 298. Wave-stacking 100 swords, Mei Tianli closed his eyes in pain. Sensing the situation around him, and realizing that all the dead were disciples and demon beasts of the Qingyang sect, with not a single outsider dying here. Just 2 people had turned their Qingyang sect upside down, severely injuring its vitality. If this were to be said, everyone would think it was a joke, or that the Qingyang sect was too useless. In a short time, Mei Tianli gathered the information. Glaring at Lin Xiao with wide-open eyes, he could see much from the traces of power and could roughly deduce the situation. Was it you who killed Ruohua? Slaughtered my Qingyang sect's elders, disciples, and spirit beasts? Mei Tianli questioned angrily, finding it hard to accept such a scenario. Clearly, upon his return from seclusion, the Qingyang sect would possess 5 powerful beings at the void-breaking realm, capable of looking down upon the Great Zhou dynasty. As a result, what he saw when he came out was such a scene. The huge disparity made his state of mind a bit unstable, almost on the verge of collapse. Indeed, Lin Xiao stood there holding his sword without any fear, although the opponent was a powerful half-step void-breaking expert, which put a lot of pressure on him. He also noticed the opponent's chaotic aura, clearly a sign of going into a demonic state. A half-step void-breaking expert who had just gone into a demonic state and suffered serious injuries was not without a chance to compete. Chapter 299. Heavy injury. The blood river, nourished by countless blood, had grown larger, and the sound it emitted as it surged was like thousands of troops engaged in battle. Yet it remained obscured and indistinct. What brewed in the blood river was an improved version based on the original 13-layered wave sword, now capable of stacking the power of 100 swords, showcasing its might. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's current strength being insufficient to control too much, he could even stack it infinitely. Although stacking hundreds of swords was quite time-consuming, the concealment of the blood river allowed it to become a significant hidden killing move. In one night's time, while Lin Xiao filled the blood river, he was also honing this sword. At that moment, Lin Xiao's gaze was cold. He knew that the sect master of Qingyang sect before him was not easy to deal with, but sometimes a single move could yield unexpected results. Mei Tianli saw the blood river surging towards him, At the same time, he felt a strong, killing intent. The smell of blood wafted in the air, as if countless people had to be killed to forge it. This made him even more disgusted and hateful, as he knew not how many disciples of Qingyang's sect had been absorbed in this blood river. Had the great Zhou dynasty decayed to such an extent, allowing such a demonic figure to act as he pleased? Mei Tianli gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes burning with fire. Chapter 300. Killing the sect master of Qingyang's sect. Perceiving the situation below, Mei Rinxing could only let out a helpless sigh. He originally thought that with the sect master Mei Tianli stepping in, the situation could be turned around. Unexpectedly, there was no change at all, and they were even being beaten down. Mei Rinxing couldn't understand what kind of monster Lin Xiao was. So powerful that it seemed he had no opponents among the same realm. Now that the situation had developed to this point, it was difficult to reverse, deepening his sorrow. The overwhelming hatred was uncontrollable, and Mei Rinxing stared fixedly at Dugu, not expecting this person to become so ruthless due to romantic entanglements. Raising the butcher's knife against their Qingyang sect and severing their lineage. Having reached this point, how could Mei Rinxing not realize that both sides were now in a fight to the death? Only one side could survive, and there was no room for negotiation. A day and a night had passed, and no other powerful beings had come to assist. They were likely watching from the sidelines, waiting for the fishermen to profit. The cultivation world was indeed so cruel, with little friendship to speak of. When Qingyang's sect was thriving, they naturally came to curry favor. Now, in their downfall, it was already considered kind if they didn't come to kick them while they were down. If they were to be defeated this time, the entire Qingyang sect would likely be divided up. Chapter 301. Fatal Strike. After sensing that Mei Tianli's aura had completely dissipated and his essence blood had been drained, Lin Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. This battle had indeed been dangerous, but fortunately, he was the final victor. Lin Xiao immediately took out a few pills to restore his spiritual power and stabilize his injuries, so he could continue to slaughter Qingyang's sect. Now that the biggest obstacle had been removed, the next step was to clear everything. However, Lin Xiao did not dare to be careless. Even though he was heavily injured, he still needed to stabilize himself to avoid encountering strong enemies that he couldn't contend with. When Mei Tianli forcibly broke through, the disciples who had been terrified felt as if they saw hope. Some even shed tears, hoping that the sect master could kill this evil thief and avenge their fellow disciples. But when the final result came, many felt as if their hearts were being torn apart, the sky darkening. Even the sect master had been killed by this demon Lin Xiao. Who among them could possibly contend with him? A devil. He was completely a devil. What should we do? Can we only wait to die? How despicable. Why did it come to this? In an instant, the surviving disciples were filled with despair. Before Lin Xiao and his disciples arrived, they had a bright future. Now, everything was ruined, and they couldn't even save their own lives. Chapter 302. Divine might of 10,000 swords. The sun shone with layers of brilliance, and its powerful might was displayed vividly. Everything seemed to turn to ashes under the great sun, unable to contend with it at all. The scorching heat continuously radiated, causing even the trees on Qingyang Mountain to instantly wither and ignite. In an instant, Qingyang Mountain turned into a sea of fire. The high temperature scorched the earth. Dugu coldly faced the situation, completely disregarding Mei Rinxing, whose life was already at an end, and fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching great sun. He could choose not to retaliate. Although the great sun was powerful, it could not kill him outright. However, doing nothing would be courting death. He glanced at the disciples below and ultimately made a choice. Now that Mei Rinxing was dead, as long as he used thunderous methods to kill Han Dongyang, he could settle the situation. If he forcibly took this hit, he wouldn't die, but he would completely lose his combat ability and become a lamb for slaughter. If any changes occurred later, he might not be able to protect Lin Xiao. Dugu could die, but Lin Xiao absolutely could not die. So you want to kill me? If I didn't have complete confidence, why would I come here? Dugu sneered and pointed his sword at the great sun. This statement made Han Dongyang's heart tremble. At this critical moment, he remained fearless, which did not seem fake at all. Chapter 303. Harvest. Receiving the reminder from the tower spirit, Lin Xiao immediately retracted his killing intent. Looting these heavenly materials and earthly treasures was indeed very important. With such a large sect, Collecting these items would likely yield plenty even after finishing cultivation in the condensed spirit realm. Now, securing the spoils was the priority. Tower Spirit, can you sense where those heavenly materials and earthly treasures are? Lin Xiao looked around. He was not a disciple of Qingyang's sect and naturally did not know where those treasures were hidden. Just now, I noticed that the position where that ancestor fell is right ahead. Hurry, lest someone else gets there first. Under the urging of the Tower Spirit, Lin Xiao immediately moved forward. If the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were placed outside, it would be easy to find them with the guidance of the Tower Spirit. But if they were inside storage rings, it would be much more difficult to sense. The disciples of Qingyang's sect, seeing that an ancestor had fallen without being able to kill the invading enemy, became utterly desperate. When they saw Lin Xiao, this demon, leave without continuing the slaughter, they felt a sense of surviving a disaster. In just a short time, Lin Xiao arrived at the location indicated by the Tower Spirit, and, after a few breaths, he found a storage ring on his severed arm and put it away. Chapter 304. Destroying Qingyang as the Sword Spirit made its move. The power of this spiritual sword was completely absorbed, becoming a very ordinary weapon, no longer useful. Lin Xiao casually tossed it aside and began to pack up the other treasures one by one. These good things should be taken away regardless of their usefulness. Even if he can't use them, there are also Yun Xiao Xiao and Zhang Kuang, and even if no one can use them, they can be exchanged for cultivation resources. The Tianqin wood, who would have thought that the foundation of the Qingyang sect would be so profound, that even such treasures exist. Although it has been worn down quite a bit under the baptism of time, it can still be considered a fifth-grade spiritual material, something that is hard to come by. When the Tower Spirit saw this treasure, its eyes widened again. If the senior needs it, feel free to absorb it, Lin Xiao said with a smile. The more the Tower Spirit recovers, the more cultivation time he will have. This item is indeed good for me, but that girl is more suited for it. So you should keep it for her. The Tower Spirit thought for a moment and did not absorb the treasure. It had seen Lin Xiao's journey and knew that the girl surnamed Yun had helped him a lot. Since there was a chance to give back, it naturally couldn't be stingy. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 305. My master the Martial Emperor did not intervene, but watched indifferently as the ruthless person below. Who would have thought that the Qingyang sect will be destroyed due to severing the Dao lineage, all because of the death of a woman? An inconspicuous cause led to such a heavy consequence. The entire Qingyang mountain was immediately engulfed in dust and smoke under the forceful sword intent, with countless wails echoing. Under the powerful murderous intent of the sword, almost no one below the broken void realm could escape. Qingyang mountain continued to collapse under such overwhelming sword power, teetering on the brink of destruction. The martial emperor sensed the commotion below, but remained unmoved. The Qingyang sect had crossed many lines over the years, provoking the Tian family's authority. He had long harbored thoughts of action, but had yet to implement them. The anticipated plan should not have been like this. What he said about no destruction, no establishment indeed made sense. A quick resolution would also benefit their court in sending people to control these places. Until the sword intent dissipated, there were no living beings left on Qingyang Mountain, and even the mountain itself became battered and broken. If a powerful being were to come and strike at once, it could easily be shattered. Your Majesty, my grievances have been resolved. As a dying person, I do not wish to create new grievances. I just want to spend my remaining time in peace. I hope you can grant me this favor. Chapter 306. Sail Lin Xiao arrived at a place called Tianhua City and settled in the most luxurious inn. It was not for the enjoyment of luxury, but because such a luxurious inn was equipped with some formations that were beneficial for healing. As for how much benefit it brought, he did not care, as long as it could help his teacher heal. Following the Tower Spirit's guidance, Lin Xiao placed his teacher in a bathtub, continuously adding precious spiritual materials and medicinal herbs, while also using his own spiritual power to stimulate them. As the medicinal properties activated, layers of fragrant medicinal aromas wafted out, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Xiao immediately sealed it. With the continuous addition of medicinal materials, the pain on Dugi Yi's face diminished significantly. Lin Xiao did not stop there. He kept pouring in spiritual herbs and infusing spiritual power to enhance the medicinal effects, helping his teacher heal. When he saw the cracks on Dugu Yi's body starting to shrink, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, although the cost was enormous. With each herb outside being a precious item, at this moment, it seemed worth every bit. In Lin Zhao's eyes, there was no question of worth. As long as it could be effective for those around him, it was worth it. As his body was being repaired, he felt much more comfortable, no longer needing to endure the pain constantly. Chapter 307. Roadblock. The two people discussing were suddenly filled with dread when they saw Lin Zhao walk past them, feeling as though their lives had come to an end, thinking that he might erupt at any moment and take their lives. However, Lin Zhao never glanced at them, following the innkeeper upstairs. Once their voices completely disappeared, a burst of laughter erupted below. The frightened cultivator did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he felt a sense of relief after the ordeal. Just moments ago, he felt as though he might lose his life, and he rubbed his face vigorously to confirm he was still alive. Lin Zhao doesn't seem to be as bloodthirsty as the rumors say, one of them muttered, immediately heading outside. Others who heard this began to ponder. The rumored Lin Zhao was said to be as bloodthirsty as those in the Devil Path. But what they saw today was very easygoing, without a hint of malice. After arriving in the VIP room, the innkeeper was shocked to see the array of treasures, feeling completely astonished, as he had never seen so many treasures in his life. Although the accounts were not yet settled, after completing this transaction, the commission he could earn would allow him to live very comfortably for the rest of his life. Young Master Lin, are all these for sale? Chapter 308. Farewell. In front of the Sword Scar building, Zhang Kuang sat beside, lost in thought. He had heard about the Qingyang sect's incident, but at this moment, he was not thinking about the two's renown, but rather worrying about their current situation. He could only blame himself for not having enough strength to go up to Qingyang Mountain with them. Yang Feng also sat beside, sensing his junior brother's feelings. So he did not say much, merely accompanying him in silence. Sometimes, the bond between brothers is so direct that no words are needed. Just being together is enough. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he became much more excited. Lin Zhao, you're back. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang, who was lost in thought, immediately became excited. And seeing his junior brother return brought him great joy. Brother. Zhang Kuang's words were cut short as Lin Zhao grabbed him and ran out frantically. In a hurry, Yang Feng was left confused but hesitated for a moment before following. Come with me to see the teacher, Lin Zhao explained while running. And upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang was also excited. As long as everyone was safe, that was the best outcome. After such a long time, he missed the teacher very much. The two brothers ran all the way to the academy's gate, and Lin Zhao felt relieved when he saw that no fight had broken out. Chapter 309. Plucking Hair. Boss, you and Senior Dugu wiped out the Qingyang sect. That's so cool. Yeah. Looking across the Great Zhou dynasty, no, even in the southerly region, I doubt anyone could achieve such a feat now. I don't know how many seniors want to join our Tianxia society, all coming to seek you out, wanting to admire your style, boss. We have good foresight, having joined the Tianxia society long ago. Haha. Shan Hongying, Fu Ruxue, and Jiang Xuanqin surrounded Lin Zhao, chattering nonstop and cheering. The three of them were not intimidated by the fearsome reputation. Instead, they felt their boss was unmatched in martial prowess. As for why the Qingyang sect was exterminated, it was naturally because they had sought their own demise. Severing the Dao lineage was a deserved fate. Boss, tell us about your great feat with Senior Dugu. Shan Hongying was very curious. No matter how she thought about it, she felt it was impossible for the two to destroy the Qingyang sect. So she wanted to know how it was done. This matter should not be overly discussed. Director Fu just reprimanded me. Lin Zhao thought for a moment and felt that it was better not to speak of such a brutal thing. Moreover, seeing Director Fu's furious expression, one could imagine how serious the trouble they had caused was. It was best not to draw attention to it, to avoid leading the little ones astray. Chapter 310. Reconciliation. Lin Zhao benefited greatly from integrating the sword intent passed on to him by his teacher in the tower's inner world. In the brand new sky of one line, the yin-yang dual-pole sword array, the overlapping waves 100 swords, the wind and thunder sword technique, and the star-picking sword technique were all polished to an almost extreme level at his current stage, which also made his boundless sword intent even more formidable. If he put everything on the line, he could even contend against the elder of Qingyang sect at his peak, who was at the threshold of breaking through. At the same time, his cultivation became more stable, and he was only one step away from the 4th level of concentration. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through and planned to hold back a little longer. The next morning, just as Lin Zhao emerged from the tower's inner world, the door was suddenly slammed open with a bang. A small fox rushed in and instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing Lin Xiao, seemingly a bit fearful. Master Dog, did you really slaughter the entire Qingyang sect? The bloodlust on you is so heavy. Yu Nanhua sensed the thick blood aura from him and instinctively took a few steps back. She originally thought that after this breakthrough, she could use her divine ability to charm Master Dog, but his aura made her somewhat afraid. Chapter 311. 5th rank Heartwood. The competition for rankings in the inner courtyard was very fierce. The martial arts grand meeting held every 5 years was something many did not want to miss. So everyone wanted to give a shot and stand out to gain recognition. However, most of the top 10 disciples had already gone out to train, and the few who returned early naturally became the targets of everyone's focus and competition. Furthermore, since these people ranked lower, they were easier to deal with. Thus, the 10th position changed hands several times. The disciple ranked 8th returned as well, but for now, no one could shake his position. After Lin Xiao returned, no one came to challenge him. Everyone knew full well that he had displayed an extremely strong suppressive power during the last grand competition. Now, with the achievement of annihilating the Qingyang sect, he was a strong contender for the title of champion of the martial arts grand meeting. Challenging him was meaningless, as there was no chance of victory. If he were to sustain serious injuries and be unable to challenge others, it would be even more regrettable. Everyone was competing for the last position. If it weren't for the rules limiting them to only 2 battles a day, the fighting would probably never cease. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves and gain the favor of some great power. So how could they not go all out? Zhao Yi briefly explained the matter regarding the martial arts grand meeting and then guided Lin Xiao on a sword technique before letting him retreat to cultivate, as he needed to continue improving. Chapter 312. Unintentional changes. Senior Brother Gu, you're joking. Lin Xiao cupped his hands in response. He had a good impression of Gu Bai. I'm not joking. Your feat of annihilating the Qingyang sect is indeed worthy of the title of brother, Gu Bai said with a smile. Though his expression did not change much. Many people believed that the annihilation of the Qingyang sect was mainly the work of Dugi, and Lin Xiao was merely riding on his coattails for fame. Fu Washan stood by silently, continuing to wait. A few others had not yet arrived, so he was also waiting. There were several familiar faces in the crowd, as well as one unfamiliar one. Gao Pe stood to the side, appearing unapproachable, and his cultivation was not low, having already reached the 3rd level of concentration. Li was the same. In just a short time, these individuals had indeed advanced quickly, living up to their reputation as the elites of the Jixia Academy. Of course, most of these people had been accumulating strength and waiting for an opportunity to break through. If they had followed a more orderly path, their cultivation levels might have been even higher. However, to walk further on the path of the Great Way, they had to wait for the opportunity to reach the celestial grade concentration to take that step. The 4th-ranked Mao Yong had worse luck. He failed to reach celestial grade concentration. And if he did not have a great opportunity when breaking through to the void in the future, he might not be able to compare with the most dazzling individuals. Chapter 313. Martial Arts Arena. Sister Xiao Xiao, is there something going on for you to come here so late? Lin Xiao sighed in relief, feeling much more relaxed. Although he did not dislike Gu Bai, too much conversation inevitably made him feel somewhat irritated. Moreover, he could sense that the other party seemed to want to pull him into something, hence using these words as a pretext. Thank you so much this time. Without the Heartwood, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly in such a short time. Yun Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. There's nothing. Improving your cultivation quickly is not entirely a good thing. You need to be careful and not rush things. Lin Xiao chuckled and said, feeling genuinely happy, seeing those around him grow stronger. When Yun Xiaoxiao heard him say this, she suddenly felt a bit angry, and her expression changed. Although Lin Xiao noticed this change, he was somewhat confused and even felt it was a bit baffling. This kid is usually quite sharp. Why is he acting so dull today? The tower spirit witnessed everything that happened and felt a bit exasperated, but could only curse inwardly and not disturb them. After chatting a bit more, Yun Xiaoxiao left in a huff, which left Lin Xiao even more puzzled. Chapter 314. Opening of the Martial Arts Grand Meeting. The many elites of the Great Zhou Dynasty were also rolling up their sleeves, their fighting spirit soaring. They all understood the significance of this Martial Arts Grand Meeting, which offered very generous rewards and a chance to showcase their talents and gain widespread fame. I believe everyone is clear that our Great Zhou Dynasty's Martial Arts Grand Meeting is traditionally divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the competition. You will enter a small world to compete for rankings. The top 16 will enter the elimination round of the next stage to compete for the championship. The champion will be the #1 person in our great Zhou dynasty, possessing supreme glory. The emperor of the martial arts spoke passionately, quickly stirring the atmosphere among those present. Even without mentioning any rewards, those who have historically won the championship have all returned with great rewards, making it very tempting. Though there are a few popular seeds for the championship, many still want to give it a try. The top 4 winners of this martial arts grand meeting will also have the qualification to participate in the competition of elites from the Southernly region a year later. Upon seeing this, the emperor of the martial arts released an even more significant piece of news. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. He was unaware of this news. Suddenly, he felt there might be a clue to follow. Chapter 315. Mysterious Beast Small World. Once all the disciples had entered, the powerful individuals from several major factions gathered together. And in front of them appeared a mirror showing images, which could be used to observe the small world. The mirror was named the Water Moon Mirror, specially crafted by the Great Zhou dynasty for this trial, to monitor changes in the small world. This was to prevent any unforeseen changes in the small world that could lead to innocent casualties among the disciples participating in the grand competition. They can also lock onto the jade plates of the participants to observe what is happening in certain areas. The creation of the Shueiyuan mirror is extremely difficult, and the cost of each side is very high. If it weren't for the extensive knowledge of the head of the Jixia Academy, it would have been impossible to create such a treasure. Each family is observing their most outstanding juniors, eagerly anticipating their brilliant performances in this competition. The standings of the younger generation will also indicate the future landscape of the Great Zhou dynasty, which is a matter of great concern for all families. The 2 from the Jixia Academy could easily annihilate the Qingyang sect, demonstrating their immense power. It seems that winning this competition is a foregone conclusion. An elder from a prominent family sarcastically remarked, clearly targeting the Qingyang sect. In this elder's view, the Qingyang sect is like a giant. Yet it was easily destroyed by the 2 from the Jixia Academy. Will these 1,000-year-old families suffer the same fate in the future? Chapter 316. Disgusting people. After resolving the Frost Wolf pack, Lin Xiao began to examine the jade plate again and discovered that he had earned 21 points, placing him in the top 10. Did those guys poke a nest of demon beasts? So fierce? Lin Xiao was surprised. It hadn't been long since the competition began, and the madman was still in first place with a total of 45 points. Following closely was Chun Xinxing, who had 34 points. The rankings were already so fierce at the beginning, which was quite astonishing. Hurry up and kill more, so my points would increase faster. Lin shouted in T-care. Sometimes, it wasn't just hard work hunting demon beasts that would get someone into the second stage. Strength was key, as long as one was strong enough. They could even plunder everyone else's points and become the top contender. Furthermore, having a higher score in the first stage didn't necessarily mean better. As long as one could make it into the top 16, that was sufficient. Lin Xiao was quite curious about this small world. He planned to explore it first. If luck was on his side, and he could find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, that would be a huge gain. The competition in the small world was intense. And outside, tensions were similarly high. Chapter 317. The first elimination, of course not. My admiration for Brother Lin is genuine. I will go get it now. Wei Sai said with a smile, immediately taking a knife to split open the demon beast's head and retrieve the beast core. Although he was somewhat displeased internally, he had to continue to endure under pressure. As a follower, to act so arrogantly and hand me the item? Bow your head. Lin Xiao glared at the beast core in front of him and reprimanded sternly. Wei Sai, holding the beast core, was startled, instinctively lowering his head, devoid of any pride. Even he himself felt puzzled as to why he acted this way, his body completely out of control. Accepting the beast core, Lin Xiao placed it into his storage bag and patted the other's cheek. It's quite good. I do need a dog. If you're willing, you can follow me, Lin Xiao said with a smile, delivering words of humiliation without mercy, wanting to see just how much this guy could endure. From the other's attire, it was evident that he came from a prominent family, and these family heirs were typically proud and arrogant, rarely able to tolerate such humiliation. Brother Lin, I just want to follow you. Wei Sai's expression changed, but he quickly put on a smile again. Chapter 318. Tausend Illusion Spirit Lotus Fuoshan. You better give the Wei family a reasonable explanation. The ancestor of the Wei family was furious to see his descendant treated this way, staring wide-eyed at Fu Washan and calling him by name. Bang! At this moment, Wei Sai was also sent out from the small world, directly falling into the center of the martial arts arena, barely alive. The ancestor of the Wei family became even angrier upon sensing his junior's condition. Wei Sai was on the brink of death, and his meridians were destroyed, turning him into a waste. Explanation? What do you want to explain? Didn't you see the disgusting things your little dog did? What mistake did Lin Xiao make? Isn't it normal to get injured in a match? It was also one of our Academy's disciples who kindly helped Wei Sai out, otherwise he would have died in there. Your Majesty, did Lin Xiao violate any rules? Although Lin Xiao's methods were somewhat extreme, Fu Washan was now fully displaying his protective side, angrily retorting. The martial emperor remained silent. He only forbade killing. And Lin Xiao indeed hadn't killed anyone, just rendered him useless. No, he hadn't. The martial emperor said through gritted teeth, adding rules to limit Lin Xiao. Not expecting this guy to always find loopholes in unexpected ways. Chapter 319. Zhao Qingfeng Yunanhua swallowed the 1,000 illusion spirit lotus in one bite, as if she hadn't eaten for several days and nights, indiscriminately devouring it. Moreover, her mouth was clearly small, yet she managed to swallow such a large bloom of the 1,000 illusion spirit lotus in one go. Master, I need to properly refine the medicinal power of the 1,000 illusion spirit lotus next, so don't disturb me. After saying this, Yunanhua patted her belly contentedly, quickly diving into the beast control bag, and fell asleep. Watching this series of actions made Lin Xiao's mouth twitch for a moment. He felt that the little fox was somewhat reversing the roles, making it seem like she was the master and he was the server. Moreover, what the little fox was doing didn't seem like absorbing medicinal power to raise her level. It looked more like she was full and wanted to sleep, then found an excuse to slack off. Lin Xiao chuckled bitterly. What could he do with such a spirit beast? If it was his, he would just have to raise it. Soon after, he left and continued hunting demon beasts. In the following days, the competition among the geniuses became even more intense. In order to rank high, everyone was frantically hunting, wanting to enter the next stage and showcase their prowess. As long as one was lucky enough to keep hunting demon beasts and their points weren't plundered, they would have a great chance to enter the second stage. Chapter 320. The Imperial Zhao Xian, are you done? If you're done, then prepare to be beaten. Lin Xiao waved his hand, finding these people somewhat noisy. Those who could participate in the martial arts grand gathering were certainly not incompetent. Clearly, some of them had real skills, yet they had no confidence, merely trying to use their status to intimidate others, lacking any courage. Such people, even if they had decent talent, probably wouldn't be able to display it in front of true experts. They were used to relying on their positions to pressure others, thus neglecting their own strength. You are so presumptuous. Zhao Qingfeng was instantly furious at his blatant disrespect. However, what responded to him was a sword filled with blood and an incredibly fierce strike, directly aiming for his chest. If it weren't for the rule against killing, this sword would have surely taken his head off. If Lin Xiao feared power, he would have long been trampled into the mud under the oppression of various powerful forces. How could he possibly appear here? He dared to humiliate Zhao Tianlan in Tianjing. So naturally, he was afraid of the royal family. Zhao Qingfeng immediately took out his staff to defend, but still, he was shaken back by the immense force, sustaining 2 diagonal wounds on his body. Steadying himself, Zhao Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulously staring at Lin Xiao. He believed that under the teachings of his ancestors, he had decent strength. Although he couldn't compare to the strongest few, he was certainly not an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Lin Xiao with a single sword strike. Chapter 321 Guidance. Zhao Xian believed he had a strong presence, exuding an overwhelming aura, with an innate air of nobility. How dare Lin Xiao, a mere scion of small family, look down on him? Lin Zhao's words ignited a surge of anger within Zhao Xian. Even in the military, he was a respected figure. How could this wild kid be so audacious? Thunder rumbled. Before Zhao Xian could react, Lin Xiao struck with his sword, showing no regard for his royal status and simply attacking. The moment the sword was drawn, thunderous sounds erupted, shaking the heart. A true expert can tell the strength of an opponent with just a move. At that moment, Zhao Xian felt tremendous pressure, as if dark clouds were pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Good. After all, Zhao Xian was a seasoned warrior, his strength honed through hunting beasts. So he was not an ordinary opponent. Facing the fierce Lin Xiao, he found himself intrigued, his blood boiling. Divine might slash. Zhao Xian roared. And with the enhancement of his spiritual power, his broadsword radiated a chilling light, as if no matter who the opponent was, he would cleave them in two. Zhao Qingfeng was thrilled to see his cousin wield such power. Chapter 322 Hidden Arrows. A child can be taught. Do not be troubled by excessive thoughts. Once you decide, act without hesitation. What is not severed will inevitably cause chaos. Seeing Zhao Xian understand, Lin Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. This guy wasn't too foolish and could adapt. However, change is not easy. If not for a major upheaval, one cannot change overnight. It must be gradual. With Lu Jiao's strength, he could only engage in battles with many prodigies at the first stage, making it nearly impossible to step into the next stage. The top 10 in the inner courtyard of the Jixia Academy are also considered geniuses, but compared to the top-tier individuals, it was not the same story. Having said that, Lin Xiao continued on his way, and the next step depended on this fellow's own fortune. Lu Jiao stood still, pondering for a long time, and after a bitter smile, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. By the time he entered the Jixia Academy, Lu Jiao was technically the senior brother. However, in the realm of cultivation, strength dictates mentorship. As long as someone is stronger than you, there is always something to learn. Sometimes, if one remains unaware of their own mediocrity, that is the real problem. When Fu Washan saw Lin Xiao helping his fellow disciple and offering guidance, his face was filled with smiles. This is how the Jixia Academy should be. Chapter 323 Testing Lin Zhao's suspicions did not dissipate. He sensed that this person was a celestial-grade cultivator with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of the condensing spirit realm. Killing a mid-level 4th-grade beast was not difficult. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the opponent's aura showed little fluctuation, indicating that killing that beast had not taken much effort. Unexpectedly, we would encounter each other here. However, our battle should not unfold here, but in the next stage. The man smiled, seemingly not taking the matter to heart, and turned to leave. Is this feathered arrow yours? Lin Xiao tossed the feathered arrow in his hand, directly embedding it in front of the man, blocking his path. The man stopped, looking at the arrow with a hint of confusion, then shook his head. I, Zhao Sun, am of royal descent and disdain using such underhanded tactics. Zhao Sun glanced at the arrow, not recognizing which family it belonged to, and said indifferently. Since Lin Xiao had tracked him all the way to meet only him, suspicion was normal. Zhao Sun was not angry about this and stood there calmly, seemingly unwilling to offer further explanations. Lin Xiao would not let go of his suspicions because of a single statement. Some people speak grandly, but their true character is unknown. Chapter 324 The Man in Black. When Zhao Sun saw Lin Xiao suddenly turn and run, a hint of doubt flashed in his heart. From their confrontation, he felt that Lin Zhao's strength was not one to flee in panic. He could compete with him. Not good. In an instant, Zhao Sun sensed danger approaching, and his dominating fist technique changed, immediately striking down toward his chest. A beam of cold light shot at him, and that light was smashed apart, but Zhao Sun was unable to block it. Although he broke the incoming arrow, the arrowhead pierced directly into his chest. Had it not been for his thick muscles and the support of his body-refining techniques, it would have pierced right through him. Good. Zhao Sun connected the dots and was suddenly enraged to the point of laughter, immediately pursuing Lin Zhao's direction. When Zhao Sun caught up with Lin Xiao, he found him standing there, seemingly searching for a presence. Yet, there were no other presences around, as if the location they arrived at was entirely wrong. You actually used me as bait to lure that person into making a move. Zhao Sun understood that Lin Zhao's aggressive tactics were to force him to act, providing an opportunity for the hidden assassin to strike and reveal themselves. It seemed that this person was very skilled at hiding. This method would not work. Chapter 325 Hidden Dangerous Grounds. Young Lin, why do you look so troubled? Your emotions don't seem high. The tower spirit also noticed Lin Zhao's unusual demeanor. How could such a significant change occur in the short time he had taken a nap? Senior, someone wants to assassinate me, but their methods of concealment are excellent, making it impossible to flush them out. I fear I will have to remain vigilant. Lin Xiao sighed heavily and briefly recounted what had happened before. In fact, one could wait for the rabbit. I just took a look, and that feathered arrow left behind some traces. If that rat wants to kill you again, it will surely come looking for you. The tower spirit was unconcerned, noting that the rat had failed to take Lin Xiao down twice, indicating its strength was not impressive. Although it did not pose a significant threat, it was indeed bothersome and needed to be dealt with. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Xiao's brow as he began to contemplate how to use this feathered arrow to lure out the rat hiding in the shadows. However, for now, the matters concerning the tower spirit were more pressing, as there were only a few days left in the small world, and time was of the essence. Once forcibly sent out, it would be nearly impossible to return. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiao pondered how to draw the snake out of its hole and capture it. Chapter 326 The Bloodstone of Mars. Lin Xiao was unaware of what kind of place he had arrived at. But he sensed that not only was there something the tower spirit needed, but this place would also hold opportunities for him. The desire in his heart grew stronger, and the call he felt became increasingly intense. His steps unconsciously quickened. He always remembered the tower spirit advising him to stay true to his heart and not to falter. Senior, how far is it to where the spiritual object is located? However, this time, the tower spirit did not respond. This made Lin Xiao feel something was amiss. But the calling in his heart quickly diverted his attention, and he no longer thought deeply. Believing the tower spirit was searching for the location of the spiritual object and was too preoccupied to respond to him. Continuing forward, the skeletal path beneath his feet disappeared, replaced instead by a verdant tree-lined avenue. This road seemed endless, but a voice in his heart told him that as long as he kept moving forward, he would obtain what he desired. However, after walking for a while, Lin Xiao found himself back at the Lin family home. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Lin Xiao's heart sank. He had unknowingly fallen into a trap. Chapter 327 Walking Dead. The Yinghua Bloodstone seemed to possess a mind of its own, making Lin Xiao feel very uncomfortable. He felt like a prey being targeted. At any moment, he could become someone else's meal. The chill on his back clearly indicated that this entity was definitely not easy to deal with. Capturing it would not be simple, especially when Lin Xiao recalled how he had previously been ensnared by the blood curse, falling into illusions. If it weren't for the power of the Wujian sword, he might have found it very difficult to escape on his own. In this situation, he had to treat it seriously and dared not let his guard down. The tower spirit was still observing the Yinghua Bloodstone, seemingly trying to find some clues. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew by, bringing with it an extremely strong smell of blood. Along with the scent of blood, there was also a putrid stench of decaying flesh, making Lin Xiao feel extremely uncomfortable and nauseous. Suddenly, the bloodline snapped, and the two controlled corpses turned around simultaneously, their eyes glowing with bloodlust as they stared at Lin Xiao, as if they saw an enemy. The atmosphere changed, a chilling sense of murder arose. The air became brutal, filled with the stench of blood. Suddenly, the two let out a roar and charged at Lin Xiao recklessly. Chapter 328 Liberation. Is there really no way out? Fu Washan felt a sense of despair. So much time had passed, and he still did not know Lin Xiao's current situation. He had been using the water moon mirror to search for traces, but the final result was fruitless. The grand competition was still ongoing, and they could not enter. Doing so would disturb the stability of the small world, which would be very unfair to others. Moreover, they had long searched for the hidden deadly place, spending 100 years without finding it. Lin Xiao might not have entered the hidden deadly place. Perhaps he was in some place obscured from the heavens, which is why they couldn't find him. The royal family's elder said helplessly, coming to comfort them for the sake of the Jixia Academy. Hearing this, Fu Washan let out a long sigh. It seemed this matter could only come to an unresolved end. The hidden deadly place had a high degree of uncertainty. Finding it was simply impossible. Now, Fu Washan could only hope that Lin Xiao was in another place obscured from the heavens, temporarily unreachable by the water moon realm. Everyone was aware that there was a hidden deadly place in the Xian Beast small world. The reason they kept using it was that the casualties were minimal each time it appeared, mostly 1 or 2, 2 or 3, thus within an acceptable range. Chapter 329 Absorption. Lin Xiao focused his eyes, staring intently at the Yinghua Bloodstone, continuously channeling power into the Wujian sword. This cursed object that had harmed countless people for thousands of years would be completely shattered today, preventing it from seducing or harming others again. Powerful sword energy surged forth, leaving numerous mottled sword marks on the canyon walls. The Yinghua bloodstone seemed to sense the danger, suddenly glowing brightly, and an extremely strong bloodthirsty aura surged out continuously. Each strand of blood aura concealed a killing intent. Once touched, it would explode, causing irreparable damage to the body. The black and white sword energy surrounded Lin Xiao, blocking all the incoming blood aura. The blood aura that landed below directly melted the bones beneath, demonstrating its terrifying nature. Lin Xiao glanced and felt a chill. Such power was indeed terrifying. If he were to become too contaminated, he would likely be turned into a puddle of blood. Suddenly, the Yinghua bloodstone trembled a few times, its emitted red glow becoming very strange and tempting. The entire canyon was filled with the eerie blood glow. At the same time, streaks of bloodlines attacked Lin Xiao like weapons. Even the black and white sword energy found it difficult to resist. The power was extremely terrifying. Chapter 3:30. Cleaned out an extremely tempting voice came, seemingly filled with magic, making one feel that the other party had endless sincerity and was willing to cooperate, which was very misleading. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately became alert. The tower spirit had previously told him to hold onto his heart to avoid falling into a trap again. This indicated that they had reached a very critical moment, which was why the Yinghua bloodstone was trying to lure him again, wanting to use this to break the deadlock. Your wariness of me is quite normal. But why do you have no precautions against those two old monsters? They cling to you like leeches, sucking your blood. Your talents are excellent. Without them, your achievements would surely be higher now. Lin Xiao remained indifferent. He could naturally see through such shallow attempts to sow discord. If his mind were not resolute, he might indeed fall for it under such confusion. The voice of the other party was filled with magic, making it easy for people to believe and trust. While the other party spoke, Lin Xiao had such thoughts in his mind. But he was very clear that he could not trust their words, so he continued to resist. Now, those two old monsters had demands from you, which is why they gave you benefits, seemingly allowing you to gain some opportunities. But the opportunities you gained are far less than what you lost. Chapter 3:31. Out of control, Lin Xiao followed the sword light, and just as he left, the original canyon merged in an instant, with blood water chasing after the fleeing person like maggots, seemingly wanting to drag him down and accompany him to death. With the Wujian sword clearing the way, the speed of this strange merging of worlds was fast, but could not keep him behind. Moreover, the passage opened by the Wujian sword was not easily broken. Lin Xiao followed the Wujian sword out, and when he saw the light again, all the pressure on his body dissipated, and a smile appeared on his lips. This terrible journey was finally over. As soon as he emerged, the Wujian sword transformed into a streak of flowing light and vanished. Lin Xiao looked down and found himself on a small mountain. Rumbling, the small mountain suddenly trembled incessantly and began to collapse. He could vaguely see some blood waters spilling out, and the stones and earth were rapidly dissolving. Along with this came the foul stench of decaying flesh from the mountain, and Lin Xiao immediately covered his mouth and nose, flying to the side. The Yinghua bloodstone, born from a twist of fate, actually took the mountain as its body. Truly, there are wonders in the world. Chapter 3:32. The foolish fox has its blessings. When Fu Washan saw Lin Xiao reappear from the Watermoon realm again, he instantly became excited. This kid was truly a master of trouble, but thankfully he came out unscathed, not meeting a fate of death. As for the blood-red sword in Lin Xiao's hand, he did not mind. After all, this guy originally had such a weapon, and it seemed normal for it to change somewhat under the influence of spiritual power. When it became known that Lin Xiao was not dead, some people's hearts sighed, feeling that the heavens were still blind, allowing such a villain to be released. Fortunately, he did not fall into a secret deadly place. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences. Fu Washan sighed, saying that although Lin Xiao's points were not high enough to advance to the next stage, being alive was more important than anything else. This mountain was strange. As the holder of this small world, the martial emperor's perception was even more acute. After the small mountain collapsed, a surge of intense resentment emanated, startling even him. Upon closer inspection, bloodlight was also surging out, continuously spilling outwards. He sensed carefully and also discovered some clues. Since Wei Sai had been forcefully eliminated by Lin Xiao, there should have been 63 people still inside the small world, but now there were only 60. Chapter 333. Fist against fist. Yunanhu's big eyes suddenly looked watery, appearing quite pitiful. In an instant, Lin Zhao's gaze became somewhat dazed, and the little fox before him began to transform, making everything seem a bit unreal. Lin Zhao quickly reacted and rudely stuffed the little fox directly into the beast-taming bag, not expecting this creature to dare use illusions on him, trying to confuse him. Previously, Lin Zhao would not have felt any impact, but now he was slightly bewildered, indicating that Yunanhu had gained a significant enhancement after consuming the Thousand Illusions Spirit Lotus. Dog owner, don't you know how to cherish beauty at all? You've hurt me. After being stuffed into the beast-taming bag, Yunanhu angrily poked her head out to complain. Lin Zhao felt something was off upon hearing this. You're not even human. You're a beast. Lin Zhao retorted without reservation, clearly aware that the little thing was a proud spirit pet. I'm not a beast. Yunanhu responded angrily. Then what are you? I'm a noble fox. That is still a beast. Lin Zhao showed no leniency. Dog owner, if you continue to be so unromantic, you'll never find a wife and will end up lonely for life. Neither of them used martial techniques, merely relying on their physical strength to confront each other, but the punches they threw were incredibly powerful, generating shockwaves that swept outwards, creating a whirlpool-shaped pit in the ground centered around them. This punch made Zhang Kuang even more excited. The tingling sensation in his arm told him that Lin Zhao was indeed very strong. Moreover, the opponent was a sword cultivator, not a body cultivator, yet possessed such formidable combat power, which was impressive. The fighting spirit within Zhang Kuang grew stronger, and he looked at Lin Zhao with excitement. After being at the Martial Dao Grand Assembly for so long, he finally met a rival he could compete with. Lin Zhao's arm also felt uncomfortable, and he highly acknowledged his opponent's strength. No wonder he was the holy son of the Sunlit sect, someone who could firmly hold the top position in the first stage. This person was indeed powerful. If it weren't for Lin Zhao being delayed by the Yinghua Bloodstone, he would have had a great chance to contend for first place in the first stage. You are indeed strong. Zhang Kuang laughed, his fighting spirit still soaring, and his entire aura changed as a result. Yin Xiao was very anxious, having reached the final moment, and she did not want to see any variables arise. Chapter 335. Sacrificial refinement of the bloodthirsty sword. Lin Zhao's words left many people confused. It wasn't Lin Zhao who did it, yet he witnessed the death the whole time, not saving anyone, or was he involved? Master Liang's eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhao, his mind calculating what might have happened. Now that Li Huang was dead in the Xianbi small world, there must be a reason, and he was eager to know what had transpired. Everyone, take your disciples back to rest in preparation for tomorrow's competition. The martial emperor immediately spoke to stabilize the situation, feeling that it was inappropriate for too many people to know about this matter and that it should be discussed privately. Soon, under the martial emperor's request, everyone left. But as the person involved, Lin Zhao naturally had to stay. Soon, most people left, leaving only the martial emperor, an elder from the royal family, Lin Zhao, Fu Washan, as well as Master Liang and an elder from the Zhang family. The deaths of Li Huang and Zhang Qing might be related to the secret deadly place. And one of the contestants from the common people had also lost contact and could not be found. The martial emperor spoke first, his gaze also falling on Lin Zhao, wanting to get the truth from him. Upon hearing this, Master Liang understood what was going on. However, from Lin Zhao's previous words, he did not believe things were that simple. Chapter 336. The arrogant Yuan Qian as time passed. After the bloodthirsty sword completely absorbed the blood energy obtained from the Yinghua Bloodstone, it experienced a significant enhancement. The originally bright red sword body became duller, and the whole sword became more restrained. However, the killing power contained within was now at least twice as strong as before. And if it could gain the support of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, its grade could be elevated. Of course, the bloodthirsty sword also had shortcut, which was to be nourished with the essence blood of powerful beings. Lin Zhao opened his eyes and looked at the ground covered in powder, laughing silently. Sword cultivators really burn money. To allow the bloodthirsty sword to improve better, he had invested over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones this time alone. With a gentle swing of the sword, the bloodthirsty sword released an extremely strong blood energy and killing intent, causing even the formations in the room to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Lin Xiao immediately restrained his sword intent. If it continued to be released, it would surely destroy this courtyard. Opening the door, seeing the rising sun outside, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that this ritual had taken the entire night, and he quickly got up and left the room. Oh, you're quite good at timing. If you didn't come out soon, Dean Fu would have forcibly broken the formation to call you. Gu Bai was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Chapter 337. A good start. Yuan Qian's arrogance and disdain made Yun Xiao very unhappy. Without hesitation, she immediately launched an attack, the green light appearing soft, yet hiding a deadly threat. This person's pride was so high that one might think she was the holy maiden of the Hanyu sect. Although Yuan Qian had a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Gathering Spirit realm, she was just an ordinary gathering spirit. Yun Xiao was only at the 4th layer, but she was a celestial grade gathering spirit, and she was not without the strength to fight. Gu Bai also noticed the other party's arrogant attitude and felt very displeased. After all, by underestimating Yun Xiao, they were also belittling their Jixia Academy. Sister Xiao will definitely win, Lin Xiao said confidently, believing that Yuan Qian had committed the sin of arrogance, and even if she had a chance to win, she would end up losing because of it. Of course, she is a disciple of our Jixia Academy, Fu Washan added, hoping that Yun Xiao could win this battle and slap those people's faces hard, making them realize the reality. As the strongest existence in the great Zhou dynasty, how could the disciples cultivated by their Jixia Academy be mediocre? Yun Xiao indeed has abundant resources due to her family background, with endless supplies at her disposal. Even during her previous training, she had a powerful protector at the half-step void realm. However, this does not mean that Yun Xiao is truly a spoiled young lady who just sits back and enjoys the benefits. Chapter 338. Internal War, 5th match, Chun Xianqing vs. Gu Bai. This match is also an internal battle of the Jixia Academy, and many people are aware that one is firmly in the 1st position while the other is the luckier 5th. Everyone is tacitly aware of who will win. At the same time, many feel regret for Chun Xianqing because his search for divine-grade items has delayed him too much, slowing his progress. Otherwise, he would be on par with War Mad and Xue Li Ge. 3 years ago, the 3 of them were known as the 4 prodigies alongside Mei Ruohua from the Qingyang sect. Unfortunately, Chun Xianqing has fallen behind step by step. However, under such circumstances, no one doubts Chun Xuanqing's strength. They believe that as long as he has enough time, he will definitely catch up. Fu Washan watched the 2 compete, feeling quite helpless. Only one of them is destined to advance to the next round of the championship battle. Although he feels reluctant, there is nothing he can do to change it. You're not my opponent. There is no need for you to suffer, Chun Xianqing said calmly, looking at his fellow disciple, as if his words could declare the outcome of this battle. How do you know if you don't try? Who would want to seize the championship? You have your trump card, and I have mine. If we don't fight, how can we determine who is stronger? Having come this far, Gu Bai could not intentionally concede and give up such a great opportunity. Even though they share a bond as fellow disciples, that doesn't matter. Gu Bai didn't know how far he could go in the martial art competition, but he had to give it his all and push himself to the limit. Otherwise, his heart would never find peace. Seeing that he was unwilling to back down, Chun Xuanqing's brows furrowed in displeasure. There were some things he did not want to reveal at the start of the 2nd round. He originally intended to use them as his final winning strategy. Gu Bai, why go to such lengths? Chun Xianqing held his long knife, his expression somewhat conflicted. After their previous exchanges, he had to admit deep down that Gu Bai's strength was indeed formidable, and there was no reason to concede. Ultimately, only one of them could advance to the next round. Chun Xianqing became even more confident in his strength, believing he would definitely reach the finals. Why not just concede and preserve my trump card? Gu Bai sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Chun Xianqing wanted to resolve the battle easily by having him concede, thinking that only he could go further, all while putting on a righteous front that made Gu Bai feel somewhat nauseous. Chapter 340. Both suffer losses. The storm of blade light continuously surged out, and everyone was focused, knowing that the outcome would be decided at this moment. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. The result was already very clear in his eyes. Unfortunately, Gu Bai did not have a special physique, which led to his narrow loss. Having fought countless battles, Lin Xiao could naturally discern the differences. Gu Bai's strength was impressive, having almost perfected his martial skills. However, under absolute strength suppression, it fell short. When the storm ceased, the blade light gradually dissipated. Gubai lay on the ground, covered in cuts, blood flowing profusely. Chun Xianxing propped himself up with his long knife to avoid collapsing. His clothes tattered and looking extremely disheveled. His gaze remained fixed on Gubai. If the latter stood up again, he would strike once more. I lost. Gubai, severely injured, understood he could no longer continue fighting, so he conceded straightforwardly. Chun Xianxing remained silent, eventually letting out a sigh, his expression difficult to bear. Be careful. The people from the Liang sect are not easy to deal with. After giving Lin Xiao a brief instruction, Fu Washan immediately flew onto the stage, fed pills to both Chun Xianxing and Gubai, and then took them away. Chapter 341, Huang Xingba. While watching from the spectator platform, it was hard to tell, but once on the stage, Lin Xiao felt that this arena was exceptionally spacious. It seemed as if some supreme magic had expanded the arena, allowing all disciples to unleash their full potential. This arena had endured countless battles, yet it showed no signs of cracks. In an instant, Lin Xiao realized that this arena might be a magical artifact, which is why it was so hard to destroy. Where's Huang Xingba? The announcer shouted loudly, becoming a bit anxious since he hadn't appeared on stage yet. Here, no need to rush. At that moment, a heavy voice came through as a young man hurriedly ran onto the stage, clutching his stomach. Sorry, I had a bit of stomach issue due to nerves. Huang Xingba explained with a smile, although he was quite thick-skinned. Some people instinctively covered their noses, feeling that Huang Xingba was indeed hard to describe. A hint of disgust briefly flashed across the announcer's face, but he quickly recovered. Begin. After saying that, the announcer left the stage and went to a higher position to watch the battle. Sorry for making you wait, Lin brother. I had a bit of stomach issue. Please take it easy on me later, don't knock the shit out of me. Chapter 342, Defeating Huang Xingba. However, with a sudden impulse and a charged strike, Lin Xiao felt somewhat at a disadvantage in this exchange, being forced to retreat several steps, his arm feeling numb. If he hadn't cultivated the jade bone refining body technique to its peak, his arm might have been shattered by that punch. Huang Xingba was also pushed back 2 steps, but his situation was much better than Lin Xiao's. I'm not a pushover. Huang Xingba broke the deadlock, shouting out the frustration that had built up inside him. Being 3 small realms higher than his opponent, yet still being pressed, he naturally could not feel good about it. Frustration. Liang Jinren noticed that Lin Xiao merely shook his arm, seemingly unaffected, and his expression turned much darker. It really is, as War Mad said. Is this kid really not a body cultivator? Liang Jinren looked at War Mad in confusion, seemingly wanting to find an answer from him. Perhaps he is both a sword cultivator and a body cultivator. War Mad shrugged helplessly. Though he found this idea absurd, he saw no better explanation. If Lin Xiao wasn't a body cultivator, then why was his physical strength so formidable? Everyone present, hearing the conversation between Liang Jinren and War Mad, changed their expressions as they looked at Lin Xiao. Chapter 343, Instructions. Huang Xingba felt a shiver run down his spine. The murderous intent building made him feel like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As soon as that sword moved, his head would roll. Especially feeling the bloody and murderous aura from the bloodthirsty sword up close made Huang Xingba feel an intense chill, as if he had 1 foot already in the underworld. Cold sweat pouring down. I lost. Huang Xingba's life was firmly in the hands of his opponent. No matter how unwilling he felt, he had to face reality. And struggling was meaningless. Lin Xiao immediately withdrew his hand upon hearing this and walked outside. Lin Xiao wins. Thus, the top 8 were determined. And those who made it this far were certainly not ordinary individuals. I didn't expect your strength to be this formidable, kid. Fu Washan looked at Lin Xiao with satisfaction, unable to contain the smile on his lips. This time, 3 people from the Jixia Academy entered the top 8, showcasing the Academy's exceptional teaching abilities. After the competition for the top 8 concluded, everyone began to leave the venue, with the competitors needing to study their opponents for tomorrow. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Fu Washan thought about how Chun Xianxing was currently in seclusion to recover from his injuries. So he first discussed strategies with Lin Xiao and Yun Xiao. According to our Academy's investigation, Hu Feiwei rose from humble beginnings, having no family background and being an orphan who worked as a servant in a small sect. Later, He had a fortuitous encounter that led him to truly embark on the path of cultivation. This person has decent innate talent and has experienced rapid growth due to his opportunities. Chapter 344, Xuanqin with Spirit Technique in the Past. Gubai liked to pull Lin Xiao into discussions about worldly matters, but this time on their way to the martial arts arena, he remained silent, not saying a word. Although his injuries had mostly healed, there was still a lingering sense of worry etched on his brow. It wasn't until they entered the spectator area and took their seats that Gubai seemed to come back to his senses, staring blankly ahead. What's wrong? Lin Xiao noticed something was off with Gubai and quietly asked after sitting down. Gubai shook his head slightly, still silent, appearing almost like a walking corpse. Today's battle was significant as the winner would gain the qualification to participate in the Southernly region's elite competition, attracting many powerful figures who wanted to witness the talents that would emerge from this grand event. Even some reclusive old monsters showed up in the audience. The first match, Yin Xiaoxiao versus Xue Lige. The announcer saw that the time had come and immediately declared the start of the battle, without any opening remarks. Very straightforward. After all, everyone wanted to see an exciting fight and didn't want to wait too long. Go, Sister Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiao cheered for her, even though he knew her chances of winning were very slim. Chapter 345, Slaying Ghosts and God's Boom. The crescent wheel shattered the descending peony. Countless petals turned into ice shards, falling like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Each ice flower, under Yun Xiaoxiao's control, launched a final assault on Xue Ligu, clad in ice armor, fearlessly charged forward. At this moment, Yin Xiaoxiao also felt tremendous pressure. If she got any closer, her defeat would be certain. She could sense that her opponent's offensive was already in full swing. Break! Yin Xiaoxiao shouted, and the frozen vines erupted from the ground, rushing forward. The crescent wheel returned to Xue Lige's front, dancing continuously, breaking all the incoming vines, clearing a path for her. You've lost. Xue Li Huoted, simultaneously striking out with a palm, sending a powerful palm imprint forward. This palm exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Unwilling to admit defeat, Yin Xiaoxiao exerted all her strength to counter with a palm strike. Boom! Yin Xiaoxiao was unable to withstand the force of the palm, sent flying backward, and the residual power hit her directly. The ice armor behind Xue Ligu was also shattered by the ice shards, leaving her back covered in numerous wounds. Xue Ligu wins. The announcer immediately declared the result upon seeing Yin Xiaoxiao knocked off the stage. Chapter 346, Hu Feiwei. Everyone's attention was now focused on the stage. Both sides using their ultimate techniques, striving to advance. Even Fu Washan in the audience felt a bit nervous. With his strength, he still couldn't discern who would ultimately win, which made him anxious. The clash between blade energy and fist intent produced explosive sounds, if not for the formation on the stage. The aftermath of their battle might have harmed others. A chilling intent filled the arena. A moment's carelessness could result in being swept into the vortex and crushed. As the accumulated power grew, both fighters lost control, resulting in a chaotic eruption of energy. Blade energy rained down on Zhao Min, while countless fist intents pounded down on Chun Xianqing. Waves of force surged forth, sending both Chun Xianqing and Zhao Min flying. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect the strength displayed by two mid-stage condensing spirit realm juniors to be so formidable. The battle was not yet over, and no one intervened to calm the ongoing storm on the stage. As long as there was no threat to life, people would refrain from interfering. Lin Xiao observed and felt enlightened. The gap between top-tier talents was indeed minimal, and each person's strength was impressive. Chapter 347, Dragon Battle in the Wild. Hu Feiwei's spear shot out like a dragon, each angle of his thrust exceptionally tricky, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Clearly, this young man had a profound mastery of the spear technique, reaching an extraordinary level. However, Lin Xiao was even more terrifying. He had nearly perfected the Blood River sword technique, thus maintaining a suppressive state. If the many powerful figures present didn't understand this, they would hardly believe that Hu Feiwei, with a higher realm, was still at a disadvantage in this duel. Especially with each strike of Lin Xiao's sword emitting a terrifying aura, disciples of lower realms felt cold sweat trickling down their backs. Fu Washan stroked his beard with satisfaction. Lin Xiao was indeed very confident, and what he was displaying was precisely that. However, They had too little information about Hu Feiwei, and it remained unknown what kind of trump cards he still held. Sometimes, hidden things could play an unexpectedly crucial role at critical moments. However, if Lin Xiao could continue to suppress Hu Feiwei with the Blood River Sword technique without giving any opportunities, expanding his advantage, he would have a high chance of winning. Now, they were merely at the beginning. A temporary lead could not serve as a decisive factor. Hu Feiwei felt immense pressure. If he made a slight mistake, he would surely suffer a wound from the sword energy. Chapter 348. Flying dragon breaking through the air. Blood continued to seep from Hu Feiwei's chest. Yet, his fighting spirit soared even higher, as if the blood flowing out was merely impurities, leaving behind only purity. His rising momentum quickly retracted, making his body appear to shrink by a circle, but his skin was marred with deep grooves, resembling runes etched by divine beings, leaving traces. The aura emanating from his flesh gave off a sense of power, as if every inch of his skin contained unparalleled strength. The bloodthirsty sword in Lin Xiao's hand trembled incessantly, emitting a humming sound, as if it was greatly tempted and eager to devour the opponent's blood. The atmosphere became incredibly tense at this moment, filled with fighting intent. Hu Feiwei radiated a fierce aura, his gaze sharp and filled with an aggressive power. This time, I must fight. Hu Feiwei let out a low shout, and the wound on his chest healed instantly, allowing blood to cover his whole body. The dried bloodstains flowing all over him resembled mysterious runes, making his body even stronger. Such secret techniques are indeed powerful. If I could obtain them, I would no longer fear the constraints from all sides. The martial emperor looked at Hu Feiwei, surprised that this wild boy from the common people could master such profound power. Chapter 349. A sword to suppress them after witnessing Lin Xiao's strength. Hu Feiwei no longer dared to have any complacency and brought out his trump card. He had no other choice now. If he couldn't win, a lot of trouble would surely follow. Only by entering the top 4 could he break the deadlock. The Zhen Tian silver dragon spear was swung rapidly. It sounded like a dragon's roar, deep and shocking. The aura was fully unleashed. Hu Feiwei's breath locked on Lin Xiao. He aimed for this strike to have no mistakes, ensuring that he could hit and even defeat him. At the same time, he was observing his opponent's every move. Even if he unleashed this strike, it had to land, as his opponent was not a wooden post standing there for him to hit. The speed of the silver spear's dance increased, disrupting the surrounding space once again, brewing an even stronger storm. Hu Feiwei stood at the center of the storm, his might fully displayed. Lin Xiao, seeing this, did not dare to be careless. Watching his robe about to be torn apart, the bloodthirsty sword in his hand rang incessantly. A stream of pure sword intent continuously erupted at this moment, slowly forming a sword enclosure. Hu Feiwei was indeed formidable. It was rare for a commoner to possess such means. Chapter 350. The deal. Lin Xiao was indeed extraordinary. Given time, he would become an unshakable powerhouse. Unfortunately, his murderous intent was too heavy, and for the great Zhou, it was uncertain whether he would bring fortune or disaster. The royal ancestor looked at the spirited young man, but there was no joy in his expression, only deep worry. This person acted solely based on his own preferences, without any scruples, even towards their royal family. He would retaliate for the smallest grievance. However, thinking further after this battle, Lin Xiao had already secured a spot in the top 4, and a year later, he would represent the great Zhou dynasty in the talent competition, which suppressed his murderous intent. Furthermore, Lin Xiao had the backing of the Jixia Academy. The war madman looked at Lin Xiao with a meaningful gaze. As expected of the opponent he valued, the strength displayed was indeed formidable. Observant individuals also noticed that Lin Xiao had not suffered any injuries in this battle, only some torn clothing. To describe it as crushing would not be an exaggeration. Sister Xiao, why did you come here instead of resting properly? When Lin Xiao returned to the viewing platform, he saw Yun Xiao, pale-faced, and couldn't help but feel distressed. Today is your big day. How can I miss it? Yun Xiao smiled gently, and seeing Lin Xiao enter the top 4, she was genuinely happy. Chapter 351. Observing Stars and Understanding Swords. Tianbao Tower. Master. The young lady lost narrowly to the saintess of the Cold Moon sect. Wang Qian hurried to report after receiving the latest news. Although Yun Anshan had anticipated this, There was still a hint of sadness in his brows. You need not worry. It is said that the young lady has lost with honor. Many say that if she were at the same level as Shui Li Gu, the outcome is uncertain. Wang Qian quickly added, though it was flattery, it was also the truth. There's no need to comfort me like this. Xiao Xiao's achievements in such a short time have already exceeded expectations. Yun Anshan waved his hand, signaling him to stop. All along, the court had wanted to control Tianbao Tower. Yun Anshan was reluctant for the foundation he built to become the royal family's purse. So he had been searching for a way to break the deadlock. From the very beginning, Yun Anshan used wealth to gather strong individuals, preventing the royal family from using hard tactics to seize Tianbao Tower. But these were external forces. Hence, he put in great effort to let Yun Xiaoxiao practice in the Yun City branch, aiming to climb up the relationship with the Jixia Academy to better protect himself. Now, Yun Xiaoxiao making it into the top 8 was already her limit, but it also indicated her high talent. So there was no need to worry too much about the massive Tianbao Tower being coveted. She had become its backbone. Chapter 352. Incompatible as water and fire. The next day, the martial arts arena was packed with people. Almost everyone qualified to come and watch had arrived. The semi-finals of today as championship battle were highly anticipated, with most believing the champion would emerge between the War Madman and Shui Li Gu, as both had gained fame early on and were now in the late stage of the spirit concentration realm, leading the younger generation with a cliff-like advantage, almost unshakable. Many even thought that regardless of who won, the final champion would undoubtedly be secure. Everyone's gaze was almost entirely focused on the War Madman and Shui Li Gu, discussing who would achieve the final victory. The Sunfire sect and the Cold Moon sect would once again determine their superiority today. As Lin Xiao stepped into the martial arts arena, he saw Zhao Min in a dark black robe. His aura was entirely different from before. I gained insight from my battle with Chun Xianqing yesterday. I have now stepped into the late stage of the spirit concentration realm. You are bound to lose. Zhao Min glanced at Lin Xiao, dropped this statement, and walked forward without looking back. Although this was said in a casual tone, many heard it clearly and looked at Zhao Min in shock. He was indeed the royal family's prodigy. Chapter 353. The Xian Water Sealing Technique Senior. How does my infinite sword bone compare? Although the arena was separated by formations, Lin Xiao could still sense the strength of the two. That is naturally incomparable. The infinite sword bone is the most top-tier existence, difficult to match. However, the 100-battle divine body has a strong after-effect. If it can continue to grow to a higher stage, it might be comparable. The tower spirit answered without hesitation. The growth potential of the 100-battle divine body is very high, but those who possess such a battle body are all combative, which can easily lead to premature demise. Historically, very few cultivators with a 100-battle divine body have truly managed to grow. Lin Xiao nodded, understanding that the War Madman would grow stronger with each battle, and that the battle body could continuously improve through combat. However, he possessed the even more powerful infinite sword bone, hence he was unafraid. Fu Washan watched the battle with a very serious expression while also recording with a viewing stone. Although he was unsure whether Lin Xiao could advance to the final battle today, he still had to prepare. It seems that there is a significant gap between me and them. Chun Xianqing smiled bitterly. He had always thought of himself as equal to the two on the stage, even believing he could surpass them. Thus, he had been waiting for the arrival of the celestial-grade spirit concentration. Chapter 354. Awe-inspiring across 8 extremes. Although the tower spirit had mentioned it before, seeing it in person left Lin Xiao feeling very shocked. The 100-battle divine body possessed by the War Madman was indeed monstrous. The expressions of the crowd varied, but most were extremely astonished. The corner of the Sunfire real person's mouth curled up, revealing immense pride. He did not analyze today's battle with the Battle Madman, as he felt there was no need for it. The Battle Madman did not require tactics to counter. He just needed to unleash his battle body to the fullest and follow his inner fighting will. He never expected that the opportunity for the Battle Madman to break through would actually lie within Shui Li Gu. Senior brother is mighty. The disciples of the Liang sect were worried when they saw the Battle Madman get hit, but now he has directly broken the deadlock and achieved a breakthrough. How magnificent! The expressions of the disciples from the Hanyu sect and others were not very pleasant. They had devised many plans and had analyzed nearly all of the Battle Madman's combat characteristics, also providing countermeasures. But now, The situation has changed. The original balance of power has been shattered with the battle madman's breakthrough. This time, the Liang sect will overshadow the Han Yue sect for 5 years. The royal ancestor had a self-deprecating smile. He originally thought Zhao Min could compete for the top position with these two prodigies, but with the battle madman's further advancement, that thought was shattered in an instant. Chapter 355. Martial Ancestors Divine Intent Technique. Royal Zhao Min faces Lin Xiao from the Jixia Academy. The officiant announced the start of the next duel as soon as the battle madman left the stage. Many people felt unsatisfied with the previous battle, feeling it was deeply engaging. Although the battle madman had completely suppressed his opponent in the later stages, the true meaning contained in each of his moves was highly admirable. Even some cultivators with higher realms than the battle madman felt that this young man had many aspects to learn from. Go for it. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with anticipation, her face beaming with a smile. It will definitely happen, Lin Xiao said, and then directly leaped onto the stage, holding the bloodthirsty sword proudly. Fu Washan said nothing, just quietly watched. Although many mentors at the academy felt the hope was slim, they still hoped Lin Xiao could win this battle and bring glory to Jixia Academy. Currently, Lin Xiao was the only remaining hope for Jixia Academy in this grand competition. Every step he took would increase the academy's influence for the next 5 years. After Zhao Min took the stage, his gaze was arrogant, with a hint of disdain. In his eyes, Lin Xiao and Hu Fei were not much different. Both came from humble beginnings, just country bumpkins. Thinking about being underestimated, an unnamed anger surged in Zhao Min's heart. Chapter 356. Royal Qi. The powerful aura surrounded Zhao Min like armor, raising his momentum, and with each movement, he exuded a few more traces of a great power's demeanor. His eyes emitted golden rays, and a noble aura naturally emerged. He now resembled a king, dominating the world. Zhao Min looked at Lin Xiao with pity. This was the foundation of his royal lineage, capable of gathering all kinds of secret techniques and treasures. Moreover, the martial ancestor had passed down numerous great supernatural powers for his cultivation. Everyone was astonished to see Zhao Min display such abilities. A dragon in the pond is about to soar into the sky today. It was too hasty. He actually revealed this trump card against an early-stage Lin Xiao. The royal ancestor's expression was displeased. He found this approach rather abnormal. Although there were ways to break through the suppression, using this method was too anxious. Furthermore, this could be saved for tomorrow's battle against the battle madman as a surprise. One must not regard Lin Xiao as merely an early-stage cultivator. This child is very strong, capable of defeating Mei Ruohua. The martial emperor did not think it was reckless. He believed it was the right course of action. A quick resolution is the best strategy. As for whether it would expose his trump card, it was of no consequence. First, overcome the immediate challenge to look towards the future. Chapter 357. Qian Kuan Sealing Sword Technique. Zhao Min looked at his bleeding fist, his brows deeply furrowed. He did not expect that even with such means, he could not suppress Lin Xiao, and he had even suffered considerable losses because of it. This made him feel extremely frustrated. Why could this kid resist his authority? Ignoring the warning and facing punishment, Zhao Min maintained his posture, as if he were a true king. His overpowering aura continued to rise at this moment, emanating an even greater majesty, the emergence of a king. At this moment, Zhao Min's aura was nearly at its peak, even with the formation isolating him. Many observers felt a strong pressure. Fortunately, powerful figures from all sides used their means to protect their younger generation, allowing them to remain unaffected. So strong, Zhao Min is truly becoming a dragon. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts, all astonished. The king's majesty was fully displayed, which made the royal ancestor satisfied as he stroked his beard. This is how a royal should be. The martial emperor's gaze shifted, becoming obscure. At this moment, the battle madman's eyes also changed. The suddenly appearing Zhao Min piqued his interest. What do you think? Do you think Lin Xiao can still win? Chapter 358. My body is the sword. Zhao Min was gifted from a young age, particularly in the realm of techniques. His speed of mastering them was astonishing, understanding them effortlessly. If he were willing to spend more time studying, he could achieve great success. The Qian Kuan Sealing Sword Technique was something he chanced upon at the age of 10 and practiced for a while. But finding few genuine sword cultivators throughout the entire Zhou dynasty, he deemed it not very useful and did not delve deeply. However, upon learning that his opponent was Lin Xiao yesterday, he immediately retrieved this technique and studied it diligently. As the first among the younger generation of the royal family, the entire royal family held high expectations for Zhao Min's participation in this martial arts grand event. He himself was also well prepared, and today he would showcase this technique specifically targeting sword cultivators. In a martial arts grand event, strength is paramount, but when strengths are comparable or not significantly different, personal foundation becomes the key to victory or defeat. If one has learned enough, they can find ways to counter their opponent. Zhao Min shouted, continuously casting profound seals with his hands, transforming the mysterious power into shackles that constantly attached to the bloodthirsty sword. Lin Xiao sensed the changes in the bloodthirsty sword, and he immediately stirred the sword energy, wanting to shatter these shackles. Chapter 359. Star Execution. The overwhelming sword intent was not restrained at all, as the chains continuously attacked. They were all severed with a single finger, unable to halt Lin Xiao's advancing steps. At that moment, he resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, unstoppable. Everyone was astonished. Today, they had witnessed too many fluctuations. These four young people displayed extraordinary means, making the situation tumultuous. What a sword incarnate! In the past century and millennium of the Zhou dynasty, there had never been a sword genius like this. Liang Zhenren gasped, feeling incredibly shocked. From this sword, he saw that this young man would surely bring the sword path to great heights. The battle madman's fighting spirit in his eyes grew even stronger. A powerful opponent was what he sought. The royal ancestor was in shock. He originally thought victory was assured, but unexpectedly, such a variable appeared beyond his expectations. Has this kid's understanding of the sword path reached this level? The royal ancestor gritted his teeth and said, feeling very unwilling. The martial emperor was also amazed, but unlike the dejected royal ancestor beside him, he felt somewhat happy. The stronger these children performed, the more exciting the subsequent competition among the heroes would be, and at that time, the fame of the great Zhou might even resonate throughout the southernly region because of them. Chapter 360. Spirit Medicine. The venue fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by this sword. Zhao Min stood on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could not accept that he had lost so completely. The shadow of the martial ancestor behind him was also slowly becoming blurry, dissipating continuously. Zhao Min had been practicing this path for 10 years, so he naturally knew how terrifying the power of such a method was. But why could it not impose any restrictions on Lin Xiao? Was there truly a sword in this world that defied reason? Immediately, cracks began to appear on Zhao Min's body, like a porcelain doll about to shatter. Lin Xiao wins. The officiant quickly announced the result, and as his voice just fell, the royal ancestor appeared beside Zhao Min and immediately suppressed him with great magical power, preventing his body from being gradually extinguished by that aura of extinction. The royal ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lin Xiao, not expecting this guy to be so ruthless. This child must not be left alive. Fu Washan also sensed that the situation was not right and immediately stepped onto the stage to block Lin Xiao, to prevent this old man from doing something shameless. Upon approaching Lin Xiao, Fu Washan also sensed that Lin Xiao was not in a good state. Most of his bones had been broken under the martial ancestor's heavenly might. Chapter 361. Breaking through again with the pills given by Fu Washan, stabilizing his injuries, and now refining the spirit medicine. Lin Xiao's injuries were recovering at an extremely fast rate. The Jixia Academy naturally had excellent healing pills, but treating injuries still required a step-by-step approach. The spirit medicine sent by the Treasure Pavilion was the best for emergencies, as it could stabilize the body and repair hidden injuries. Thus, Fu Washan could save a pill for later use. Although the Jixia Academy was the strongest in strength, it was somewhat lacking in cultivation resources compared to other forces, so saving a bit was still necessary. By midnight, Lin Xiao's injuries had completely healed. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and saw Fu Washan waiting beside him. "Thank you, Dean, for your vigil. I'm fine now." Lin Xiao smiled and cupped his hands, feeling very touched. The Treasure Pavilion was indeed wealthy, sending this top-tier spirit medicine, which not only stabilized his injuries, but even allowed his spiritual power to advance. Fu Washan sighed, saying that if their Jixia Academy could possess such wealth, they could surely help more disciples reach new heights. If you had taken our pills, your injuries would probably need until tomorrow morning to fully recover. This way, you would have much less preparation time. Chapter 362. Finals. How did you break through again? Fu Washan noticed Lin Xiao coming out and sensed a change in his aura. His expression suddenly becoming much more serious. Breaking through was a good thing, but doing it too quickly was not. Breaking through 2 realms in a day and night was indeed shocking. Fu Washan immediately began to carefully examine Lin Xiao's condition, fearing that he had recklessly forced a breakthrough to seize victory, leaving hidden dangers for future paths. Dean, you need not worry. Everything happened naturally, without any reckless pursuit of achievements. Lin Xiao immediately explained, feeling both amused and helpless. How much have you suppressed yourself that there is not the slightest bit of superficiality? Fu Washan thought of Lin Xiao's comprehension and achievements in the sword path and instantly understood. Lin Xiao's understanding of the great path surpassed all current realms. Is breaking through as easy as drinking water for you? Chun Xianxing was surprised when he found out, and Yun Xiaoxiao was also astonished. She had just barely surpassed Lin Xiao in realm, only to be overtaken so quickly. However, she was happy. The stronger Lin Xiao's strength, the greater the chance of seizing the title. For a moment, everyone praised him, and some expressed envy. Chapter 363. Battle Frenzy sensed that Lin Xiao's realm had improved again but felt no threat. Instead, he became even more excited. Seizing the title was naturally great. But what he truly desired was an exhilarating battle. The final outcome was not important to him. Battle Frenzy did not care about this so-called fame, and he did not expect to gain very rich cultivation resources from seizing the title. After all, as the top among the younger generation of the Liang sect, what resources did he not want? Therefore, the stronger Lin Xiao's strength, the more excited he would be. I didn't expect you to break through again. Congratulations. Battle Frenzy said, his mood soaring, and an intense battle intent radiated from his body. The previous bout had not satisfied him. Now that Lin Xiao's strength had increased by 2 small realms, his power would surely receive a significant boost. Thus, he no longer needed to worry about accidentally killing him due to his overwhelming strength. Sword cultivators had been silent for thousands of years for a reason. Their physical bodies were inferior to body cultivators, and their offensive capabilities were not as strong as other weapon cultivators, which left them in a very awkward position. I hope to witness all your strength today. Chapter 364. Divine beating the drum. Seeing him attack again, Lin Xiao immediately swung the bloodthirsty sword to defend. Initially, he just wanted to test whether his physical strength could compete with Battle Frenzy, and the resulting test left him quite satisfied. The enhancement from the body refining method was indeed good. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was facing a very pure body cultivator. Moreover, the opponent's cultivation realm was 3 small realms higher than his. The Dragon Gate 3 breaks secret method only temporarily raised his spiritual power by 3 small realms. While his physical strength had also improved, it was nowhere near that significant. After one exchange of punches, Lin Xiao clearly understood that if he relied solely on the strength of his body to fight, he would have no chance of victory and might even be severely beaten. He must seize the title. The blood-red sword light continued to slash out, each strand of sword energy containing immense killing power. Battle Frenzy's body, enhanced by the 100 battles divine body, became exceptionally strong, and his spiritual power overflowed, transforming into a protective aura like armor. While those sword energies could cut through some, they would quickly be replenished, unable to break through his defense. Thunder, Lin Xiao shouted, immediately employing sword techniques to counter. He wanted to see whether his sword was sharper or his opponent's body was stronger. Chapter 365. Battle Intent. Battle Frenzy descended like a celestial being, fists raised and smashing down, exuding the momentum of 1,000 troops. The blood river continuously shattered under such powerful forces. Out! Fight! Lin Xiao shouted, pointing at Battle Frenzy. The waves of 100 swords fully charged, containing supreme sword intent as he slashed down. This sword shattered the space, unstoppable. At this moment, the battle madman delivered his most ferocious punch. Even a powerful being at the half-step void-breaking level would likely end up half-dead if struck. The onlookers gasped in shock. They did not expect the battle between the two to be so intense, exhibiting a lethality that could rival that of a half-step void breaker. Boom! Their attacks collided at that instant, producing a tremendous sound as brilliant sword light and overwhelming fist intent exploded, sweeping out like waves. Lin Xiao did not hold back. He struck again. One line sky. The layered waves of 100 swords might not defeat the battle madman, so he prepared to deliver another sword strike. Fiery divine fist. Amid the smoke and dust, a bright flame appeared as the battle madman unleashed a punch with his left hand. Earlier, the battle madman had witnessed Lin Xiao's fierce techniques. His attack rhythm was extremely tight, and once he seized an opportunity, he would immediately launch an offensive, leaving no chance for his opponent to breathe. Chapter 366, Dragon Elephant Divine Power Technique. The Fire Flood Dragon was summoned, and, upon receiving orders, directly pounced towards the Blood River, with flames appearing among its minions, seemingly intent on burning the Blood River to ashes. With the appearance of the Fire Flood Dragon, the temperature on the arena also rose, filled with fighting spirit. The atmosphere became increasingly tense as a great battle commenced once more. Lin Xiao glanced at the Fire Flood Dragon suppressing the Blood River and had anticipated this. Now, observing closely, he discovered it was actually a top-tier 4th-grade spiritual beast. The little fox was indeed inferior in rank compared to the Fire Flood Dragon. But Lin Xiao did not plan to confront it directly now. He aimed to catch the opponent off guard by utilizing its characteristics. As the Fire Flood Dragon was entangled with the Blood River, it would not affect the battle situation for now. Feeling the high fighting spirit conveyed by the opponent, Lin Xiao's blood surged, and he became oblivious to the pain in his body, with waves of rich sword intent continuously erupting. When the battle madman sensed Lin Xiao's equally strong fighting spirit, his expression became even more excited. This time he would push the 100 Battle's divine body to its limits. The next moment, the battle madman swung his fist again. The powerful fist force erupted continuously, striking out like a raging storm. Chapter 367, Blood Calamity, Divine Annihilation. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. The crowd had yet to recover from the previous exchange when they saw the situation before them, as if another fight was about to break out. Judging from the ever-increasing momentum of the battle madman, this strike was even stronger than before. These young geniuses truly had an endless supply of hidden cards. The real man of the fiery sun frowned deeply, his expression turning grim. He understood very well that when the battle madman unleashed this move, it indicated that he had been pushed to a desperate situation. Other means could not effectively attack Lin Xiao, which was why he had resorted to using his final trump card. This Lin Xiao was truly a monstrous talent. He was merely at the 5th level of the concentration realm, yet the combat power he displayed was already on par with an ordinary half-step void breaker. The real man of the fiery sun's gaze revealed a hint of apprehension. He had always believed that the battle madman, possessing the 100 Battle's divine body, was the most gifted individual in the great Zhou dynasty for thousands of years, an invincible existence. But now he was shaken by Lin Xiao, having to unleash his ultimate move. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the battle madman's previous words and became even more convinced. This was the intuition brought by the 100 Battle's divine body. The real man of the fiery sun believed that with even this move being used, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly be no match. Chapter 368. Lin Xiao wins to become the leader. The two forces collided fiercely, grinding against each other. The terrifying power clashed, releasing an incredibly frightening aftermath. Even the officiant actively controlled the formation, causing the light curtain to flicker as if it could shatter at any moment. The martial emperor saw this and immediately stepped forward to use supreme divine abilities to stabilize the formation, lest these two youngsters truly break it and cause collateral damage. Those qualified to watch this battle held significant status and identity, being the core of the Great Zhou dynasty. If they would be harmed by the aftermath of the battle between these two juniors, it would be a great disaster. The battle madman felt the endless killing intent and became even more excited. His blood boiled, transforming into boundless power continuously pouring in. At that moment, he had no other thoughts, only one idea: to defeat the strong enemy before him. His path of invincibility must continue. With the enhancement of the 100 Battle's divine body, his strength became increasingly violent, shattering the surrounding space. The atmosphere became exceedingly tense. Countless hearts were gripped. Witnessing such powerful martial techniques clashing was truly a feast for the eyes, shaking the hearts of all present. Lin Xiao advanced with his sword, his expression resolute. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would continue to move forward, breaking through myriad laws with one sword. Chapter 369, Heavenly Spirit Pearl. The martial emperor and the royal ancestor breathed a sigh of relief. These two youngsters were indeed fearless, nearly breaking through the heavens. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the two powerful beings, the aftermath might have breached the formation, causing considerable casualties. Gradually, everyone began to recover from the earlier shock, exchanging glances, unable to believe it, as if it were a dream. How could Lin Xiao, who was merely at the 5th level of the concentration realm, defeat the battle madman who possessed the 100 battles divine body? This guy was just a sword cultivator. Yet he could challenge beyond his rank successfully. Truly a monster, overpowering numerous geniuses to claim the top spot. This battle was undoubtedly the most intense and spectacular in decades. Many began to discuss fervently, with numerous people being awed by Lin Xiao's strength. By defeating the battle madman head-on, he was undoubtedly the true first among the younger generation. Some even realized too late, reflecting on whether they had offended Lin Xiao in any way, to avoid future reckoning and to plan ahead. Lin Xiao, you're too ruthless. The real man of the fiery sun shouted angrily, and a powerful pressure surged towards Lin Xiao. He was nearly losing his rationality. Upon sensing how severe the battle madman's injuries were, his fury burned even fiercer. Chapter 370, The Trend of Sword Cultivation. After the martial arts conference concluded the awards ceremony, everyone gradually left, returning to their own courtyards to rest, planning to return to the royal palace in 3 days to collect other rewards. Although Lin Xiao's injuries were stabilized, they were still quite serious. However, as there was no further combat, he slowly recuperated without using up all the precious medicinal pills. After news of Lin Xiao claiming the top spot spread, the entire heavenly capital was in an uproar, finding it unbelievable. Initially, everyone thought that the Holy Son of the Fiery Sun sect would undoubtedly take first place. But unexpectedly, the recently famous Lin Xiao shattered this preconceived notion. This battle was also recorded by the recording stone. After being reproduced, it began to be sold, causing a rush as many wanted to witness this astonishing battle that everyone was talking about. In no time, some made a fortune selling the recording stones from this battle, with prices soaring to unimaginable heights. Lin Xiao remained completely unaware of the chaos outside, simply focusing on resting and healing in his courtyard. After all, in 3 days, I still need to go to the palace to select martial arts techniques and practice in the dragon transformation pool. If my injuries can recover quickly, I will gain a lot by then. The Jixia Academy did not hold back and provided high-quality elixirs as assistance. Chapter 371, The Book Pavilion. I will definitely become a great sword cultivator in the future. A short child raised a sword made of bamboo and ran ahead, followed by a few companions cheering and chasing, looking carefree. Lin Xiao smiled slightly at the scene, not expecting his performance at the martial arts convention to have such a big impact. If more people become sword cultivators because of him, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Sword cultivators are not weak. They have always been regarded as the most powerful beings. Unfortunately, the inheritance has become fragmented, and without strong sword cultivators to take the lead, such a situation has arisen. You make sword cultivators popular for a time, but not long after, due to various problems, most people will give up the path of becoming a sword cultivator. Fu Washan sighed, saying that there are too few sword cultivators, and it's very difficult to go further down this path. Although Lin Xiao is the champion of this martial arts convention, there has only been one Lin Xiao in the Zhou dynasty for thousands of years. The reasons for the difficulty in promoting sword cultivators are also simple. The main reason being the absence of a complete inheritance, which has led to desolation, and thus the number of sword cultivators has decreased. Gradually, a vicious cycle formed, making the situation of sword cultivators increasingly awkward. Chapter 372, Old Li. In the 1st to 5th floors, you can freely choose a martial arts technique or skill for practice. Once you have made your selection, you can comprehend it there. The Emperor of War pointed to a place where there were small rooms, visible with some flickering spiritual energy, clearly enhanced by formations to assist them in comprehending. The methods learned here are limited to your personal use and cannot be passed on. The Emperor of War said this with a much more serious expression, the aura of a ruler fully exposed at this moment, his voice filled with an unassailable authority. The four nodded, naturally understanding the reasons behind it. Many things here are secrets. If leaked, it would be a shock to the royal family. You have one day and one night to select and comprehend. At this time tomorrow, I will come to take you to the dragon transformation pool. If you want to quickly find techniques or skills that suit you, you can go to the second floor to ask Old Lee. He manages the book pavilion. I wish you all can select satisfactory methods in the end. After the Emperor of War finished speaking, he turned and left, as if there was something urgent to handle. After the Emperor left, Zhao Min was the first to go out. He did not stay on the first floor, but went straight up. Chapter 373, Dragon Transformation Pool. There are also Earth-level sword techniques, but most are unique or incomplete, making it impossible to fully master them. Thus, the displayed power will be greatly reduced. After searching around, Lin Xiao could not find a suitable sword technique, and finally could only sigh and head directly to the 5th floor. Since there were no suitable sword techniques, he would see if there were other skills that could serve as assistants. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lin Xiao found Zhao Min already sitting cross-legged in a state of practice, clearly having found the technique that suited him and had begun to comprehend it. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry, but began to search one by one. The methods for body cultivation were the most abundant, followed by some techniques related to elements. All the techniques on the 5th floor were earth level, and there were significantly fewer than on the 1st floor. At a glance, there were 8 bookshelves, and the books on each shelf were sparse. Even for the royal family, collecting numerous earth-level techniques is not easy. Lin Xiao walked to a bookshelf, and a technique caught his attention. It was a fist technique called the Fighting God Fist Technique, with a very imposing name. Lin Xiao immediately began to flip through it. The Fighting God Fist Technique implied that those who learn this fist must have the heart to fight. Even facing deities, they must dare to strike without any cowardice. Chapter 374, Full Absorption. The power of the Dragon Transformation Pool invaded the bodies of the 4 in an extremely domineering manner, refining their physiques. The Dragon Transformation Pool is also the only sacred place for cultivation in the Dezhou dynasty, which not only greatly helps body cultivators, but can also wash the tendons and marrow to change a person's aptitude. Even an ordinary person who walks through it, as long as they can withstand the inhuman torture, can leap through the dragon gate and soar into the sky. The previous frenzy was due to his body cultivation, instantly absorbing too much power, which was a bit overwhelming, and coupled with his body resisting fiercely, it caused him great pain. Everything requires a gradual approach, just like eating. If you swallow too much at once, it's easy to choke. Lin Xiao also guided this power to refine his own body, and soon he discovered that even his internal organs could be tempered using this power. Lin Xiao was quite surprised by this discovery. He immediately operated his technique to absorb more power. Some pain he could completely endure. As long as he didn't inhale too much unprepared, there wouldn't be any mishaps. As the absorbed power increased, Lin Xiao also felt the abundant blood energy within. Chapter 375, Persuasion. At this moment, the busiest person was the Emperor of War. He not only needed to replenish the medicinal power of the Dragon Transformation Pool, but also needed to clear the impurities expelled from the bodies of the 4 to prevent them from reabsorbing it, ensuring the effect of washing tendons and marrow. Previously, when the Dragon Transformation Pool was opened, there was no need for such busyness. One could just watch calmly. This guy is truly a monster. The Emperor of War looked at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. He is very optimistic about Lin Xiao now. He will undoubtedly make Dezhou famous in the southernly region in the future, but he also felt a bit regretful. If Lin Xiao were not a sword cultivator, it would be great. The sword cultivator's influence is weak, and the inheritance has been severed, which is recognized by all. However, thinking that this kid's physique is also very strong and can switch to body cultivation, the Emperor's gaze also held a bit more expectation. Soon, a powerful aura erupted from the Dragon Transformation Pool. Shui Li Ge had been in the 7th level of the concentration realm for a long time, and now, in the Dragon Transformation Pool, fully absorbing the medicinal power, he also welcomed the opportunity to break through. Therefore, Shui Li Ge did not hesitate and directly began to break through. The Emperor of War saw this and immediately accelerated the pace of providing heavenly materials and earthly treasures, ensuring that he could break through safely. To prepare for the upcoming competition among the talents, this time, both the royal family and the 3 major forces have bled heavily and made ample preparations. Chapter 376, Gratitude. Lin Xiao scratched his head, not understanding. Then the Emperor of War explained what had happened, and everyone looked at Lin Xiao with admiration, not expecting that this guy's cultivation technique would have such an effect. After speaking, everyone went their separate ways. Lin Xiao, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to ask. I will definitely give my full support. Shui Ligu cupped her hands to him, acknowledging this favor. If it weren't for Lin Xiao removing the impurities from the dragon transformation pool, she wouldn't have been able to fully absorb the medicinal power and break through quickly. Welcome to the Cold Moon sect. We will certainly extend our hospitality at that time. The Cold Moon Fairy nodded in satisfaction, recognizing this gesture. Brother Lin, you are also welcome to visit the Blazing Sun sect, said Zhang Quan with a grin, finding Lin Xiao increasingly likable. The Blazing Sun real person also expressed his invitation for Lin Xiao to practice at the Blazing Sun sect. Thank you all for your kindness. I hope to see you again. Lin Xiao clasped his hands in return, but he needed to prepare for the heroic competition and would consider the matter of cultivation later. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three factions took their leave and went in different directions. Dean Fu, if you have matters to attend to, you can return to the Jixia Academy first. I need to stop by Tianbao Tower before heading back. Chapter 377. The assassin Su Fengyuan, do you still dare to come? Lin Zhao's expression turned cold, and he contemplated who would dare to attack him. Moreover, the mastermind might not have looked down on him, sending only a perfected condensing spirit realm cultivator. This doesn't mean a perfected condensing spirit realm cultivator is weak. In fact, there are not many perfected condensing spirit realm cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty, and one could establish a sect on a certain mountain. But who is Lin Xiao? The number one of the younger generation. His overwhelming combat power is not inferior to some old-timer half-step void breakers. A perfected condensing spirit realm cultivator wanting to kill him really isn't qualified. Someone asked me to kill you. At first, I wasn't prepared to take it on, but the offer was too generous. If I, Su Fengyuan, can kill you, my fame will surely resound throughout the world. Besides, you're only at the 5th layer of the condensing spirit realm. No matter how talented you are, you'll still die at my hands. Su Fengyuan said with a sinister smile, his expression filled with excitement, thinking this was supreme glory. Kill me, and are you not afraid of the Jixia Academy and the royal family coming after you? Lin Xiao coldly laughed, unable to believe someone would dare to attack him on Great Zhou soil. Tell me who the mastermind is, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. Chapter 378. 8 Directions of Slaughter. Su Fengyuan's heart trembled. He sensed a heavy killing intent emanating from Lin Xiao, even stronger than the killing aura of this professional assassin. He found it hard to imagine how many people such a young person must have killed to cultivate such a rich killing intent, which made him feel a chill. The killing intent transformed into tangible bloodlines, continually pressing towards Su Fengyuan. Killing you is indeed a challenging task. Being young and confident is good, but you are too arrogant. Su Fengyuan gritted his teeth and said, nearly intimidated by a junior's killing intent. If this got out, he wouldn't be able to continue in the assassin ranks. This strengthened Su Fengyuan's resolve. He must kill Lin Xiao here, or his path of cultivation would be obstructed, making it difficult to progress further. Realizing this, he saw no retreat. Lin Xiao merely scoffed. The opponent was just an ordinary perfected condensing spirit realm cultivator, not his match. In the next moment, he swung the bloodthirsty sword again, and sword energy surged forth. The yin-yang duality, sword formation. The black and white sword energy crisscrossed out, watching vigilantly. This guy's methods are somewhat strange, so he used the sword formation to add a layer of defense to avoid a sneak attack. Chapter 379. Night Fog, Assassin Organization. The Elder's caution was warranted. Lin Xiao waited in the shadows for half an hour, but did not see anyone appear and had to leave helplessly. From Su Fengyuan's storage ring, Lin Xiao found a token engraved with a dagger and framed with black mist patterns, knowing it came from an organization called Night Fog. Lin Xiao didn't know much about this and could only wait to return to Jixia Academy to ask the dean if he knew anything. In the evening, Lin Xiao finally arrived at Jixia Academy. Wherever he went, he drew crowds, and the disciples cheered for him. Since learning that Lin Xiao fought fiercely on behalf of Jixia Academy to claim the top spot, many regarded him as an idol, and numerous followers appeared. Lin Xiao looked at his fellow disciples and offered a few encouraging words before quickly departing toward where Fu Washan was. I thought you fell into a gentle embrace. I didn't expect you to return so soon. Fu Washan joked, quickly detecting a hint of blood in the air, his expression becoming much more serious. What happened? I encountered an assassination attempt on my way back. Lin Xiao recounted his experiences and handed the token he found to Fu Washan. Chapter 380. A role model. Lin Xiao's expression also became serious as he listened intently. My grandfather said the heroic competition will indeed begin in a year. But our great Zhou has 4 slots for the final competition, so the actual start will be a year and a half later. The competition a year later will be for civil selection, selecting from various factions. The reason for this is to avoid missing out on talents. Anyone of suitable age can compete for slots during this half year. Zhao, he stroked the sword in his hand and said he regretted not going alone to participate back then. Lin Xiao understood this rule. They had a special channel for direct advancement. However, this slot was not monopolized and allowed opportunities for loose cultivators. The heroic competition, as the name implies, is for those who are top talents, supreme prodigies. Therefore, a portion of the participants will be void breakers. If you want to achieve a good result and use this as a stepping stone to enter the central continent, you need to step into the void breaker realm to achieve good results. As Zhao Yi spoke, his eyes dimmed considerably. This made Lin Xiao's breath catch. He didn't expect there would be void breaker experts, and not just a few. Chapter 381. Luring the snake out of its hole. Lin Xiao instructed the 3 to rest well and not to be slack before leaving Tianxia Society to report to Fu Washan. It truly is a good place. No need to rush back. We set off a year later. When Fu Washan heard that Lin Xiao wanted to train in the void breaker battlefield, he thought it was also a good place. If Lin Xiao could step into the void breaker realm, he would surely shine in the heroic competition. However, you must be careful. The void breaker battlefield also has the remnants of powerful souls. Although time has worn them down, some powerful methods cannot be underestimated, Fu Washan said earnestly. But thinking again, Lin Xiao was able to kill perfected condensing spirit realm cultivators without using trump cards. There probably aren't many who could threaten him. Does the Dean have a map of the southern departure region? I currently only know of this place but don't know how to get there. Lin Xiao came primarily for a map. Fu Washan frowned slightly. The map of the entire southern departure region is not small, and such things are incredibly precious. But thinking again, since Lin Xiao secured the top spot for the academy, this small request should be met. If he could shine even more in the heroic competition, then the reputation of Jixia Academy would surely resonate throughout the southern departure region. Chapter 382. Ambush. Lin Xiao did not like being constantly watched and remembered by others. Therefore, he deliberately exposed his whereabouts to lure these scheming individuals out. His actions were not reckless. He learned from Dean Fu that the Night Fog Assassin organization did not have any powerful figures in the void-breaking realm, so there was no threat to his life. Even if something went wrong, he could still rely on the sword intent of his Sword Spirit Senior or the Tower Spirit to carve out a bloody path for escape. This time, he wanted to see who was so intent on killing him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed the old man in front of him. Lin Xiao walked over slowly, silently summoning his bloodthirsty sword into his hand. From the hatred radiating from the other party, he could sense that this person was likely the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. Even if not, they were still related to the mastermind. Are you from Qingyang sect or Night Fog? Lin Xiao spoke indifferently, knowing that only the remnants of Qingyang sect would go to such lengths to target him. Although he had wiped out Qingyang sect, there would inevitably be some fish that escaped the net. As the old man saw Lin Xiao approaching, the hatred in his eyes surged uncontrollably, as if he wished to swallow him alive. Chapter 383. Surrounding attack, facing the encirclement of 2 powerful adversaries. Lin Xiao showed no fear, instead his fighting spirit sword. Since the other side wanted to fight him to the death, he might as well see how sharp his sword was. Don't underestimate him. This kid is very strong. Wei Mingyi reminded Yuan Wu, who seemed to not take it seriously. However, Yuan Wu scoffed, believing that Wei Mingyi, this old man, had grown complacent and had not experienced any real battles, which made him fearful. This kid is only at the 5th level of the spirit concentration realm. No matter how strong he is, he can only compare to the late stage of the spirit concentration realm, and there's still a significant gap between us. Don't worry, you're afraid of getting blood on your hands, but we from Night Fog are not scared. Just watch, I can kill him with 3 strikes, Yuan Wu said disdainfully, drawing a long knife that glinted coldly, its heavy blood scent indicating it had seen much killing. Wei Mingyi's face showed displeasure at these words, thinking it was hard to reason with a fool. However, knowing they had to ensure Lin Zhao's death, he held back his anger. Kid, remember, my name is Yuan Wu. Die clearly. After saying that, Yuan Wu's aura erupted and the ground beneath him cracked, dust flying everywhere. Chapter 384. Night Fog. Young Master. The arrow pierced through space, completely locking onto Lin Zhao's aura, leaving him with no way to evade, and he was attacked from 3 sides. The power of this strike was terrifying, as if he would be attacked no matter which direction he moved, putting him in a dilemma. Did not expect they had a backup plan. Lin Zhao felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that the other side had indeed been plotting for a long time, which was why their methods were so varied, all aimed at putting him to death. Crack sky palm. Wei Mingyi's eyes turned cold as he struck again, wanting to force Lin Zhao into a position where he could not escape, making him vulnerable to attacks from all sides. Faced with this situation, no matter how Lin Zhao chose, he would inevitably be injured. Yin Yang dual sword array. Lin Zhao shouted, and the next moment, black and white sword energies appeared, forming a protective sword barrier around him. When facing Yuan Wu, Lin Zhao was confident enough to exchange injuries for a kill without fear, but if Wei Mingyi, this old man, seized the opportunity, he would pay a great price. For now, he could only focus on defense. Crack. Under the assault of the arrows, the sword energy shattered continuously, revealing the terrifying power of this single arrow. Another palm strike fell, causing the sword barrier to shake violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Lin Zhao swung his sword, severing the arrow, and quickly retreated, avoiding a prolonged engagement with Wei Mingyi. What he needed now was to find and kill the one who was secretly shooting arrows, or he would be caught off guard. Chapter 385. Silver Gun. Wax Head. Originally, the Night Fog. Young Master, Yang Xiaoyan, wanted to mock Wei Mingyi for being useless, unable to take down Lin Zhao with half a step into the void-breaking realm. However, upon hearing Yuan Wu's words, he immediately swallowed his words and looked at Lin Zhao with admiration. Such achievements shocked Yang Xiaoyan, but he quickly regained his composure, believing that Lin Zhao must have suppressed his realm and would revert to his original strength once the battle began. It was ridiculous that these people thought he had used secret techniques. You are a genius, and so am I. Let's have a contest to see who is stronger. Yang Xiaoyan said with a smile, a silver spear appearing in his hand, looking down on Lin Zhao as if he were the only one worthy of respect in heaven and earth. Lin Zhao naturally noticed that the other party was at the 9th level of the spirit concentration realm and shook his head with a cold smile. You probably don't qualify. Not completely underestimating him, Yang Xiaoyan might be slightly stronger than Yuan Wu in talent, but in Lin Zhao's eyes, there wasn't much difference. The only genius in Lin Zhao's view who could stand alongside him was someone like Zhang Kuang. Bold. Yang Xiaoyan was furious at being so underestimated, his killing intent erupting. As the Night Fog. Young Master, he had practiced many killing techniques since childhood. Who did not call him a generation's prodigy? In the Southern Yu Kingdom, only one person could be compared to him. Chapter 386. Slaying Yuan Wu. When Yuan Wu saw his young master faint, a sense of retreat surged within him. If the mission failed, he would only face punishment and financial loss. However, if the young master were to die here, his entire family would be wiped out. At that moment, Yuan Wu was shocked. He could hardly imagine how high Lin Zhao's talent was. Although their young master was arrogant and looked down on others, he was a top prodigy among the younger generation in Southern Yu Kingdom, and his achievements were not just based on his status. Yet, he was defeated by Lin Zhao with extreme speed, which was shocking. This guy was simply a monster. After stabilizing his injuries, Lin Zhao locked onto Wei Mingyi, the only one who posed a threat to him. As for Yuan Wu, he could be easily dealt with. Feeling Lin Zhao's gaze on him like a hunter eyeing its prey, Wei Mingyi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He had thought the Night Fog. Young Master was formidable, but it turned out he was just a useless person. They could have easily secured victory by surrounding him, but instead they had to engage in a one-on-one fight, resulting in a head being delivered on a platter. Wei Mingyi's breathing grew heavier as he struggled to control his emotions, fearing he would lose control. Yuan Wu, hurry and help me surround him. Chapter 387. Killing Wei Mingyi. A pure sword cultivator, yet unexpectedly proficient in physical cultivation. Wei Mingyi saw that Lin Zhao could still fight after taking 3 palm strikes, and his expression grew increasingly ugly. Although he was somewhat astonished, the overall situation was already decided. With Lin Zhao heavily injured, how could he still be his opponent? Lin Zhao's body trembled from his injuries as he felt the immense pressure coming at him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his injuries, while his fighting spirit continued to rise. Now that there were no more hindrances, your life, old dog, is coming to an end. Lin Zhao spoke, emanating a terrifying, killing intent. This momentum became stronger and stronger. Lin Zhao was aware of the current situation. The duration of the Dragon Gate's 3 breaks was too long, and if it weren't for absorbing the blood essence of 2 people, he might have suffered backlash long ago. Next, he had to settle this quickly. With no one around to interfere, he could draw his sword without hesitation. At this moment, his momentum and fighting spirit reached their peak. Boastful, Wei Mingyi shouted angrily. But the next moment, his expression changed. Because Lin Zhao forcibly brought all his boost to face the upcoming battle, his suppression no longer existed, leading to a natural breakthrough. Stepping into the 6th layer of the concentration realm. Chapter 388. Crushing the Night Fog Young Master after beheading with a single sword, Lin Zhao immediately Thechu Luan Sankoa, and the backlash followed. His entire aura waned rapidly, and he became weak. Lin Zhao quickly took several pills to restore his spiritual power while also urging the bloodthirsty sword to absorb blood essence. Wei Mingyi was a half-step into the void-breaking realm, especially since he had also taken pills to enhance his cultivation. His blood essence was an excellent supplement for the bloodthirsty sword and could also replenish the blood energy he had lost. The bloodthirsty sword shone with a strange blood light, guiding 2 bloodlines into the sword body. You can't kill me. I am the young master of Night Fog. If I die, Night Fog will surely hunt you down to the ends of the earth, never to rest. The not yet dead Yang Xiaoyun watched as his blood essence left his body, hurriedly sealing it with his remaining spiritual power, but he lacked the strength to completely stop the blood essence from leaving, and the pulling made him suffer greatly, forcing him to shout. Yang Xiaoyun believed that the other party would surely fear the night fog behind him and would not dare to kill him. As long as he could return alive, he would definitely mobilize all the experts to hunt Lin Zhao down until death. Lin Zhao was taken aback upon hearing this. He didn't expect the life force of this night fog young master to be so tenacious that he hadn't died yet, which was quite rare. Chapter 389. City Lord of Jingwa Lin Zhao. I've met City Lord Chen. Lin Zhao was not arrogant and cupped his hands in greeting. If the other party was indeed the City Lord of Jingwa, and the 2 nations had always coexisted peacefully, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Chun Shoren smiled and nodded, feeling quite surprised. He had heard of Lin Zhao's name, which was notorious. Just moments ago in battle, he had been extremely reckless, yet now he was so polite, which was unexpected. However, he had seen many things and understood that some people were ruthless towards enemies but very good to friends. Lin Kueisho was like this, which made me feel ashamed. He hated the beasts of night fog so much that he didn't dare to eliminate them. Thus, Lin Kueisho would probably attract the revenge of night fog in the future. It would be best to gather his close ones together and seek protection from powerful beings. Chen Shuren pondered for a moment and felt it was necessary to give a reminder to avoid regretting it later. There's no need for that. They treat me like this. And the ones who should worry about being completely eradicated next are them. Lin Zhao said calmly, as if it were as easy as having a meal. These words made Chen Shuren instinctively gasp, feeling that this guy was truly too arrogant. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising that Lin Zhao could say such things after he and his master, Du Yi, had wiped out the Qingyang sect. Chapter 390. 7-colored scale armor. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes were filled with confusion. A secretly taught disciple, and now this posture seemed to fear outsiders knowing. No wonder he felt that people around had been leaving one after another early this morning. The man in the black robe saw the formation operating and immediately took off his hat, revealing a face full of bitterness and solemnity. Lin Zhao was quite surprised. It was hard to imagine what kind of environment a person must grow up in to have such a face. Lin Kueisho, this is my disciple, Yi Xinghe. Chun Shoren, seeing no mistakes, began to introduce. Lin Zhao was taken aback upon hearing this. Suddenly, he felt that the person in front of him seemed a bit different. An unusual surname, a bitter and deep appearance. This person had a story? Most importantly, Lin Zhao sensed that Yi Xinghe was actually at the 9th layer of the concentration realm. At such a young age, achieving such a high level of cultivation showed his extraordinary talent. I am Yi Xinghe. I have met Taoist Lin. Yi Xinghe cupped his hands in greeting. Although his expression did not change much, His eyes were filled with inquiry. Lin Xiao immediately returned the greeting without delay. Let me explain why I say this child is my secret disciple. It is because I have never made his background public, and his past is quite pitiful. Chapter 391. Southern Yu Kingdom. 2 days later, Lin Xiao and Yi Xinghe arrived at a small town and temporarily stopped. Yi Xinghe stored some things here and went to retrieve them. Lin Xiao did not follow, but settled in a nearby tavern. He also heard some people discussing Qi Yu, saying how this first talent of Jinghua was extraordinarily stunning and far ahead in cultivation. Some even said that Yi Xinghe, this Qi Yu, was merely benefiting from his age, being 3 years older than the second place, which allowed him to overshadow others. For a time, the discussions were endless, with more debates regarding realms. But everyone was convinced of his strength, with no dissent. An hour later, Yi Xinghe obtained what he needed, and the two set off again. Next, the two traveled at full speed, and after 4 days, they left Jinghua and arrived at Xiaocai Kingdom. After Xiaocai, it will be Southern Yu. After leaving Jinghua, Yi Xinghe finally removed his face covering. Yi Xinghe glanced sideways at Lin Xiao, his eyes also filled with surprise. Despite only being at the 6th layer of the concentration realm, Lin Xiao's traveling speed matched his own. For 4 days and nights, Lin Xiao showed no sign of fatigue, demonstrating how deep his spiritual power was. Chapter 392. Breaking in this mountain forest was fraught with danger. It was extremely difficult for cultivators below the concentration realm to pass through here, and they might even lose their lives. Therefore, this place became a natural barrier for Southern Yu Kingdom, and if Xiaocai Kingdom wanted to attack, just passing through here would result in considerable casualties. Along the way, occasionally, highly poisonous snakes and spiders would appear, but fortunately, both Lin Xiao and Yi Xinghe had high cultivation levels, and when these little creatures moved, they would eliminate them without getting hurt. It took them a full 160 miles to leave this mountain forest, and the two found a place to rest. The spiritual energy consumed to traverse that vicious mountain forest was quite substantial. To ensure safety, they had to use their spiritual sense to scout the path and avoid accidents. Now in the territory of Southern Yu Kingdom, Lin Xiao also sensed that the spiritual energy here was much thinner than in other places, likely due to the presence of miasma. Truly a place of desolate mountains and evil waters. Lin Xiao looked ahead at the boundless, tier upon tier of peaks, feeling a sense of lament. Yi Xinghe's expression was also not good. He had been here several times before and was quite familiar with it. I have sent a message to that friend, and we will meet at the Night Fog headquarters in the Valley of Evil at that time. Chapter 393. No gralles. No enmity, all evil people in the Valley of Evil. At this moment, the Lord of Night Fog, Yang Xiyu, also received the news of his beloved son's death. He sat in his main seat, his expression so dark it seemed like he could drip water. Today, everyone gathered here to share news and divide resources. Yet he received such heavy news. Fan Zhua and Fan Yu remained silent, their faces calm. Ouyang Shan was stroking the head of a red snake, his eyes sinister. The others were even more silent, feeling immense pressure. The atmosphere of the originally lively resource-sharing meeting had dropped to freezing point, making many feel breathless. The Jing Kingdom. How dare they let my son perish? This lord will make them pay blood for blood. Yang Xiyu gritted his teeth and said, vowing to skin the culprit alive. His son died within the borders of the Jing Kingdom, so they naturally bore responsibility. The person sent from the Xiaocai Kingdom to report the news knelt on the ground, trembling. Previously, the young master had gone to the Jing Kingdom after receiving news while training in the Xiaocai Kingdom, and they had not followed to protect him, thus sharing in the blame. Yang Xiyu walked to the kneeling person and crushed his head with one kick. Let's first turn the Jing Kingdom upside down. They will surely hand over everyone involved obediently. If not, we will massacre the city. Chapter 394. A sword with all one's might. Fan Yu's gaze flickered. From the sword intent of the opponent, he could sense that the other was definitely not from the Chunwang mansion. The other two were unfamiliar faces, unknown to him. How dare these three people make such a grand entrance into the Valley of Evil? This made his mindset quite complex, even if they were fearless young bulls. Night Fog should not be so easily looked down upon. At this moment, even the seasoned Fan Yu had to remain calm and did not dare to act rashly, fearing that these three might just be a decoy. This thought made him not want to act at all. He had already planned to flee at the first sign of trouble, preserving his strength for future reckoning. No grudges, no enmity. Back then, You Night Fog dare to take on the assassination mission against me. You should be wiped out. Lin Xiao advanced with his sword, killing intent fully revealed. He was not a saint speaking of great righteousness, eliminating this scourge for the world. Since the opponent provoked him, they deserved to die. Moreover, both sides had already formed a blood feud, so there could be no future troubles. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yixinghe felt quite envious. How delightful it was to settle scores swiftly. One person, one sword doing as one pleased. Fan Yu's gaze slightly narrowed. Until now, no new information had arrived, and he dared not easily enter the fray. Once caught, he would have no way to retreat in time. Chapter 395. No mercy. Fan Yu felt the immense killing power contained in this overwhelming sword intent, and disbelief filled his eyes. He found it hard to believe that a sword cultivator could unleash such a domineering strike, overshadowing the prowess of other cultivators, standing proudly in the world. Second brother, be careful. Fans will also sense this powerful sword intent. Without hesitation, he rushed out to help. Although Fans was also half a step into the void-breaking stage. He was not a genuine void breaker and could not shatter the void to arrive. Even with rapid rescue, he was still not as fast as this sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, ripping through the sky. The sword energy of a single line of heaven sliced through the opponent's palm strength as if cutting tofu. Striking down. Having experienced countless battles, Fan Yu was naturally not someone to just stand by. He shouted loudly, unleashing waves of chi while striking out another palm to block the sword. He thought that the opponent was merely at the 6th level of the concentration realm. And although this sword was powerful, it must be just a show, intimidating but lacking true killing power. The self-deceiving thought did not become reality. Fan Yu's hastily unleashed palm strength, and chi could not block this sword. When he sensed his head being cleaved open, Fan Yu finally woke up, but more so in shock. He could not understand why this was happening. Chapter 396. Master of the formation Yang Xiyu walked outside slowly. Wanted to see which 3 reckless youngsters dared to kill in Night Fog. They were truly seeking death. He admired these young people. Their youthful bravado made them unaware of fear, and they did not worry about the consequences of their actions. Seeing that the Lord of Night Fog had moved, Ouyang Shun also felt it was inappropriate to remain seated and immediately stood up to follow. Yi Xingqin's broad knife was wielded with great force, pressing Fan Zhua into a corner and leaving him no room to act. Throughout the battle, Fan Zhua realized that none of these 3 young people were ordinary. They all possessed the ability to challenge those above their level, being top-tier talents. You are a pawn of the Jing Kingdom. I, Night Fog, have no enmity with you. How dare you act like this? After seeing clearly the moves of the broad knife, Fan Zhua immediately thought of this situation. Back then, someone had offered a high price for them to assassinate the pawn, but this guy was too cautious, and they ultimately had to give up. Since they had not fought head-on, Fan Zhua felt that this did not count as a grudge. Facing the strongest among the younger generation of the Jing Kingdom, Fan Zhua also felt some pressure while wanting to quickly end the fight to help his brother. Yixinghe did not respond, only continuously wielding his knife. Chapter 397. Battle with Yang Xiyu. 200 miles east of the Valley of Evil is a city called Shuqing. In Anin, a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe, with an imposing demeanor, sat at the head seat. Beside him stood a white-clad youth holding a sword. 2 people sat to the left and right, their expressions significantly more serious. 3 people dared to charge into the Valley of Evil. They truly had guts. When the middle-aged man received this news, he was also greatly shocked, commending their courage. However, such an act was no different from seeking death, so it could not stir up any waves. Yet he was still somewhat worried, fearing that the actions of these 3 would alert the Night Fog organization and allow them to escape. Do you know who did this, Chen Wang? An old man with white hair inquired, worry etched on his face. Chen Wang shook his head, not knowing, and felt that the current Southern Yu was truly entering a time of troubles. Chen Wang had always wanted to eradicate the Night Fog organization, no longer allowing them to harm Southern Yu. Therefore, he had been working hard, uniting the 2 major forces of the Literary and Military Academy and the Qingtian Gate, preparing for siege. To prevent Night Fog from fleeing at the first sign of danger, no information had been leaked. Only a few core individuals were aware. Their subordinates would set out at the beginning of next month under the pretext of training, surrounding the Valley of Evil without anyone knowing, aiming to trap it and annihilate it in one fell swoop. Chapter 398. The black fog absolute kill formation. Yang Xiu saw Lin Xiao confronting him. Yet he still dared to divide his attention to slaughter his night fog assassins, instantly becoming furious. Do you really not regard me as a strong opponent? Yang Xiu gritted his teeth and said, unable to maintain his calm after being so belittled by a junior. He longed to tear him to pieces. Too much bullying. Arrogance must pay a price. Yang Xiu shouted, a dagger appearing in his hand, shimmering with dark light. In the next moment, he transformed into a shadow and launched an attack. Pride must be backed by strength. Mindless confidence is a path to death. Right now, Yang Xiu was also very eager to kill Lin Xiao, using his head to appease the spirit of his only son in the heavens. So fast, Lin Xiao sensed the opponent's speed and was slightly startled, immediately dodging to the side. Currently, the sword formation and blood river were both being used to slaughter those assassins to replenish his own strength, so engaging in a head-on confrontation was a very unwise move. With the dual enhancement of the elixir and blood river, the speed at which Lin Xiao's internal power recovered was rapid, but it was not yet at its peak. Naturally, facing him directly was not advisable, so he immediately avoided the sharp edge and continued to buy time. Chapter 399. Crisis. The red snake was extremely agile, its body swaying lightly to avoid most of the battle's aftermath. Although it was occasionally hit, it was a fourth-grade upper-tier spirit beast, so those impacts were not a major issue. Unbeknownst to him, the red snake dodged the sword formation as strangulation and arrived beside Lin Xiao, biting at his wrist with its sharp fangs at an incredible speed. When Lin Xiao sensed the imminent danger through his sword heart, it was already too late. Facing the unpredictable movements of Yang Xiu, most of his attention was on the opponent, leaving him unprepared for the snake's sneak attack. Even though he swung his sword in time, he couldn't block it, and his wrist instantly went numb. Black and white sword energy surged forth, slashing at the red snake. Although it was a fourth-grade upper-tier spirit beast, it was not particularly strong in defense, and was soon slashed open with several wounds. Lin Xiao shouted loudly, and a domineering force erupted, sending the red snake flying, where it was strangled by the sword formation in midair, turning into a rain of flesh. With this exertion, Lin Xiao felt dizzy, utterly exhausted, and his limbs felt uncontrollable. He quickly realized something was wrong and immediately controlled the sword formation to defend. Yang Chu, being such a character, naturally would not let such an opportunity slip by. His figure moved, turning into a black flash, and his sharp dagger pierced through the colorful scales. If it weren't for the blood slaughter protecting him, this strike would have been enough to penetrate Lin Xiao. Chapter 400. The unexpected Yi Xinghe seemed completely blinded by hatred. His fighting style lacked any finesse and was completely suppressed by the cunning Fan Zhuo. No matter how hard he tried to attack, he couldn't hit anything and would end up exposing himself to counterattacks due to his reckless movements. Xiao Shuo, who was observing the overall situation, felt a bit overwhelmed. Although he had anticipated the outcome, it was just an angry man's blood spilling everywhere. But Lin Xiao's stunning sword strike had nearly killed Fan Zhuo, giving him a glimpse of hope, yet now it had turned into despair again. Through the black mist, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Shuo's eyes. Since he had already decided to die here and had no way out, he might as well take down a few more night fog people with him. If he could kill a few core figures, it would be a guaranteed profit. After stabilizing his mindset, Xiao Shuo began to methodically activate the formation, sparing no expense and going all out. He swallowed a handful of elixirs along with his own blood. Even if he was to die, he would bite off a large piece of flesh from the night fog, just as he was preparing to use more means. Xiao Shuo suddenly sensed the blood of the dead night fog assassins transforming into bloodlines, surging into the blood river. A look of joy appeared on his face, and hope returned. Chapter 401. The previous night, fog mastered the intent to kill filled the world, and sword energy poured out uncontrollably. Lin Xiao swung his sword, and the killing intent was chilling. The previously calm Yang Xiu finally panicked, constantly swinging his dagger to unleash waves of cold light, resisting the increasingly powerful sword light. Only by continuing to attack could he lessen his agitation. However, the fear in his heart was growing, as each wave of sword energy was stacking up, making him begin to feel despair. How could this be? These powerful sword energies came too suddenly. Yang Xiu couldn't comprehend why this was happening. He could only fight desperately to block these sword energies. Now his aura had been locked by the sword energy, and he could not evade at all, only enduring to the end. At this moment, Yang Xiu could only hope that these sword energies were the result of Lin Xiao exhausting all his power. As long as he could withstand this wave, the subsequent sword energies would be soft and weak, just to make up the numbers. However, this self-comforting thought shattered like a bubble. As more sword energies arrived, the hope in Yang Xiu's heart diminished further, causing him immense pain. Countless sword energies shattered, but stronger sword energies followed one after another. Yang Xiu's protective spirit artifact also dimmed under these sword energy attacks until it shattered. Chapter 402. Kill the old dog. Why does the old dog bark so wildly? Why not come and die? Although this half-step, void-breaking strongman was outside of his intelligence, Lin Xiao was not panicked, since he had already personally killed 2 half-step void-breaking figures. Killing a couple more was no problem. This time, he had slaughtered many assassins, recovering his strength by absorbing their blood, especially after absorbing the blood of Yang Xiu, the master of Night Fog. The blood river was once again full, giving him plenty of confidence and making him fearless. Kid, you are so arrogant. Yang Luoxiao was even more enraged to see the other party so dismissive of him. The situation shifted again. Many Night Fog assassins saw their former Valley Master emerge and suddenly felt a sense of reassurance, with their previously waning fighting spirit gradually recovering. This change left Xiao Shuo feeling helpless. This old man had been silent for 30 years, and many believed he had died long ago due to his injuries. Yet he unexpectedly survived until now. At this moment, Xiao Shuo could only hope that Lin Xiao could create another miracle. The dying old dog shouldn't be so stubborn and wait for death. What is he doing here? Lin Xiao sensed that the opponent's aura was somewhat withered and immediately understood that this person had serious injuries that had not healed, which is why there were signs of weakness in his aura. Chapter 403. The Wind Blade. Ouyang Shun would naturally not kindly advise Lin Xiao and his companions to leave. He said that to test them. If the other party chose to retreat now, it would confirm that they had little strength left and could be taken down. You have killed 3 half-step void-breaking figures. Your power must be depleted and you can hardly fight anymore. Retiring now would be the best course of action. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ouyang Shun was very skilled in psychological warfare and continued to test with secret methods. Even though the other party's expression was very unfriendly, he remained patient and continued probing. Indeed, he was a venomous creature lurking in the shadows, afraid to face openly. Lin Xiao retorted sharply, feeling that the other party was treating him like a fool. If one were to reason normally, an ordinary cultivator would have been exhausted by now. But Lin Xiao could recover through blood energy, so he had no concerns in that regard. Don't be ungrateful. You are merely at the end of your strength. You forcibly brought out the poison of the red snake without completely removing it. You will undoubtedly die if you continue fighting. Ouyang Shun, seeing that he still had high fighting spirit, was somewhat uncertain about the other party's condition. After all, normal reasoning was hard to apply to such an extraordinary person. If you really have the ability, come at me openly, no need for sneaky words. Chapter 404. Exterminating Ouyang Shun. The domineering shockwaves surged one after another, sweeping away those nearby like willow catkins in the wind, leaving them unable to control themselves. Countless buildings collapsed, and the sky changed color. Yixinghe's expression was resolute. He poured all his strength into this strike. At this moment, Fanzhuo was genuinely frightened. He never expected this kid's explosive power to be so terrifying, causing even him, a solid half-step into the void-breaking realm, to feel alarmed and uneasy, sensing that something was amiss. Break for me. Fanzhuo roared unwillingly, throwing another punch to try to counter this blade. As long as he could block this strike, Yixinghe would surely be left powerless and become fish on the chopping board for him to slaughter. But the might of the blade was too overwhelming, unstoppable. No matter how rich and powerful his punch was, it could not block the wide blade descending with the force of a hurricane. The appearance of the blade continuously enlarged in Fanzhuo's pupils. A chill rising from his feet made him instinctively shiver, his eyes filled with terror. When the blade fell, a half-step into the void-breaking realm expert was cleaved in two. Boom! The blade intent that resided within him instantly transformed into a storm, tearing Fanzhuo's body apart in an instant. The once formidable expert who had dominated the South for decades met with a fate of complete annihilation. Chapter 405. Exterminating the Night Fog. So far, all half-step into the void-breaking realm. Experts in the night fog were slaughtered. Such a powerful sword also left the assassins beside Ouyang Shun in agony, retreating continuously, afraid to come any closer. The poisonous energy corroded the colorful scale armor, dulling its brilliance. The strange venom seeped into Lin Zhao's body through the blood evil, causing intense pain to surge through his limbs and bones, making him tremble uncontrollably and turn pale. If it weren't for the bloodthirsty sword propping him up, he would have likely collapsed. The poison continued to erode his bones, penetrating deep into the marrow. Being poisoned was such agony that his consciousness momentarily blurred. They all deserved to die. At this moment, Yi Xinghe, who had successfully stepped into the perfected spirit concentration realm, constantly wielded the wide blade, killing the assassins that kept pouring in. At this moment, Yi Xinghe's heart was free of any burdens or fears. He only cared about slaughtering, determined to wipe out this heinous assassin organization. He was aware that countless people had lost their families because of the night fog, and the breath of anger in his heart would not dissipate easily. His killing now was purely a release. With Yi Xinghe in the perfected spirit concentration realm, combined with the wide blade's fierce strikes, there were hardly any assassins capable of blocking even one of his blows. Chapter 406. King Chun, is this true? Xiao Shuo swiftly moved under Lin Zhao's sword, saving the person and demanding to know. If he was from King Chen's faction, he naturally could not be killed. Seeing Xiao Shuo intervene, Lin Zhao retracted his sword. Otherwise, both of them would have died under his blade. Although he had not interacted much with Xiao Shuo, after fighting side by side, Lin Zhao had come to acknowledge him. Indeed, this is the identity token of the Chun Wangfu. The man immediately took out a token from his storage ring to prove his identity. He had been hiding in the shadows since the night fog's defeat, observing and not leaving, in order to report the information back, hoping that reinforcements would arrive quickly to completely eradicate the night fog today. How long until they arrive? Xiao Shuo looked at the returning night fog assassins, already calculating in his heart, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand the sheer number. This king has arrived. A dignified voice resounded, and a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious garments appeared in mid-air, exuding authority. Upon seeing this person, Xiao Shuo immediately felt relieved, knowing that his life would truly be preserved. King Chun had always had a good reputation. Since he had arrived, the night fog would surely be uprooted today. Chapter 407. Renowned in Nanyue, who Song Tao watched as the remnants of the night fog were continuously exterminated below, his brows furrowed in confusion. He could never understand how 3 people could achieve this. If it weren't for their deep understanding of the night fog, one might think these guys were like pigs and dogs, waiting to be slaughtered. Wouldn't these rats in the sewers flee at the first sign of danger? Why were they fighting to the death today? Hu Song Tao stroked his graying beard, feeling that everything was too strange. Zhou Fei, standing nearby, felt the same. To this day, he still felt as if it were a dream. The night fog assassin organization, which had always been difficult to eliminate, was being completely wiped out with seemingly no effort. They had only a few core members aware of their plans during this time, and even mobilizing forces required a reasonable excuse to avoid being discovered and fleeing by the night fog spies. They had planned carefully, only to find that 3 people had slaughtered them almost entirely. Their plan seemed somewhat laughable. A 6th-level spirit concentration realm and 2 perfected spirit concentration realm experts. Did they think they needed to be afraid? The night fog had always acted with impunity. They would be cautious against major forces. Did they really think they needed to run against 3 young kids? Chapter 408. Gift of the Sword. Lin Zhao stayed in the room for 2 days, and his injuries had mostly healed. The remaining ones needed to be taken care of slowly. At the same time, he roughly counted the items in his possession. This time, he had made a significant fortune. He obtained quite a few good things from a night fog, with spiritual stones, elixirs, and spiritual weapons among them, the variety dazzling. Hearing some noise outside, Lin Zhao walked out of the room, and what came into view was a multitude of fruits and vegetables, including many spiritual stones and some scrolls and paintings. Among them, one scroll was unfurled, with the title gift to the hero, which stood out prominently. Lin Zhao scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Yi Xinghe and Xiao Shuo also came out, and the 3 exchanged glances, equally unaware of what lay before them. After 2 days of rest, although Xiao Shuo's injuries had stabilized and his strength had returned, The overexertion combined with the side effects of consuming elixirs like candy had completely erupted. Fortunately, with the help of the elixirs gifted by King Chun, he had alleviated much of the elixir poison, avoiding major aftereffects. But he was unable to escape a drop in cultivation. Xiao Shuo was now only at the 8th level of the spirit concentration realm. However, having avenged his great enmity, with a clear mind, Xiao Shuo's state of mind was very complete. His obsessions had dissipated, and returning to the perfected spirit concentration realm would only require a period of hard cultivation. Chapter 409. Suppressing the Qingling sword. This brother Qin is a sword cultivator. How could I snatch away what he cherishes? Lin Xiao sensed how much Qin Bufan valued this sword, and thus declined. Bufan had already tried. He did not gain the sword spirit's approval, and he was fated to have no connection with this sword. You might as well try. This sword spirit is quite proud and hard to tame, King Chun said indifferently, handing the sword box to Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Qin Bufan's expression turned sorrowful. He had tried 3 times and had not yet gained the sword approval. Lin Xiao, hearing this, no longer pushed aside the offer. Swords with sword spirits were always difficult to tame, so it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Opening the sword box, he saw an ancient long sword entirely in a green hue. This sword seemed to have lost some luster over countless years, with many nicks on the blade. But the sword intent contained within was quite remarkable, and Lin Xiao was able to perceive it with clarity through his sword heart. He instinctively grasped the hilt of the sword, feeling the pure sword intent within. In the next moment, the Qingling sword suddenly began to shake violently, with sword intent surging as if trying to break free from control. Lin Xiao immediately retreated, standing on the surface of the lake, as sword energy continuously overflowed, shattering the tranquility of the lake and splashing water everywhere. Everyone looked over, with Qin Bufan feeling the most anxious. Chapter 410. Farewell. Under the guidance of Prince Chun, everyone raised their glasses and exchanged toasts, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. During the banquet, Lin Xiao also announced that he would soon set off for the void-breaking battlefield and would not stay here for long. After all, according to his plan, he was originally supposed to head straight to the void-breaking battlefield. However, the foolish group from the night fog insisted on crashing against the edge of the sword, so he could only accommodate them. Prince Chun repeatedly tried to persuade him to stay, but Lin Xiao was determined to leave. After some back and forth, they agreed that he would see them off the next morning. After the 3 returned to the courtyard, they felt a bit dizzy from the spirit wine and sat down in the small courtyard. I still need to go back and report to my master and comfort my parents' spirits in heaven. Otherwise, I'd really like to walk with Brother Lin to the void-breaking battlefield, Yixing has said, stroking his teacup, his eyes filled with hope. Now that he had avenged his great grudge, the pressure on his back dissipated, and he looked much less gloomy and more carefree. Brother Xiao, you have made quite a name for yourself this time. During the banquet, Prince Chun showed considerable interest in you, and you will surely receive high offices and great riches. Yixing had teased. Prince Chun is not bad. If Brother Xiao joins him, it wouldn't be a bad place to go. The Academy and King Tiangmen also had this intention, allowing Brother Run to choose. Chapter 411. Qin Bufan. After bidding farewell to the 3, Lin Xiao quickly headed south. He had delayed some time here, and he needed to quicken his pace for the upcoming journey. When passing through that area of miasma forest, coupled with the presence of an organization like Night Fog, he had a poor impression of the place. However, what he saw today completely changed his perspective. But Lin Xiao did not take it too much to heart. The reason these people thanked him was because they had eliminated Night Fog. If he hadn't done anything for them, they probably wouldn't have been so hospitable. This battle absorbed a lot of blood energy, and he returned with a full load. As his injuries slowly healed and he refined that essence blood, Lin Xiao's strength advanced significantly. After traveling 100 miles, Lin Xiao glanced back, smiled helplessly, and then stopped, landing in an open area. He had noticed someone following him since leaving Shucheng, and he wanted to see what the other party had in mind. Without seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Xiao was unwilling to suspect that Prince Chun had changed his mind and wanted to reclaim something. Soon, he saw a black-clad youth coming through the air. When the youth saw Lin Xiao seemingly waiting for him here, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Chapter 412. Can cut through the void. Lin Xiao was not surprised by this result at all. Under the suppression of his clear sword heart and supreme sword bone, all sword cultivators needed to avoid his sharpness. Furthermore, It was normal for Qin Bufan to hesitate to draw his sword since there were cracks in his sword heart. If it weren't for Qin Bufan's current state being so off, Lin Xiao would not forcibly suppress him to let him know just how large the gap between them was. Qin Bufan looked at the crimson sword body in front of him and took a few steps back in a daze. At this moment, he realized why he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. He had come a blaze of glory, but was now so timid. I told you your sword heart has flaws. Now you don't even dare to draw your sword, Lin Xiao noted, seeing that he still tightly gripped his sword and had not thrown it away, feeling that this person was still salvageable. A swordsman must draw his sword regardless of the situation. No matter life or death, one must be unyielding. Lin Xiao expressed his sword path, feeling that this could repay Prince Chen's kindness. These words resonated in Qin Bufan's heart like a bell, and under these circumstances, he felt that his 20 years of sword path was like a joke. If you let this defeat crush you, you might as well give up the path of sword cultivation. It does not suit you. Chapter 413, Blackstone City TSK. The sword spirit sensed a hint of sourness in the voice of the tower spirit. This old fellow really has no shame. At his age, he still plays this game. Senior tower spirit, I obtained a 5th grade top-tier heavenly spirit pearl before. If you need it, you can absorb it now, Lin Xiao said with a smile, having no hesitation about it. Moreover, the more the tower spirit absorbs spiritual energy for recovery, the longer it can open the inner world of the tower, which is very beneficial for him. You have a good heart, kid. This heavenly spirit pearl is a rare treasure. It will greatly aid your cultivation, and using it well can yield twice the result with half the effort. Right now, using it is the best choice, the tower spirit said, feeling pleased. The heavenly spirit pearl was currently Lin Xiao's most precious treasure, and he was willing to take it out, which made the tower spirit very happy. Since Lin Xiao was considering him so much, the tower spirit naturally would also consider him. They placed significant treasures on Lin Xiao. Thus, they would also take more considerations for his cultivation path. Be careful about everything. Do not be careless, the tower spirit reminded, thinking about how he and the sword spirit would occasionally fall into slumber, fearing that neglect might lead to unexpected events. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, and then the two seniors fell silent. After resting for a moment, he continued on his journey. Chapter 414. Robbery? I like this. Ahead, several people blocked the path, chatting and laughing, clearly very familiar with each other. In the void-breaking battlefield, there are many unknown dangers, so some familiar cultivators would travel together for mutual support and to calmly deal with unexpected situations. Lin Xiao didn't pay them any mind and continued forward. As he approached the void-breaking battlefield, he noticed that the wind here was like a knife, cutting painfully against the skin. Moreover, within these knife-like winds, there were some strange powers mixed in. Only Lin Xiao's body, tempered through his cultivation, was comparable to a body cultivator and extremely solid, allowing him to withstand it without conscious resistance. Otherwise, other cultivators would have to summon spiritual energy to protect themselves early on. Stop, kid. As he got closer, one of the scruffy-looking men with a fierce appearance shouted loudly, Do you have any advice, fellow cultivator? Lin Xiao frowned slightly, feeling displeased in his heart, but suppressing his anger. There were 7 people in this group, 4 in the mid-stage of the concentration realm, while 2 were at the 7th layer, with the leading man having the highest cultivation at the 8th layer of the concentration realm. My grandfather is Shui Zhuang from the Path Protection Association. We spent a lot of money to maintain the stability of the void-breaking battlefield. If you want to enter for training, you must first hand over 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones to enter. Chapter 415. Gale Valley. Upon truly entering the void-breaking battlefield, Lin Xiao's state of mind also changed. The atmosphere here made one's heart race, and those with weak willpower could not stay here for long. Even Lin Xiao felt inexplicably anxious, as if he were being targeted by some strange creature. At the same time, there were quite a few violent winds in the entire space, causing damage to the bodies of the cultivators. Fortunately, Lin Xiao could be considered a half-body cultivator, so he could completely ignore it. Suppressing his inner impatience, Lin Xiao proceeded according to the information he had purchased, while also starting to check the spoils he had obtained. This inspection left him extremely shocked. He never expected that the treasures on the few members of the Guardian Association would be so abundant. Just these resources could allow him to cultivate to the level of half-step void-breaking. Truly a golden opportunity for killing and arson. Lin Xiao shook his head with a smile. The members of the Guardian Association had many spirit stones, but their spiritual weapons were pitifully few. Although Blackstone City was prosperous, it was still a border area, only becoming wealthy because cultivators from all directions came here to train. Higher-grade spiritual weapons were rare goods. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with these gains, and although there were some minor shortcomings, it was no matter. After all, it was already quite difficult for these people to hoard so many spirit stones. Chapter 416. The Fat Sheep Practicing in the Violent Winds. Lin Xiao also felt that the speed of his physical training had increased significantly, but the pain he had to endure was also considerable. Those with weak willpower would likely find it hard to endure here for long, as wounds continuously appeared on his body and then healed. His physical endurance was also steadily increasing. This made Lin Xiao feel that coming here to cultivate was indeed a good choice, and this was just the first place. There were still several locations to visit, where the unique environments formed would greatly benefit cultivators practicing a certain path. How daring to come to the center to cultivate in the mid-stage of the concentration realm, quite impressive. At this moment, a very deep voice came. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Due to the ferocity of the storm here, visibility was obstructed, and it was difficult for his divine sense to probe. Soon, he saw the speaker approaching slowly, appearing relaxed as if in his own backyard. Unexpectedly, he was not purely a body cultivator, indeed impressive. The newcomer smiled and gave a thumbs up in praise. Lin Xiao also sensed the other party's aura, which was that of a perfected concentration realm. A perfected concentration realm was enough to become a formidable figure, and it was quite rare outside. He never expected to encounter one as soon as he set foot here. Chapter 417. The divine tiger pounces in Lin Xiao's view. Those who dared to come looking for trouble were simply delivering resources to him. It would be rude not to accept such a generous offer. Just after stepping out of the Valley of Violent Winds, under Wu Junxing's command, several people quickly dispersed in various directions, leaving Lin Xiao no chance to escape. In a void-breaking battlefield, both vision and divine sense would be suppressed and disturbed to a certain extent, making it very easy to lose track. To ensure nothing went wrong, surrounding him and leaving him no way to escape was the most prudent approach. You dare to kill our Guardian Association members, you will pay the price. Wu Junxiang cracked his knuckles, revealing a fierce look. Although Wu Junxiang had heard that this kid was very strong and could stay in the center of the Valley of Violent Winds for several days, he thought it was merely due to some secret method of protection. Furthermore, it was possible that he had entered the center to evade their Guardian Association's pursuit. No matter how strong this kid was, he was still only in the mid-stage of the concentration realm. With such a large gap in realm, what kind of storm could he stir up? Wu Junxiang had come personally to inform these outsiders that provoking their Guardian Association was seeking death. Originally, if he had obediently handed over the spirit stones, they would have had no conflict. Now he could only repay with his life. Chapter 418. Qi rushing to the sky, Wu Junxiang leaped into the air and pounced down, with the phantom of a tiger faintly visible around him, emanating a kingly aura. The sound of breaking air was like a tiger's roar, shocking the mountains and forests. The other members of the Guardian Association also unleashed their skills, launching a frenzied attack. Wanted to beat this ignorant kid to death. No matter how strong you are, what does it matter? As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Under continuous attacks, no matter how strong, one must obediently curl up. Lin Xiao sensed the terror of this strike and frowned slightly. At this moment, he understood that he could not compare those who had been here for a long time with those outside. The ease with which he had killed the assassins in the past was due to his own strength, but also because those assassins specialized in assassination, not purely body cultivation. Originally, a sword formation could easily kill an assassin, but killing these body cultivators required some effort. Dragon Gate 3 breaks. Lin Xiao's momentum surged rapidly at this moment. Realizing that the group in front of him could not be treated the same as outside cultivators, Lin Xiao immediately changed his strategy. Wu Junxiang tore open a gap in the sword formation with a punch, and his offensive did not stop there, but charged towards Lin Xiao. Chapter 419. Going deeper suddenly, a powerful punch intent erupted from Lin Xiao's body, and the next moment he struck out fiercely, his momentum soaring to the sky. The reason he did not use a sword was that Wu Junxing's strength was formidable, and his punch intent was also fierce. Thus, Lin Xiao wanted to test the might of the fighting God Fist technique against this person. The essence of the fighting God Fist technique lies in the courage to strike regardless of the opponent, never showing fear. Therefore, the first move requires strong momentum. soaring to the heavens. Lin Zhao's Dao heart was the same, which is why his fighting God Fist technique progressed rapidly, having long comprehended the first form, which he intended to try today. Punch intent surged from his entire body, reaching for the sky. Wu Junsheng, who had been secretly pleased, was suddenly shocked when he sensed the incredibly pure punch intent from the opponent. How could this be? This kid was clearly a sword cultivator. His mastery in the sword path was peak level, but who would have thought he had such a deep understanding of fist techniques? This kid, could he be a genius among geniuses, able to swiftly comprehend the true meaning of anything? Then let us see whose fist is harder. Wu Junsheng roared incessantly. This punch contained 50 years of cultivation, something a mere young brat could not resist. Chapter 420. Little ghost. Suddenly, a gust of wind and sand swept by, and the city ahead vanished without a trace, like a mirage. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Then he self-mockingly smiled. The battle back then had shattered the land for thousands of miles, leaving not a blade of grass to grow. How could there still be cities? The void-breaking battlefield was full of oddities due to the chaotic energy field, so it was normal for certain illusions to form. After all, many things here could not be measured by common sense. After thousands of years of evolution, this place had long since become a land cursed by heaven, and everything had turned extremely chaotic. After walking for a long time, he still saw only small mounds of earth and some withered trees standing, appearing shaky under the wind and sand, as if they would turn to dust at any moment and scatter in this world. Senior, how much further? As he walked, even the sky turned gray, but he did not notice anything unusual. Lin Xiao, you've fallen for an illusion, and you're getting further away from your destination. The tower spirit also found something strange, so after careful observation, it discovered the clues. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment and forced a smile. As he walked back, he kept his mind steady and cautious, not wanting to be deceived by what he saw. Chapter 421. Ghost City, is there any danger inside? Lin Xiao asked curiously, as he did not sense any powerful presence within the city. Should be quiet. There's a big demon in the city, and that big demon loves to eat living people. I also heard that when it encounters a genius, it will take something. What was it again? Little G scratched his head, struggling to remember. This made Lin Xiao furrow his brows slightly as he began to guess. It seemed that this city was indeed very strange. However, thinking about the items that the Tower Spirit Senior needed, he had to go in and take a look. Anyway, it's very dangerous inside, so Big Brother shouldn't go in. Little G, unable to recall the word, decided not to dwell on it and offered some earnest advice. Although Little G felt lonely and wanted to talk to someone, he could only suppress the feeling of loneliness, remembering the teachings of that uncle. This child clearly wanted to find someone to talk to and learn about the outside world, yet he was still anxiously advising Lin Xiao to leave. It's okay. I'm strong too, and I can help you chase away that big demon, Lin Xiao said with a smile, while also curious about how powerful the person Little G mentioned was. But then he thought that since this child couldn't remember some things, he probably wouldn't be able to provide any useful information. Chapter 422. Xiao Yichen, that guy is neither human nor ghost. He exists as a remnant soul. Yet in life, he was at the late stage of the void-breaking realm, and his methods are not much different from those of Ghost King. If it weren't for him occupying the spirit-stabilizing pearl, I would have surely killed him, Elder Xiao said, and a fierce look flashed across his face, clearly holding a deep grudge against him. The spirit-stabilizing pearl? Lin Xiao muttered to himself, realizing that this must be the item the Tower Spirit Senior needed. From Elder Zhao's words, it was clear that both of them must have fallen in that great battle back then. It's because of the spirit-stabilizing pearl that you can exist, right? Lin Xiao suddenly understood why there were so many ghost clans here. It must be due to the influence of that treasure. Elder Xiao looked at this junior and nodded with a smile, surprised that this kid was so perceptive, figuring it out so quickly. If I take the spirit-stabilizing pearl away, will you and Little G disappear? Lin Xiao asked, his brows furrowing even more. If he did that, he would probably become enemies with all the ghost clans in Zhengyang City and would certainly face numerous difficulties. If he can do that, it would be even better. I'm not a true ghost clan member. This appearance is merely a form that is neither human nor ghost. The loss of the spirit-stabilizing pearl would instead be a liberation for me. Chapter 423. Seizing the body. When Wu Changhao saw those fallen ghost soldiers standing up again, he immediately felt his scalp tingle. These monsters actually wouldn't he die? If this continued, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? For a moment, this outstanding disciple of the Shintian sect felt a bit desperate. He sensed that he might have stumbled into his own opportunity here, only to find it was a dead end. Seeing those dead monsters rise again, Lin Xiao also instinctively raised his brow. If this continued, he would probably end up exhausted and dead. Soon, his gaze fell upon the spirit-stabilizing pearl. It must be because of this treasure that these monsters could keep resurrecting. This Chongfeng is not from this world. He has altered the spirit-stabilizing pearl with evil methods and various means to achieve this effect. This person has great abilities. Hearing the Tower Spirit's voice, Lin Xiao's expression grew even darker. This also indicated that this person was very difficult to deal with. However, the opponent's reliance was on the spirit-stabilizing pearl, and as long as he could seize it, he could determine the outcome. Xiao Chen, as long as you are willing to rely on me, I can let you live in the true sense of the word. After fighting for thousands of years, Chongfeng also appreciated the opponent. Chapter 424. 10,000 swords to exterminate evil as a soul entered his body. Wu Changhao stood frozen like a wooden statue, his entire aura rapidly fading, his gaze vacant, looking no different from a living corpse. Chongfeng, being an ancient monster who has lived for thousands of years and with the spirit-stabilizing pearl assisting him, was easily able to seize the body. No! Wu Changhao suddenly roared to the sky, an enigmatic aura radiating from him, his eyes shining with golden light as he tried to force the opponent's remnant soul out. As a genius of the Shintian sect, Wu Changhao naturally possessed a life-saving treasure bestowed by his master, and his willpower was also strong, so he continually resisted, unwilling to let his body be taken over. He kept forming seals with his hands, deploying secret techniques to contend with the opponent. Kid, your struggle is meaningless. You're just delaying the inevitable of being seized by me. If you don't hit the wall, you want to turn back. Let me make you understand. Chongfeng's voice came from the spirit-stabilizing pearl, and at the same time, streams of power continuously penetrated into his body. The spirit-stabilizing pearl spun continuously, casting eerie green light. Wu Changhao knelt on the ground, but his back remained straight, still maintaining his seals. He was unwilling to become someone else's puppet, and he kept resisting. Chapter 425. Cunning Xiao Chen formed a sword finger pointing towards the sky, an aura of killing intent surging from him, forcing those penetrating eerie green lights to retreat, unable to taint him in the slightest. Countless sword energies seemed to appear out of thin air, shining with a sharp cold light. The sword energy was like stars, sacred and inviolable, instilling fear. The sky was filled with continuously generated sword energies, quite spectacular. Xiao Chen coldly looked at his opponent, who had lived for thousands of years, with hatred and fury boiling in his brows. Are you in a hurry? I have experienced this move before. It indeed has some sharpness. But back then, you had a sword, and now that you have lost your life sword, the power of this technique will surely be greatly reduced. Chongfeng instinctively trembled in fear of these sword energies, but his voice remained calm and composed. Even if you destroy this body, what of it? There is still a very useful flesh body waiting for me. I will only grow stronger, while you will weaken due to using these top-tier techniques. Well, considering our friendship of thousands of years, it wouldn't hurt to play with you a bit. Chongfeng sighed, a hint of loneliness flashing in his eyes. After successfully seizing the body, with time for cultivation, he would have enough ability to completely eradicate this old opponent. Chapter 426. Sword Soul Xiao Chen never expected that this old ghost Chongfeng would be so greedy, wanting to seize both of them at once. The opponent split his soul and divided his spirit, simultaneously opening 3 battlefields. This was clearly intentional. The spirit-stabilizing pearl was the foundation of Chongfeng, and he relied on it to survive. How could he be unprepared? Both sides had their calculations in mind, but it depended on who could see through it better. However, Xiao Chen, being too eager to achieve his goal, became somewhat impatient in this battle, overlooking some details. Sometimes, things going too smoothly doesn't mean one is strong enough to control everything. It's often because the opponent has done so deliberately and appears reasonable, thus raising no suspicions. This kid's bone structure is better than that one below. From the moment he stepped in here, I sensed it. After the fight, I am even more certain that he carries a great secret and is more suitable for possession. The remaining soul of Chongfeng laughed loudly as it blocked the way. Everything is under his control, as long as he can possess the two top geniuses, Lin Xiao and Wu Changhao. He can slowly explore and eventually find the most suitable body for himself. He could even possess more outstanding talents and gradually select them. In this way, he could also avoid the disdain of the heavenly Dao in this world and continue to rise. Chapter 427. The great river sword technique. Xiao Yichen looked at Lin Xiao with some regret. Indeed, he is a very good swordsmanship talent. But being innocently caught up in this storm, he can only be buried with it. It's truly a pity. The next moment, he let out a low roar, and instantly, the sword intent from his whole body erupted again as he stared intently at the spirit-fixing pearl. As long as he can destroy this object, Chongfeng, who failed to possess, will dissipate along with it. What do you want to do? Chongfeng sensed the sword intent emanating from his old rival and was immediately shocked and a bit panicked. Now, the most suitable body for him has been destroyed. Although he can fight using the bodies of those ghosts below, it will ultimately be unsatisfactory. You madman! Chongfeng shouted, immediately preparing to borrow a body to launch an attack. Wanted to stop this guy who is determined to seek death. I didn't expect you to comprehend the sword soul step so quickly. Very good. The voice of the sword spirit was filled with joy, very satisfied with Lin Xiao's change. Life and death can best stimulate potential. This is why we cannot intervene too much, the tower spirit echoed, its eyes filled with appreciation. Lin Xiao's performance was stunning and pleasing to them. Chapter 428. Soul cutting. As the great river sword Qi continued to advance. Although the spirit-fixing pearl is a treasure of heaven and earth, it could not quickly restore the shattered bodies to resist. Chongfeng used various means, with his soul borrowing a body to cast divine powers, wanting to block it. But Xiao Yichen, with a heart willing to die, drew his sword, pouring out all the insights he had gained over thousands of years, unstoppable. In an instant, the sword light in the air and the brilliance of various techniques continuously shone, coloring the world in a dazzling array. Wu Changhao immediately retreated, sensing that if he stayed any longer, he would likely be caught up in it. It's truly rare. Wu Changhao retreated to the city wall before stopping, watching the battle. He turned to look outside. Now that the opponent couldn't spare any attention to him, he could easily escape and stay far away from here. However, such a fierce battle between powerful beings made him reluctant to leave. He felt that if he could learn something from it, he would surely improve significantly. All right, I will do as you wish. Long-term grinding made Chongfeng realize that he could not end well. Without paying a great price, he could not stop this sword. One of the Chongfengs stood in the back, continuously forming seals, and the spirit-fixing pearl behind him seemed to be affected, with much power continuously pouring in. Chapter 429. The soul flee's golden light continuously wrapped around, enveloping the spirit-fixing pearl, and the mysterious runes began to stick to it, a strong pressure descending. The dark green in the sky quickly lightened under the golden light, and the originally agitated spirit-fixing pearl began to calm down, with the power emanating from it rapidly weakening. In an instant, the monsters on the ground became sluggish, standing there and staring blankly at the spirit-fixing pearl. Xiao Yichen, affected by the sealing of the spirit-fixing pearl, also felt his form sway, and the pure sword intent began to dissipate at that moment. Finally, I can be free. Xiao Yichen's eyes were filled with relief. Once the spirit-fixing pearl was sealed and no longer released energy, he would not be affected and could continue to exist. Impossible. Chongfeng sensed the weakening of the opponent's power and immediately sent a soul around Xiao Yichen, rushing into the spirit-fixing pearl. He was unwilling to let his 1,000-year plan be destroyed by a young brat, but unfortunately, the opponent seemed to have forgotten that Xiao Yichen also existed because of the spirit-fixing pearl. The weakening of the pearl's power would also affect him, allowing for a breakout. At this moment, Xiao Yichen sensed that his soul became stable again, and a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Chapter 430. The Great River Legacy. As Chongfeng's soul scattered, the ghostly monsters on the ground were no longer under control, all recovering their awareness. And the original bloodthirsty ferocity disappeared without a trace. At this moment, they seemed to have turned into ordinary people, but most of them were not cultivators. Their souls were not strong, and thus they lay weakly on the ground. One by one, they looked around with blank expressions in their eyes. Ha! We won! We won! Wu Changhao, having walked through the gates of hell, felt everything return to normal, and immediately laughed excitedly. Brother, you You are truly my savior." Wu Changhao gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, and the excitement of surviving made him feel like the resentment in his chest had finally been released, extremely happy. Lin Xiao merely glanced at Wu Changhao with indifference. His gaze fell on Xiao Chen. Previously, when Xiao Chen struck that sword, he was not wrong in terms of righteousness. Lin Xiao could understand the other's actions, but could not accept them. Xiao Chen, under such scrutinizing eyes, immediately smiled bitterly and shook his head. After living for thousands of years, how could he not understand the questioning of this junior? At that time, he was eager for success, willing to sacrifice even himself, let alone others. Chapter 431. The gift of the heavenly Dao. As the sword in 10 inheritance was completed, Xiao Chen's aura became extremely languid, as if his soul would leave his body at any moment and perish. After Lin Xiao absorbed all this sword intent, he opened his eyes, and an overwhelming sword intent involuntarily radiated from him, dominating. "You kid, you could clearly break through with this opportunity, but insist on holding back." Xiao Chen could see that Lin Xiao's swordsmanship realm far surpassed his current real realm. Wanting a solid foundation without leaving any flaws is a good thing. But if you keep holding back like this, be careful of losing the sharpness of a sword cultivator. "Senior, rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Lin Xiao smiled faintly, beginning to retract the piercing sword intent emanating from him. Looking up at this city, Lin Xiao's mood became heavy again. "Senior, I heard that the first-grade void-breaking method can only be cultivated by one person. Now that you have passed this method on to me, can I still walk this path?" Lin Xiao suddenly remembered his experience in the City of Flowers and asked. "On the surface, it is indeed so. The first-grade void-breaking method has always been hard to obtain and will attract the heavenly Dao's covetousness. Besides, I am about to perish, according to the saying 1 pit, you can fill it in." Chapter 432. Little Brother Wu Changhao, Heavenly Dao's gift? Lin Xiao murmured to himself, and with the Tower Spirit's answer, he did not resist, allowing the clear light to pour into his body. Lin Xiao felt the fatigue throughout his body swept away, and his body became much lighter, as if many impurities had been removed. His limbs and bones, along with the meridians, were enveloped by this warm power, widening his tendons. The people in this city had died thousands of years ago. They were forcibly kept here due to certain circumstances. Such actions were against the way of heaven. But since this place was abandoned by heaven and earth, it was ignored. Today, by sealing the spirit fixation pearl, you allowed these people who were forcibly kept here to return to the heavens. And this method also aligns with the way of heaven. Hence you have received its favor. Don't underestimate this little bit of attention, as it holds great significance for you. The Tower Spirit stroked its beard, realizing that this unexpected gain was indeed substantial. Lin Xiao nodded, allowing these powers to wash over his body. Beside him, Wu Changhao was first startled by this scene, but he quickly sensed that this power bore no malice, and he immediately became envious, even feeling some heartache. He realized this was the true great opportunity, yet unfortunately, he couldn't grasp it even if it was handed to him. Chapter 433. The dragon locking formation in just the time it took to drink a cup of hot tea. Lin Xiao learned the control method for the spirit fixation pearl and established a connection to begin controlling it. Once the spirit fixation pearl entered his body, Lin Xiao felt his soul become incredibly stable and unwavering. At the same time, his soul was also protected by the spirit fixation pearl, surrounded by an unparalleled mystical power, like armor on his soul. "Senior, is there a method to cultivate the soul?" Lin Xiao thought to himself that since he had condensed the embryonic form of the sword soul, if he had a technique to assist him, he could grow faster and no longer fear possession. "Young man, don't be anxious. Sometimes moving too quickly isn't a good thing. If I were to teach you these methods now, it would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Even with the spirit fixation pearl, you should use the sword soul sparingly. This spirit fixation pearl has been used for 1,000 years, and its remaining power is already limited." The Tower Spirit seemed to remember something and advised once more. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately agreed, recognizing that the Tower Spirit's perspective was broader and that what it said was indeed correct. Some things cannot be rushed, otherwise they will backfire. At every stage, there are points to focus on. If one forcibly skips ahead, it may lead to hidden dangers. Chapter 434. The transformation of grievance into demons you understand quite well, huh? Lin Xiao looked at the spirit tool handed over to him, casually taking it and placing it into the formation. A little bit. I heard about formations before. This is the Kuan position, and using Earth-type spirit objects is most suitable for sealing. Wu Changhao patted his chest with a smile, feeling very reliable, believing he could provide the perfect assist at this crucial moment. As the last sealing item fell, Lin Xiao made a hand seal, and immediately the formation shone with specks of light, with barriers constantly forming. Different colors flickered from all directions, forming a circle. The atmosphere here began to be divided as the dragon locking formation activated, shining with mysterious brilliance everywhere. Big brother, how did you learn so much in such a short time? Wu Changhao, sensing the intricacies of the formation, was quite surprised. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. You can still leave now. I might not be able to protect you later. Lin Xiao gazed at the ground, although he couldn't sense how powerful the thing below was. The formation already exhibited such might before it was fully activated, and just from the tower spirit's meticulous preparation, one could tell how difficult that thing was to deal with. Chapter 435. The Demon King emerges. The Demon King emerged, casting the world into darkness. Lin Xiao gripped the bloodthirsty sword tightly, his eyes flashing with a terrifying brilliance. With the tower spirit's reminder, he understood just how terrifying this creature was. A Demon King-level monster was equivalent to a void-breaking realm cultivator. This was a challenge for Lin Xiao, and he wanted to test if he could face it. The pressure Wu Changhao felt increased, and even his hands started to tremble. He suddenly regretted not heeding the advice to stay out of it. This time, he might have to endure a torment and wander the road to the underworld once more. Seeing his big brother's fearless and somewhat excited expression, Wu Changhao's mindset became much more resolute. Only by battling strong opponents could one better temper oneself. If one remained overly cautious, what was the point of cultivating the Dao? The demonic energy surged forth, nearly occupying the entire space, without the formation to contain it. It might have spread throughout the city and continuously leaked out. The demonic energy also hid a deadly aura, making one feel quite uncomfortable, but with their cultivation levels, they could easily handle it. A massive and thick black mist appeared, with two star-like bright lights shining. These were the Demon King's eyes. Chapter 436. The demonic sound destroys the soul. A ray of sharp light flashed, and without hesitation, Lin Xiao summoned the Wuji sword, immediately slashing at the approaching demonic hand. The brilliant light pierced through the darkness, severing the demonic hand. The 8 colored chains gathered once more, piercing into the demonic energy, attempting to bind it. Seeing Lin Xiao unharmed, Wu Changhao's heart finally settled. If anything happened to Lin Xiao, he might truly have to pay with his life and become food for this Demon King. Golden runes continuously shone with light, causing the demonic energy to retreat rapidly, as if melting away like ice and snow. How is this possible? The Demon King, who previously tried to toy with these 2 ants in a divine manner without directly striking them down, now regretted that decision. Feeling its demonic power dissipating under the burning of the golden runes, it became furious. You think a mere formation can move my true self? Wishful thinking. The surrounding demonic energy rapidly converged, and its true form began to reveal itself, with a lower body like a ferocious tiger, a human-like but extremely robust body, and a pair of horns on its head. Profound demonic power erupted, suddenly shattering the 8 colored chains. Chapter 437. Demons dance in chaos. The Demon King looked at the boy desperately exerting himself and couldn't help but want to laugh. They were not on the same level. And no matter how hard he fought, nothing would change. If this strike could break the formation, then what had its cultivation over these thousands of years amounted to? However, the next moment, the Demon King's expression drastically changed. As the sword light approached, it felt the terrifying power contained within. The sound waves were continuously cleaved apart beneath the sword light, unable to stop even a fraction. Lin Xiao also appeared determined to go all out, his sword intent unwavering and resolute. You're seeking death. The Demon King felt a hint of panic at this moment. It sensed a very dangerous aura emanating from that sword. With a thought, the demonic energy around it transformed into a massive fist and smashed forward. However, the fist made of demonic energy could not stop Lin Xiao. The infinite sword's edge revealed itself, with a soft sound like tearing silk. The sword light shot forth like a rainbow, breaking apart the demonic energy fist. Shock, true shock, darkened the Demon King's face, forcing him to abandon his continued spellcasting. His hands suddenly came together, and the domineering, demonic power rolled and swirled in front of him, simultaneously transforming into countless attacks that smashed towards Lin Zhao's body. Chapter 438. Spirit Vein acquired the terrifying might swept through the entire formation, and as the energy within increased, the formation seemed to be reaching its limit, about to shatter at any moment. Both Lin Zhao and his companion had the ability to eliminate a half-step void-breaking opponent, but in the face of so many, they would ultimately be overwhelmed and buried alive. The furious Demon King was difficult to contend with. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, standing there with his back straight, his entire body bursting with sword intent. To slay this demon, he could only bring out his final trump card. All along, he had been using other sword techniques to fight, but this time he would go all out and unleash the true infinite Sword Dao. The Demon King roared, and the demonic creatures that had been waiting for this moment surged towards Lin Zhao. Such a powerful and tyrannical attack was enough to crush him. At this moment, Wu Changhao was sweating profusely, frantically urging the formation, hoping to relieve some pressure from Lin Zhao. The Xuanwu phantom on his body detached and moved towards Lin Zhao, continuously growing larger in the process, hoping to help block this blow. However, the massive Xuanwu phantom began to dissipate at a visible speed under the relentless tearing of the many demonic creatures. Infinite Sword Dao. Chapter 439. You are my real brother. Mission accomplished. Lin Zhao watched as the broken small tower absorbed the spirit vein, feeling immense joy in his heart. The rewards from this effort were very considerable. If he refined this spirit vein, entering the void-breaking realm would be easy and even yield surplus. With this spirit vein as a foundation, both he and the little girl could continuously receive nourishment. In the future, if she entered the tower's world to cultivate, her progress could increase several times. Although this spirit vein had been siphoned of much power by the Demon King over the past thousands of years, the remaining power would still be usable for a long time for them. Hearing the tower spirit's words, Lin Zhao also revealed a joyful expression. As long as his comprehension and experience were sufficient, he could continuously enhance himself using the power of the spirit vein. Could this spirit vein be used to nurture the heavenly spirit pearl? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Zhao's mind. The heavenly spirit pearl was very useful. If it could be restored, it could greatly assist him in battles in the future. Previously, during the battle against the Night Mist, Lin Zhao was able to recover his strength by collecting essence blood. But after coming to the void-breaking battlefield, there had been no essence blood to collect, relying solely on the heavenly spirit pearl to replenish spiritual power. It could also be that the heavenly spirit pearl's grade was good. It might be able to be upgraded to the 6th grade, though the resources required could be considerable. Chapter 440. Ghost Clan Lin Zhao chuckled silently, but the statement was indeed reasonable. Sometimes, even between father and son, they could turn against each other over an opportunity, competing to the point of no return. For many powerful cultivators, familial ties were often very thin, with greater emphasis placed on interests. At that time, when Zhao Tianlan violated the Great Zhou's decree, the martial emperor did not go easy on him just because he was his descendant. He personally obliterated him to uphold the Great Zhou's decree. Treasures like spirit veins were rare and hard to come by. Even a small fragment could cause great chaos. Let go. Lin Zhao saw this guy's snot and tears smeared on his pants and felt a bit disgusted. Wu Changhao smiled and released his grip, holding the spirit vein dearly as if he wished to merge with it. Lin Zhao didn't know what to say. This guy had a higher realm and was older. Yet now he was as joyful as a child. Seeing him giggle there, Lin Zhao chose not to bother with him. Boom! The once indomitable city walls and houses suddenly collapsed at this moment, dust rising. Those undying corpses also turned to dust, scattering across the world. Everything in Zhengyang City relied entirely on the divine pearl and the underground spirit vein. Chapter 441. Li Yin, you all have a weak aura, clearly. You have gone through a fierce battle. Without opportunities, how could you be injured? One of the ghost cultivators sensed something unusual, finding these two individuals very suspicious. As soon as this was said, many ghost cultivators turned their gazes towards Lin Zhao and his companion, seemingly trying to discern the truth from them. My brother and I are not acquainted through fighting. Is that not possible? Wu Changhao stopped to respond, feeling a surge of anger in his heart. They were not obligated to inform these ghost beings. But to avoid trouble, he chose to endure and explain. You all seem so amicable. How could you not fight? Are you trying to deceive ghosts? Are we not ghosts? Not important. Several ghost cultivators were momentarily stunned by this and replied. The leading ghost cultivator had previously focused entirely on how to navigate through the maze, thus had not noticed these details. Now, it seemed these two were definitely hiding something. Wu Changhao frowned slightly. These ghosts truly were relentless. I am the ghost clan Li Yun. I hope you two fellows can tell us how to pass through the maze. We will surely reward you handsomely in the future. The leading ghost cultivator said, cupping his hands, his eyes filled with expectation. Chapter 442. Ghost's rampant Li Yun was struck again, and ghostly energy erupted from him, vanishing from his original spot. When he reappeared, his aura had become extremely weak, as if the ghostly energy on him could dissipate at any moment, leading to his demise. Li Yun looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Why was this guy so ferocious? Although he was only at the 7th level of the concentration realm, his actual combat power surpassed even that of a perfected concentration realm cultivator. In an instant, chilling winds howled, continuously sweeping in. The summoned ghost clan members quickly arrived, each one fierce and not weak, most of them being mid to late-stage ghost generals. They surged from all directions, and, at a glance, there were over 100. Such a number of ghost cultivators could wreak havoc anywhere, becoming a significant threat. Severely injured, Li Yun saw his kin arrive and immediately showed a look of joy. Now what will you do? At this moment, Li Yun's confidence surged. Even if these two were strong, under the accumulation of the ghost sea tactics, they would inevitably be overwhelmed. How daring to provoke the ghost clan. They had developed their ghost clan in the void-breaking battlefield for thousands of years, ranking among the top sects. How could they be slaughtered by two kids at will? Chapter 443. Repulsed, the 100 ghosts were positioned in different directions, each ghost cultivator showcasing their power, and the space they surrounded turned dark and oppressive. The atmosphere became extremely heavy, as if one had fallen into hell. The cold winds howled endlessly, resembling the wails of vengeful spirits. Each gust of wind was sharp as a blade, continuously sweeping past and leaving gashes on the ground. Standing in the formation, Li Heng's gaze was gloomy as he unleashed such a technique, determined to turn this kid into ashes, with his soul scattered. Kid, prepare to die. With a low shout, the 100 ghosts simultaneously launched their attacks, countless ghostly forces crashing down. The yin-yang dual sword formation. Although each attack was not overwhelmingly strong, their sheer numbers, combined with the formation's enhancement, could lead to a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Lin Xiao had no choice but to use this move to respond. Black and white sword energy surged out, sweeping around him, slashing in all directions, aiming to sever all incoming attacks. Lin Xiao stood at the center of the formation, his gaze quickly scanning the 100 ghosts, beginning to contemplate a solution to break the formation. Having previously manipulated the Qinquan Lock Dragon formation, Lin Xiao had a rudimentary understanding of formations. Chapter 444. Ghost Pill. With the retreat order given, the terrified ghosts each used their abilities to scatter and escape. In an instant, the ghostly energy transformed into strange and peculiar colored mists, concealing their bodies and auras for a smoother retreat. These ghostly cultivators came quickly and left just as fast, vanishing from the original location in the blink of an eye, turning the once chaotic scene silent. Elder, are we really going to endure this? Those two bastards killed 2 elders and so many brothers. Our ghost clan has an irreconcilable enmity with them. After the ghost cultivators retreated and regrouped, their faces were filled with resentment and sorrow. They acted in groups, in a broken void battlefield. Did the human cultivators ever avoid them? Having suffered significant losses this time, they could not swallow this anger after being used to their previous arrogance. Li Qin coldly glanced at these clan members. Had they already forgotten the brutality of those two just after escaping? If the command hadn't been issued in time, who knew how many ghosts would have died? If they truly had the strength to kill those two, how could they have ended up in such a situation? However, Li Qin could not voice these thoughts, lest the ghostly hearts become scattered and the hard-won unity of the clan turn into a pile of loose sand. Chapter 445. Divine Intent Transmission. Junior Lin Xiao. I have met the senior. Lin Xiao cupped his hands in salute to the remnant soul on the stone tablet, respectfully saying, Those who could leave behind legacies or martial arts here were almost all ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the southerly domain. The foreign races outside would not choose to pass on their legacies in foreign lands. These ancestors sacrificed themselves to defend the southerly domain against foreign races, so they were very worthy of respect. At the same time, Lin Xiao sensed that the remnant soul's aura was very weak, and it would not be long before it completely disappeared. The remnant soul glanced at Wu Changhao with some disdain, clearly in perfect concentration and looking quite extraordinary. Yet he was making such a fuss. You, kid, have a good temperament and exceptional talent, but unfortunately, you chose the path of sword cultivation, which has no connection to my legacy. The remnant soul's appreciative gaze also carried a hint of regret. It sensed its impending dissolution, but had never encountered a fated person. Wu Changhao awkwardly chuckled twice, pretending to salute before continuing to observe the inscriptions on the stone tablet. Tian Mingzhenren? I think I've seen that name before. Wu Changhao frowned tightly upon seeing the signature below, falling into deep thought, and the next moment he directly knelt on the ground, knocking his head 3 times. Chapter 446, Young Master Duo Bao Big Brother. How much do you know about the talented competition? After learning that Lin Xiao also qualified to participate, Wu Changhao indirectly asked. He had hardly heard of the name Jixia Academy, so he naturally thought it was a top academy of small country, thus knowing little about other places. Not much. Lin Xiao shook his head and replied candidly. The talented competition is organized by the Misty Sect, which is a branch of a major sect in the Central State. They will also invite some sects from the Central State to witness the event, not to mention the rewards for high rankings. The main core is to gather all the geniuses of our southerly domain together. Those who perform outstandingly may be noticed by sects in the Central State and thus gain entry there. Wu Changhao thought for a moment and summarized it very briefly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao understood the core of the talented competition. However, by doing so, the top geniuses of the southerly domain would all be absorbed by the sects in the Central State. This must be why the Central State was getting stronger, while the southerly domain would suffer from a lack of high-end combat power due to the loss of these top geniuses. The reality is as such. The strong remain strong. Chapter 447, Twin Brothers. Hearing that name, Wu Changhao's brow twitched slightly as unpleasant memories surfaced. Lin Xiao also sensed the malice from the two. Narrowing his eyes, if they dared to provoke them, they would be killed. Hey, why are you silent now? It turns out this is the broken void battlefield and not the territory protected by the Xiantian sect. So you naturally dare not be arrogant and have to tuck your tails. One of them mocked, his eyes filled with disdain. Zhao Yuqi, Zhao Yulin, enough of this. Wu Changhao shouted angrily, his expression becoming much fiercer. Wu Changhao had come out this time to rid himself of this name, due to possessing the Xuanwu divine body. His talent was far superior to others, making countless people envious. However, he used to prefer suppressing opponents with high-level spiritual weapons in battles. Until one time he was defeated when he couldn't use his spiritual weapon, so he was mocked with this name. They thought he was just superficial, relying entirely on family resources and spiritual weapons to win. It was because of that defeat that Wu Changhao resolutely left and came here to hone himself. Unexpectedly, he encountered these two guys here. Chapter 448, Water Gun and Fire Stick. Seeing that he was still the weakest sword cultivator, Zhao Yulin paid even less attention. He thought he was a significant character, but it turned out he was just a small fry. In their circle, sword cultivators weren't even considered geniuses. However, the next moment, Zhao Yulin's arrogant expression changed dramatically. It was a recognized fact that sword cultivators were weak, but the sword intent he was now feeling was anything but that. Alarmed, Zhao Yulin immediately summoned his spiritual weapon. A long stick entirely red like fire appeared in his hand, quickly positioning it in front of him. Clang! A sword fell, sparks flying. Zhao Yulin was shaken back repeatedly, his arms numb, and he suffered injuries from the sword energy, with numerous small sword marks appearing on his body. When did sword cultivators become so domineering and strong? Zhao Yulin was incredibly shocked, looking at Lin Xiao in disbelief. In that moment, he even thought that he was not facing a genius from a remote area, but a sword path monster. Kid, you indeed have strength. I didn't take you seriously before, so I suffered. You are fortunate to witness my fire cloud stick. It is your honor. Zhao Yulin felt that he must have been too careless before, which led to his losses. Now, as long as he exerted all his strength, the opponent would surely be unable to withstand his offensive and would retreat step by step. Chapter 449. Dual suppression. The flames that rose up were like ferocious beasts, each containing immense lethality and destructive power. As the flames multiplied, the surrounding temperature continuously rose, and even the inexplicable attacks that occasionally appeared in the void battle arena were dissipated under the boiling flames. A few days ago, Zhao Yulin received the divine intent of a senior in staff techniques here, allowing him to gain significant improvement in this regard. Therefore, he was now very confident that with this move, he would definitely kill this kid here. The scorching aura rushed towards him, and the heat waves swept through, as if wanting to burn everything to ashes. Lin Xiao stood with his sword, feeling the opponent's might, and was quite surprised. No wonder he was a top genius from the southernly region. His strength was indeed formidable and tyrannical. Zhao Yulin roared, seemingly wanting to vent all the resentment in his heart. As the staff struck down, a fierce wind arose, fueling the flames. The essence of those flames was like a fierce beast, baring its fangs and wanting to devour Lin Xiao. Yin-yang duality, sword formation. Lin Xiao shouted, showing no fear in his expression but rather heightened battle intent. Fighting against such a powerful opponent was very effective for his swordsmanship training. Chapter 450. The unity of the great Dao. The progression of events was different from the rumors, which made Zhao Yuqi feel increasingly frustrated. The opponent had not even displayed his expertise, but could defeat him across levels. How strong must his true power be? Wu Changhao's chest heaved violently, ignoring the 2 wounds on his body that continued to bleed. This punch had heavily injured the opponent, filling Wu Changhao with a strong sense of accomplishment. Now, he could finally prove himself. He could defeat his opponent without relying on spirit artifacts, solidifying his name as a genius. Wu Changhao let out a long breath, believing he had completed his transformation. Seeing this, Zhao Yuqi felt even more distressed. Originally wanting to kill and plunder, he unexpectedly became someone else's stepping stone, which naturally displeased him. Moreover, he was well aware that after this attack, there would be no turning back. Even if he fled, what difference would it make? Unless he left the southernly region, he would surely face the pursuit of the Xintian sect. Zhao Yuqi looked around and found that both he and his brother had suffered losses, which made him even more astonished. If it weren't for their brotherhood in dealing with numerous enemies together, he would have doubted whether this brother was useless, unable to handle even someone of a lower realm. Chapter 451. Twin dragons danced. The phantom of the black tortoise continuously emitted ripples. Each ripple contained immense power that spread outward, attempting to extinguish the encroaching fire clouds. However, these ripples could only shake the fire clouds at the very front, soon evaporated into water vapor by the continuously surging fire clouds, disappearing without a trace. Upon seeing this scene, Wu Changhao's expression became serious. He did not give up and continued to wield his methods. As long as he could break through the sky full of fire clouds, the opponent's attack would lose most of its power. At this moment, he was under immense pressure. No matter how he exerted his spiritual energy, it could not match the combined force of the 2 opponents. Under the onslaught of the heat waves, the black tortoise phantom also began to sway, as if it would be twisted and shattered at any moment. Meaningless struggles. Seeing the opponent still resisting, Zhao Yulin's smile became increasingly disdainful. This strike was executed with the combined strength of him and his brother. How could one person break it? The scorching aura rushed towards him, causing unease. The fire clouds continuously crashed against the phantom, causing the black tortoise to begin to sway, as if it might shatter at any moment. Chapter 452. Advancing together, the atmosphere became tense as a killing intent burst forth. With the stirring of the Zhao brothers, the space here was shattered, and the 2 completely different auras felt strange and uncomfortable. Wu Changhao, who was still suppressing his injuries, felt a flash of terror upon seeing this scene. Now heavily injured, he was unable to help and felt anxious. The overwhelming might swept in all directions, causing the scorched earth to directly crumble and sink several inches. Lin Xiao sensed the opponent's strong killing intent and immediately urged the bloodthirsty sword, preparing to fight to the death. The blood river quickly restored itself, hovering in the air. Kid, to die at our hands is your honor, Zhao Yulin said excitedly, his state becoming somewhat frenzied. After being hit repeatedly, he wanted to vent all his emotions with this strike. Suddenly, 2 dragons burst forth from the water lin gun and the fire cloud staff, intertwining as if their powers were continuously merging. Water and fire are traditionally incompatible. Yet there was no sign of rejection between these two dragons. Instead, they complemented each other. Zhao Yuqi's expression was as cold as ice. As long as he could kill this sword cultivator, the remaining Wu Changhao would pose no threat, allowing them to manipulate him at will. Chapter 453. Enlightenment. Wu Changhao felt incredibly relieved at this moment. Although he was heavily injured, he had broken through himself. Once he returned, he would definitely be able to shed the title of Young Master of Abundant Treasures and clear his previous shame. Young Master of Abundant Treasures. What are you so happy about? Lin Xiao teased as he saw Wu Changhao's pained flesh twitching while still smiling foolishly. This guy was really carefree. If it weren't for his blood river and timely intervention, he would have long since met Yin Wang and wouldn't be lying here now. But thinking of his previous performance, Lin Xiao could only sigh lightly, not knowing what else to say. Another thought of this brother's reckless behavior earlier made him feel the need to give a few pointers. Hearing this title again, Wu Changhao's expression instantly turned ugly. The reason he had fought so hard earlier without using any external spirit artifacts was to break this rumor. But now that it was brought up by his own elder brother, he felt it was hard to refute. A sense of melancholy surged in his heart. He realized too late that people's prejudices are deeply rooted and difficult to change. Do you think this title is a mockery? Lin Xiao asked softly, seeing his low spirits. In my hometown, it indeed is. Everyone uses this title to ridicule me. Chapter 454. Sword Pool, although he had not seen it with his own eyes. The clear perception of his sword heart made Lin Xiao very interested. If it weren't for the great powers of the sword path, how could such magnificent sword intent be displayed? Moreover, each strand of sword intent was exquisite, captivating those who beheld it. Wu Changhao saw his elder brother moving forward happily, but he felt nothing and was puzzled. Although he didn't know what was going on, he did not slow his pace and quickly followed. His elder brother had a hint of an aura that resonated with the Tao of Heaven. He sensed that there must be a great opportunity emerging. Upon realizing this, Wu Changhao felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. If he could obtain it, his half-step into the void might just be within reach. As he got closer to that sword intent, the air was filled with a sharp aura, and without any defensive spells, one could feel a stinging pain on their skin. Numerous sword marks appeared on the ground, carved out by the leaking sword energy. Lin Xiao gazed at those sword marks, which still held some remnants of the sword intent that hadn't fully dissipated, intensifying the joy in his eyes. The feeling grew stronger, prompting Lin Xiao to quicken his pace. Appearing somewhat impatient, eager to see the true face of Mount Lu, Wu Changhao scratched his head in confusion, feeling entirely different, and became alert. Chapter 455. The Saint Son of the Ghost Clan, even though he had not left this place for thousands of years from the arrival of the Sword Cultivator, it was evident that each generation was weaker than the last, and sword cultivators had completely declined, losing their former glory. Xianjian sighed deeply, but the next moment he quickly collected his emotions. At least the heavens had not treated him unfairly, as they had sent him a sword cultivator who matched his expectations. Passing on their lifelong knowledge to this child, Xianjian would not let down the trust of the other two Dao friends. There was no need to think too far ahead. Sometimes having too grand of aspirations could weigh you down, making it hard to breathe. The direction of the trend was something no one could change. You just needed to do your best. Xianjian no longer had such lofty ambitions. He felt that as long as the lineage of sword cultivators could be passed on, that was enough. Why should he desire more? Lin Xiao listened silently, not attempting to refute. He believed that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he would influence more people, just like when he won the Martial Dao Conference. Once he reached the peak, others would look up to him in admiration, planting the seed of sword cultivation in their hearts. Though this process would be very long, it would gradually improve. Just as Xianjian intended to pass on the inheritance here to Lin Xiao, he suddenly frowned, sensing an aura approaching. Chapter 456. The Sword Path Contest. Li Wujiu. Although a Ghost Clan cultivator, Xianjian did not harbor any biases in this regard. As long as they were beings from the Southly domain, whether human or ghost, even demons could accept their inheritance. As long as their talent was strong enough, they could teach anyone. Only the person with the best talent would have the hope to carry the sword path forward. Our inheritance also contains a top-grade method for breaking the void, which is probably what you need most right now, Xianjian said proudly. If a sword cultivator merely used ordinary methods to break through, they would not be able to unleash their full killing power, ultimately becoming ordinary and indistinguishable from the crowd. Who needs your top-grade method? As long as I kill this kid and devour his blood, flesh, and soul, I can become the true Ghost King, Li Wuju scoffed disdainfully. After years of calculations, he had confirmed that Lin Xiao was the external calamity that would lead him to become the Ghost King. Likewise, Lin Xiao's body and soul were the key to helping him take that final step, whether for personal ambition or to seek revenge for the Ghost Clan. He had to kill Lin Xiao here. Xian Jian felt his pride wounded and his expression darkened. However, sword cultivators should be arrogant, possessing a momentum that could sweep across the world, which Li Wuju somewhat embodied. Chapter 457. The bone sword, your strength is indeed acceptable. You are qualified to fight me. Li Wuju could sense the opponent's strength from their sword intent. A flash of white light passed through his hand, and a peculiar sword appeared. The sword was forged from eerie white bones, emanating a ghostly aura that could terrify anyone who saw it. If an ordinary person were to see this sword, they would undoubtedly be scared out of their wits by the aura it emitted. Even a cultivator, below the foundation establishment stage, would likely tremble in fear at the sight. As the bone sword appeared, the atmosphere turned gloomy and eerie. This sword was crafted from the remains of powerful cultivators who had died in battle, and it was classified as a lower-grade, 5th-tier weapon. If not for the long passage of time and the decay of those powerful bones, its grade could have been even higher. Lin Xiao sensed the chilling and terrifying aura emanating from the bone sword, but showed no sign of fear. Instead, charging forward with his sword, he initiated the Blood River sword technique, brutally fierce. Come and fight. Li Wuju smiled sinisterly and immediately swung the bone sword to attack. Each swing of the bone sword produced a sound like the howling of ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. The two fought intensely, their sword energy clashing and spreading outward. Chapter 458. The three sword strikes of the ghost god. The bone sword suddenly shot up from below, bursting with a chilling white light, and thick ghostly energy surged forth, causing the atmosphere to drop to freezing point in an instant. The sword intent mixed with ghostly energy, infused with vengeful emotions. The power of this strike was terrifying. Even just the aura it emitted was enough to instill fear. One line sky. Lin Xiao sensed the terrifying, ghostly force approaching and immediately employed his martial skills to counter it. Brilliant sword light erupted, directly cleaving downward with an incredibly sharp aura, as if it aimed to shatter everything. The two sword energies collided, pure killing intent and ghostly power intertwining, seemingly incompatible, and erupted, transforming into countless small sword energies that leaked outward. Clang! The two swords crashed against each other, and the powerful recoil forced both of them to retreat uncontrollably. Lin Xiao's arm felt somewhat numb. The opponent's strength was indeed terrifying. His robe was also torn by the fragmented sword energy. Li Wuju's gaze turned increasingly filled with resentment. Losing the calm demeanor he had before, he thought that by using his sword technique, he could suppress Lin Xiao, but the result was completely unexpected, not matching the anticipated outcome. No wonder you are my external calamity. You are indeed the key to breaking through. Chapter 459. The ghostly spirit sacrificed. The ghostly light burst forth, and the terrifying aura of destruction was vividly displayed at this moment. Once caught in this vast sword force, one would be shredded to pieces. The bloodthirsty light in Li Wuju's eyes intensified. He could already see that once this sword fell, his path would become smooth and unobstructed, allowing him to advance freely. No matter how high the opponent's swordsmanship was, it was merely a minor path. Stacking waves of 100 swords, Lin Xiao shouted, the blood river swirling around him, and countless sword energies continuously surged forth from the blood river. These sword energies flowed like a mighty river, ceaselessly rushing forward. Stacking waves of 100 swords, combined with the river sword intent, instantly elevated its power to a new level. So weak of a sword energy cannot block my strike. Li Wuju noticed that the opponent also employed martial skills, sensing that their sword energy could not contend with his own, and he became even more smug. The sword energies at the front were continuously extinguished under the ghostly light, unable to shake him even a little. Lin Xiao merely smiled and remained silent, continuously unleashing his sword strikes, undeterred by the opponent's words. He was well aware of the power of this strike. Each sword energy was stronger than the last, and the sword momentum continued to accumulate. The swordsmanship is strikingly similar, and Lin Zhao's momentum is too low. Chapter 460. External moves. Li Qian cannot accept such a result. Looking back at the past, when the Ghost Clan first appeared here, they were severely bullied, living in darkness, and any cultivator coming to train could easily control them. Like ants being slaughtered. As their clan grew stronger, they gradually gained a foothold in the void-breaking battlefield. It was not until the Holy Sun appeared that the situation completely changed. They could turn around and hunt down those human cultivators. All hopes for prosperity rested on the Holy Sun, so Li Qian could not bear to watch his dream shatter, even if it meant paying an unbearable price. He had to help the Holy Sun win this battle. He could die, but the Holy Sun must live on, continue to rise, and lead the Ghost Clan to the peak. The ghostly energy around Li Qian dissipated continuously, while his spiritual power gathered at an extremely fast speed, transforming into dots of ethereal light. Clan Elder, a ghost cultivator, noticed something unusual and immediately let out a mournful cry. In an instant, everyone's attention in the room fell on Li Qian. Holy Sun, you must lead the Ghost Clan to become stronger and unify the southerly domain. Li Qian reluctantly glanced at Li Wujiu. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would not hesitate. Chapter 461. Breaking the Dragon Gate. These ghost clans began to thrive and grow strong because of his emergence. Now faced with a choice, wanting their clan to become even stronger and willing to sacrifice for it is only natural. If the entire clan could be sacrificed, Li Wujiu would directly become a ghost king. But now it was disrupted by Wu Changhao, preventing success. For this, Li Wujiu actually thought it was a good thing. Once he was sacrificed to break through, he would only become an ordinary ghost king. Currently, his strength was infinitely close to that of a ghost king, and killing Lin Zhao could still lead him down the highest path. The power boost from the sacrifice gave him confidence again. He could successfully shatter the external calamity and step into the void breaking. A powerful sword energy swept out, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind. As if countless ghosts were following, Lin Zhao felt the strength of this sword intent and did not dare to be careless, immediately unleashing all his power to strike out a sword. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Lin Zhao was knocked back by an immense force, and under the disparity of power, any technique would be erased, ceasing to exist. Although Lin Zhao managed to defuse the opponent's attack, his arm trembled uncontrollably and was injured by the overflowing sword energy. The overwhelming sense of pressure also made his mind feel heavy under immense stress. Chapter 462. A sword unveils the chasm. Lin Zhao had long practiced the forbidden technique of breaking the Dragon Gate, having learned the method for the 4th level before arriving at the void-breaking battlefield. However, the opponents he faced before were not very strong. Breaking through 3 levels was sufficient, and the consumption after breaking the 3rd level was minimal, making it easy to use, so he had not often used the 4th break. The current predicament forced him to use this move, forcibly breaking through the 4th level, and his aura began to rise rapidly. The first 3 levels of breaking the Dragon Gate could only shatter small realms and could not ascend further. But the 4th level allowed Lin Zhao to step into the half-step void-breaking realm. Such a forbidden technique is incredibly powerful and unreasonable, but the price to be paid afterward is enormous. However, he could no longer afford to think about it. He had to use this method to strengthen himself. After breaking through the 4th level, mist rose around Lin Zhao, mixed with blood light, as if he were burning his vital blood. What kind of means did this guy use to enhance himself so much? The Xian Yuan sword sensed Lin Zhao's sudden elevation in realm and significant increase in strength. His eyes filled with astonishment. Unexpectedly, the 2 sword cultivators who came here today were both extraordinary, with remarkable skills emerging one after another. Chapter 463. Senior. You should depart with grace. The sword energy dissipated, and the entire venue fell silent, all in shock. Wu Changhao stared blankly at the 100-zhang chasm, gasping in awe. What kind of formidable power could achieve this? It truly is an astonishing strength. He knew that Lin Zhao, his elder brother, was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. Xian Yuan's sword was equally shocked. He had always had high hopes for Li Wujiu. Yet Lin Zhao's performance was even more outstanding. In terms of swordsmanship, he likely surpassed all his peers. This guy displayed the sharpness of sword intent to perfection, as if he were born for the sword path. The support of the sword bones and sword heart is terrifyingly powerful. Xian Yuan's sword couldn't help but sigh. In the southerly domain's sword path, no one could surpass this guy's journey. After delivering this sword, Lin Xiao fell to the ground like a deflated balloon, his originally sharp and domineering aura dissipating rapidly. He leaned on the bloodthirsty sword to avoid collapsing, his expression filled with exhaustion, appearing incredibly weak. This was the backlash brought by the 4 breaks of the Dragon Gate, leaving him frail and powerless. If he had not refined the Jade Bone Body refinement method to perfection, his bones would likely have shattered under such immense pressure. Chapter 464. The sword pool erupts. Lin Xiao's sword heart was clear, making him exceptionally sensitive to sword cultivators. Moreover, this senior relied on sword intent to exist for a long time, so his certain malice was easily detectable. No one is perfect. It's normal to have occasional thoughts, as thoughts are hard to control. What one thinks is not important. How one acts is what truly matters. When Xiao Yichen was imparting sword intent to Lin Xiao, he also had certain thoughts, but he did not act on them. You don't look like a 20-year-old youth. You can perceive this. Xian Yuan, sword, forced a smile, his eyes becoming very complex and obscure. It is truly incredible that a little guy could see through his thoughts. Senior, let us go. Lin Xiao did not want to engage in a bitter fight, hence he advised again. Go. Who doesn't want to see the beautiful mountains and reach the peak? Xian Yuan's sword strolled leisurely, as if he had come to his own place. Your talent and foundation are excellent, making me very envious. At the same time, it is also very sad and helpless. Your character is too humble and weak, contrary to the sharpness of a sword cultivator. Thus, how can I rest assured to pass on all my brother's legacies to you? I took over your body for the prosperity of the sword path. Chapter 465. The wailing of white bones. The uncontrollable sword intent surged everywhere, like a wild horse running amok. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, he saw fragments of spiritual artifacts falling, turning to dust under the onslaught of sword intent. Settle. Lin Xiao shouted softly, releasing the sword intent from within and using his own power to control the violent sword intent. Although the sword pool paused for a moment, it erupted again the next moment, as if trying to break free from its prison and soar into the sky. Lin Xiao immediately activated the infinite sword bone, and with the assistance of the sword soul, he managed to suppress all the sword intent, transforming it back into pool water. After doing all this, Lin Xiao secretly wiped away his sweat. If he allowed these sword energies to run rampant, not only would he gain nothing, but the destructive power generated would also become extremely terrifying. That was close. Wu Changhao wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, and there were several sword marks on his body. Fortunately, Lin Xiao acted in time. Otherwise, if this situation continued, he would have to keep retreating and watch helplessly as the space was destroyed by the sword energy. Big brother, are you okay? Wu Changhao steadied his mind, and there was also a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He couldn't be sure whether the person before him was Lin Xiao or that old man. Chapter 466. Embracing all rivers, sad emotions surged in his heart, as if countless martyrs were recounting the pain and loneliness of being trapped. Senior, is there any way to release the remnants of the martyrs sealed within here? Lin Xiao steadied his mind, and his voice still carried a hint of sorrow. This white bone sword could maintain its quality without decaying because it had the remnants of the martyrs within as its core. Each soul was like a sword spirit, yet not exactly a sword spirit. Little girl, you come. Okay. Immediately, Lin Xiao sensed a mysterious force flowing through his arm into the white bone sword. In an instant, the white bone sword burst forth with various colors of light, dazzlingly bright. The restraints within were severed by the sword intent, and those remnants were liberated, no longer restricted, and began to appear from his sword. Seeing these remnants of the martyrs appear, Lin Xiao smiled with relief. These remnants had already reached the point of dissipating, but because of the restraints, they were forcibly kept, suffering torment all the time. Thank you. Many voices were very soft, almost imperceptible. They were too weak. After appearing, they began to dissipate. The remnants of the many martyrs scattered with the wind at this moment, finally finding relief. Chapter 467. The fat sheep blocking the way in the chaotic battlefield of broken void, there was no spiritual energy. So communication jade slips and similar spiritual tools were restricted and could not be used. Remembering this, Wu Changhao felt a bit foolish for having forgotten it. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. No matter how much information the other party sent, it was useless. No worries, at least everyone is safe, Lin Xiao said carelessly. This was not a big deal and did not need to be taken to heart. Although it couldn't be used here, it would work once they got out. This communication jade slip could transmit messages within tens of thousands of miles, making it easier for them to stay in touch later. Wu Changhao returned the jade slip to Lin Xiao, whispering. Lin Xiao smiled and accepted it. It seemed good to be able to contact him when participating in the genius competition later. The two then agreed that they had already gained a lot from this trip, so they chose not to delve deeper and decided to leave the Broken Void battlefield. Moreover, Lin Xiao had spent a lot of time absorbing sword intent in the sword pool, so he wanted to return early. Teacher Dugu only had half a year left. He wanted to go back quickly to see if he could meet the teacher one last time. Big brother, you said you came from the Jisha Academy of the Great Zhou. Let us go take a look together. Chapter 468, Crushing Down Dongfeng. Seeing him swaggering and admitting it, had eyes almost filled with fire. This guy dared to admit it so grandly. It was truly disgusting. However, he did not act. This villain had a strong half-step Broken Void expert by his side, and he didn't know their true strength. If he acted directly and offended them, it would surely lead to trouble. This fellow Taoist, this matter is between me and this villain. I hope you will not interfere. My few friends here are also half-step Broken Void, and once this matter is settled, we can go to Blackstone City for drinks and have a good discussion. Dongfeng was the president, so he was quite clear about the ways of the world. First, he would use both soft and hard tactics to get Wu Changhao out to avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, the other party was a young, half-step Broken Void, undoubtedly a genius from a great power, and it would be unwise to offend him. He had already learned about Lin Xiao. This person had entered the Broken Void battlefield alone, and surely had no deep ties, so he wouldn't stick his neck out for him. When his subordinates reported that they had found Lin Xiao's trace, he happened to be gathering with a few friends, so he invited them all. These few had a notable reputation in Blackstone City, and having them as witnesses would help restore the reputation of the Guardian Society once the matter spread. Chapter 469. No one can protect since the Guardian Society chose to be irreconcilable with him. Lin Xiao naturally had to fulfill their wish and make this organization disappear. This person had harbored murderous intent towards him, which meant he was on the path to death. Lin Xiao walked slowly, but each step felt like it was stepping on Dongfeng's heart. Dongfeng, severely injured, did not faint, but at that moment, his heart was completely dominated by fear. Damn it, how monstrous is this guy? As a half-step Broken Void, he couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. If it weren't for his friend's help, he might have already died. The members of the Guardian Society, seeing the killing intent radiating from Lin Xiao, were all terrified and retreated, not daring to approach, fearing that this calamity would kill them. The scene shifted from earlier noise to complete silence, as if everyone had a sword hanging over their heads. Once it fell, they would lose their lives. Dongfeng's friends initially thought they were just coming to watch the excitement. They never imagined the situation would turn out like this. And at this moment, each was filled with regret. What is wrong with the Guardian Society? How could they provoke such a calamity? Fellow Taoist, you have already taught Dongfeng a lesson. Let this matter end here. A middle-aged man, also a half-step Broken Void, stepped forward with a grim expression to intervene. Chapter 470. The martial arts of Xintian's sect. Since Zhao Yan was born, he had been spoiled, as his root bones were exceptionally good, far stronger than those of his brothers. Moreover, some predicted that he could become the second Broken Void expert after the City Lord, which brought him increasing attention. He was even set to represent Blackstone City in the genius competition to gain experience and plan for the future. Everything was progressing according to the path laid out by his father. Thus, under such circumstances, Zhao Yan developed an arrogant personality, and no one dared to question him in Blackstone City, behaving like a local emperor. The orb in Zhao Yan's hand was given to him by his father, containing the strike of a Broken Void expert, extremely domineering. When Zhao Yu gave this item to Zhao Yan, it was to prevent him from encountering any accidents in the Broken Void battlefield, and to use it for self-protection. At this moment, Zhao Yan took it out without hesitation, intending to eliminate these two detestable outsiders. Those who dare to strike him would have to pay the price, and end up as nothing but ashes. Zhao Yan's expression became frenzied. He now had only one thought: to make those who offended him disappear completely. Under the urging of the bead's spiritual power, it suddenly burst forth with a red light, and a tremendous force was unleashed in that moment. Chapter 471, Threatening the Void. After speaking, Wu Changhao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Although that strike was weakened and blocked layer by layer, he was still severely injured, with his internal organs shaken out of place and in excruciating pain. Ever since he decided to venture out for training, Wu Changhao had never thought of using his background to intimidate others. But at this moment, he no longer hesitated, since that second-generation master had taken the lead. He could do the same. Moreover, the opponent was a genuine strongman capable of breaking the void, and he was currently severely injured and unable to compete with him. Therefore, he hoped to use the name of the Xintian sect to suppress the opponent and buy them some time. Even if he couldn't intimidate the opponent, delaying long enough to recover would suffice. After all, he and his elder brother had once jointly slain a demon king, so it didn't seem impossible to work together to take down a void-breaking strongman. However, the key lay in that powerful formation, and there was no time to set it up now. Because of the strength of that formation, the pressure Wu Changhao felt now was vastly different from the pressure emitted by that demon king in Jinyang City. The pressure was even greater. Zhao Yu caught the token in one hand, and, upon bringing it before his eyes, his expression changed drastically. His gaze also fell on those damaged spiritual artifacts, sensing the aura around him. Chapter 472, Killing Threat. Zhao Yun was also stunned, even thinking that these two guys must have gone mad to dare threaten his father to his face. At this moment, Zhao Yu's expression turned extremely grim. Ever since stepping into the realm of breaking the void, he had been a local emperor in Blackstone City, a revered existence, capable of covering the sky with one hand. Where did this kid get the audacity to challenge him? Are you threatening me? Zhao Yu's pressure accumulated entirely, and he wanted to use his own might to make that kid suffer, making him aware of the vastness of the world, where strong individuals should be respected. Faced with a strong opponent, one must have a sense of awe. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt an immense pressure that made his legs tremble involuntarily. But he was merely speaking the truth. Lin Xiao frowned, his pride unwavering. Why not give it a try? Wu Changhao, at some point, produced a jade slip in his hand, radiating spiritual light, clearly transmitting the news from this place. Wu Changhao believed that Lin Xiao wanted to use intimidation to make this void-breaking powerhouse submit. Since his elder brother had made such a decision, he naturally had to assist him in escalating the situation. What have you done? Zhao Yu could see that it was a communication jade slip, and his heart shook violently. Originally, as long as the matter was handled cleanly, it wouldn't be exposed. But once the news here reached the Xintian sect, it would be like a knife hanging over their necks, ready to fall at any moment.